Chapter 1. Transformed into a heartbroken simp, the second female lead. Never stay up late reading novels. Otherwise, when you wake up, you might find that you are no longer human. Qingye glanced down and was horrified to discover that her legs had transformed into a massive fish tail. Moreover, the entire pool was filled with an abundance of white pearls. Heavens! She had never seen so many pearls in her entire life. You lot, keep a close watch and don't let the princess of the Merfolk escape. Did you hear that? A man's voice echoed from outside the door. Immediately, several others responded, Yes, senior brother, we will definitely keep a close eye on the young mistress. Goodness, this plot feels so familiar. Qingye's mind buzzed as if a watermelon had been sliced open. Could it be that she had been transported into the novel The Young Master and My Daily Life as his furnace, where the heartbroken second female lead meets a tragic end? Qingye wiggled her enormous fish tail, confirming that this was not a figment of her imagination. The splashes of water seemed to mock her helplessness. At this moment, Qingye wanted nothing more than to slap herself several times in frustration. Look at you always seeking out novels with the same name as yours. Now you've truly crossed over. Tears of despair threatened to spill. System? Are you there, system? You can't just abandon me here all alone. I can't handle this disastrous start on my own. A golden formation trapped her within the pool, and Qingye realized she wouldn't be able to escape anytime soon. Thus, she began to seek help from the outside. It seemed there was no system. No, a strong woman must not weep. Since she was here, she must make peace with her circumstances. She had to devise a plan to evade the plot of the original story. But there was one character she could not forget: the second female lead of the Merfolk. Qingye had an indelible impression of her. First, because she was not human. Second, on the night of her wedding, the male lead abandoned her, despite her being his lawful wife, only to lavish affection on his concubine. Third, in her final moments, not only was her inner core brutally extracted, but her scales were also painstakingly peeled off by the male lead to fashion a gown for the female lead. Most tragically, her remains were discarded like refuse to be fed to dogs. How could a princess of the Merfolk descend to such depths? This was a profound moral degradation, a complete obliteration of humanity. Yet, the Merfolk were not innocent either. In a realm where human cultivators were growing ever stronger, the Merfolk sought alliances through marriage with powerful human sects to find a moment of peace. Due to the evolution of the heavenly Tao, the Merfolk possessed a physique that made them more likely to give birth to water-element spiritual roots. Thus, many sects, despite holding deep-seated disdain for the Merfolk, were willing to gamble for the sake of water-element spiritual roots. The Tianyi Immortal Sect was no exception. The sect leader agreed to protect the Merfolk, but on the condition that they offered their pure-blooded Merfolk princess to the Tianyi Immortal Sect. The favored young master of the sect, the male lead of this tale, resolutely refused. He had already fallen in love with the sect's beloved female lead. Upon hearing this, the sect leader was furious. He imprisoned the second female lead, tormenting her in ways that left her neither human nor ghost, before releasing her again. This cycle continued. Yet, one could only wonder what the second female lead of the Merfolk hoped to gain. Was it the young master's age or his lack of hygiene that led her to endure such torment while still pining for him? She even resorted to cutting her own flesh to create medicinal concoctions for the female lead. She was but a step away from becoming a dried fish. Qingye, how many times must I tell you? Do not foolishly think I will fall for you. The door was kicked open, and a man clad in a purple-gold robe strode in, his head adorned with a jade crown, a dark long sword at his waist. He radiated an imposing aura. The two cultivators standing by the door quickly bowed their heads, behaving like eager lapdogs. Greetings, young master. The man unsheathed his beloved sword with a swift motion. Do not think that just because this marriage was arranged by my father, I will comply with your wishes. The one I truly love is Qingye. His voice boomed, nearly deafening Qingye. She frowned and rubbed her ears. Enough of your ramblings. Since this engagement was set by the sect leader, what business do you have yapping at me? Are you too cowardly to confront the sect leader and instead choose to bully me, the solitary one? Surely not, this can't be true. She raised her gaze, speaking with a calm assertiveness. Lin Qingye was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that the usually submissive Jingyao dared to refute him. Had this mermaid suddenly grown a spine? Yet, he averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of insecurity. The sword in his hand gradually lowered. I will naturally speak to my father. Before Lin Qingye could finish his sentence, young master, your beloved isn't still in the qi refining stage, is she? In the eyes of the sect leader, she might not even be worthy of being a concubine. Jianyao was acutely aware that the male lead was nothing more than a paper tiger who wouldn't have dared to escape his wedding if he truly had the courage. Ultimately, he could not part with the Tianyi Immortal Sect, the most prestigious sword sect, nor the position of young master. All this talk of love and destiny was merely a ruse to deceive naive young girls. Silence, you shameless mermaid. I will not allow you to insult Qingye. She is a good girl. Lin Qingye's face flushed with rage as he thrust his sword forward, the blade sweeping through the air, reducing the entire room to ruins. However, his sword halted inches from Jinyao's face. At that moment, a woman clad in black robes appeared, standing gracefully, her toes barely touching the surface of the azure waters of the pool. Her dark long sword intercepted Lin Qingye's blade, preventing it from blinding Jianyao. The woman's chin was held high, exuding an icy demeanor akin to the peaks of snow-capped mountains. Her eyes were bound with a long strip of dark fabric, trailing behind her. At that moment, all Jianyao could think was how such a stunning beauty could be blind. Why did the heavens not blind her instead? Elder sister, what are you doing here? Lin Qingye took a few steps back, a fleeting glimmer of fear flickering in his eyes. I am merely preventing you from making a foolish mistake. Matters concerning the Merfolk and the Tianyi Immortal Sect cannot be trifled with. You cannot let emotions cloud your judgment. Go to the ancestral hall and accept your punishment. Do not make me repeat myself. With a flick of her wrist, the blindfolded woman effortlessly sheathed her dark long sword. Chapter 2. The first encounter with the cold, blind beauty. Lin Qingye hesitated, but ultimately, he could only flick his sleeve and bow towards the blind woman. Yes, elder sister. Qingye understands his mistake. He snorted coldly, casting a fierce glance at Jianyao before striding towards the ancestral hall. Jianyao shifted her body. She was still adjusting to the enormous fishtail of the Merfolk and the diamond-shaped ears. Suddenly, a lake blue garment, as delicate as a cicada's wing, fell over her shoulders. Put this on first. The woman's voice was alluring, and Jianyao recognized her as the male lead's half-sister from the original story. Ming Jianjun Lin Qingye, who was also a renowned figure in the world of cultivation, particularly in swordsmanship. The original text provided limited descriptions of Lin Qingye, as she lived a reclusive life, bringing considerable honor to the Tianyi Immortal Sect. She was a figure admired by countless sword cultivators. I will report this matter to the sect leader. You need not worry about the young master causing you trouble. Her black boots skimmed the surface of the water as she returned to the shore. Clad in dark disciple robes, her figure appeared tall and slender, akin to a bamboo shoot. The Tianyi Immortal Sect is not a sect that lacks integrity. Having promised the Merfolk a marriage, we will not renege on that commitment. The young master is still immature. Should he dare to bully you again, simply inform me. Her voice was composed to an extreme degree, prompting Jianyao to steal another glance. She swallowed hard. Is it that you have been confined for too long? Have you already forgotten how to assume human form? Even her eyes were shrouded in dark fabric. Since she could not yet wield the magic of the Merfolk, it seemed prudent to appease this cold beauty for the time being. Yes, I implore my sister for assistance. I have been trapped here for far too long. My hands hurt, and my body aches. She lifted her hand, revealing the black iron chains that glimmered faintly with ethereal light. The garment that the cold beauty had draped over her was already soaked through. Her appearance was so pitiful that it could evoke sympathy from anyone. Unfortunately, the blind beauty could not see her plight. As soon as she finished speaking, Jianyao watched as the blindfolded woman brought her fingers together and cast a spell. In an instant, Jianyao's blue fish tail transformed into a pair of snow-white legs, resting in the pool water. All done, you can rise now. For the next few days, you shall stay in my quarters. The young master shall not dare to trouble you. This was somewhat different from the book. Ming Jianjun spoke rather fluently, lacking the reserved demeanor one might expect. Rising from the pool, Jinyao was instantly aware that her garments were already dry. Truly, in the realm of cultivation, there was no need for the cumbersome machines of artificial intelligence. The very fabric seemed imbued with a spirit of its own. Lin Qingye also paused for a moment. Upon hearing the rustling of garments, he took a step forward, only to find that the material behind him was caught by Jinyao's grasp. Clutching the clothing of the blindfolded beauty, Jinyao felt a tumult of emotions within her. In this dark, systemless world of cultivation, she knew that without clinging to a powerful ally, her future would be fraught with uncertainty. Would she not be subjected to the relentless scrutiny of the male protagonist? One must not be reckless. Prudence is the essence of survival. There would come a time when her cultivation would flourish and her ambitions realized. At that point, would she still fear the second-generation cultivator who relied on his father's status as the sect leader? Certainly not. If she could forge a strong bond with the male protagonist's elder sister, she would have a solid foundation, ensuring she need not suffer indignities. Though her understanding of Lin Qingye was limited to scant descriptions in the novel, she recognized him as the pinnacle of martial prowess, a veritable force to be reckoned with. His character, somewhat stubborn and aloof, exuded an air of chilling detachment, akin to the revered Tianshan's snow lotus. Today, his intervention stemmed from the long-standing betrothal between the Tianyi sect and the Merfolk. Although the male protagonist had yet to formalize their union, it was common knowledge among all cultivators that a childhood engagement existed. The young sect master, possessing dual spiritual roots, unfortunately, did not match the extraordinary aptitude of Lin Qingye, a fact that left the old sect leader lamenting the wasted potential of his beloved son. No matter how many rare treasures were offered, his offspring remained disappointingly ineffectual. Yet, as his flesh and blood, the sect leader could only indulge him. This behavior aligned perfectly with the male protagonist's portrayal as a frivolous scion in the original text. "Thank you, Lord Mingjian, for your timely intervention," Jinyao expressed with finesse. "Otherwise, I would be left in a state of disrepair." "Your kindness shall not be forgotten," she added, employing a smooth sequence of flattery akin to the beguiling Daji. Aware of Lin Qingye's formidable temperament, she wisely commenced with expressions of gratitude that could not be easily rebuffed. "Jinyao is unfamiliar with Lord Mingjian's whereabouts. I humbly request your guidance," she continued. Hearing her plea, Lin Qingye understood that the princess of the Merfolk had endured considerable adversity within the Tianyi sect, even facing humiliation from the sycophants surrounding Lin Tianzi. They had subjected her to menial tasks befitting a celestial servant, instilling a sense of fear and timidity within her. Had it not been for her master's repeated admonitions, Lin Qingye would have preferred to remain uninvolved in the affairs of his ineffectual brother. However, duty to his master prevailed, and he found himself compelled to act. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the nascent soul, and he was keenly aware of every whisper and movement within the Tianyi sect. "Simply follow me," he instructed, a statement that elicited a sigh of relief from Jinyao. She realized her submissive approach had borne fruit. In the narrative, Lord Mingjian had indeed come to the aid of a secondary female character from the Merfolk, but regrettably, she had proven to be rather unappreciative. For the sake of the male protagonist, she had even quarreled with Lord Mingjian, asserting that she would follow her husband in all things, rendering his intervention unnecessary. Even if she were to be chastised, it would merely be a matter of a husband disciplining his wife, none of an outsider's concern. The king of the Merfolk had advised her to invest genuine feelings in her husband, for true sincerity would yield true reciprocity. A day of marriage bore the weight of 100 days of affection. Even quarrels in the bedroom could be resolved in the end. The secondary female character's refusal had effectively severed her own path, and from that point onward, Lord Mingjian had ceased to involve himself in her brother's romantic entanglements. Regardless of the scandals that erupted within the Tianyi sect, she remained steadfast, dedicating herself to her cultivation. On the very night of the secondary female character's tragic demise, she had successfully broken through to the transformation realm. Jinyao had no intention of engaging in such foolishness that would jeopardize her future. Though Lord Mingjian may not be entirely reliable, she resolved to firmly attach herself to his side, for such a tumultuous beginning demanded she cling to him tightly. As she released her hold on the fabric, Jinyao obediently followed Lin Qingye. Suddenly, a delicate hand reached out toward her. "Grip my hand tightly," he commanded with an authoritative tone. Chapter 3. Does a cad deserve a marriage break? The marriage break letter shall be written by her. In the outer sect disciples' cafeteria, disciples clad in long robes gathered around Qingye, each holding a steamed bun, with a sword resting beside them. Qingye, my junior sister, fret not. Since the young sect master has promised you a title, he shall not go back on his word. The young sect master is a rare gem among cultivators. A strikingly handsome youth, truly one in a million. Once this opportunity passes, it will not return. Upon hearing their words, a smile graced Qingye's face as she cautiously took a bite of her bun. However, Tianci has a fiancé why existence will bring them pain. The sect master does not favor me, viewing me merely as a practitioner in the qi refining stage. As she bit into the bun, tears streamed down her cheeks. Clad in a purple golden robe, Lin Qingye approached in a huff. Upon seeing his beloved weeping so sorrowfully, he rushed over, seizing Qingye's wrist with gentle concern. Qingye, did I not tell you that for anything you wish to eat or need, simply inform the elders of the disciplinary hall? There is no need to worry so much. The outer sect disciples, dining in the cafeteria, promptly bowed upon seeing Lin Qingye. Greetings, young sect master. Hearing their salutations, Lin Qingye raised an eyebrow, slightly annoyed. Could they not see he was comforting his beloved? This group truly lacked awareness. Greetings, Ming Jianjun. Moments ago, his elder sister had just admonished him, and now he was again eagerly seeking Qingye's presence, a move sure to irk her. The disciplinary hall has its responsibilities. Is it not against the rules of the Tian immortal sect to act so casually? Lin Qingye also sheathed his ink-black sword and approached the teleportation array. Coincidentally encountering Lin Qingye is merely the young sect master worrying too much about my well-being. Hence the nonsensical remarks. I hope Ming Jianjun will forgive me. These past few days, I have truly been unable to eat or sleep well. From behind Lin Qingye emerged a woman, pure and charming, who bowed in Lin Qingye's direction. Are you with child? Just a fleeting glance, and Lin Qingye instantly sensed it, though the life force was exceedingly faint. Upon hearing Ming Jianjun's words, several outer sect disciples dropped their chopsticks in shock. Who would have thought that the usually innocent Qingye had actually conceived a child with the young sect master? Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Though Qingye's cultivation may be lacking, her allure was indeed beyond their reach. However, it is understandable. The branch she has climbed is none other than the young sect master of Tian immortal sect, destined to inherit the sect's great legacy and manage the entire sect. As Lin Qingye's skeptical voice faded, Qingye felt a surge of bile rise in her throat. She covered her mouth and nose with her hand, feigning surprise while cradling her belly. Qingye was unaware of this matter. Had I known, I would never have retained this sinful child. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, weeping profusely, as if scheming a coup, before the young sect master's yet-to-be married wife and all the outer sect disciples. Qingye seemed intent on embracing her mistaken path. After all, she was already with child, and no matter what, the old sect master would not cast her out of the sect, and soon enough, she would enjoy ample provisions, spiritual fruits, elixirs, and a son by her side. How could she be considered a waste? Jianyao felt all eyes suddenly shift onto her face. Countless gazes seemed to anticipate her breakdown. Some even reached into their pockets for seeds. Eager to witness her spectacle in the past, Qingye had often wept before Jianyao, breathless with complaints about the young sect master's ambitions, vowing to distance herself from him. Now, it seemed she had not distanced herself at all. Rather, a child had miraculously appeared. Had she distanced herself to the bed? Perhaps, alas, such a wretched cucumber, as if anyone would care. The sins of the father are visited upon the children. Jianyao, hands on her hips, transformed from her usual frowning demeanor, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Was this truly the same meek and submissive fiancé of the young sect master? Today, the sun must surely have risen in the west. Lin Qingye was cautiously observing Qingye's belly when he heard Jianyao insult his beloved so harshly, and instantly, he was filled with rage. He pointed an accusing finger at Jianyao. What are you, a mere fishwoman, unworthy to speak of my and Qingye's child as a sinful offspring? Jianyao would not let this wretched cucumber off easily. Lin Qingye thought she was about to cast a spell. So he swiftly drew his life sword and stepped forward, shielding Qingye. Jin Yao, just you wait die in this lifetime. I shall only marry my beloved, Qingye. Hearing his unwavering resolve, Jin Yao clapped her hands, applause echoing. Well said. Indeed, a marriage break letter must be written, but it shall be I who writes it to you. Young Sect Master, your background may not be humble, but I am no ordinary person. When she spoke the words ordinary person, Jin Yao deliberately glanced at Qingye, her meaning clear. Though our Merfolk clan absorbs spiritual energy with little effect compared to your human cultivators, the quality of our celestial roots is something the young Sect Master can only aspire to. These words utterly provoked Lin Qingye. Dual spiritual roots were a lifelong sore spot for him. Unlike his elder sister's exceptional talent, he had even heard their father express reluctance to lead the Qingye immortal sect, preferring to pass the heavy burden onto himself. You silence yourself. As Lin Qingye stood beside Jin Yao, Lin Qingye hesitated to advance. His elder sister's cultivation had already reached heights that overshadowed the world, easily capable of extinguishing mountains and rivers with a single sword strike. Though his elder sister had an eye ailment, it did not impede her speed in battle. Perhaps it is the young Sect Master who should be silent. For having committed such a grave error, should you not kneel in penance at the ancestral hall? The blindfolded woman spoke, her voice resonating like a great bell, echoing in every ear. Since the Merfolk princess wishes to break the engagement with you, you must consider how to explain this to the Sect Master. With a warm palm, Lin Qingye grasped Jin Yao's wrist and led her into the teleportation array. Jin Yao, understanding the situation, refrained from casting another glance at the male lead. It was simply delightful to see him humbled like this. Chapter 4. The unparalleled beauty is her senior sister, bamboo swayed, high atop the snowy mountains. Jin Yao momentarily froze in wonder at the sight of the falling snow. I know your Merfolk clan cherishes the waters of the Forgotten Sea, but at present, the snow-capped peaks offer only one warm spring. Can you endure? Through the black blindfold, Jin Yao could sense that the eyes of the person before her were undoubtedly enchanting. Tall and poised, Lin Qingye stood amidst the snow, yet there were no footprints upon the ground. Naturally. Thank you for your kindness. Ming Jianjun with a graceful bow, Jin Yao inhaled the crisp mountain air, feeling a newfound sense of freedom, without the clamor of the male lead or the frailty of the female protagonist. This place felt like a paradise. Upon hearing Jin Yao's voice, the chiseled jaw of Lin Qingye unconsciously curved into a smile. There is no need to address me so formally. If I recall correctly, you are a disciple under our master. Master has not emerged from seclusion for quite some time. I also returned from wandering just a few days ago, only to learn you have arrived at Qingye Immortal Sect, and oh wonder, the novel had mentioned this briefly. The old master of Qingye Immortal Sect had taken the Merfolk's second female lead as a disciple for the sake of her identity. Unfortunately, the Merfolk's second female lead had no interest in cultivation, spending her days doting on the male lead, enduring endless disdain and scorn, yet remaining steadfastly devoted. She was also quite ill, gently patting her delicate face. Jin Yao resolved in her heart that since the heavens had granted her such a beautiful visage, why cling to a single flower when countless blossoms bloom in the world? Bah, 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 what a silly notion. This exquisite face paired with that wretched cucumber was akin to a flower wedged in dung. If he wished to be with a chi-refining stage little fish, then let him. Just don't disturb her path to ascension. May you bear twins in 3 years, may the scoundrel and the wretched woman remain locked away, never to harm others again. All right, senior sister. Bowing to the back of Ming Jianjun, Jin Yao felt a pang of regret in her heart. How could such a stunning beauty have lost her sight at such a young age? Come, I shall show you to your quarters. Such meticulous consideration was truly heartwarming. Previously, her living quarters had been utterly destroyed by the male lead sword. Leaving nothing intact, the furniture reduced to dust. Following Lin Qingye's lead, Jin Yao soon arrived at a charming little courtyard. This place contrasted sharply with the recent snowy scene, feeling as if it were shielded from the seasons. Warm and inviting. The red maple trees were indeed a sight for sore eyes. Truly, in the realm of cultivation, where spiritual energy abounds, one can witness all manner of wonders. This guest house had been vacant for quite some time. As Lin Qingye slightly lifted his fingertip to push open the door, Jin Yao beheld a room that had once appeared drab, now transformed into pristine cleanliness in an instant. Even the floor seemed capable of reflecting one's shadow. Impressive. This skill is simply marvelous. I trust my junior sister will not find it lacking. Lin Qingye remained polite, standing outside the door without intruding. Not lacking at all. Not lacking at all. This evening, the junior sister is troubled by a lack of accommodation. I am immensely grateful to my senior sister for her timely assistance, akin to a lifeline in the midst of a snowstorm. As for the prospect of future support, Qingye is naturally inclined to fervently cultivate goodwill. Were it not for Lin Qingye's presence today, I fear the male protagonist, in a fit of rage, might have pierced himself with a sword. Although the original host possesses commendable aptitude, having inherited the bloodline of the Merfolk royal family, and is endowed with a natural affinity for water, she has also inherited the most fatal flaw of the Merfolk, an exceedingly slow absorption of spiritual energy. If a solution could be found to expedite this absorption, she would undoubtedly reach a cultivation level akin to that of the human race, transcending the limitations of merely the golden core stage. Such would be splendid. Then, I shall not intrude further. The hot spring is located within the confines of the dwelling. It was initially chiseled out on a whim by the master, and who would have thought it would still prove useful, thus not entirely wasted. Lin Qingye exudes a refined demeanor, showing no discrimination against the Merfolk's second female lead due to her foreign lineage. Upon hearing this, Qingye feels a warmth in her heart. Throughout this journey, the gazes of others have rarely regarded her as the lady of the minor lord, but rather as a beastly spirit sold to the human race. Just as she is about to step outside, she hears Qingye call out once more, "Senior sister, may I stay tonight? I feel a bit frightened alone." Qingye speaks from the heart, though she does not truly expect this request to persuade Lin Qingye to remain. What she desires is the protective formation laid down by the foremost swordmaster to ensure her safety, as anticipated. Lin Qingye acknowledges Qingye's plea. The wind outside stirs the black ribbons trailing behind her. The wisps of hair at her temples dance in the breeze, creating a captivating sight that lingers in the memory. The words of refusal are on Lin Qingye's lips, but she suddenly recalls the moment she stood before the minor sect leader, where the corners of the Merfolk's eyes glimmered with crimson, evoking a sense of pity. "Very well, I shall guard you through the night. The minor sect leader shall not be obstinate in my presence." Lin Qingye settles down, leaning against the doorframe, her long sword resting on the floor. With her hands upon her thighs, Lin Qingye begins to circulate her qi, absorbing spiritual energy. Observing this, Qingye's worries dissipate by half. There are still many good people in this world. Thus, she ventures further into the room, and indeed, she discovers a steaming hot spring. Earlier, Qingye had felt her meager belongings. The entirety of the second Merfolk's possessions consisted of a small storage ring. Nothing more. Fortunately, this ring is not empty. It contains numerous jade slips from the Merfolk royal family and even 2 tomes of celestial grade techniques. This may be the last valuable gift bestowed upon a daughter from the Merfolk king as a dowry. Should I attempt the illusion transformation technique first? In her hand, Qingye clutches a jade slip detailing how the Merfolk transform their tails into human legs, forming hand seals and reciting incantations. She focuses her energy, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within her body. Her large fish tail emerges once more from the warm pool, its blue scales shimmering brilliantly, mingling beautifully with the rippling waters. Success! In her excitement, Qingye's voice rises, catching the attention of Lin Qingye outside the door in the blink of an eye. Qingye sees the blindfolded beauty stepping lightly upon the water surface. Gazing down at her from above, Chapter 5. The cool senior sister harbors a hidden ailment. To gaze, or rather, to share a glance, should this even be termed as such? Qingye swallows, her fish tail creating ripples. After all, the senior sister's eyes are covered, and she likely cannot see. Moreover, even if she could, they are both women, so there is little to fear. Although she is a mermaid, she is still female. I shall remain here. In a mere blink, Qingye witnesses her senior sister approach the edge of the pool. Is the water temperature still suitable? Though unable to see, the senior sister can accurately locate her position, and Qingye feels a sense of certainty. This is the pinnacle of martial prowess in this novel. One need not rely on sight to swiftly find her. Suitable, quite suitable indeed. Thank you, senior sister, for your assistance. However, I fear that tomorrow the sect leader will come seeking me, his somewhat disobedient minor lord. She speaks truthfully, yet deliberately softens her tone, evoking a tender response. Floating in the water, Yao adapts to her merfolk body. Feeling utterly at ease, in the original narrative, reproduction is of paramount importance to the merfolk, requiring potent essence to nurture the fish eggs within. However, due to the male protagonist Lin Qingye's extreme disdain for her, the second merfolk has never succeeded in consummating their union. Moreover, where would such powerful essence come from? Thus, the second merfolk can only use her own essence to nourish the fish eggs, resulting in all her offspring being stillborn. What a tragic fate indeed. Therefore, Yao resolves to share her misfortunes with the male protagonist's elder sister, as it may prove beneficial. In the original narrative, Ming Jianjun serves as an absolute neutral force, propelling the plot forward. She embodies fairness and justice, which is precisely why Lin Qingye's many excessive actions have been curtailed by her. Upon hearing Lin Qingye speak thus, Yao suddenly grasps Lin Qingye's wrist with both hands, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Senior sister, do you think the same? Are you aware of the consequences faced by the merfolk who are rejected? My father will show no mercy toward Yao." A pearl drops into the pool. Lin Qingye freezes momentarily. Having been in seclusion for over a decade, she is largely unaware of the outside world. However, she is cognizant of the merfolk royal family's plight. The spiritual energy of the seas is gradually dwindling, even less than that of the 9 provinces, leading to the dragon clan relocating their palace to the heavens. The merfolk, who have dwelled in the forgotten void sea for generations, already face challenges in absorbing spiritual energy due to their physical constitution, and with the increasing depletion of energy, the forgotten void sea suffers even more. Consequently, the merfolk royal family has no choice but to seek assistance from human cultivators. They have even offered merfolk to the dragon clan in the dragon palace. Yet, the lifespan of the merfolk is still considerably shorter than that of the dragon clan, who exist alongside the heavens. The dragon-blooded descendants of the merfolk royal family do not wish to remain in the resource-scarce merfolk lineage, opting instead for the embrace of the dragon palace. Her wrist, held warmly, draws Lin Qingye's attention. The purple eyes concealed beneath the black veil lower slightly. Does she not wish to marry the minor sect leader? Upon hearing Lin Qingye's question, Yao feels a surge of confidence. Indeed, the bait has been taken. Now, in this crucial moment of life and death, she cannot afford to concern herself with morality. Preserving her life is of utmost importance. With wolves before her and tigers behind, if she does not exhaust her wits, she may find herself stripped of her scales by the male protagonist, destined to become mere adornment for the female lead. Casting a glance at her own beautiful scales, Yao swallows hard. Such lovely scales are best worn by her. Yes, senior sister. Allow me to remain here. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingye's purple eyes gaze upon the rippling circles in the water. The mermaid's skin resembles white porcelain, gradually transitioning into scales at her abdomen, her robust fish tail glistening with brilliance. She has yet to serve tea to the master, yet this mermaid is already calling her senior sister with such familiarity. A smile graces Lin Qingye's sharp jaw, forming a gentle curve. She squats by the water's edge, delicately lifting Yao's chin with her fingertip. There is indeed a method, though I wonder if you would be willing? Upon hearing of a potential solution, Yao's eyes light up, akin to stars in the night sky. Though she feels a tinge of shyness, she still parts her red lips. I am willing. Yao is willing. As long as I no longer endure humiliation, I will comply with whatever senior sister requests. Observing her demeanor, Lin Qingye's thumb rests upon Yao's red lips as she speaks. Then marry me. I can ensure your safety. These words send Yao's mind whirling like a fan, leaving her utterly bewildered. Senior sister, are you serious? No, she cannot yield. As a woman, how could she concede? Shaking her fish tail, Yao presses her hands against the edge of the pool, gazing into Lin Qingye's face, her heart racing. In truth, it is not entirely out of the question. After all, Ming Jianjun is breathtakingly beautiful, possesses formidable prowess, and offers a sense of security. This is indeed genuine. What the Forgotten Void Sea desires is to forge an alliance with the Tianyi immortal sect, is it not? Even if the sect leader is unwilling to protect you. I can. This is the courage of the world's foremost swordmaster. According to the original narrative, at this point, Ming Jianjun's cultivation should be nearing the later stages of the nascent soul realm. In this generally low cultivation world of cultivation, she is indeed a rarity. Yao feels her heart flutter. Furthermore, Lin Qingye is also the elder sister of the male protagonist, Lin Qingye. Thus, Should she marry him, she would become his sister-in-law. Jian Yao would no longer need to live in accordance with Lin Qingye's whims. However, does Ming Jianjun's promise to wed her stem solely from pity? What, then, does senior sister desire? Could it be her precious pearl? No, no, there is no possibility in that regard. As the foremost talent of the Tianyi immortal sect, Ming Jianjun likely lacks for nothing. The Merfolk royal family's pearl tears may be excellent medicinal ingredients. But for Ming Jianjun, they are merely pebbles along the path, nothing extraordinary. You must serve me day and night. I have a hidden ailment. Hidden ailment. Which aspect does this refer to? Yet, within the pages of the novel, Ming Wanjun is portrayed as unparalleled, a celestial being descended from the heavens, akin to an ethereal figure of jade. What affliction could possibly befall such an individual? Observing her astonishment, Lin Qingye continued to speak. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. My master has suggested that engaging in dual cultivation with another may alleviate this stagnation. Chapter 6. The serene beauty's willingness to marry the mermaid princess upon hearing the cold beauty before her utter such words. Jian Yao realized it was time for her to make a display, lest she disappoint Lin Qingye. Thus, she clenched her fingers against the edge of the pool and gently leaned in for a kiss. Their breaths intertwined. Lin Qingye felt the warm mist caressing her cheeks, an indescribable sensation spreading throughout her being. Her fingertips, somewhat involuntarily, grazed Lin Qingye's dark fabric, but before she could exert any pressure, Lin Qingye concluded the kiss prematurely. Don't move. You must not gaze into my eyes. It was unclear whether this admonition was meant to intimidate her, or if Ming Wanjun's blind eyes truly should not be seen. Nevertheless, she grasped this little truth, especially since the recent contact of their lips had left her feeling surprisingly agreeable. Your technique is quite commendable indeed. My master spoke truly. Your Merfolk lineage possesses an innate charm. Through the sheer, dark gauze, Lin Qingye observed with clarity. Rest well today. I shall take care of everything for you. From this day forth, Luo Shuowan shall be your home. Lin Qingye stood with his back straight. Kneeling upon the ground, with both hands clasped in a respectful salute, he proclaimed, Father, I shall never marry that lowly mermaid. The sole love of his life was his junior sister, Qingye, now that she carried his child. Father, the babe in Qingye's womb is also your grandchild. I implore you to grant us your blessing. Beside him, the tearful Qingye knelt, gasping for breath. Her pitiful appearance incited the ire of the old sect master sitting in the highest seat. You fool! Do you deem the Merfolk royal lineage beneath you? Then what of this trifling waste with 3 spiritual roots? Is he worthy of you? At this juncture, the weathered visage of the old sect master cast a glance at Qingye. With a flourish of his robe, he continued, Your future wife, regardless of her shortcomings, is still capable of nurturing a water elemental spiritual root as a member of the Merfolk royal lineage. This union, while perhaps beneath our Tian sect, is not a loss for you. If you were as gifted as your elder sister, captivating the hearts of all cultivators, I, as your father, would have no cause for concern. The notion of accepting a marriage alliance with the Merfolk left Lin Qingye feeling like a knot had formed in his chest upon hearing his father mention his elder sister. Father, if you so cherish my sister, then I shall gladly relinquish my position as the young master. Please bestow it upon her. Hearing Lin Qingye's declaration, Qingye felt a surge of panic. She understood that Jian Yao had already secured Ming Wanjun's favor. If Lin Qingye were to lose his position as the young master, what future would their child have? Thus, she pressed her hands against the ground. Weeping profusely, Sect Master, I am already tied to Tianzi. I do not seek a title, but I implore you to allow me to bear this child. Regardless of what he may become, he is still your grandson. Connected by blood, retreating to advance, a lesson she had learned from a young age. She concealed her brilliance. As long as Tianzi's heart remained with her, it mattered not if she became a concubine or a lesser wife. Once her son achieved success, she too would rise, enduring hardship for eventual reward. Why then, do you weep so pitifully here in this grand hall? The old sect master, wise with age, discerned Qingye's intentions. She clearly wished to gamble, to see if she could indeed become the young master's wife. Till this day, he had refrained from dealing with this refining period female cultivator, primarily because she bore his grandchild. Sect Master. The cold voice resonated through the hall. clad in dark robes akin to the feathers of an eagle. The extraordinary woman, blindfolded, approached the old sect master and bowed. Qingye, what brings you here? A flicker of suspicion danced in the old sect master's eyes. He had heard whispers of a dispute between Lin Qingye and Lin Qingye at the disciples' cafeteria at the foot of the mountain. Has your unruly brother angered you? Lin Qingye's current level of cultivation astonished even this sect master, who marveled at her rapid advancement in this realm, where spiritual energy waned. Surely, given time, you will achieve greatness. Rising to greet her, he added, if Qingye has upset you, I shall discipline him and have him apologize to the child of the Merfolk royal family. Would that suffice? The old sect master's attitude startled Qingye. It contrasted sharply with the rumors circulating outside, that Ming Wanjun held no favor in the old sect master's eyes. Yet, it was evident that she was cherished dearly. That is unnecessary, sect master. Lin Qingye interjected. The mermaid princess has entrusted me to convey a message. She wishes to annul the engagement. When entering the sect master's hall, everyone was required to relinquish their personal swords, yet Lin Qingye alone was permitted to keep hers. She held her sword firmly, neither subservient nor obsequious, allowing herself to be scolded without retort. Ha ha ha, I know that child too well. She is likely just speaking out of anger. Qingye, do not take it to heart. Is this not simply a quarrel between spouses? As the old sect master approached Lin Qingye, he maintained a courteous demeanor. However, Lin Qingye suddenly scoffed. An annulment? She dreams too grandly. If anyone is to call off the engagement, it is I who shall do so. How dare she, a mere mermaid, presume to dismiss our union? Emboldened, Lin Qingye felt justified in his indignation, the fear he usually harbored for his elder sister dissipating in the face of Qingye. As a man, he could not afford to lose face. With a swift motion, Lin Qingye unsheathed her dark blade, pressing it against Lin Qingye's neck, a thin line of blood forming. Who permitted you to speak such words? Lin Qingye fell silent, terrified. He knew that if his sister wished, even their father could not stay the hand of her sword. If the young master is unwilling to wed the Merfolk princess, then I shall gladly accept, but I wonder, what is the sect master's stance on this matter? Chapter 7. The blindfolded cold beauty she can endure upon hearing these words, the expressions of all present froze. Even the previously sobbing Qingye ceased her tears, using a handkerchief to wipe her face, careful not to make any sudden movements. The old sect master was the first to recover, chuckling as he approached Lin Qingye. Adorned with a jade crown, Qingye, if you desire servants, simply instruct those beneath you to procure them. Our Tian sect is vast and prosperous. Matters of male or female companionship are trivial. Why risk ruining your brother's engagement? As he spoke of brother, Lin Qingye felt a wave of revulsion. With such a fool as him, he does not deserve to be my brother. Lin Qingye's face flushed crimson at her words. Yet he could find no retort, his fingers digging into the ground in frustration. He longed to strike the floor in anger. Despite his pleas, the sect master was not swayed. After all, he was the master of Tian sect. And to be so disregarded by Lin Qingye was a blow to his pride. Yet, deep down, he knew he owed her, particularly given her unparalleled talent, which would draw countless sword cultivators to her. Even without the backing of Tian sect, if conflict arose over this Merfolk engagement, it would be a grave loss for them. Qingye, allow me some time to ponder this matter. Relieved to see the old sect master acquiesce, Lin Qingye felt an unexplainable disappointment. He sensed that his father was yielding to his elder sister once more. Why could he not earn a fraction of that attention? Very well, I have delivered the message. Sect master, I shall take my leave. With a turn, her black robe billowed gracefully as Lin Qingye vanished without a trace. Standing at the water's edge, Jin Yao surveyed her legs. Feeling quite pleased as she leaped. She had now mastered the magical arts of the Merfolk. The spatial ring, though small in appearance, contained a considerable amount of items. Observing her index finger, she noted a silver ring adorned with a deep blue gemstone, likely a precious artifact of the Merfolk. Raising her gaze, she took in her new home, with its wooden beams and antique charm. The room was adorned with a soft couch, a study, a desk, and a cabinet brimming with blue tomes, bamboo slips, and a collection of jade tablets stacked haphazardly together. Tioher, It was akin to a mouse falling into a rice bin. With hurried steps, Jin Yao approached the bookshelf. She reached inside and casually touched a volume, only to find it inscribed with the title "The Sect Leader of Hahuan's Sect and Her Three Talented Disciples." What on earth is this? Has she stumbled upon something she ought not to see? Despite her words, Jin Yao's eyes and fingers were surprisingly honest, unable to resist the temptation of turning a page. Just then, the sound of wind chimes from outside captured her attention, and she had barely flipped to the first page when a figure appeared before her. The presence, resembling that of a cold beauty shrouded in darkness, had cultivated to such a degree that she no longer required sword flight, teleportation arrays, or talismans. With merely a thought, she could instantaneously relocate. Yet, with such prowess, why not remedy her own sight? Or was it that the cold beauty's blindness was a congenital affliction? This was the collection of her master. It would be wise not to meddle. However, if she desired to take a glance, her master would likely be quite pleased. She felt no particular trepidation, instead advising her master, indulging too much in these dual cultivation matters may hinder your secluded cultivation. Perhaps you should refrain from excessive viewing, in a disdainful tone. Lin Qingye retorted. Qing, this is merely your lack of discernment. I thought to share some valuable insights with you to assist you in overcoming your future bottlenecks. Yet you fail to appreciate them. You have chilled my heart. With this thought, Lin Qingye revealed a faint smile, showing no intention of stopping Jin Yao from continuing her exploration. Encouraged by the cold beauty's words, Jin Yao boldly inquired, Sister, may I see? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingye expressed some skepticism. Her vision was indeed different from others, yet she was not blind. Still, allowing others to misconstrue her condition could save her from many troubles. You needn't worry. Just look as you please. With her permission, Jin Yao lowered her gaze and glimpsed at the illustration within the album. Two figures entwined, a red gauze garment draped over a branch of begonia blossoms. Their forms exquisitely depicted. The artist's skill was remarkable, capturing life and vibrancy. With just one glance, Jin Yao felt a flush spreading across her entire being. The portrayal was rather audacious. Regardless of whether the blind beauty could perceive it, she discreetly hid the album behind her, clearing her throat in a somewhat guilty manner. Sister, did you just meet with the sect leader? As twilight descended, snow continued to fall outside, accentuating the slender figure of the blind beauty. Yes, I spoke of your desire to annul the engagement, as well as my intention to take you as my Dao partner. Setting her treasured sword aside, Lin Qingye spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Jin Yao felt warmth envelop her heart. It seemed she had indeed chosen the right ally. However, she must not let her guard down, lest the male lead come seeking trouble again. Still, it would take time for the sect leader to agree. If you require anything, do not hesitate to tell me. With such a supportive ally, Jin Yao began to ponder. This union might not be such a bad thing after all. After all, in the original narrative, the dual cultivation of the Merfolk indeed enhanced their cultivation. As long as she was not turned into a mermaid skirt by the male lead and could follow the blind beauty, it wouldn't be such a misfortune. Besides, the blind beauty was quite alluring. She found her quite delectable. Sister, I would be grateful for your care in the coming days. She offered a graceful bow toward the blind beauty. However, her wrist was gently grasped, and no need for such formality. You are to be my future wife. Chapter 8. The gift of a sword from the blind beauty. Sister, in principle, every sword practitioner ought to possess their own blade. Yet, as Jin Yao emptied the contents of the mermaid's second female lead's spatial ring, she was met with only a rusty iron sword. She placed a hand on her forehead. Was love-struck foolishness so profound that one neglected their sword? After all, she had entered a sect of sword cultivation. Nonetheless, it was not entirely unusable. She could consider it a toy. Taking the sword sheath in hand, she felt only a damp sensation. As she drew the blade, she discovered it was covered in a thick layer of rust, the once formidable iron now corroded. Suddenly, she heard a multitude of cracking sounds. Before she could fully extract the rust-laden sword, it crumbled like weathered stone, scattering debris across the table. Well, now she had no toy left either. The gems adorning the sword sheath appeared rather valuable. She could remove them and sell them later. After all, with the sword gone, she could at least console herself by counting the remaining treasures in the spatial ring. Even if she couldn't master swordsmanship immediately, she must not neglect the foundational spells. After all, relying solely on an ally was merely a temporary measure. Jin believed that having a strong fist was the true means to secure her future. Just as she sat down, the blind beauty reappeared before her, wielding a silver long sword. The sight of the sword shimmering under the candlelight made Jin involuntarily swallow. Now she could distinctly perceive the disparity between her tattered sword sheath and the superior quality of the blind beauty's weapon. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. This is the magic sword I used during my golden core stage. While it lacks sentience, it is far from ordinary. If you are in urgent need of a sword, you may practice with it for now. Upon hearing the blind beauty's words, Jin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though her fingers itched to reach out, she understood that she owed this blind beauty far too much already. Thus, she could only raise her hands in a gesture of refusal. No, sister. You have already assisted me so much. I cannot accept more. Besides, this is a fine sword. I can tell it has accompanied you for a long time. How could a junior like you take what rightfully belongs to another? This treasure will bring hardship. You are better off remaining with your original owner. Jin wept internally. Lin Qingye shook her head upon hearing Jin words. Since you have pledged yourself to me, I cannot neglect you. The sword, Yue, is a gift to you. It is not a matter of taking from another. This declaration warmed Jin heart. Since the blind beauty was willing to give it, if she continued to refuse, it would seem rather pretentious. Thus, Jin obediently accepted the silver long sword with both hands. Gripping the hilt, the sword's smooth, jade-like texture was indeed quite pleasant. With a swift motion, Jin drew the sword, revealing a blade as sharp as a crescent moon. Truly deserving of the name Ai in the Grand Hall of Tianxian Sect, Qingye, you are soon to become the young lady of the family. Why do you still come to listen to the elders' lectures? Perhaps the sect leader will soon acknowledge you as his direct disciple, in order to grant your unborn child a name, dressed in the robes of an outer disciple. Qingye smiled with eyes alight at the compliments from her fellow disciples. In the past, this group had whispered behind her back, deeming her merely a refining stage practitioner, unworthy of marrying the young sect leader. Yet now, with her pregnancy, she believed even the sect leader would show her child some leniency. Even if she were to be a concubine, it was certainly a step above her previous status as an outer disciple. Soon, they would have to address her as young lady instead of junior sister. Let us not speak of this. I do not wish to contend for the position of young lady. It is merely that Tianzi insists on approaching the sect leader to annul our engagement. As she walked halfway, she suddenly noticed that her usual seat by the window had been occupied by Jin who was sitting upright, grinding cinnabar, with several sheets of yellow talisman paper spread out on the table, preparing for the upcoming lecture. Within the Tianxian sect, both direct and outer disciples were entitled to attend the great lectures held by the elders. Sword practitioners could also learn some mid to low-level talismans, alchemy, and formations for future needs. However, there was an unspoken rule that the front-row seats were reserved for the direct disciples of various elders. Even if a direct disciple chose not to attend the lecture, those seats must remain vacant. Junior sister Qingye, why be so modest? We all know that you and the young sect leader are a match made in heaven. Unlike certain individuals who presume to walk arrogantly in Tianxian sect due to their betrothal. The speaker was a man with 2 long braids, wearing a jade crown and holding a magical folding fan. His gaze was directed toward Jin his voice loud and mocking, resembling a dandy. Jin continued her work undeterred. This man was a lackey of the male lead. Jin only later discovered his secret infatuation with the female lead. However, this was to be expected, as the female lead's character was such that even passing dogs would take a liking to her. Thus, it was only natural for a tragic second female lead like Jin to be subjected to ridicule. As the lecture was about to commence, why should a dog bark? Upon hearing this, the dandy immediately erupted in anger, snapping his fan shut. This seat belongs to junior sister Qingye. Now that she is pregnant, must you be so ungracious? You foul fish from the sea, clearly you lack manners. Did not the young sect leader inform you that this position should be reserved for junior sister Qingye? Upon hearing the male disciple's aggressive remarks, Jin resolutely flicked her sleeve and unsheathed her sword. The silver-white scabbard instantaneously illuminated the entire lecture hall in a blinding radiance. Countless disciples shielded their eyes with their sleeves, some unable to muster the courage to gaze directly. Even the man standing beside Jin resorted to using his folding fan to obscure his vision. Momentarily entranced, the moon reflection sword. How could you possess the moon reflection sword? Remaining composed in her seat, Song Qingye raised her gaze to Jin Yao, offering a gentle smile. I am indifferent to who the young sect master's wife may be. However, this position is rightfully mine and I shall not yield it to an outer sect disciple in the Qi refinement stage. If one were truly generous, why wouldn't brother Zhang Zhao relinquish his own seat? Why be so magnanimous at another's expense? Chapter 9. An unmarried fiancé who disregards male virtue is not worth keeping. Upon hearing Jin Yao's retort, Zhang Zhao was momentarily taken aback, his fingers tightening around the jade fan handle. He furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Jin Yao. This fellow, who usually wept and lamented, appearing deeply aggrieved, how is it that today she has become so sharp-tongued? It is utterly disarming. Moreover, throughout his time at the Tianyi Immortal Sect, he had never witnessed this insufferable Merfolk flaunting herself so audaciously before him. This fellow seems to be deluded, believing that Ming Jianjun is her backing. Do not think that just because you wield Ming Jianjun's sword, like a lapdog currying favor with him, you can escape your humble identity as a Merfolk. With that, he placed his hands on his hips, standing amongst the disciples with a haughty demeanor. In my opinion, your sword might very well have been stolen. What? Even after arriving at the Snowfall Peak, you still cannot behave yourself? I think the sect leader should sell you off as a celestial servant. Zhang Zhao was unaware of the events that transpired in the sect leader's hall the previous day, yet Song Qingye, standing nearby, was fully informed. However, she was oblivious to the means by which Jin Yao had bewitched Ming Jianjun, compelling him to personally inform the old sect leader of his desire to take Jin Yao as his partner. Due to Ming Jianjun's remarkable talents, even though the old sect leader was reluctant, he had no choice but to verbally appease him. Thus, Song Qingye wished to avoid escalating the matter, fearing it might reach the ears of the unhinged Ming Jianjun, affecting both herself and the reclusive young sect master. She hurriedly approached, delicately grasping Zhang Zhao's arm, and sweetly stated, "Brother Zhang, please do not be so aggressive. I shall sit at the back. There is no need to compete with senior sister Jin Yao for anything. What belongs to senior sister Jin Yao shall remain hers." Her submissive words were quite endearing, even causing the originally furious Zhang Zhao to exhibit a hint of tenderness in his eyes. He longed to tear the unruly Jin Yao to shreds, reducing her to dust. Very well, then. Hearing her speak in such a manner, Jin Yao was quite unreserved. Her blatant refusal to yield her seat left Song Qingye utterly dumbfounded. Observing the expression on Song Qingye's face, akin to that of her vermilion inkstone, Jin Yao propped her chin on her hand, pointing the brush in her grasp toward the podium. She smiled faintly. "If I recall correctly, Junior Sister Qing, this lecture is indeed Elder Jinju's intermediate talisman class. Someone in the Qi refinement stage, such as yourself, surely hasn't grasped this yet. Oh, right, perhaps you are particularly diligent, aspiring to escape the Qi refinement stage and become a suitable match for the young sect master." This remark, the previously murmur-filled classroom fell into an abrupt silence. Even Elder Jinju, who had been lingering outside and hesitating to enter, found himself caught off guard, eavesdropping at the door. Such gossip was undoubtedly more intriguing than attending class. Besides, with the meager salary provided for attending the grand lecture by the stingy sect leader, Elder Jinju was lacking in enthusiasm. If he could lie idle, he would certainly prefer not to exert himself. Moreover, gifted disciples seldom attended grand lectures, indulging in their leisure while their masters catered to their needs. Had it not been for the mandatory nature of the talisman course, he would have had no desire to show up. Today, however, he had not come in vain, as he had stumbled upon such tantalizing gossip at the entrance. Indeed, that child Tianci had acted egregiously. Even though the Merfolk royal family had fallen from grace, he still relied on his father, a man of insignificant status with dual spiritual roots, to shamelessly claim the title of young sect master of the Tianyi Immortal Sect. This truly provided outsiders with ample fodder for ridicule. In his view, the sect leader ought to pass the position to Qingye, as the imposing and dignified Ming Jianjun was far more suited to represent the Tianyi Immortal Sect. How could one forget when Ming Jianjun single-handedly quelled mountains and rivers, battling against formidable foes from the demon race with equal prowess? He even managed to elevate the enrollment rates of the Tianyi Immortal Sect. Alas, in recent years, Ming Jianjun had encountered a bottleneck, retreating to Snowfall Peak and remaining indifferent to worldly affairs, resulting in the admission of subpar talents into the sect. Jian Yao, What are you so proud of? In the Void Sea, how could there be anything for you to learn? Your Merfolk clan deserves to have their spiritual power regress. As he spoke, his words flowed like oil, incessantly spewing forth. The annulment of the marriage contract has already been pinned. I have submitted it to the old sect leader. Mark my words, it is I who has annulled the engagement with your young sect master, not the other way around. Upon hearing this, Song Qingye shed a few more tears. Seemingly filled with profound guilt. Senior sister Jinyao, why must you be so harsh towards Tianci? This matter arose because of me. I never sought any title. It was merely for the sake of the child within me, to ensure he would have a father in the future. Senior sister Jinyao, you have always known I lost my parents at a young age. I only wish for my son, not to suffer the same fate. Upon hearing these words, Jinyao realized that the protagonist's halo was beginning to rise before her, embarking on a path of moral coercion akin to a saint. This fiancé, who disregards male virtue and possesses a tainted character, is not worth keeping. If you cherish him, then take him. I, however, have no affection for him. Jinyao turned her gaze and spotted an elderly man in white robes swaying by the door. She called out without hesitation, Elder Jinju, when do we commence the lesson? Caught in the act, Elder Jinju immediately adopted an authoritative stance as he entered, flicking the dust from his hand. He concurred, saying, this disciple is correct. Our lectures must be suited to the situation. If one lacks the aptitude for intermediate talisman studies, it is best not to occupy another's seat. Elder Jinju had long disapproved of Lin Qingye's reckless behavior. Even if he engaged with female practitioners of the Golden Core stage, he could understand, for youth often struggle with restraint. However, to pursue a female practitioner of the Qi refinement stage, that was truly beneath him. The legendary Merfolk are said to possess an innate allure, and the royal Merfolk even more so, captivating even the dragon clan of the Dragon Palace. They have managed to maintain control over the powers of the Void Sea without resorting to nefarious means. Tianci, that boy, truly does not know the delicacies of fine fare. He is only fit for scraps. Song Qingye's face flushed crimson at his words. She understood that with Tianci currently confined and not by her side, these opportunistic individuals would no longer treat her as they once did. Under the scrutinizing gazes of all the disciples, she could only comply. Yes, Elder Jinju, I acknowledge my error. I shall take my leave at once. Chapter 10. To marry Ming Jianjun is a fool's dream. Watching Song Qingye's retreating figure, Elder Jinju set down the talisman in hand and called out once more. As Song Qingye met his murky gaze, she heard a chilling remark. This female disciple, if she is indeed with child, it would be best for her to focus on nurturing the fetus. Your health is paramount. There is no need to attend grand lectures. If you wish to excel in intermediate talisman studies, mastering talisman drawing is of utmost importance. Some of you write as if you have no skill whatsoever. The glimmer of hope in Song Qingye's eyes extinguished entirely. She glared at Jinyao, gritting her teeth, and stomped her foot in frustration as she left the premises. As Elder Jinju lectured, Jinyao diligently took notes. Although Elder Jinju was somewhat opportunistic, he undeniably possessed genuine knowledge, especially in the later stages of the narrative, when the male second lead from the Dragon Clan competed against the now sect master for Song Qingye, causing chaos throughout the Tianyi Immortal sect. Elder Jinju employed all his resources to ensure the safety of his beloved disciple, ultimately sacrificing himself at the hands of the Dragon Clan's young master. A formidable talisman master thus vanished from existence. The Tianyi Immortal sect was primarily a sword-fighting sect. Elder Jinju remained to repay the debt of gratitude owed to the previous sect master who saved his life, dedicating himself to imparting talisman knowledge. However, the sword-fighting practitioners of the Tianyi Immortal sect showed little interest in talisman studies, only grasping the basics before ceasing further learning. This phenomenon is common across all sects. Indeed, a sword is akin to a wife to a sword practitioner, and maintaining their wife is a costly endeavor. How can they possibly spare time to study talisman courses with spirit stones? Thus, in grand lectures, the direct disciples of the elders often do not attend. Outer sect disciples fiercely compete for a seat at the back, often resulting in fierce altercations. According to the blind, cold beauty, the master is currently out traveling, and she can only progress in her sword techniques by feeling her way through uncharted waters. Jinyao realized she could not continue to rely on the blind cold beauty and decided it was best to be self-sufficient. Hence, whenever there was a grand lecture, she would attend. Jin Yao. Jin Yao, why have you come to class today? Is it not true that Lin Qingye, that fellow, has been confined by the sect leader, allowing you to sit here? A rustling sound arose from behind, and Jin Yao felt a gentle poke from a pin against her back. The person was Qiao Lianming. Jin Yao recalled that in the original narrative, Qiao Lianming had a penchant for studying spiritual pets and beasts, which was why she initiated a conversation with her. After all, the Merman clan was not particularly favored within the human sects, yet Qiao Lianming, in her quest to understand how to communicate with spiritual pets and beasts, incessantly bothered the Merman's second female lead. Indeed, in the original tale, the Merman's second female lead found Qiao Lianming's incessant attention quite bothersome, even skipping classes just to avoid her. The Merman clan held a taboo. Even if one were to marry a human, they were forbidden from divulging their clan's secrets, and naturally, their language was not to be shared with outsiders. However, apart from this, Qiao Lianming harbored no ill intentions towards the Merman's second female lead and had even come to her aid on several occasions. Ultimately, she met her demise in the great battle at Tianyi, leaving behind not even a corpse. Upon noticing Jin Yao acknowledging her, Qiao Lianming immediately perked up. She placed her palm against her lips and whispered, "I believe you were absolutely right just now. The young sect master, such a fickle character, should not be released into the market. Since Qing, my junior sister, has taken a liking to him, it would be a perfect opportunity for you to escape your plight. Will you still remain at Tianyi?" As soon as she finished speaking, Jin Yao felt a fierce gust of wind sweep past her from behind, prompting her to slightly tilt her neck. Her hair dancing in the air, a yellow talisman landed on Qiao Lianming's forehead. Elder Jinzhou clapped his hands, glaring at Qiao Lianming with a look of disapproval, as if to say, "How dare you whisper during my lecture?" Chastised, Qiao Lianming appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant and cast a glance at Jin Yao, implying that they would continue their conversation after class. "Esteemed guests, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. It is truly an honor that you made a special trip for this matter, reflecting your respect for Tianyi." Rising to his feet, the old sect leader greeted the Merman royal family that had entered the great hall with great courtesy. The Merman king, adorned with fish-like scales on his face, bowed gracefully to the sect leader. "Sect leader, there have been changes regarding my daughter's marriage as mentioned in the letter. May I inquire what these changes entail?" The Merman clan's etiquette differed from that of the humans, and he directly pressed for answers, momentarily catching the old sect leader off guard. Although displeased, he recognized that this was not the moment for such discussions. And the Merman royal family had their own ambiguous connections with the Dragon Palace, which were not entirely without leverage against bullying. Jin Yao is indeed an exceptional child, yet just the other day, she claimed to look down on the young sect master of Tianyi. Upon hearing this, the Merman king and queen were visibly alarmed, shaking their heads in disbelief. "Sect leader, our daughter is known for her integrity. How could she utter such rebellious words? If that is truly the case, there would be no need for you to intervene. I shall personally ensure she is taught a lesson." Their fish-scale skirts swayed, adorned with shimmering Merman pearls, reflecting a myriad of colors. The old sect leader raised his hand, his gaze growing stern. She has declared her intention to wed Ming Jianjun. The Merman royal family was not unfamiliar with Ming Jianjun. Having heard tales of her rapid cultivation, having reached the nascent soul stage in just a century, brimming with ambition, she looked down upon the world, capable of commanding dragons and vanquishing demons. From Jin Yao's perspective, this was indeed a significant elevation, for a figure as rare as Ming Jianjun would hardly deign to notice a Merman of the Golden Core stage. "Sect leader, my daughter, this is certainly a fanciful notion. May I have the honor to meet her, so I might counsel her to relinquish such futile desires?" Before the old sect leader could respond, a veiled woman appeared behind the Merman king. Her flowing dark robes and long sword exuding an air of ethereal grace. "It is I who wishes to marry her." Her voice was cold, akin to that of an otherworldly immortal. Chapter 11. Dragon Scales. The finest betrothal gift. The tall figure of the woman, though her face was obscured, exuded an unfathomable aura that provoked the imagination. Moreover, the Merman king had witnessed Ming Jianjun's battle against the demon lord. Such youth, yet already a sword cultivator at the nascent soul stage. If she continued for another century, she might soon reach the stage of transformation. Furthermore, the woman had just declared her intent to marry Jin Yao. Undoubtedly, this veiled figure was none other than the illustrious Lin Qingye. You jest. Lin Qingye daughter is merely a golden core merman. How could she possibly be worthy of your pursuit? The Merman King bowed deeply, acknowledging that in the realm of human cultivators, they were at a disadvantage. They could only bow their fishtails before others. With the spiritual energy of the Forgotten Void Sea waning, even the Merman royal family with their golden core status was scarce. Were it not for seeking refuge among the humans to provide their kin with a place to dwell on land, they would not have to demean their daughter by allowing her to endure such hardships among human cultivators. My cultivation has stagnated at the nascent soul stage. This is not a matter to be ashamed of. I believe you have all heard of my plight. Over the years, I have sought various methods, yet have been unable to break through the bottleneck, leading to the backlash of the Minglong sword technique upon myself. Her slender fingers gently lifted the veil from her eyes, revealing purple irises with slit pupils that captivated all who beheld them. Around her eyes, fine golden threads seemed to ripple, creating a mesmerizing effect in an instant. The audience felt as if they could hear the roars of countless beasts and the thunderous cries of dragons echoing in their ears. Lin Qingye moved with elegance, tying the black veil behind her head. Her actions were not due to blindness, but rather a desire to spare others from becoming blind and deaf. Her master had often advised her that perhaps mutual cultivation could resolve her predicament and the stagnation of the spiritual energy within her. It was said that the Merman clan possessed an innate talent for procreation and matters of intimacy. Thus, she wished to give it a try. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter. Her businesslike tone brought delight to the Merman king and queen, at the very least. Lin Qingye was far superior to the young sect master of Tianyi, who possessed dual spiritual roots. Born with a mutated thunder spiritual root, she wielded sword energy that could summon the heavens' thunder and stir the winds and rains. Even in the presence of the dragon clan, she would not falter. Since Lin Qingye has expressed her desire, my daughter shall marry no one but her. The Merman king and queen readily acquiesced. Hearing this, the old sect leader of Tianyi clenched the armrests tightly, his veins bulging ominously, as if he were about to crush the chair into dust. However, he understood that if Tianxi were to inherit the position of sect leader in the future, without Qingye at the helm, Tianxi's position would be precarious. He needed to strategize a future path for Tianxi, and Qingye was merely a trivial pawn from the Merman royal family. Even without her, it would not be a significant loss for him or Tianxi. Nonetheless, that lowly qi refining cultivator would not be allowed to become his daughter-in-law. The Merman king turned to the old sect leader with courtesy. I wonder what the sect leader's sentiments are? Fortunately, Yaoer had not yet formed a union with the young sect master. This pairing need not be formalized. We, of course, wish to facilitate a beautiful union. The expression on the old sect leader's face shifted instantly. As he appeared magnanimous, waving his sleeves, that is only natural. Qingye is also the daughter of this sect leader. How could this not be a good thing? Just days prior, Tianxi, that ungrateful child, had cried and begged to withdraw from the engagement. Regarding the old sect leader's demeanor, Lin Qingye remained silent, for their relationship was strictly that of sect leader and disciple, with little more to it. She had been raised by her master since childhood and had never called the sect leader father, nor did she desire to. Turning to the Merman king and queen, Lin Qingye bowed slightly, displaying utmost courtesy. May I inquire what the customs of the Merman clan dictate for betrothal gifts? Whatever the king and queen require. I shall ensure it is done. I will not let Qingye down. This respectful approach left the Merman king feeling quite flustered. They had hurried along the waterways to reach Tianyi, and within this human sect, they had never received any preferential treatment. In fact, when negotiating with human cultivators, they were often met with disdain. Were it not for their familial ties to the dragon clan, they might have struggled to maintain their standing in the Forgotten Void Sea.As, the premier sword cultivation sect among humans. Marrying their daughter into Tianyi was intended to secure a better future for Qingye, sparing her from the fears of the Forgotten Void Sea. Even if she were not to marry a human, she would likely become nothing more than a plaything for the dragon offspring of the Dragon Palace. As parents, how could they choose? They could only endure the pain of parting and send Qingye into the human sect. Thus, the Merman king waved his hands repeatedly. There is no need for that. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since Qingye has already agreed to marry into Tianyi, we must adhere to human customs. Observing the Merman royal family's subservient demeanor, Lin Qingye recalled her first encounter with Jin Yao. Locked in that bathing pool, crying like a rain-soaked flower. The entire pool was filled with dazzling pearls. Her grip on the sword hilt tightened. The status of the Merman royal family was likely far lower than she had initially imagined. Otherwise, why would the Merman king be so obsequious? It seemed they feared offending the humans. No, since I have promised you, I shall certainly fulfill my commitment. This pertains to my marriage, my destined partner. There is no need to adhere to the customs of the Tianyi. Upon hearing that Lord Mingjian insists on following the marriage customs of the Jiao people, the king of the Jiao hesitated. He glanced toward the direction of the old sect master of the Tianyi, only to see the old sect master nodding grimly. It seemed he was discontented, yet felt helpless against Lin Qingye and the Jiao tribe. The most coveted betrothal gift is dragon scales. The dragon clan sheds its scales every 500 years, and we Jiao people can procure these discarded scales to either forge exquisite weapons or use for adornment. Upon hearing this, even the old sect master seated upon the throne shook his head. The dragon clan has always looked down upon our human race. How could they possibly bestow dragon scales, such rare treasures, upon us? Qingye, do not venture into the dragon clan merely to court misfortune, lest you return empty-handed. Chapter 12. Should we save the NPC cannon fodder harmed by the male and female protagonists? Upon hearing the sect master's words, Lin Qingye curled her lips in a disdainful smile as she regarded the old sect master. Her gaze locked with the inky veil. The sect master refrained from further comment. This child, Qingye, has always been proud and aloof. If she does not endure some hardship, she may become even more unruly in the future. Since she wishes to seek displeasure with the dragon clan, it would be unwise for me to dissuade her further. Very well, since Lord Mingjian wishes to conform to local customs, I have perhaps spoken too much. However, should you encounter the dragons of the dragon clan, do not disclose that you hail from the Tianyi, as it may lead to unnecessary troubles. The king and queen of the Jiao, upon hearing the sect master's admonition, felt somewhat apologetic. They understood well that the dragon clan harbors a profound disdain for humans, and moreover, dragon scales are shed only once every 500 years, the value of which is self-evident. The dragon clan would only bestow dragon scales upon their most cherished companions or loyal aquatic friends. Aside from a few powerful figures from the Yuye sect who can converse with the dragon clan and receive the dragon scales given every 100 years, it is exceedingly rare for human beings to acquire them in the market. To obtain dragon scales from the Yuye sect, one must exchange high-grade magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans, in addition to offering a substantial sum of spirit stones. Presently, spirit energy is scarce, and even the mining of spirit stone deposits has become exceedingly arduous. Although the Tianyi possesses its own spirit stone mines, the extraction yields but a meager amount. Thus, aside from the sect leader's direct disciples receiving a monthly allocation of 10 high-grade spirit stones, 200 mid-grade spirit stones, and 500 low-grade spirit stones, inner disciples receive 350 low-grade spirit stones and 50 mid-grade spirit stones. The outer disciples are left with a mere 200 low-grade spirit stones for their basic sustenance. These spirit stones suffice for newly initiated cultivators in the qi refining stage, yet should one aspire to break through to the foundation establishment stage or ascend further, they must undertake simple sect tasks, such as mining stones, tending to nurseries, harvesting low-tier herbs, assisting with alchemical furnaces, and various other menial chores. The lowest-ranking disciples, relegated to menial tasks, can only reside at the foot of the mountain, toiling in the most arduous labor within the sect. Unless one exhibits exceptional diligence, they may remain as mere menial disciples for their entire lives. The sect master need not worry. We possess tokens of the dragon clan, and meeting with them shall not pose a challenge. With that, the king of the Jiao produced a large pearl from the fish scale-embellished sleeve of his robe and offered it forth. No need, I have my own means. Lin Qingye's flowing veil fluttered at her back as she turned to stride toward the hall's exit. You are Jin Yao's parents. Now that you have arrived at the Tianyi, you should meet her. I shall fetch her from her class. I wonder how Jin Yao is faring in this realm inhabited solely by humans. Living under the roof of another is a commonplace occurrence for the Jiao tribe. Their existence beneath the sea is one of survival in the crevices of life. Thank you, Lord Mingjian. The couple bowed deeply once more, watching Lin Qingye depart. Meanwhile, Xiao Lianing stood in a corner, her expression one of despair as Elder Jinri held her firmly in place. She fidgeted with her disciple's attire, pouting slightly in reluctance. Honestly, why must Elder Jinri be so stringent? I am one of his few direct disciples attending classes. Perched by the window, Jin Yao perked up one ear, eavesdropping on Xiao Lianning's words. Her smile blossomed like a flower as she mimicked Xiao Lianning's earlier gesture, prodding her back with a brush pin. Hey, junior sister Qiao, do you truly wish to learn how to speak the Jiao language? She extended an olive branch to this friend, for Xiao Lianning was one of the few good souls in the original narrative, and her innate talent was commendable. If Jin Yao could stealthily acquire a few techniques in beast taming, it would undoubtedly be a splendid boon. After all, the second female lead from the Jiao tribe was not human, and conversing with spiritual pets and beasts would be a mere trifle. Should she master the art of beast taming, it would afford her an additional means of survival, at the very least, before the second male lead, the Dragon Clan's young lord, inundated the Tianyi Xinzong. She must escape this place and establish her own path. The original story stated that the celestial beings of the upper realm employed the Chaos Qian Kuren mirror to extract spiritual energy from the lower realm, reversing it to the heavenly realm, thus causing the depletion of spiritual energy in the lower realms, preventing ascension for its inhabitants. A fragment of the Chaos Qian Kuren mirror lay beneath the Wangshu Sea, akin to sitting atop a volcano. Moreover, the second female lead of the Jiao tribe held little status within the Jiao royal family. Otherwise, she would not have been offered in marriage, wed to a favored concubine while her primary wife was cast aside. Upon hearing Jin Yao's words, Xiao Lianning's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? That's wonderful, Jin Yao. I knew you were a kind-hearted and beautiful Jiao person, unlike Elder Jinri, that old man, who is so harsh with me. Jin Yao playfully poked Xiao Lianning's nose and said earnestly, however, I do have one request. Before she could finish, a strikingly handsome male disciple interjected, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. What is your request, junior sister Jin Yao? Please do share. Xiao Lianning shot a bemused glance at the handsome young man, exclaiming with a scoff, brother, must you also intrude? This is a subject I intend to submit to our master. At her words, the handsome youth scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Junior sister Jin Yao, you may not recognize me yet. My surname is Bai, and my given name is Hua. Just call me Brother Bai. This is my junior sister. She tends to be rather carefree, so I hope you will be understanding, junior sister Jin Yao. He clasped his hands in greeting, bowing slightly. His eyes sparkled as he continued, please do not take offense. Junior sister Jin Yao, my junior sister and I have been particularly interested in the art of beast taming since childhood, which is why we came to converse with you. Observing him, Jin Yao searched her memory for his storyline. She recalled Bai Hua, who was destined to perish at the hands of the Dragon Clan's young lord, meeting a most tragic end pierced through the heart by a dragon horn. Though Bai Hua was a disciple of the sword cultivation sect, he derived little joy from swordplay. Much like Xiao Lianning, his thirst for knowledge and beast taming was insatiable. Ultimately, when he encountered the true Dragon Clan, he realized he was but a drop in the ocean. Bai Hua attempted to negotiate with the Dragon Clan's young lord, urging peace between the Dragon Clan and the Tianyi Xinzong, yet met with a fate of utter annihilation. They were all caught in the tumultuous sacrifice of the male and female protagonists. Just like the second female lead from the Jiao tribe. Chapter 13. The possessive, blindfolded cold beauty pleasure to meet you. My request is that you teach me the art of beast taming. Upon hearing Jin Yao's request, Bai Hua clenched his fist and struck it into his palm, exclaiming heartily, that is no difficult task. We shall mutually benefit from this arrangement. However, I am curious to know which aspect of beast taming you wish to learn. As he spoke, he leaned slightly forward, his demeanor typically unreserved and lacking in restraint. However, a dark sword sheath materialized between them, wielded by a breathtakingly beautiful figure clad in inky garments, a blindfold adorning her eyes. Effortlessly severing the distance between the two, the dark attire dazzled the eyes. Golden threads outlined intricate patterns, leaving Xiao Lianning momentarily spellbound. Such finery was surely beyond what a direct disciple could afford. It must belong to someone of elder rank. Yet, the elders of the Tianyi Xinzong were predominantly seasoned cultivators, with few young ones among them, except for the one from Lufxwellen. Could it be that the person before her was Lord Mingjian from Lufxwellen? With widened eyes, Xiao Lianning rubbed her eyes again, and indeed, standing before her was none other than Lord Mingjian of Lufxwellen. Within the grand hall of instruction, The remaining disciples paused to observe, peeking from behind columns. Heavens, it truly is Lord Mingjian. Has Lord Mingjian come to attend a grand lecture? Impossible. Lord Mingjian, so beautiful, even blindfolded. How can one be so stunning? Could it be that Lord Mingjian has come to uphold justice for the young lord, punishing this shameless Jiao person? Whispers spread among the outer disciples. That must be it. After all, Lord Mingjian and the young lord are siblings. How could she not protect her own kin and side with an outsider? As the murmurs buzzed in her ears, accompanied by the faint sound of dragon roars, Lin Qingye shifted her hand, allowing the dark sword sheath to rest against Bai Hua's chest. With just a slight exertion, Bai Hua staggered back a few steps, leaning against the column behind him. Lord Mingjian, his eyes widened in disbelief. Standing before him was none other than the preeminent master of the sword path. Lord Mingjian, sister, what brings you here? Jian Yao expressed her surprise. In the original narrative, Lin Qingye had rarely ventured beyond her confines. Remaining ensconced in the Snowfall peaked it was only when the male second lead, the young master of the dragon clan, invaded the Tianyi immortal sect that Lin Qingye finally took up her sword to participate. The woman's voice was frigid, and the person before her could scarcely believe it. Wasn't it said that Jian Yao was the unwed consort of the sect's young master? Why, then, did Ming Jianjun seek to take this mermaid as his own partner? What sort of farce was unfolding? Could it be that Jian Yao had ensnared Ming Jianjun with a love spell, compelling him to fall hopelessly in love with her, even to the point of audaciously attempting to claim his own brother's fiancée? Bai Hua, standing closest, pressed his fingers together, rubbing his temples as he muttered to himself, "This must be the result of my month-long deprivation of sleep. I have finally succumbed to hallucinations," he paced anxiously. Without hesitation, he turned toward Xiao Lianming, who stood by the window, and implored, "Junior sister, could you please confirm whether I am indeed experiencing a delusion? Have I gone astray in my cultivation?" Xiao Lianming crossed her arms, exuding a sense of resignation, casting a glance at her elder brother. "Brother, everyone else can see this. It's not an illusion." Jian Yao keenly sensed the coldness in Lin Qingye's words, her heart filled with suspicion, yet she did not betray her thoughts. It was no wonder the mermaid character felt perpetually melancholic. She had developed the ability to read the atmosphere, and had the roles been reversed, Jian Yao would have felt just as uneasy. After all, she had no desire to be the understanding flower, preferring instead to embody the fierce and predatory bloom. If her intuition was correct, Lin Qingye's possessiveness had likely been ignited by Bai Hua's blatant disregard for personal space moments ago. In the original tale, Lin Qingye was the most qualified to inherit the Tianyi immortal sect, yet she had no desire for the position, prompting the old sect master to expend considerable effort in nurturing his son for succession. Regrettably, after years of care, the old sect master had seen little fruit. The narrative described how the male protagonist, in the latter part of the story, would assume control of the Tianyi immortal sect and marry Qingqing as his sect mistress, only for her to fall into despair after a miscarriage, leading to a fierce quarrel that drove her down the mountain, where she was captured by various bullies and sold into servitude on the immortal slave street. It was then that she encountered the young master of the dragon clan, who had transformed into a wealthy human. Their ensuing flirtation was quite the spectacle. Meanwhile, the male protagonist found himself mired in the minutiae of sect affairs. Unable to extricate himself, and thus dispatched his disciples to seek out Qingqing. As the old sect master faced tribulations, the male protagonist, limited in ability and preoccupied with the female lead, watched the Tianyi immortal sect decline against rival sword cultivation sections. He resolved to target his elder sister, demanding that Lin Qingye return the Snowfall peak. Naturally, she refused, for when she had approached the old sect master with her demands to protect the Tianyi immortal sect, she had insisted that the Snowfall peak must belong to her and her master. "Shui Feng Xianzi, I detest others encroaching upon my possessions, even if that person is you, my foolish brother. Should you dare touch what is mine, you shall become a specter beneath my blade. What is yours, I shall not take, but what is mine, I shall not allow to be touched." Jian Yao recalled these words vividly, feeling a sense of satisfaction at having spoken them. Little did she anticipate that merely the second day after her arrival, she would encounter such exhilarating events. The cold beauty, blindfolded, addressed her in this manner, and rather than feeling fear, Jian Yao found herself unexpectedly intrigued. How delightful yet troubling. What was she to do? Thus, Jin Yao's fingertip grazed the scabbard of the blindfolded beauty's sword, and with a smile, she turned to Bai Hua and winked. Realizing her intent, Bai Hua clasped his fists and declared, "Then my junior sister and I shall not intrude upon your important matters." With that, he turned to leave, flashing a broad smile. Junior sister Jin Yao, remember to contact us using this. Chapter 14. The Mermaid's Coming of Age. How old are you now? With her feet planted upon the inky blade of the sword, Jin Yao felt the cool breeze caress her cheek, prompting her to clutch Lin Qingye's waist tightly, resting her chin upon her shoulder. The gossamer-like fabric was quite comfortable, akin to the touch of water. She shifted her fingers against her chest, and the speed of their sword flight slowed. Oh, mermaids fear heights. Given their affinity for water? Though unable to see her eyes, Jin Yao sensed the softness in the blindfolded beauty's tone, warming her heart. Although she had never lived in the sea, she had never ascended to such heights either. "Sister, may I ask for a tighter embrace?" she ventured, not allowing the blindfolded beauty a moment to respond, tightening her grip further and pressing her body closer. "What did you mean earlier regarding discussing marriage?" Having arrived in this realm, the original storyline of the mermaid character had veered off course, leaving Jin Yao to speculate about the sect master's response. "Your father and mother have come. They wish for you to meet them. Are you willing?" Lin Qingye, ever meticulous, suddenly recalled that Jin Yao had been brought to the Tianyi immortal sect by the Merfolk king and queen themselves. Surely, she must harbor some resentment. "Of course I am willing. In this world, what daughter would refuse to meet her parents?" she declared with conviction. "If I were to meet them, I would certainly tell them that I shall not marry the young master, for he is unworthy of me." Jin Yao's assertive stance stemmed from her genuine beliefs. Contrary to the external rumors, she was a woman of strong opinions. Had she truly been forced to come to the Tianyi immortal sect? It is said that mermaids come of age at 100 years. How old are you now? The blindfolded beauty found the question amusing, having already established their partnership and nearly finalized arrangements. Yet here Jin Yao was, inquiring about her age. An enigma. Age is a secret. "Would you like to know, sister?" Lin Qingye felt as if her heart were a fish, swimming aimlessly. "If you choose not to disclose it, I shall not press further. Whenever you feel inclined to share, I shall gladly listen." Who said that Ming Jianjun was stubborn and dull? Was he not quite articulate? Jin Yao felt herself drawn in, realizing that she must tread carefully around such a handsome woman. With just a hint of her charm, Jin Yao felt herself bending like incense. How could she resist? Never mind. Those present would not understand. "Yaoer, Yaoer!" The Merfolk king and queen looked up, spotting a dark figure soaring through the sky on a sword, approaching the edge of the snow-capped mountain. The perpetual snowfall of Snowfall Peak was a marvel to their kind. The flurries danced with the wind, and the green bamboo outside the courtyard was adorned with a blanket of white. "You have suffered so much throughout the years." The magnificently attired Merfolk king and queen appeared quite foreign to Jin Yao. After all, in the original text, they were mere supporting characters with little presence. Tears glistened in their eyes as they moved to embrace her, but Jin Yao subtly stepped back, aligning herself with Lin Qingye. "I have met my father and mother," she stated with a palpable distance, an air of formality. Jin Yao's actions caused the king and queen heartache, for they understood that their daughter still harbored resentment toward them for sending her to the realm of mortals. If her parents had something to convey, they could do so now. As the snowflakes danced outside, an ebony spiritual umbrella unfurled above Jin Yao's head, momentarily halting the tempest. Lin Qingye refrained from intervening in the exchange between the merfolk, contemplating her master's words. "Qingye, you foolish and obstinate child. Everyone knows the benefits of dual cultivation. Why do you refuse to embrace this?" Had it not been for her master's partner departing too soon, she might have already reached the great ascension stage, a mere step away from transcending. Look at your eyes now. You can still see, but what of the future? What if, as you continue to cultivate the Minglong sword technique to the 8th level, you go blind? You would no longer discern the world's wonders or the grains of life. Listen to your master, and take the time to experience the mortal realm's fleeting connections. Find a companion and allow yourself to relax. You may set aside the Minglong sword technique for now. A woman with flowing white hair reclined upon a couch, her jade wine vessel in hand, her eyes glazed with inebriation, cheeks flushed. She pointed towards Lin Qingye, exhibiting profound disappointment in her eldest disciple. After a lengthy discourse, She rubbed her tear-streaked eyes and sorrowfully implored, "My dear disciple, could you spare some of your lifespan for my long-lost partner? I find myself yearning for that skeletal ghost." At this thought, Lin Qingye speculated that her master might soon embark on a journey of enlightenment. The Merfolk king sighed, ultimately saying nothing, merely surveying Lin Qingye from head to toe at Yaoer. "Since you have made your decision, your mother and I have learned of it from the sect master. This matter rests entirely in your hands. We have brought you some gifts." With that, the Merfolk king presented a bag crafted from sea serpent skin. Observing the vibrant patterns upon the bag, Jinyao relied on her acting skills to refrain from discarding the cold, clammy object. Upon opening her eyes, Jinyao beheld a diamond-shaped object glimmering with a radiant light. However, a peculiar sensation washed over her, prompting her to question the nature of this item. Jinyao recalled that the original text mentioned the chaos Qingye mirror being shattered by celestial beings from the upper realm and scattered across the world. Unfortunately, the Forgotten Void Sea had been the unfortunate recipient of a large fragment. Could it be that this object was indeed a shard of the chaos Qingye mirror from the Forgotten Void Sea? This was a veritable hot potato. Mother and father, even if their daughter is to be wed, must they truly send a coffin along? Yaoer, this item, neither your mother nor I can discern its material, yet it brims with abundant spiritual energy, entwined with wisps of celestial aura. It must be a treasure, no less valuable than dragon scales. Since you have promised to marry Ming Jianjun as your Dao partner, this item would serve as an excellent dowry. Chapter 15. Who will claim the offspring in the future? Jinyao initially intended to refuse. If this object were to land in her possession, it would essentially function as an overwhelmingly powerful vacuum cleaner. Not only could it potentially drain the entirety of the falling snow mountain, but it might even render the entire Tian sect devoid of vitality. In such a scenario, the Tian sect could indeed become the first fallen sect of sword cultivators due to this shard. But wait, if the Chaos Qingye mirror can absorb spiritual energy from a realm, then possessing it might not be entirely without merit. This object was akin to a landmine. One could simply toss it at anyone they disliked. Within a year, it could reduce an opposing sect to dust. What a cunning plan! Perhaps it would be wise to keep this artifact, for it may prove useful in the future. Dear guests, have I neglected the courtesies due to my disciple? From the horizon, a celestial being descended gracefully upon a white crane, wielding a jade-green longsword. She possessed a youthful visage, appearing to be merely in her teens, yet her tone conveyed a profound maturity. "I have encountered the master." Upon hearing the blind and cold beauty address the woman thus, Jinyao instantly grasped the identity of this individual, the Snow Chiffon Fairy. The king and queen of the Merman clan were similarly astonished to meet Lin Qingye's master. This woman's cultivation level was on par with the sect leader of Tian sect, suggesting she was indeed a remarkable figure. As the Snow Chiffon Fairy and the White Crane landed, she turned her gaze towards Lin Qingye and spoke, "On my way here, I heard the disciples mention that you are searching for a Dao partner, my child. It seems you have finally come to terms with this. How many times have I advised you?" Lin Qingye felt a heavy pat on her shoulder, causing her to sink a bit into the snow. Was that not a tad excessive? Jinyao couldn't help but feel a dull ache in her own shoulder. "Master, we have guests." Lin Qingye, somewhat helpless, glanced towards Jinyao, her eyes tinged with remorse. Soon after, Jinyao heard a familiar voice echo in her mind. "Master is always like this. I hope you can be more accommodating." Understanding the blind and cold beauty's words, Jinyao subtly nodded and winked in her direction. Although she was uncertain if her senior could see, she felt compelled to tease her a little. A senior with such high cultivation, even if blind, likely possessed other means to perceive the world. Their subtle exchanges did not escape the discerning gaze of the Snow Chiffon Fairy, who rolled her eyes internally. Even before they had solidified their bond as Dao partners, they were already indulging in sweet nothings before her. Indeed, her disciple, despite her outwardly stern demeanor, was already ablaze with uncontainable desire. It was time to find a Dao partner and experience the intricacies of affection. The Snow Chiffon Fairy scrutinized the two before her, recognizing them as the king and queen of the Merman clan, whom she had seen from afar on a few occasions. "You two hail from the Merman royal lineage? Have you come to discuss the marriage of the princess? As elders, it is our duty to have a thorough discussion regarding this significant matter." With that, the Snow Chiffon Fairy gestured for them to enter the Grand Hall. Having traveled extensively throughout the 9 realms, She was acutely aware of the Merman royal family's precarious situation. However, she was primarily concerned with one matter: the unique reproductive capabilities of the Merman royal lineage, which differed from ordinary Merfolk, allowing them to reproduce asexually. This was indeed a rarity among humans, yet not an unprecedented phenomenon among other beast tribes across the 9 realms. As a fine cup of spiritual tea was presented, its steam wafting upwards, the snow chiffon fairy took a sip, savoring the rippling flavors. "Please forgive my bluntness, but I must inquire. Should you bear offspring in the future, who shall claim the child?" The snow chiffon fairy nodded slightly, realizing there was indeed a nuance to consider. In that case, we shall discuss this matter further when the time comes. Upon returning to her chamber, Jianyao looked up to find her senior still standing outside her door, seemingly lost in thought. "Senior, are you here to accompany me out of concern for my well-being today?" Responding to the voice behind her, Lin Qingye replied, "Master instructed me to share a room with you, urging me to enlighten you sooner." Upon hearing the blind and cold beauty's words, Jianyao's lips curled into a smile, a plan forming in her mind. This was an opportunity to bridge the gap between them. If she did not take the initiative, it might not come to fruition. Thus, she spoke first. "Senior, it seems we are now at a point where we can address each other differently. Yes, you need not be so formal. Simply call me Yao." Bending slightly, she extended her delicate palm towards Lin Qingye. Upon seeing the outstretched hand, Lin Qingye momentarily froze. Having spent her life cultivating alone at Falling Snow Mountain, she had little interaction with the disciples of Tian Isian Sect. Even when encountering the sect leader or the young master, it was always a matter of distant formality. Nod and greet, as master had advised. Having been born with a damaged spiritual root, she had lost much of her emotional capacity, leaving her interactions with others learned solely from the pages of books. "Senior, are you unwilling?" Was the term too intimate? Her hand felt warm against Jianyao's, who had grown accustomed to a cooler temperature since becoming a mermaid. Occasionally, she could pinch her own skin and draw forth water. Each day, she needed to soak in a pool for 2 hours. Otherwise, her skin would become parched and overheated, a most uncomfortable sensation. Yet, the warmth of Lin Qingye's hand was unexpectedly pleasant, prompting Jianyao to desire more closeness. If her senior was willing to hold her hand, it indicated a potential for further progression. "Have you bathed, senior? If not, would you care to join me? This hot spring is spacious enough for 2. She clasped Lin Qingye's hand, her skirt swaying gently as they walked forward. Master was indeed correct. She needed to navigate this emotional threshold. Chapter 16. A fish electrified. No, a mermaid electrocution. Mist enveloped the air as Jianyao was the first to step into the pool. The warm water enveloping her body, the blue scales concealed beneath the shimmering surface. Candlelight flickered softly as she rested her alabaster elbow on the edge of the pool, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Qingye's graceful figure. The grand fish tail swished and swirled, sending ripples cascading through the water. "Am I taking advantage of this situation?" she pondered, for her own sight was unobstructed, while her senior's vision was obscured. Lin Qingye, unfazed, began to remove her outer garment, contrasting Jianyao's cautious demeanor. Covering her eyes with her fingers, Jianyao cautiously opened a small gap to observe Lin Qingye's slender legs. The sound of splashing water filled her ears as dark silk drifted into the pool. Floating gracefully, however, Lin Qingye did not remove the long black cloth binding her hair. Suddenly, a dark sword, seemingly discontent with its master's actions, shot from its sheath into the warm water with a whoosh. This sword had a peculiar penchant for enjoyment. Was it truly necessary for it to be so sentient? "Qianyi, have you consulted the pool's owner?" Lin Qingye turned her gaze towards her sword. Exasperation evident, the sword's spirit, born from the very essence of the blade, possessed no gender. It could become either male or female at will. After receiving a reprimand, Qianyi twirled in the water, sending droplets flying, its hilt pointing directly at Lin Qingye. Jianyao, pointing at her own nose, felt a touch of confusion. Was this sword inquiring about her? Lin Qingye nodded slightly. "It is asking you in the presence of her senior's sword." Jianyao felt compelled to show some courtesy. After all, should they share a sword in the future, she did not wish to be unceremoniously cast aside. Yet, Jianyao was unperturbed. "Senior, this pool belongs to you and master. I am merely a guest." Before she could finish her polite remark, Lin Qingye, resting her hands on the bottom of the pool, focused her gaze on Jin Yao's eyes, her lips barely parting. If it is yours, then it is yours. Even Qingye cannot act against you. Such boldness. Jin Yao had intended to take a step back, to create some space between them. However, so accustomed to her mermaid form, she momentarily forgot her current appearance. The result was her fish tail gently brushing against Lin Qingye's ankle, resting upon her leg. What a blunder! This was truly a misstep. She was no lecherous fiend. This innocent act was merely an unintentional gesture. Before Lin Qingye could utter a word, Jin Yao was already flushed with embarrassment. Though she couldn't quite grasp the reason behind her blushing, the silence enveloped them once more. Lin Qingye, despite her lack of eloquence, did not wish for the atmosphere to grow cold, so she spoke up. Your fish scales are quite soothing. She could distinctly feel the sensation of Jin Yao's scales gliding over her skin. And indeed, it was quite pleasant. Upon hearing this, Jin Yao felt a pang of guilt for having pressed against her senior, and hastily retreated. However, she overlooked the fact that the tail of a mermaid, when it stirs the water's surface, can create quite a splash. The water erupted, showering Lin Qingye's face and body with droplets, while Jin Yao found herself tumbling into the water. Yet, she had not yet fallen into the hot spring. Lin Qingye reached out and caught Jin Yao. Was the water too hot? She pressed her fingers together, releasing a wave of warmth from her fingertips, and soon after, Jin Yao felt the temperature around her drop. No, it wasn't that. It was merely an accidental touch. With her fingers resting against Jin Yao's back, she could feel her senior's fingers, strong and even calloused. Perhaps these were remnants from Lin Qingye's youth. Could it truly be so? Lin Qingye's fingers brushed against Jin Yao's back, where the bluish scales were faintly visible, compelling her to touch them a few more times. Indeed, as recorded in the books, the scales of the merfolk become soft upon contact. It was Her beautifully arched brows knitted together, and she pressed her hand over her abdomen, feeling her tail curl in pain. Alas, this discomfort must be the mermaid's body preparing to lay eggs. In a sense, one could say it was akin to the arrival of one's monthly cycle. Good heavens, how could becoming a mermaid not spare one from the pains of such a physiological ordeal? Jin Yao, Lin Qingye called out in astonishment, recalling how she had spent the previous night poring over records regarding the merfolk in the Tianyi immortal sect, diligently taking notes. Senior, I must be causing you quite the spectacle. Looking so disheveled, Jin Yao clutched her abdomen, wishing to bury herself in the pool out of sheer embarrassment. Do not speak for now. Allow me to circulate your qi and regulate your internal energy. Lin Qingye's tone remained as indifferent as ever, yet Jin Yao sensed a hint of urgency. Could it be that the cool, blindfolded beauty was actually concerned about her? It seemed the strategy was beginning to bear fruit. Indeed, clinging to her senior was proving to be a wise decision. However, before she could revel in the joy, another wave of cramping pain surged within her, prompting Jin Yao to lean against the blindfolded beauty. Senior, rest your head on my lap, and do not speak for now. Lin Qingye adjusted her position, propping Jin Yao up, causing the latter's cheek to unexpectedly press against Lin Qingye's thigh. Thankfully, as a mermaid, she could breathe in the water, but the proximity felt almost suffocating. With a flick of her fingers along Jin Yao's spine, the delicate veil binding Lin Qingye's hair fell away, trailing into the water. A jade slip containing records about the merfolk soared from the bookshelf, radiating light. Lin Qingye focused intently, absorbing the information contained within the slip regarding the mermaid's acupoints. Her fingertips began to channel energy along Jin Yao's spine. Wait, why did this energy feel somewhat tingly? Jin Yao suddenly recalled that Lin Qingye possessed an anomalous lightning spiritual root, which explained her impressive cultivation at such a young age, establishing her as a pinnacle of swordsmanship. It was because she came with an innate lightning buff. Just imagine, facing off against an opponent wielding a sword, crackling with electric energy. It would be unreasonable for her not to be a master of the sword. Senior, be gentle. Jin Yao protested softly, biting her red lip as she clutched Lin Qingye's skin, beginning to plead for mercy. Her large fish tail swayed, and she felt as if she were the fish being electrocuted, nearly flipping over. Chapter 17. She is a venomous woman with a heart of a scorpion. Thank you for the compliment. The pain in her abdomen, having just subsided, left Jin Yao weakly collapsing into Lin Qingye's embrace, feeling her entire body tingling from the residual energy. Indeed, the effects of the lightning spiritual root were remarkable. Her healing abilities were unparalleled. A sound transmission talisman suddenly flew in through the door's crack. "Jin Yao, come out. I have something to discuss with you." This familiar voice was unmistakable. Even a deaf person could recognize it as the male protagonist's voice. Seeking her out at such a late hour, was he perhaps brandishing a sword, intending to stab her in retribution for the events of the day? Thus, Jin Yao extended her hand, sketching a sound transmission talisman in the air, and replied, "If you call me out, I shall comply. But would that not be quite embarrassing for me? Young master, you should just stay put in the snow, if the blindfolded beauty were not by her side." Jin Yao would have never dared to speak so audaciously. However, with the highest combat power of the sect beside her, she felt rather fearless. Lin Qingye, covered in snowflakes, trembled with anger. He had just sneaked out of his quarters and headed straight for the Snowfall peak. Were it not for the young master's token, he would likely have been unable to breach the formation. "You've gone too far. What did you do to Qingye today? Don't think my people are unaware." "Jin Yao, you venomous woman. Can't you tolerate Qingye?" Lin Qingye clenched his fists, his voice infused with spiritual energy, booming like a bell, capable of reaching Jin Yao's ears even without a talisman. He truly believed that unless he showed some authority, she would take him for granted, rushing to the table to be served. After shouting for a while, Lin Qingye cleared his throat, only to find that Jin Yao was unperturbed, completely ignoring him. This infuriated him further. Recalling what his father had said to him earlier, "Qingye, I can temporarily set aside the matter of your marriage to Jin Yao, but you cannot marry Qingye to be your wife. She is unworthy. As for Jin Yao, since your elder sister has taken a liking to her, send her to her quarters. Let this ridiculous affair end here. Behave yourself." Looking at his father standing before him, Lin Qingye knelt, tears streaming from his eyes. "Father, why can't I marry Qingye? We love each other and have harmed no one. Was it Jin Yao who told you to prevent my marriage to Qingye? I will confront her and see if this heartless, venomous woman dares to speak out." His voice grew hoarse, and this pitiful display made Lin Sun, the sect leader who was accustomed to storms, want to kick him. They say sons are born without courage. How could he have produced such a coward? Better off without a son at all. His mind was consumed with romance. Would Tianyi immortal sect be doomed under his rule? Lin Sun struck Lin Qingye across the face, the sound echoing in his ears as he collapsed to the ground. "You foolish pig! They say shallow waters are home to many turtles. Why would you wade into that turtle pond, expecting to find anything good? If you do not repent, I see no reason to keep the position of young master for you. It would be better given to your elder sister than ruined in your hands." The snowstorm intensified, but Lin Qingye's anger evaporated the falling snow. His elder sister was always composed, neither competing nor coveting, with a heart like a clear mirror, tranquil and serene. To call her a celestial being would be more fitting than a Buddha. Even if their father wished to pass the young master position to her, she would have always dismissed it. It was certainly Jin Yao's influence that had swayed his elder sister. He should never have allowed her to take this enchantress away. Now this shameless mermaid was bewitched by his elder sister, spreading her wicked words and even planning to become her partner. With a blade drawn, Lin Qingye lunged forward. Yet, before his sword could touch the wooden door, a powerful force emanating from within knocked him to the ground, causing him to fall back into the snow. Clad in the young master's robes, he had never endured such humiliation, after being slapped by his father and suffering another blow here. How could he swallow this indignity? Moreover, seeing Qingye weeping in his arms, how could he bear it? Jin Yao pushed open the door, only to find the male protagonist sprawled on the snow, his sword embedded in the distant courtyard wall. Having created a sizable hole, Jin Yao, could this fellow not pay for the damages to the wall? Jin Yao, you venomous woman! Lin Qingye sprang up from the snow, pointing an accusatory finger at Jin Yao, his veins bulging with rage. Thank you for the compliment. Stepping forward, Jin Yao accepted the title. As it is said, no man is without poison, considering it a praise of sorts, even feeling nostalgic. Lin Qingye was rendered speechless in his fury. His face flushed red, ultimately left with a feeble retort, "You." With a flourish of his sleeve, he attempted to ease the awkwardness while brushing off the snow from his garments. "You unreasonable, venomous woman. Let us set aside our matters for now, but Qingye is with child and unwed. As I have said before, that position should be given to Qingye. After all, You, a mermaid, need not attend our human classes. Clearly, he had come to confront her regarding the female protagonist. Jingyao gazed at the male protagonist's visage, her fingers gradually converging until only her middle finger stood defiantly upright. She presented him with an international gesture of goodwill. Lin Qingye was taken aback by Jinyao's action, fearing that the Merfolk were employing some sinister spell. He hastily gestured towards his life-bound sword behind him, the sound of a blade slicing through the air resonating as a long sword landed steadily in his grasp. Young master, that is my position. Not yours. I fear your face has not grown so large that I must acquiesce to your bidding at a mere utterance. Moreover, I have already prepared the divorce papers yesterday. Now that your confinement has been lifted, it is not too late to present them, is it? Chapter 18. Being a merfolk, yet lacking humanity, Jingyao was unaware of when she had become so silver-tongued. Each word striking at Lin Qingye's insecurities. He had not truly been released from confinement. Rather, he had stealthily made his way to the Snowfall Peak to settle accounts with Jingyao. Initially, when she had offered her seat, Jingyao had indeed agreed, even suggesting that she yield it to Qingye to curry his favor. However, now Jingyao seemed transformed, no longer clinging to him but instead adopting a confrontational stance, leaving him unable to retort. Observing the male protagonist's silence, Jingyao boldly produced the divorce papers she had meticulously prepared, distinct from typical ones, crafted on white paper adorned with chrysanthemum patterns, an embodiment of her delight. She intended to use this document to infuriate the male protagonist, for he had vexed her countless times in the narrative. So, young master, how do you find my writing? With considerable force, he struck down. The house trembled, snow swirling around them. Even the snowflakes on the ground were stirred into the air. Lin Qingye's dark veil was tousled by the wind as she observed her brother, who was in a disheveled state in the snow. Yet she paid him no heed. Instead, she extended her slender fingers towards the divorce papers embroidered with chrysanthemums, offering them to the Jingyao standing behind her. Take it. Yao spent an entire night crafting it. It should not be tarnished by him. He must read every word without omission. Jingyao felt an overwhelming sense of security with the blind, cold beauty beside her. Indeed, she had not misjudged her choice of ally. The beauty possessed an exquisite figure, formidable combat prowess, and a tender disposition, her words as sweet as honey. If only they could be seen, and no harm done. Is there truly such a thing as a flawless gem? I can endure. Seeing her elder sister's affectionate treatment of Jingyao, Lin Qingye was incredulous. Throughout his life, his sister had never shown him such fondness. Why should this venomous vixen, with a heart of a serpent, seize his sister's affection? Sister, do not be deceived by her. Lin Qingye stepped forward, but before he could raise his foot, a dark figure materialized before him. Lin Qingye, looking down at him, mercilessly pressed her sword's blade against Lin Qingye's neck. The confrontation between siblings thrilled Jingyao. Under better circumstances, she would have relished the moment with a cup of hot tea and a pastry. Yet, she was not indifferent to the blind, cold beauty's prowess. In fact, the character was the strongest in the entire narrative. No three male protagonists could match her. This was trust. Do you understand? What does trust mean? The hardest thing to find in this world is trust. A heart of a serpent and a face of a human. She is a merfolk, devoid of humanity. Upon hearing these words, Jingyao nearly choked on her tea. Although she recognized the truth in her senior's statement, it sounded rather derisive. Indeed, sister, how could you harbor such disdain towards Qingye? How could you wish to ally with this unworthy merfolk? Was their father foolish, that her sister should follow suit? Lin Qingye's eyes glimmered with tears. His voice trembling as he spoke, Jingyao, reclining on her bamboo chair, was momentarily stunned. Was this truly the male protagonist? How maternal hadn't it been said that men shed tears sparingly? You have no right to interfere with my choices. Wishing to become her companion is my affair. Your confinement is not yet lifted, correct? Tomorrow, I shall inform the sect leader. Should you dare to harass a Yao again, do not blame me for being unkind. The blade drew closer, and Lin Qingye felt a sharp pain in his neck, his breath quickening as he struggled to comprehend that the sister he had always revered was now turning against him to aid a stranger. A Yao? Sister, you have never referred to me as such. After merely a few days, you would brandish weapons against your own brother. Who, if not I, shall defend Qingye from her grievances? Ha! I knew the merfolk's reputation for seduction was not unfounded. Before he could finish his caustic remarks, Lin Qingye swiftly retracted her sword and delivered a powerful kick, sending Lin Qingye sprawling far away. Enough of your prattle. The male protagonist crashed against the courtyard wall, the bricks crumbling down upon him, effectively burying him. Witnessing the scene, Jingyao set her teacup down, rubbing her chest, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy. The male protagonist's backside left a distinct trail in the snow, a sight that amused her uncontrollably. Jingyao, unable to suppress her laughter, found it hard to hold back, for someone with such a low threshold for humor as herself could hardly resist. From afar, the male protagonist clumsily rose from the debris, his jade crown askew, still gripping his sword. Well, at least he still resembles a swordsman. Such commotion would surely attract the sect leader's attention. The young master was in for it now. With her ire released, Jingyao felt invigorated, placing her hands on her hips with uncontainable pride. The scene mirrored her experience of dominating a game, basking in the glory of her triumph. Jingyao, you vixen. Wait for it. Though she could not see her sister's eyes, Lin Qingye sensed an ominous threat. His throat tightened, beads of sweat forming on his brow, realizing that if he intended to confront Jingyao, it must be when his sister was absent. Otherwise, given his current cultivation, he could not approach Jingyao without being sent flying by her. Thus, he cautiously retreated, the snow crunching beneath his feet. To witness such a disheveled side of the male protagonist was a sight unseen in the narrative. Jingyao shielded her eyes with her palm, but as dusk fell, the night enveloped everything in darkness. In the blink of an eye, the male protagonist vanished, whether through an earth-burrowing technique or sword flight. She could not discern. Chapter 19. This is the feeling of relying on the wealthy. Snowflakes fluttered down. Observing Jingyao seated in her bamboo chair, she retrieved a yellow talisman from her bosom. If he troubles you again, use this. The blank yellow paper bore no inscriptions, leaving Jingyao puzzled. Was it that her magic was too weak for her to perceive its power? Rubbing her eyes, she stood up, intending to examine it closely when Lin Qingye flicked her fingers, causing the yellow talisman to float beneath the moonlight. In an instant, the solitary piece of paper split into countless sheets, each displaying intricate designs. Lin Qingye pressed her sword blade against her back, resonating with a hum, followed by thunderous roars from the horizon, like thunder dragons rolling through the clouds. A magnificent display. The heavens and earth are at my command. Forming energy, the heavenly retribution descends. With a flick of her wrist, the sword blade fell before Lin Qingye's eyes. Her slender fingers came together, polishing the ink-black blade from its base upwards. A blinding purple light cleaved the sky, illuminating the entire Snowfall peak as purple lightning surged into the yellow talisman in a dazzling flash. Jingyao stood agape, nearly dropping her teacup. The once blank yellow paper began to manifest, incantations for summoning lightning emerging vividly. In mere seconds, Lin Qingye gathered the 9 sheets into her hands, folding them neatly and placing them in Jingyao's embrace. Should you require more, feel free to ask. Though she could not discern the expression in the blind, cold beauty's gaze, Jingyao sensed a warmth akin to a smile. This is sufficient, truly sufficient. Thank you, senior sister. It was worth noting that lightning talismans were exceedingly rare in the original tale. Not only were they formidable against human cultivators, but they also proved effective against demonic and beastly foes, instilling terror in their hearts. The exhilaration of possessing 9 was beyond measure. Now, she could rest easy. Lin Qingye extended her palm, bending slightly to grasp Jingyao's hand. Though she was uncertain whether such intimacy was appropriate for the Merfolk, she deemed it worth trying. All of this was knowledge gleaned from ancient tomes perused late into the night and the texts gifted by her master, who suggested that such gestures might help mend her emotional void. A dead horse can be treated as a live one. My master would never lead me astray. Goodness, how charming! 9 lightning talismans could buy a Maserati in modern terms. It is utterly outrageous and absurd. Perhaps one could secretly sell a token to exchange for spirit stones? No, that simply won't do. After all, this is a heartfelt gesture from my senior sister. How could I engage in such unscrupulous dealings? By the way, Jingyao, with a mix of gluttony and greed, has drawn the blind, cold beauty into her embrace. Such generosity, one might even say, if she were to warm my bed, she wouldn't mind at all. Is this what it feels like to cling to the wealthy? How utterly depraved, Jin. Feeling the weight on her shoulder increase, Lin Qingye was momentarily taken aback, her body stiffening. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. The next day, at dawn, countless disciples gathered at the entrance plaza of Tianyi Xinzong, piled upon one another. They stood on tiptoe, eager and anxious to glimpse what was posted on the notice board. Is it true? The merman from Wangshuxi has written a letter of annulment to the young sect master? Ha 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 ha. Who does this fellow think he is? If it weren't for the sect master's interest in the merman clan's exceptional water spiritual roots, we would never consider a merman as the young sect master's consort. You simply don't understand, do you? It's definitely because the young sect master has been unfaithful and thus, the delicate little princess from the merman clan is enraged. Leading to this situation, straining to see, Xiao Lianming, who was shorter in stature, could barely make out the front, facing the backs of several burly men. Her situation akin to being jostled about, nearly turned into a mashed potato. Brother, do you have a way to see what is written up there? Xiao Lianming scratched her head, realizing she could not squeeze her way in. These people, while claiming disinterest, rushed faster than anyone when the sect issued a notice. They even dared to say there was no competition. It was as if they were about to roll into potato cakes. Wait, sister. Bai Hua rummaged through his chest, reaching down to his waist where his Qingye bag was. Pulling out item after item, Xiao Lianming observed her brother's actions, not having time to scrutinize what was in his Qingye bag before a volume titled Illustrated Compendium of Cute Beasts of the Nine Regions was flung out. Landing on her chest, brother, what is this? A limited edition. I knew you had it all along, yet you kept it hidden from me. How inconsiderate, brother. This exquisite volume published by the Sect had been on my reservation list for quite some time. Yet I was always told there was no stock. To think my brother would claim he couldn't get one while secretly enjoying it is truly despicable. Xiao Lianming rolled her eyes, only for another bottle of spirit beast pills to be tossed her way. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp, and she caught it with one hand. Brother, what are you searching for? If you keep rummaging, your undergarments might come out. Finally found this little fellow. Bai Hua triumphantly lifted a small, flapping white crane, smiling broadly and revealing 8 gleaming white teeth. The crane had a small bell hanging from its neck, clearly already claimed by someone. With this, we can fly up and see what's written on the notice board. Perhaps whether it truly concerns Sister Jin. Xiao Lianming rolled her eyes again and poked the little crane on the head, causing its feathers to flutter. This peanut-sized creature could never carry you. Brother, let's not put it through such hardship. Brother, this is animal abuse. Unfazed by his sister's remarks, Bai Hua released the little crane into the air. Sister, you don't understand. This is the latest spirit mount cultivated by Sect. Its form can change at the command of its master. He waved his fingers, inscribing a spell in the AI art in an instant. The small crane before them grew larger, its wings spanning wide enough to obscure the sun. With a graceful leap, Bai Hua ascended onto it, his white robe billowing. Xiao Lianming was somewhat speechless. Even without a spirit mount, did her brother's sword not suffice? Chapter 20. No longer the young sect master's unwed wife listening to the cacophony. Jin stood before the crowd of Tianyi Xinzong disciples, pointing at the annulment letter she had prepared. I believe everyone has seen this. Due to the irreparable rift in my relationship with the young sect master, this unconsummated marriage shall come to an end. It was imperative for Jin to clarify this matter. Otherwise, the suitors of both the male and female leads would bombard her incessantly, enough to drown her. Drawing a clear line between herself and the male and female leads was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. In an instant, the bustling plaza fell into an eerie silence. Even the yawning disciples perked up to hear Jin Yao's words. What a sight to behold! The usually meek merman, Jin Yao, had displayed such audacity today. Zhang Zhao, standing at the front, let out a chuckle, flicking his sleeves and stepping onto the steps with his white boots. What do you think you are, Jin Yao? If you wish to write an annulment letter, it must be done by the young sect master himself. Instantly, voices from below echoed in agreement. After all, in the domain of sword cultivators, for a merman royal to annul an engagement with the young sect master was nothing short of a disgrace. Indeed, Brother Zhang is correct. Even if an annulment is necessary, it should be our human clan terminating the engagement with your merman kin. Pray tell, what gives you, a mere merman, the audacity to act so self-importantly in our territory? Even if you are a spirit root of celestial caliber, what of it? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Perhaps in the future, the young sect master will surpass you in prowess. Moreover, the Merman clan's cultivation speed is inherently slower than ours. Just because you possess celestial roots doesn't mean you've made any significant progress compared to us. Ha 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 ha! The crowd erupted in derision, some pointing fingers at her. Clad in disciple robes, Jin remained unruffled as she unsheathed her sword from her waist. The silver scabbard left the disciples of Tianyi Xianzong awestruck. Although some may not recognize the Yingye sword, as sword cultivators, they could still discern its rarity. Whispers erupted among the crowd. When did Jin Yao acquire such a fine spirit sword? Just by looking at the quality of the scabbard. It must have been crafted by a master. Perhaps it was a prized creation of the revered Jinshin Mingzuan. What does this mean? Is she mocking the swords we wield? Upon hearing the disciples' murmurs, Zhang Zhao felt a sinking dread. The sword was named Yingye. The chatter subsided. Though they had never seen the sword, they had certainly heard of its reputation. The Yingye sword, one of Ming Jianjun's prized blades, is a superior water attribute spirit sword capable of cleaving rivers and seas, storing countless waters. Even the moon reflected in water can be shattered by its edge, earning it the elegant moniker Yingye. This sword was gifted to me by my senior sister. From this day forth, I shall no longer be the young sect master's unwed wife, but rather a disciple of Tianyi Xianzong. Though any of you have objections? She raised her beautifully arched brows, her eyes shimmering like water, the silver long sword in her hand rippling like waves, captivating the sword cultivators below. You speak nonsense. Ming Jianjun has always been reclusive. Retreating for decades, how could he possibly bestow his beloved sword upon a mere merman? A little disciple, unable to contain his rage, clambered forward, his hair standing on end in disbelief at Jin Yao's claims. The once silent crowd suddenly chimed in. Indeed, how could Ming Jianjun give his sword to you? You, a stinking fish from the sea, are clearly spouting lies. Return the sword to Ming Jianjun. Go apologize to him. The voices grew louder, a tidal wave of indignation sweeping through. Just then, a gigantic white crane soared into the sky, its wings casting shadows over the disciples, prompting them to look up. Bai Hua, clutching the crane's feathers, felt the refreshing breeze on his face and shouted, I can attest, this sword was indeed given to Jin Yao by Ming Jianjun. From behind him, another head popped up. Xiao Lianming tugged at her brother's disciple robe, echoing loudly, I can confirm this too. The commotion was undeniable. Even Elder Yusheng, who was perusing books above, glanced over and caught sight of his two disciples, perched on the back of the crane like lively treasures. Standing on stage, Jin Yao noticed the two who had stepped forward to defend her. Initially, she had contemplated whether to save these two NPCs who had shown her kindness, but now she was resolute. If Tianyi Xianzong were indeed facing a calamity, she would lend a hand within her means. Brother Bai. The disciples below, upon recognizing the figures atop the crane, began to doubt their earlier remarks. After all, Bai Hua's lineage was not insignificant. While his talent in sword cultivation may not be the highest among the direct disciples of Tianyi Xianzong elders, he was still a direct disciple of Elder Yusheng. Though he practiced sword cultivation, he had a keen interest in beast taming. As the crowd began to absorb Bai Hua's words, Xiao Lianming seized the moment, standing atop the crane's back and waving her hands excitedly. Dear senior brothers and sisters, not long ago, I witnessed Mingwan Jun declare his intention to take Jinyao Shiji as his Dao partner. Presenting a sword as a gift is hardly excessive, is it? In that instant, the disciples in the square erupted in astonishment, unable to believe their ears. They clutched their foreheads in disbelief. Mingwan Jun is to ally with a member of the Jiaran clan? Impossible. Upon hearing the stuttering lad questioning him, Xiao Liming gracefully descended from the heavens, landing lightly on the ground, facing the boy. Who dares to claim it's impossible? Mingwan Jun embodies integrity and virtue. Unlike you, who only knows how to bring up others' lineage. Casting a glance at the fiery emblem upon the stuttering lad's attire, Xiao Liming surmised that he was likely a disciple of Elder Zhu Yan. As the saying goes, water and fire cannot coexist. This stuttering lad's disdain for Jinyao Shiji likely stems from their conflicting attributes. You shall not slander recklessly, merely doubt the words of this Jiaran. The stuttering lad, enraged, turned crimson, steam practically billowing from his head, as if flames were about to ignite. He grasped the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it. Then what I say, do you believe it? In the distance, a shadow of a dragon emerged, gliding through the clouds, its clear and cold feminine voice resonating like a heavenly rain. Chapter 21. The Millennium Spirit Pet, the Ascending Dragon. The ink-colored veil over her eyes fluttered in the wind as the white dragon twisted and turned amidst the sea of clouds, its breath exhaling in wisps. Lin Qingye also embraced her sword, surveying the crowd with a regal demeanor. Everyone in the Tianyi Xianzong knew that Mingwanjun's spirit pet was a millennium-old dragon. However, the tales surrounding the origins of their bond varied. Some claimed that Mingwanjun subdued the dragon through sheer cultivation, while others asserted that the dragon had been imprisoned in its youth until Mingwanjun fortuitously unraveled the formation that bound it, earning its favor. Regardless of the speculations, the admiration for Mingwanjun was palpable, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. His renown had spread far and wide. He was not merely a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, but rather a once-in-a-millennium marvel. Alas, Mingwanjun had tragically lost his eyesight during his cultivation. The dragon descended gracefully, lowering its majestic head, its whiskers billowing as it surveyed the disciples in the square with its golden eyes. A chill, laden with moisture, enveloped each disciple, causing the timid outer disciples to collapse in fear, trembling and unable to rise. They had only ever glimpsed the extraordinary creatures soaring through the mists of Tianyi Xianzong and had never witnessed the true form of Mingwanjun's spirit pet. After all, this was a spirit pet raised by an elder, its speed far surpassing their own flying swords. How could mere mortals behold it in its entirety? The once aggressive, stuttering lad now found himself captivated by the sight of Mingwanjun's ink-dark garments fluttering in the wind. Jinyao, adorned in her disciple robe, was also swept by the breeze, her loose strands brushing against her porcelain-like skin. This was her first glimpse of the spirit pet belonging to the aloof beauty shrouded in mystery. From the dragon's back, she descended gracefully. Lin Qingye also stepped forward, prompting many disciples to quickly rise from the ground, bowing respectfully before her. They had all witnessed Mingwanjun. In unison, their voices rang out, filled with reverence and trepidation, as their earlier arrogance dissipated entirely. Ignoring the commotion, the stuttering lad was the first to kneel, his hands pressed against the azure stone floor of the sect's lotus seal. His disciple robe crumpled. Mingwanjun, I spoke without thinking. I realize my error, she declared. Today, I shall completely alter the engraving on the Yingye sword. The Yingye sword is no longer my sword. It is a Yao's sword. A misty purple energy began to entwine around Jinyao, as she observed the intricate inscriptions on the silver blade in her hand dissolve and emerge. In that moment, Jinyao felt as if she had fused with the Yingye sword. Where once she required spiritual power to wield its water attributes, now it responded to her thoughts as if it were an extension of herself. Is this the bounty of a great master? It is simply exhilarating. I am determined to cling to this support. With a smile in her eyes, Jinyao stepped forward and offered a graceful bow to Lin Qingye. Thank you, Shiji, for your kindness. Upon hearing this endearment, Lin Qingye let out a sigh, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us save such intimate matters for when we become Dao partners. I would rather not have others over here. It feels somewhat unwelcome. Little friend, are you from the Jiaran clan of the Wangshu Sea? The dragon leaned closer, sniffing at Jinyao, detecting the unique scent she carried. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the dragon's scrutiny, Jinyao tugged at her sleeve. Glancing around, oddly enough, she had not spilled any water on her clothing the previous night. How could it have discerned this? Perhaps it is indeed a dragon, capable of such feats. The scent of the Jiaran clan is distinctive. Even from several mountain ranges away, I can recognize it. With a flick of its tail, the dragon appeared quite pleased with itself. However, the disciples of Tianyi Xianzong behind it were less fortunate, as they were sent reeling by the swish of its tail. In these times of scarce spiritual energy in the lower realms, it is likely that life is not easy for the Jiaran clan. The dragon's voice echoed solely in Jinyao's ears, likely a direct thought in her mind. Just then, a mournful cry pierced the air. Bai Hua cradled his white crane, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Bai, you cannot die. How shall your master live if you perish? His eyes glistened with moisture. Holding his crane close, weeping uncontrollably, it turned out that the appearance of the dragon had caused the crane to tremble, its eyes rolling back as it fainted and plummeted from the sky. Xiao Li Ming, observing her senior brother's distraught state, hurriedly retrieved her Qingye bag. Senior brother, stop crying for a moment and find some medicine. The dragon glanced over and, with a flick of its tail, lifted the crane, addressing the two. This little one is not dead. It is merely pretending to be unconscious. Upon hearing this, the crane's eyes fluttered open, only to start flapping and shivering. A few of its feathers drifted to the ground as the dragon gently set it down. Rest assured, I have never bullied the weak. Moreover, with such a small frame, you are not enough to satisfy my appetite. With a flick of its fluffy tail, the crane remained crouched on the ground, too timid to look up at the dragon. Seeing his beloved pet revived, Bai Hua sighed in relief, supporting himself on the ground, not caring that his tears and snot were flowing freely. Wonderful, Xiaobai. You are still alive. Observing Lin Qingye's figure in the square, Qingye leaned against the coiling dragon pillar, her silver teeth grinding in frustration. If it weren't for Ming Wanjun's repeated interference in Tianxi's marriage, perhaps Tianxi would have long since annulled his engagement with Jinyao. There would be no need to wait until today for Jinyao, this shameless Juren, to announce her withdrawal from the engagement in the square. Humph. Indeed, the tales ring true. The Jiaren clan excels at whispering sweet nothings. I wonder where she learned such skills, to have bewitched Ming Wanjun so thoroughly. She even bestowed the Yingye sword upon him. Qing, we must leave quickly. If Ming Wanjun were to see you, it would be truly disastrous. Zhang Zhao adjusted his jade crown, fanning himself, and tugged at Qingye's robe, urging her to retreat. Qing, you have only been in the sect for a few years. You do not know how terrifying Ming Wanjun can be when enraged. Furthermore, the sect leader has never favored you, and if Ming Wanjun were to report you to him, you and Tianxi may never meet again. Seeing that Qing was unwilling to leave, Zhang Zhao simply picked her up and carried her away toward the disciples' quarters. Chapter 22. A friend's wife must not be wronged. Zhang Zhao, put me down. Zhang Zhao set her down at the entrance, hands on his hips, displaying a look of exasperation. Qing, do not act foolishly again. The young sect master has been punished with confinement. We must tread carefully now. Times have changed. Before he could finish, a female disciple burst forth from the doorway, her shoes improperly fastened, her bare feet digging into the ground. Zhang Zhao, feeling quite impatient, gripped his personal magic sword and straightened his disciple's robe, casting a condescending glance at the girl before retreating into his room. Soon, the sound of doors slamming echoed around. These people are simply too inconsiderate. Had it not been for being in the same dormitory, they would have all clamored to see the spectacle, pushing me out in the process. Was it really necessary for her to feel this embarrassed? Go on. What is it to you? The female disciple, hearing Zhang Zhao's fierce tone, lowered her head, revealing a pair of innocent eyes. Zhang Shixiang, this is the female dormitory. Did you perhaps come to the wrong place? If you are lost, I could. Upon hearing her mention calling for someone, Zhang Zhao immediately placed a finger on his lips, his expression shifting to one of forced cheerfulness, revealing his 8 pearly teeth. Shimmy, I have matters to discuss with Shimmy Qing, so I won't disturb you any further. I will be leaving shortly. There is no need to summon the elder. Zhang Zhao took a few steps back and pushed open Qing's door, revealing a figure seated inside. The scent of alcohol wafted heavily through the air. Tianxi. Upon witnessing the marks upon Lin Qingye's face, Qing rushed forward, her heart aching for him. She swiftly seized the wine cup from his hand and placed it upon the table. Qing. When did you arrive? His dulled eyes, clouded from intoxication, were fixated on the wine cup he clutched, adorned with a cluster of blooming osmanthus flowers, their verdant leaves cascading into a white porcelain vase. Zhang Zhao, upon observing this, inwardly lamented. This osmanthus spirit wine was the pride of the elder of sword wine. Should it come to light that Lin Qingye had pilfered a bottle, it was inevitable that he would face a severe beating. Perhaps even Qing and himself would suffer the consequences, for the elder of sword wine was known for his ruthless nature. What happened, Tianyi? How did you end up so intoxicated? Qing embraced Lin Qingye's head, her expression filled with concern, though the overwhelming scent of alcohol threatened to make her retch. That shameless wretch, Jinyao, she incited my elder sister. He seemed profoundly aggrieved, pointing to his cheek, revealing a swelling akin to the size of a small dumpling. It must be that wretched Jinyao. She must have spoken ill of me, hence why elder sister would treat me this way. Zhang Zhao, unable to restrain himself, approached and poked the swollen spot on his face. Such a solid hit. Are you two truly sisters? Oh, no, wait, siblings. The sharp pain on his face made Lin Qingye grimace, his eyes glaring at Zhang Zhao. Drawing forth his life-bound sword, he directed it at his former comrade. Demanding fiercely, "Are you plotting something nefarious against Qingye?" He rose, channeling the spiritual energy within him, causing his life-bound sword to erupt into blazing flames, illuminating the entire room. Zhang Zhao, caught off guard, felt his eyebrows singe. The air filled with the acrid scent of burnt hair. He hastily extinguished the flames singeing his brow. "Let me tell you, Zhang Zhao, one must not wrong a friend's wife. You shall not place a green hat upon me." Clutching the Yingye sword, Jinyao walked alongside Lin Qingye. "Theo gift it to you, I believe, is a fitting choice. In the past, my talents were lacking, preventing it from awakening its intelligence. I suspect it was displeased by the thunderous might in my hands." Lin Qingye spoke softly, a coiled dragon resting upon her shoulder, peacefully slumbering. Pausing in place, Jinyao observed the flickering purple lightning dancing at Lin Qingye's fingertips. Suddenly, she comprehended why anyone would willingly endure such constant electrocution to awaken their intelligence. Was it not merely self-inflicted torment? Before she could voice her thoughts, a tickle in her nose prompted a sneeze. Who is speaking ill of me behind my back? Yet, she mused, those who would denigrate her could easily fill a basket. Few in the sect likely held her in esteem. Rubbing her nose, Jinyao muttered, "Elder sister, if you consider yourself lacking in talent, then upon hearing your words, everyone would surely leap from the sect's plaza." Upon hearing her praise, Lin Qingye retrieved a pristine token, fragrant with the scent of bamboo, adorned with a vibrant green bead. "This is the token of a direct disciple of the scripture pavilion. My master instructed me to pass it to you. In the future, should there be any text not available at the Snowfall Peak, you may also visit the scripture pavilion to study. They should possess several excellent water-based cultivation techniques." Lin Qingye's palm felt slightly chilled as Jinyao discerned the 3 characters Snowfall Peak inscribed upon the direct disciple token. This was indeed a treasure. After all, the library of the Tianyi Immortal Sect housed numerous invaluable texts. Henceforth, she would not only learn water techniques but also acquire skills in artifact forging, alchemy, talismans, and other useful spells. "Thank you, elder sister. And this as well. Following your people's custom, I present this as a betrothal gift." The cold beauty with her eyes veiled revealed 5 perfectly arranged dragon scales in her palm, each a different hue: ebony, white, gray, azure, and purple. Jinyao swallowed, incredulous. In the original text, the dragon clan was a dominant force on the ground, and even celestial beings would not dare provoke the fiercely protective, united dragon clan. If sold for spirit stones, one could likely purchase an entire mine. Nay, it would be worth far more, just by observing the luster of these dragon scales. Jinyao understood their owner was no mere hatchling. Bai Hua, following behind Jinyao, was so taken aback that he stumbled upon the stone steps, falling in a rather undignified manner. His equally astonished junior sister stumbled over him. "Goodness. 5.5. Could you spare me one Ming Jianjun? I would gladly marry, even if it means becoming a concubine." He extended his fingers, wide open, the word 5 towering above. Chapter 23. Call my name as long as it is you. I shall come, elder brother. You still have me on your back. With a leap, Xiao Li Ming twirled her hands in the air, nearly toppling down the sect steps. "Why apologies? I was just too excited. We countryfolk have not encountered much in the way of sophistication. Ming Jianjun, please pardon us." He clasped his hands together, tossing his head back, his disheveled hair falling back. She tilted her body, nearly losing her balance, but Lin Qingye steadied her. Her slightly bent arm was remarkably strong, and a gentle smile graced Lin Qingye's lips, leaving Bai Hua in a state of astonishment, even more so than upon seeing the 5 dragon scales. Ming Jianjun actually smiled. If that esteemed apothecary from the Valley of Medicine were to learn of this, he would surely find it hard to believe. "Junior sister, please pinch me, to see if this is real." Ming Jianjun actually smiled. "Elder brother, you should also give me a pinch." Thus, they stood there, playfully pinching each other. It was said that since Ming Jianjun's birth, her innate talent had suffered a setback, resulting in her losing much of her perception of human emotions. While this was unfortunate for humans, it allowed a genius like Ming Jianjun to focus solely on her cultivation. Progressing at an astonishing rate, Jingyao felt her heart race as Lin Qingye leaned down, her soft lips brushing against Jinyao's ear. I've placed everything into your Qingye pouch. Should you require more, you can seek me out again. Was this the sensation of being cherished by a wealthy elder sister? It was a truly extraordinary experience. This felt akin to acquiring 5 luxury cars in one go. Although Jinyao struggled under the weight, she relished the oppressive aura of the dragon's essence. As fellow aquatic beings, dragons were favored by the heavenly Tao, exuding a dominating presence over all water creatures. Enough. Elder sister. Jinyao's eyes narrowed, her smile genuine. But elder sister, how can I find you? Elder sister always comes and goes without a trace. When I wish to seek you out, I cannot find you. Gazing into her eyes, Lin Qingye did not release her hand but instead unfurled it, inscribing her name upon Jinyao's palm with careful strokes. Call my name, as long as it is you, I shall come. There shall be no delay. The characters her fingertips traced felt tinglingly intimate, etched into her flesh. No matter how distant, no matter where I am. Once more, she regained her ethereal demeanor, exuding an unmatched grace. Thank you, junior sister Jinyao. Otherwise, today, I would not have witnessed the legendary spirit companion of Ming Jianjun. The dragon indeed possessed the ability to communicate, and even spoke in ancient tongues. After Ming Jianjun departed, Baihua hurried over, a crane feather adorning his head, yet he seemed unbothered. If only I could obtain the dragon's contact details. I wish to inquire about its diet for a manuscript to present to our master. At that moment, the disciples gathered in the plaza, their initial disdain for Jinyao transforming into profound respect. After all, none wished to provoke Ming Jianjun. Don't not even think about it. It would be fortunate if it did not devour you. Jinyao was well aware of how her elder sister's dragon spirit companion came to be. Although the original text merely skimmed over it, the author had briefly explained. The dragon, having been freed from its prison array by her elder sister after a year of effort, disregarded the fleeting lives of humans. Thus it declared, young friend, since you have rendered me such a great service, I shall protect you throughout your life, until you depart this world. Is that agreeable? Lin Qingye's hands, a bit soiled, rested behind her back. At that time, she had not yet concealed her eyes. Her youthful heart shone brightly like a lotus flower, untouched by the mud, possessing talent without pride. Very well, but I wonder, would you be willing to form a spirit-beast contract with me? Upon hearing this, the dragon's tail swept through the mist, a flicker of doubt crossing its golden eyes. Very well. Originally, I broke this array out of mere curiosity. This formidable array, set by a great power, could not have been breached without the passage of 1,000 years, causing its magic to weaken and its spiritual energy to deplete. A lowly mortal like myself would hardly have been able to unravel it. Great dragon, we part ways here. Just do not commit further misdeeds. This millennium of imprisonment was surely a punishment from that great power, and the time has come that it seemed to regard its promise with indifference. The dragon swiftly took the bait, its tail flicking with a splash of water vapor, blocking Lin Qingye's path. Sign the contract, for even those who cultivate immortality may find it a challenge to live beyond a century in the current age of scarce spiritual energy within the 9 provinces. Considering that you refer to me as the Great Dragon, let me share a legend. A serpent transforms into a flood dragon after 500 years, and a flood dragon becomes a true dragon after a millennium. Yet, the 1,000-year mark is a formidable threshold. Countless of its kin have aspired to ascend the dragon gate, only to be struck down by the heavenly tribulations, their flesh charred and reborn as serpent eggs. It is but a breath away from that millennium, and the reason is clear. The flood dragon is acutely aware of its lineage, possessing a fragment of the dragon bloodline. Thus, its tribulations have yet to descend. When the heavenly tribulations finally arrive, it shall no longer be an ordinary flood dragon but a true member of the dragon clan. Surely not, for I perceive that Ming Jianjun's spiritual pet exudes a rather amiable demeanor. Baihua mused, plucking a feather from the white crane. The distant bells resonated, buzzing in the air. The languid disciples in the square hurried towards the lecture hall. We should hasten as well. Today is our master's class, sister. Should we miss it, we may find ourselves suspended from trees and punished by our master. The mere thought sent a shiver down Bai Hua's spine. Jin Yao, however, remained unperturbed. Her original intention was to visit the scripture pavilion to seek water-based techniques suitable for herself. Yet it turns out that today's lecture is led by Elder Yuxing. That certainly warrants our attendance. Elder Yuxing has a unique set of mist flower sword techniques, the very techniques that brought him fame and solidified his status as a formidable swordsman. Perhaps I could seek his counsel? Chapter 24. A protector of offspring, is it? Then he shall seek trouble. The lecture hall was filled with a cacophony of noise. It was evident that Elder Yuxing had yet to arrive. Jin Yao stepped forward, and the previously raucous chatter fell silent as if enchanted. However, the noise resumed as she stepped in again, and the disciples abruptly halted their conversations, one even faltering in his words. Rendered speechless. Greetings, Senior Sister Jin Yao. Senior Sister Jin Yao, greetings, as she entered fully. Aside from a few privileged disciples seated in the front rows, all other disciples stood, clasping their swords, bowing respectfully to Jin Yao. What a grand display! Senior Sister Jin Yao, did you see? This crowd must have been startled by Ming Jianjun's great white flood dragon earlier. Xiao Liming exclaimed, playfully slapping Jin Yao's shoulder, vividly recounting the obvious. However, Jin Yao dismissed their flattery, directing her gaze toward her seat. She noticed two disciples dusting off the surface with their sleeves. Upon seeing Jin Yao approach, one of them retracted his sleeve and pulled out a chair. Overly eager, as if he wished to transform into an attentive puppy. Senior Sister, please take a seat. Are you thirsty? I have the latest spiritual tea here, the other disciple, wiping the table with disdain, placed his hands on his hips and leaned closer to Jin Yao. What you have pales in comparison. I have the dried fish from the forgotten void sea, a delicacy favored by the Merfolk. Senior Sister Jin Yao, please indulge. A subtle scent of brine wafted into Jin Yao's nostrils, surprisingly pleasant. Just as she prepared to respond, two hands reached out from behind her, one grasping the teacup, the other holding the bag of dried fish. Two heads leaned forward. Thank you, junior brothers, for your hospitality. I shall gladly accept. In unison, Bai Hua and Xiao Liming echoed, both performing identical gestures. Bai Hua even pinched the teacup lid, bringing it to his lips, drinking it all in one go. He even fished out the tea leaves with his fingers, tasting them. Junior brother, your tea-making skills leave much to be desired. Perhaps, if time permits, I could teach you a thing or two tomorrow. Never had he encountered someone so brazenly shameless in taking and consuming. Yet the disciple could only smile placidly, for he was merely an inner disciple, unworthy of contention with a direct disciple. Meanwhile, Xiao Liming opened the bag to reveal an entire collection of neatly arranged dried fish. However, the scent was rather pungent, rendering it a biochemical weapon in her eyes. Sister, you should eat this instead. Thus, she promptly handed the bag over to Jin Yao. The disciple who stood by, watching his dried fish being passed to Jin Yao, felt a swell of pride. Before he could utter a word, an elderly voice rang out from outside. You two, are you standing guard like sentinels? Feigning innocence, they pretended that nothing had transpired moments before. Thus, all that remained before Jin Yao were the gleaming tables and benches, along with a packet of dried fish from the forgotten void sea. With pen in hand, Jin Yao diligently recorded notes in her book. Although Elder Yuxing's lecture felt somewhat dry, it was filled with valuable content that was somewhat challenging to digest. Therefore, she adopted the note-taking method from her previous life, creating concise summaries. Beside her, Xiao Liming dozed off, only to be jolted awake by a sudden pain in her forehead. Startled, she realized it was a warning from her master. Xiao Liming quickly straightened her posture, wiping her drool with her sleeve, and cleanly erasing the traces left on the table. Sister, may I take a look at your notes for a moment? If she failed to memorize, she would likely end up like her brother, facing a fate of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, which she certainly wished to avoid. Oh, of course. Are you intending to transcribe a copy? Jin Yao handed over her notes, and Xiao Liming glanced at them as if they were written in a foreign script. Some characters she recognized, while others appeared foreign and lacking strokes. Sister, did you not modify this yourself? Is this one not a 1? And is this number not a 2? To her surprise, it was indeed quite clear. Xiao Liming pointed at the notes, her eyes widening. If she utilized Jin Yao's method of note-taking, she could reduce writing time and even slack off. How ingenious, truly ingenious. What are you two whispering about? Elder Yushing, arms clasped behind him, descended with a stern expression. Observing his unremarkable disciple and the merfolk seated before him, he had witnessed the earlier spectacle in the square. Ming Jianjun had clearly come to protect his kin, presenting gifts of dragon scales and swords. This performance was not solely for the disciples, but served as a warning to the elders, urging them to refrain from troubling the merfolk princess from the forgotten Void Sea. What charm does this merfolk possess? He had seen her a few months prior, and there was a stark contrast. She appeared more earnest in her studies than his own disciples, which was infuriating. Aside from that, her visage lacked the sorrowful demeanor and instead radiated a sunny disposition. There was no significant change until Elder Yushing's gaze fell upon Jinyao's notes, causing his pupils to quiver slightly. His hands tightened, disbelief washing over him. Such simplicity and clarity. He had never encountered a disciple capable of articulating sword techniques so succinctly and directly. Experience tempers wisdom. He had indeed seen much. The astonishment on his face vanished in an instant. Jinyao, rise. Called by name, Jinyao stood, bewildered, pointing at herself. Surely, he meant the disciple beside her. Step forward and demonstrate the evolution of the mist flower sword technique from the 8th to the 12th style. A gasp echoed through the audience, for all knew that the most challenging aspects of Elder Yushing's self-created mist flower sword technique lay within those very styles. Even the most gifted disciples found it difficult to master. Let alone Jinyao, who was not even a direct disciple of Elder Yushing. Was this not an invitation for trouble? Chapter 25. The blind cold beauty in need of warmth as the gasps resonated among the disciples. Jinyao unexpectedly exhaled deeply. Just moments ago, Elder Yushing had elaborated on the intricacies of the mist flower sword technique, from the 8th to the 12th style. She had gleaned significant insights. It was the perfect opportunity to clarify any misunderstandings or mistakes from her notes by seeking Elder Yushing's guidance directly. Confidently grasping her sword sheath, she strode onto the stage. Below, Bai Hua propped his forehead on his hand, wishing to vanish beneath the table, fearing that their master would mercilessly summon him next. As anticipated, Elder Yushing smiled slightly, raising his hand to lift Bai Hua, who had buried his face in a blue-covered book. Disciple, come forth and serve as a wooden post. Floating in midair, Bai Hua found his feet dangling, and as Elder Yushing released his hand, he plummeted. Thankfully, his agility saved him. Murmuring a wind charm in his heart, he avoided a graceless fall. Otherwise, he might have ended up face-first in the dirt, possibly losing a few teeth in the process. Junior Sister Jinyao, please enlighten me. Gripping his beloved sword, Bai Hua bowed politely. Just then, Jinyao heard a voice resonate in her ear. Junior Sister, I will hold back my strength during this demonstration. I would not harm you. Bai Hua had little hope for Jinyao's swordsmanship. After all, as a member of the Merfolk royal family from the Forgotten Void Sea, she had scarcely been exposed to sword techniques throughout her upbringing. Basic knowledge of sword cultivation was something Jinyao had only acquired after joining the Tianyi Immortal Sect. Although he often indulged in the path of beast taming, he still took pride in being a direct disciple of Bai Hua. At the very least, he had managed to master 30% of the mist flower sword technique, which was sufficient to deal with an amateur. Bai Hua smiled with satisfaction. After exchanging respectful bows, Jinyao drew his moonlit sword, and in an instant, the entire teaching hall was enveloped in radiant white light, resembling a silver moon hanging in the sky. Xiao Lianming quickly shielded her eyes, dazzled by the brilliance that seemed to blind her keen sight. A sword illuminated by the gaze of the cold beauty was indeed formidable, almost as if it came with a built-in buff. Jinyao flicked his wrist, creating a flourish with the sword. Exuding an impressive aura, the essence of the mist flower sword technique lay in its ethereal movements. While appearing tangible, they were, in fact, intangible. In simpler terms, it involved an abundance of feints to confuse the opponent. Followed by a swift surprise attack targeting their lower stance, A.S. Jinyao gazed at his senior brother Bai Hua. The sword's edge emanated gusts of wind, and a plan began to form in his mind. The mist flower sword technique required the manipulation of wind elements to obscure the enemy's vision. But what if he employed water elements instead? His most valuable asset was his affinity for water, a talent that had led the Merman royal family to select him as a sacrificial offering to the Tianyi Immortal Sect's young master, destined to become his consort. With such innate abilities, it would be a waste not to utilize them. Moreover, The term mist in the mist flower sword technique suggested that water could also create fog, just as wind could. The clear sound of the sword cutting through the air resonated throughout the hall. Elder Yushing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing intently. He saw that wisps of vapor coiled around Jin Yao's blade, nearly enveloping him entirely, making it difficult to discern his form or movements. Upon a closer look, aided by a spell, Elder Yushing could finally comprehend the scene. As he stepped forward, Jin Yao's sword deftly struck Bai Hua's wrist. A chill ran through Bai Hua's arm, and he felt his hand become instantly soaked. Soon after, droplets of water collected at his feet. With a swift horizontal slice, he fell to the ground with a splash, his own life-bound sword buzzing in response. Supporting himself on the ground, Bai Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the same inept merman princess he had known? Or was this the moonlit sword that once belonged to Ming Jianjun? Indeed, it was unparalleled. The disciples seated below erupted in astonishment. They had all shared Bai Hua's doubt that Jin Yao could master the mist flower sword technique in such a short time. Yet, even Bai Hua, a direct disciple of Elder Yushing, had failed to defeat Jin Yao. The novice. Could it be that Jin Yao had been hiding his true capabilities all along? A clever ruse, truly impressive. Although he had employed unorthodox methods, his talents had not tarnished the reputation of his celestial roots. Elder Yushing smiled at Jin Yao, his hands still behind his back. Now I understand why that ambitious child, Qingye, regards you with such admiration. Casting a glance at the awestruck disciples below, Elder Yushing rolled his eyes. I have no desire to teach fools like you. The essence of the mist flower sword technique lies in adaptability. Now, do you finally comprehend? Aiming the sword sheath at Bai Hua, Jin Yao said, I apologize. Senior brother. With a beaming smile, Bai Hua was momentarily stunned, rubbing his sore backside and grinning sheepishly as he grasped the end of the sword sheath. It's fine. Jin Yao, I simply lack skill. Bai Hua imagined himself braying like a donkey. Hopefully, Master would be lenient. The hibernation break had just concluded, and Jin Yao still felt a bit muddled. Whistling a tune, he arrived at the grand hall of the falling snow peak. In the original narrative, Elder Yushing was a stern old man. Receiving his praise was surely indicative of Jin Yao's proficiency in the mist flower sword technique. Indeed, possessing another spell would prove invaluable, especially when facing pursuits from the male lead or the Dragon Clan's young master. However, before he could push open the door, he felt a weight on his shoulder as a celestial woman appeared behind him. Turning around, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was his master and not some malevolent spirit. Otherwise, he might have fainted in shock. Qingye, something must have happened to her. The tone of the fairy-like Shuefeng was calm and devoid of concern for her disciple. Master, what has happened to senior sister? Seeing Jin Yao's worried expression, Shuefeng smiled knowingly. She has simply fallen back into her old habits. She needs someone to warm her bed. Chapter 26. She could alleviate the suffering of the cold beauty. As Jin Yao was pushed into the pool, his head spun slightly. He glanced down at his attire. It was rather too thin. His tail curled, creating ripples in the water, and he bit his lip. Feeling his cheeks flush as he spoke hesitantly, Master, is this really necessary? Isn't it a bit excessive? Shuefeng squatted down, rummaging through her storage ring filled with exquisite garments. Jin Yao caught a fleeting glimpse and felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. If you don't do this, you won't be able to entice that stubborn tree, Qingye. Before he could respond, a booklet landed before him, adorned with intricate illustrations of mermen and humans entwined in passionate embraces. And it was exceedingly detailed, as if fearing that the reader might not understand. Study it carefully. You might find it useful later. If she resists, you must take charge. Forceful advances will eventually lead to submission. What is all this? Jin Yao felt as if the scales on his body were about to burst open. He hugged his large blue tail, slowly hiding it as warm water bubbled around him. Hearing the merman behind him fall silent, he couldn't help but admit that the spiritual energy within him was stagnant, and if not addressed soon, it could lead to a catastrophic explosion. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Qingye, sweat beading on her forehead, felt disoriented, nearly unable to discern the door's appearance. With one hand pressed against her heart, she struggled to maintain steady breaths. She knew she had fallen back into her old habits. Warm breath escaped her nostrils, forming misty clouds. Hearing the words catastrophic explosion sent a chill through Jinyao. In the original story, the Dragon Clan's young master attacked the Tianyi immortal sect, vowing to annihilate the male lead's family, which included Lin Qingye, his half-sister. Following a series of fierce confrontations, the sect plummeted from the top 3 ranks of sword cultivators, and the former sect master met his demise in a failed tribulation, leaving nothing but ruin. Lin Qingye bore the heavy responsibility of thwarting the Dragon Clan's forces single-handedly. The text described her as exhausting her strength, using immense thunderous power to slay 3 dragons and 7 great serpents, ultimately collapsing at the foot of the Tianyi immortal sect, her fate unknown. The author seemed to have broken the balance of power. Now it appeared that Lin Qingye was indeed burdened with an ailment, a remnant of her celestial roots that allowed her to stand tall despite her afflictions. Mastered, what do you require of me? The abnormal pain forced her to bend over, large beads of sweat soaking her hair. As she pushed the door open, Lin Qingye stumbled in. This appearance was a stark contrast to the poised demeanor she had displayed earlier, standing proudly at the helm of the Dragon Clan. Now, she seemed fragile, like delicate porcelain or shattered ice on a river. Her slender fingers, veins bulging, pressed against her chest as if trying to alleviate her pain. Upon closer inspection, Jinyao saw a merman lying in the pool, while his master had already vanished. Senior sister, what is wrong with you? Seeing Lin Qingye's pale complexion, Jinyao felt a surge of concern. With a flick of his tail, he splashed water droplets as he swam closer. Supporting himself on the edge of the pool, he gazed intently into her beautiful eyes. How is it you? Where is master? As Lin Qingye approached, Jinyao felt a pang of discomfort. He stood up, his large blue tail resting on the pool's bottom. Yet, in doing so, he completely neglected the delicate attire he had donned earlier. Water droplets cascaded down his porcelain skin, gliding over the contours of his abdomen. Lowering his gaze, Lin Qingye noticed the slight opening of blue scales on Jinyao's body. Senior sister, are you experiencing stagnant spiritual energy? If that were the case, then Jinyao could indeed assist her. His words were neither humble nor arrogant, eliciting a faint smile from the weakened Lin Qingye. Stumbling, she nearly fell but chose to sit at the pool's edge, her dark boots dipping into the water. The dark fabric covering her eyes hung slightly in the water, creating an alluring aura. Jinyao, unable to resist, reached out his finger, almost instinctively wanting to lift the veil from Lin Qingye's eyes. Just as his fingertip brushed her cheek, she seized his wrist with surprising strength. I told you, do not gaze into my eyes. You will be hurt. Before she could finish speaking, Jinyao's lips descended upon hers, captivating Lin Qingye, who sat motionless at the pool's edge. As the scales of the fish brushed past, Lin Qingye could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Jinyao's body. She gasped for breath, and the hazy scene before her gradually faded away. With a splash, both of them fell into the water, and Jinyao's scales were surprisingly soft, contrary to her initial expectations of their hardness. In the teaching hall, the gathered crowd, busy packing their belongings, turned their gazes toward the vacant spot where Jinyao had been. A sense of dread washed over them. Could it be that this seat possessed some mystical power, enabling one to attain enlightenment and transform into a formidable immortal upon sitting? You lot, stop staring. The teaching hall is about to close. With her hands on her hips, Qiao Lianming shooed away those ambitious disciples who sought to abscond with the tables and benches. She found it utterly perplexing why these individuals, who usually slacked off, would suddenly scramble to catch up at the last moment. Even if they polished the Buddha's toes clean, it would be of no avail. A fool remains a fool, sister. You're not thinking of calling me a fool in your heart, are you? Bai Hua pulled his junior sister out of the grand door, producing his little white crane. Preparing to mount it, brother. Perhaps you should forego that white crane. I would much prefer to fly on my sword. At least I could reach the dormitory in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. If only senior sister Jinyao could accompany me, I could also enjoy the tailwind from the Yingye sword. Upon hearing his junior sister's disdain for his white crane, Bai Hua's expression soured. He pouted, pointing at his beloved crane. You not allowed to insult my darling, not even if you were my junior sister. He then crouched down, presenting his backside to the crane, showering it with affection while covering its ears. Chapter 27. The Merfolk and the Dragon Clan. A natural pair upon hearing the name Yingye sword. A mere outer sect disciple standing in the corridor was taken aback. His gaze darted around, and then he straightened up, producing a grasshopper from seemingly nowhere and presenting it before the white crane. Captivated by the vibrant green grasshopper, the crane stretched its neck, leaping out of its master's embrace and squawking excitedly. "Thank you, junior brother, for the grasshopper." With hands on his hips, Bai Hua beamed, affectionately patting his crane's head. "Brother, I just heard you mention the Yingye sword. Did Ming Jianjun ever come here?" Upon hearing this question, Bai Hua's suspicion was piqued. He squinted, scrutinizing the outer sect disciple, but no matter how he looked, he could discern nothing unusual. "What do you mean by that question? The Yingye sword hasn't belonged to Ming Jianjun for ages." As soon as these words left his mouth, Bai Hua received a sharp punch from Qiao Lianming on the back of his head. A crisp sound echoed, and Bai Hua clutched his head, looking thoroughly innocent, utterly baffled by what he had done wrong to upset his junior sister. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, "Brother, you shouldn't have let that slip. What if this person has ill intentions?" Sensing the hesitation between the two, the outer sect disciple bent at the waist, hands clasped in salute, and respectfully said, "Esteemed seniors, I have been tending to the herbal garden at the foot of the mountain these past few days, and have not paid attention to the recent happenings within the sect. I hope you could enlighten me." Hearing this, Bai Hua felt relieved. As the highly regarded elder brother of the sect, how could he neglect his junior brother? Just as he was about to speak, a loud voice interrupted him. "What is there to discuss? Ming Jianjun gifted her sword to that useless Jin Yao." Zhang Zhao opened his jade fan, waving it in front of his face, his disdain evident in his phoenix eyes. "Useless? Zhang brother, are you referring to yourself with those words? Sister is definitely not." "How audacious, you little brat. Let's see if I, Zhang brother, will not teach you a lesson today. You can't even touch my foot. Brother, let us join forces, 2 against 1, and show this shameless fellow what's what." Bai Hua dramatically drew his sword, fingers poised on the blade, glaring menacingly at Zhang Zhao. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and the outer sect disciple, fearing for his safety, hastily retreated. Finding a secluded spot, he transformed into a small dragon and flew toward the foot of the mountain. "Young master, I've gathered the information. Yingye's sword has changed hands and is no longer wielded by Ming Jianjun." The small dragon morphed back into human form, landing gracefully in this secluded courtyard. A pavilion stood in the middle of the lake, where a man with dragon horns donned a golden robe. Even the emerald waters rippled, sending droplets skyward. "Finally, I have found her." "Wait, what did you just say? She no longer uses the Yingye sword? Truly, she must have come into wealth to exchange even her life's sword. I wonder what weapon she has chosen now." "Yes, young master, I risked my life to uncover this news. The people of Tianyi Xianzong say the current owner of the Yingye sword is Princess Jin Yao. The ancient zither he held was sent flying with a slap, smashing against the wall into a pile of fragments. Jin Yao, since when did she associate with that female demon? This cannot stand. I must persuade her." The man shimmered and transformed into a golden dragon, vanishing into the clouds. Young master." Supporting herself at the edge of the pool, Jin Yao bit her lip. Her fish tail undulated, splashing droplets around. Shaking her head, she felt surprisingly that this level of pressure was still bearable. "That is good that I have cultivated for so long. My body has endured countless hardships, yet today, upon seeing you, I realized that my master was right." Lin Qingye's fingers grasped Jin Yao's chin, leaving her no choice but to lift her head. She felt a sharp ache in her jaw, and tears brimmed in her eyes, just as she was about to speak. Suddenly, Lin Qingye continued, "Something is coming to find me. It is a water demon. No, it is the dragon clan." She raised her gaze, her inky fabric already soaked through, her violet golden eyes flickering with a mysterious light. "How many? Senior sister." Despite having been toyed with in her palm, Lin Qingye was taken aback by her concern for Jin Yao. Her thoughts were clear, yet how could she not discern that Jin Yao's calls for her were a plea for protection? A great dragon. But it is nothing to fear. With a slight tilt of her head, Lin Qingye stilled the swirling snow and wind around the snowy peak, freezing the swaying bamboo leaves in place. As the dragon clan's young master, transformed back into his human form, was about to take a step forward. His entire being was ensnared in the snow. That female demon has acted again. The dragon clan's young master cursed inwardly, yet he hadn't seen Jin Yao in quite a while and felt a twinge of longing. After descending from the heavenly court's peach banquet, he had intended to discuss his marriage with his father, but before he could voice his thoughts, he overheard others from the dragon clan saying that Jingyao had been offered to the human race. They looked down upon the actions of the Merfolk royal family, sharing an inherent disdain, and the dragon clan's young master felt similarly. Lin Qingye, if you have the ability, come out. He struggled fiercely, the invisible chains binding his wrists and ankles snapping one by one. The snow began to fall again, and the bamboo swayed once more. In an instant, a shadowy figure appeared before him. Grasping a long sword, Lin Qingye stood poised in the air, reaching forward to grasp the inky fabric before her and giving it a gentle tug. Her violet eyes opened, the black veil entwining her pale wrist, creating a striking contrast. Jingyao is mine. It was indeed peculiar. He had clearly heard that Jingyao was betrothed to the young master of Tianyi Xianzong. How could it possibly be this woman, Lin Qingye? Absurd. Chapter 28. The original's childhood sweetheart strikes, to intrude upon the sacred grounds of the human race, even if you were the prince of the Dragon Palace. I shall still impose penalties. Lin Qingye's eyes gleamed with clarity, able to see through the true form of the man with dragon horns standing in the snow. Tio intrude upon the sacred grounds of the human race. I believe it is your kind that is shameless. I have known Jingyao since childhood. We are inseparable companions. We are the perfect pair. The Dragon Palace prince spoke with a dignified air, seemingly undeterred by the woman before him, who stood like a crow's feather, blocking his destined union. Is that so? Then why did you not propose to Wang Suhai in the past? Why did you allow the Merfolk royal family to offer Jingyao to the human sect? Was it because you deemed her background too humble to be worthy of your status as the Dragon Palace prince? Now you come here. Are you hoping to bestow the title of Dragon Palace's young mistress upon Jingyao? Listening to the commotion outside, Jingyao rubbed her waist, leaning against the window. A water demon. Her innate nature compelled her to feel subservient to the dragon clan. Thus the pressure from outside made her hesitant to show her face. The first rule of survival in this game is to endure. Never expose oneself. Besides, with the tension brewing between two formidable figures, stepping out might only complicate matters for her sister. Jingyao clutched her sword sheath, fully aware that with her innate water elemental affinity and the Yingyue sword in hand, she could easily contend with any human cultivator at the Golden Core stage. However, her opponent was an unknown entity from the Dragon Palace. Wait, what had that great dragon just said? Childhood sweethearts. Who is this childhood sweetheart of his? Could it be the second female lead of the Merfolk? No wonder. Jingyao suddenly understood. The author had once written that the young master of the dragon clan had a white moonlight before encountering the female lead. Qing, however, in the words of the young master of the dragon clan, he lamented that his beloved, the white moonlight, had forsaken him, turning instead to marry a human man and living a life of utmost happiness. He felt too embarrassed to impose upon their joy. Not vying for attention, he still had the audacity to claim that the white moonlight had abandoned him. Surely, his face must be larger than a pancake. Jingyao struck her thigh in disdain, raising her middle finger at the young master of the dragon clan through a window. It was the overwhelming pressure from the dragon clan that rendered her unable to stand. Otherwise, Jingyao would have certainly defended the second female of the Merfolk. The pressure of the dragon clan. Hadn't the cold beauty, with her eyes veiled, given her 5 sizable dragon scales? As Jingyao recalled this, she hastily retrieved the Qingye pouch hanging from her waist. Those 5 scales were rare treasures that she had meticulously safeguarded. If she were to refine the dragon scales and infuse them into the treasured sword in her hand, she could even fashion some leftover scraps into a bracelet or something similar. Wouldn't she then be able to stride through the streets with the same formidable presence as the dragons? As if she were concealing an AK in her grasp? Ah, what a splendid plan, indeed. Clenching the dragon scales in her hand, Jinyao's fingers brushed against a diamond-shaped fragment, and looking down, she discerned it to be the Chaos Qingye mirror. If this mirror could devour spiritual energy and transfer it to the heavenly realm, if she could discover a way to break this spell, perhaps she could utilize this invincible vacuum cleaner to siphon spiritual energy from everywhere. Rendered speechless by Lin Qingye's words, the young master of the dragon clan caught a whiff of a faint ethereal fragrance. Their spirit beasts possessed a sense of smell far superior to that of humans. Narrowing his golden eyes, doubts began to stir within him. Could it be that Lin Qingye had set up a formation within his courtyard, or perhaps prepared some celestial artifact specifically waiting for him to fall into their trap, only to strip him of his dragon skin and tendons for their treasures? Moreover, he had sneaked out, leaving his father behind. If those ungrateful humans were to expose him to the Dragon Palace, he would undoubtedly face confinement. Thus, he took 2 steps back, crossing his arms in defiance, disdainfully humming as he shook off the snowflakes atop his head. Though I hold genuine affection and respect for her, the laws of the Dragon Palace leave no room for error. Even if I were to marry, my legitimate wife must be of the Dragon clan. Yet, being a concubine in our Dragon Palace is far superior to being the legitimate wife of your kind. What kind of nonsense is this? Jingyao squatted in the room, her cheeks puffed in anger. Standing in the courtyard, Lin Qingye, with her wrists wrapped in dark gauze, turned her sword and coldly admonished. Then you should not have come seeking a yao. You think that just because of your status, I would hesitate to act against you. This is Snowfall Peak. I can do as I please. No sooner had her words fallen than the snow-covered mountaintop was enveloped by a formation, an occurrence almost instantaneous. You, woman, wish to trap me? Not a chance. The man transformed into a golden dragon, flicking his tail towards the sky. Attempting to shatter the formation that sought to ensnare him, the golden dragon let out a pained roar, crimson blood staining the snow. With his eardrums ringing, Lin Qingye did not relent. She knew that her reputation was at stake in this battle. Otherwise, the young master of the Dragon clan would endlessly disturb a Yao's tranquility. Truly ungrateful, with sharp dragon claws poised to strike, he lunged forward, yet before his claws could reach Lin Qingye's chest, the door creaked open, a familiar, graceful woman reflected in the golden dragon's eyes. Its vertically slit pupils widened, and the golden dragon retracted its claws. Snow and wind swirled as Jingyao looked up to see the golden dragon hovering in the air, gazing intently at her, as if it longed to devour her whole. Jingyao. A deep, rumbling dragon roar echoed in her ears, and the young master of the Dragon clan transformed back into human form. Landing steadily, his forehead bore dragon horns, his visage handsome, clad in a golden robe, and crowned with a crystal diadem. This appearance mirrored that of the male lead in the original tale, with scarcely any alteration. Indeed, it was he. Lin Qingye stood outside the door, her gauze now obscuring her vision. She did not lower her sword but remained vigilant against the young master of the Dragon clan. With her current cultivation, it would not be an issue to match him blow for blow. The young master's prior words had reached Jinyao's ears. If the young master believes Jinyao's identity is unworthy of your exalted presence, then I implore you to depart from Snowfall Peak. Unyielding and composed, Jinyao inhaled deeply, her fingers trembling slightly. Were it not for the dragon scales clutched tightly in her grasp, she might have collapsed under the oppressive aura. Chapter 29. The golden scale is not merely a pond's dweller. It transforms into a dragon when encountering storms. Upon hearing Jinyao's words, the young master of the Dragon clan was momentarily taken aback, nearly unable to believe it. The Jinyao of yore had been more docile than a sheep on the prairie, never once disobedient. When dragons and Merfolk met, she had always obediently trailed behind the Merfolk king, never uttering a word. Her beautiful eyes were enough to captivate him. Yet, alas, her lineage remained too humble, and with the waning influence of the Wangshu Sea Merfolk, they were forced to rely on the Dragon clan. He had concealed this affection deep within his heart, never mentioning it to his father. Even if he did, he knew that for the sake of the Dragon Palace, his father would vehemently oppose any union with the Merfolk. Yet now, Jinyao had adopted the ungrateful demeanor of humanity, standing before him and declaring her independence. How could he, the young master of the Dragon clan, who had been cherished and sheltered by his father since childhood, possibly tolerate this? Jinyao, do you comprehend what you are saying? I have come merely to liberate you from the torments of humanity. To take you as my concubine is already a glory for your Merfolk clan. Do you not feel any gratitude? Jinyao, you have truly changed. Are you still the gentle mermaid princess of old? What nonsense is this? What business does she have here? She lowered her head, refusing to yield to the Dragon clan's pressure. Young master, I am no longer the princess of the Merfolk royal family. Thus, I am unworthy of your grand temple. I implore you, young master, to seek another. This esteemed, gilded concubine is a burden I cannot bear." Upon hearing her words, the young master of the dragon clan felt a surge of resentment rising within his chest. He pressed his hand against his bleeding neck, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. With a thud against the ground, the snow crunched beneath his feet. "Your Wangshu has fallen to such a state, yet you still speak so defiantly? No wonder you now seek the aid of humanity. Do you truly believe that this half-blind fool can protect you from our dragon clan? At this stage, it is only fair to inform you, Qingye, that you have no favorable outcome by aligning yourself with these humans. The celestial beings above have decreed a slaughter upon the human realm, and the first step is to eradicate your Wangshu. Following closely will be humanity." Crimson blood trickled between his fingers. In mere moments, the wound on his neck healed, as expected. He discerned a flicker of hesitation on Qingye's face, filling his heart with glee. "Qingye, as long as I desire, there is no woman I cannot possess in this lifetime. Even the celestial maidens of the Yao Pool or the goddesses of the earth, or the nine-tailed foxes of Qingye. I can easily have them at my disposal." Having said this, he drew forth a long golden spear, twirling it with grace, showcasing its might in the snow. "Today, neither of you shall escape. Just a mere heavenly, immortal sect. I could easily wipe it out. What can you humans do to me?" Lin Qingye regarded him, stepping forward to position herself protectively in front of Qingye. Her silent presence brought Qingye a sense of reassurance. "Senior sister, are you well? Did he harm you?" Qingye grasped Lin Qingye's wrist. Concern etched upon her features. She had seen her senior sister's pale complexion, akin to fragile porcelain on the brink of shattering. "I have never faced defeat since I began my journey, so why should I be afraid? Even the Dragon Clan, who share a lifespan with the heavenly law, cannot triumph over me." Lin Qingye gripped the hilt of her sword, exuding an aura of immense power. The young master of the Dragon Clan, wielding the spear, looked up to see the formation above them transforming once more. "This is the dragon binding formation. How do you know this technique?" He squinted his eyes, suspicion brewing within him. The dragon binding formation is an ancient art that only the great powers of humanity could master, unless it was by those who had long ascended or hidden formidable beings. Otherwise, none could hope to draw this formation. "Young man, do not underestimate my master." A voice, ancient and wise, echoed in the young master's ears. He scanned his surroundings and spotted a flood dragon resting upon Lin Qingye's shoulder. Another creature that relied on the youth of others to gain advantage. The flood dragon had considerable experience in this regard. Gazing at the young, impetuous dragon clan member, it felt both hopeful and envious, dreaming of the day it too could become a majestic dragon soaring through the skies. Upon recognizing the flood dragon, the young master of the dragon clan felt his earlier tension dissipate, disdainfully huffing. "I had thought it was something significant. You, an old fool seeking glory through servitude, dare to lecture a true dragon? Beware!" As the long spear lunged forward, Lin Qingye raised her hand, the blade of her sword pointing skyward. With her fingers pressed together, her fingertips rested upon the sword's edge, and the once snow-covered mountaintop was now filled with the crackling sounds of purple thunder. The scene was grandiose, as though an immortal were preparing to transcend once more. Indeed, senior sister is deserving of the title, the pinnacle of the sword path. The epithet of the world's foremost swordsman rightfully belongs to senior sister. Grasping Lin Qingye's belt, Qingye narrowed her eyes, feeling the tempest approach. Even the dragon, in awe, recognized this extraordinary thunderous spirit root as a favored child of the heavenly way, akin to a Qilin treading upon clouds. The booming thunder clapped in succession, dark clouds roiling, and the once smug young master of the dragon clan furrowed his brow. Though he was of the golden dragon lineage, he did not tremble in fear of the 9 heavenly tribulations as ordinary beasts would. Nonetheless, he too had to endure the tribulation, and moreover, his father had mentioned that the merit he had accumulated over the years was woefully insufficient. If he were to face the thunder head-on, danger would surely ensue. Heavenly punishment, descend. With but a command, the first bolt of lightning struck. The young master of the dragon clan instinctively sought to flee, only to find his feet firmly shackled to the ground. Unable to move an inch, Lin Qingye's cold gaze showed no mercy. She was acutely aware that this great dragon, being of golden blood, would remain unscathed even through 9 strikes of lightning. Therefore, Slaying him was not her objective. Rather, she aimed to capture him alive, to negotiate terms with the Dragon Clan. Thus, her interest would remain unscathed, indeed, maximized. Lin Qingye, you little vixen, do you think this trapped dragon formation can hold me here? The young master boasted. Have you heard? Golden scales are not mere pond creatures. They transform into dragons upon encountering the winds and clouds. Ha 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 ha. I shall prove that this lightning cannot slay me, nor can this formation confine me. Witness what it means to be a dragon, one that instills fear across the 5 lakes and 4 seas. Chapter 30. Senior sister, you absolutely cannot be harmed. As several bolts of lightning struck down. The man adorned with dragon horns merely had his hair singed slightly. It was of no significant concern. Hearing his boastful tone, a sudden idea sparked in Jin Yao's mind. Although she was unaware of the usage of the Chaos Qingye mirror, Senior sister had indicated that it was not beyond comprehension. If she could master the usage of the Chaos Qingye mirror, perhaps she could drain the spiritual energy from this golden dragon and claim it as her own. However, she must not label this as a morally dubious act. How could this be considered unethical? Such a stroke of fortune is rare to find. Senior sister, perhaps this object could restrain him. The shattered diamond-shaped mirror was presented before Lin Qingye, and with a mere glance, she recognized it as the gift from the Merfolk king. This is your magical tool. If he were to damage it, would that not be a grave loss? It is best to keep it safe. Lin Qingye had no intention of taking Jin Yao's meager possessions. She was not the type to act like a leech. To rely on her future partner for even this small thing would be utterly disgraceful. Senior sister, rest assured, it will not be damaged. At this juncture, Jin Yao tiptoed, leaning close to Lin Qingye's ear, whispering, Senior sister, this is a celestial artifact that fell from the heavens. It can absorb the spiritual energy of others. However, my cultivation is too weak to wield it. Hearing her words, Lin Qingye looked down, taking the diamond-shaped artifact from her palm. After a brief moment, she reached a conclusion. I will teach you how to use it. This artifact seemed to have previously recognized a master through blood, but for some unknown reason, it had broken free from its contract. Or perhaps my conjecture was mistaken. It is possible that the artifact's master erased its traces. Returning the artifact to Jin Yao, Lin Qingye's dark silken garment was lifted by the wind. She spoke solemnly. Follow my instructions, step forward. The hand gestures must be swift, otherwise, you will not be able to control it. Jin Yao obediently complied, standing still as instructed, and the once dull mirror fragment radiated brilliance, shining as bright as day. Strange, where has my spiritual energy gone? How could it be entirely depleted? This is impossible. It simply cannot be. There must be some error. The previously unhurried young master of the Dragon Clan now felt as though his body were caught in a vortex, his spiritual energy vanishing rapidly. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his predicament. Scrutinizing himself and finding no apparent issues, until he looked up and saw Jin Yao holding a shimmering object, his heart jolted. When did Jin Yao acquire such power, capable of siphoning his spiritual energy from afar? This was utterly inconceivable. A mere merfolk, no. It was the celestial artifact in her hands, emanating divine energy. That was the true enigma. I must retreat. If I linger any longer, I may be drained completely, bringing disgrace upon the Dragon Palace. With a sense of retreat, the young master sheathed his spear, transforming into a massive dragon, attempting to break through the dragon confinement formation with sheer force. However, his dragon energy and spiritual energy were continuously depleting. As if being cleansed by a deluge, he lacked even the strength to escape. Thus, he resorted to striking the confinement formation with his natural dragon horns until blood flowed from his wounds. The dragon confinement formation had been set up by Lin Qingye, using her own body as a medium, and thus the young master's assaults were borne entirely by her. If all proceeded without issue, the impact of the dragon's assault would amount to little more than a minor inconvenience for Lin Qingye's cultivation. However, her body was now beginning to recoil from the backlash of the Minglong sword art, her vital energy surging violently, causing blood to seep from her lips. Senior sister, do not worry about me. He must not escape, but his life must not be taken either. The obsidian blade was thrust into the ground, and as Lin Qingye endured the pain from the sword art's backlash, her vision blurred, rendering her unable to see clearly. Seizing a moment of lucidity, Lin Qingye entrusted Jin Yao with the task. She did not look down upon Jin Yao for her lower cultivation. On the contrary, Lin Qingye believed she was a gem yet to be polished. She had thought this in the pool earlier. With her innate water spirit root, if given proper guidance, she could shine as a brilliant new star within a decade, rivaling even Lin Qingye herself. Drops of blood fell from her nostrils, splattering onto the floor, radiant like plum blossoms, mingling with the snow's whiteness. Senior sister, you must break the formation. Do not endure any longer. Jin Yao, who had read the original text, was well aware that the young master of the Dragon Clan was not alone. He was accompanied by a dozen guards. Should they detect any anomalies from the Tianyi immortal sect? Drawn by the echoes of thunder, even a battle of attrition would be beyond what senior sister could withstand, especially considering her precarious condition, as she had previously mentioned. She bore a hidden ailment, a severe one at that. Having just managed to alleviate some discomfort, it now began to resurface. Retrieving the Chaos Chinkuan mirror from her grasp, Jin Yao disregarded everything else, her trembling fingers brushing against Lin Qingye's pale cheek, attempting to wipe away the blood. Fresh porcelain, pure as snow, delicate as flowers, and beautiful as a maiden, in an instant. Lin Qingye was entranced, her grip loosening as Xianyi fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. Senior sister. Listening to the mournful roar of the dragon echoing amidst the clouds, Jin Yao embraced Lin Qingye, the faint scent of blood not at all terrifying. For the world, Lin Qingye was a deity of slaughter. The foremost swordswoman of the 9 provinces, destined to ascend the heavenly ladder and become an immortal. Yet, only upon seeing her countenance did Jin Yao understand what it meant to weep for a character from a book. I have just absorbed some spiritual energy. Senior sister, perhaps you should use it first. Senior sister, you cannot be harmed if anything happens to you. Then the male lead, the female lead, and the second male lead will all converge upon me. My life will surely be at stake. Senior sister, you truly cannot be harmed. A few crystalline pearls fell upon Lin Qingye's cheeks, causing her to furrow her brow slightly before breaking into a helpless smile. Her tone was weak. Yao, did I merely succumb to an old ailment? It is not as if I have been defeated by him. There is no need for such tears. This pain cannot threaten my life. There is no cause for concern. Her fingers brushed against a pearl that had rolled into her neck, soothingly encouraging her. Chapter 31. The goddess stated, one cannot share a pillow with a pig-headed fool. Immersed in the warm waters of the pool, Lin Qingye felt an excruciating pain in her chest. The residual force of the dragon's energy had already invaded her flesh, necessitating a bloodletting to alleviate the pressure. Xianyi, Lin Qingye tightened her grip on her wrist, revealing her fair skin. The sword of her destiny, left at the pool's edge, whizzed forth, the blade unsheathing and landing upon her wrist. Cut, let the blood flow. Hearing her words, Jin Yao felt a pang of concern. She had already followed Lin Qingye's instructions to set up formations around the courtyard. As this thought crossed her mind, she paused, lifting her skirt. A spark of realization igniting in her mind. Wait, according to the original plot, the Dragon Clan's young master's escape route led directly to the location of the outer disciples of the Tianyi immortal sect. In other words, aside from the trivial role of the mermaid's second female lead, whose deletion from the narrative would go unnoticed, if the plot of the original story were to unfold as usual, it would now be the male second lead encountering the female protagonist. At this moment, the main couple should be pledging their lifelong commitment to one another, toasting with cups joined, sharing intimate whispers by the glow of red candles. What a captivating trio this is. What is the matter? It's merely a matter of letting some blood out. I haven't asked you to sever my tendons. Why act so timidly? Sensing Xianyi's hesitation, Lin Qing also questioned back. Senior sister, I have a solution. The inky blade of the sword seemed to wholeheartedly agree with Jin Yao's assertion, darting swiftly to her side, its blade hovering with the hilt facing forward. Akin to a nod from a human, indeed, it is a remarkably sentient sword. Raising her head, Lin Qing observed Jin Yao with a leisurely demeanor. With a serene smile, she inquired, what method do you propose? Are you, like Xianyi, concerned about my potential blood loss? It matters not. I have managed in this manner for many years. The excess spiritual energy within me, or perhaps not the toxins, if not alleviated by bloodletting, could lead to far graver consequences. Droplets of water continuously dripped from her snow-white neck, while the dark robe enveloped her exquisite form, rendering her irresistible to the eye. Stealing a glance at her sister, Jinyao felt a twinge of guilt for such impropriety. Yet, recalling their earlier encounter in the pond, her mind wandered to fanciful thoughts. Senior sister, the reverse side of this magical artifact can release spiritual energy. However, I am unsure how to activate it. Of course, it is not merely a matter of releasing energy. It could draw in the very essence of the upper realm. However, should that happen, it is likely the ascended immortals would take notice. A slight theft would pose no issue. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingye showed no sign of concern. The magical artifact in Jinyao's possession had just absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy from that golden dragon, and it was only natural that it would now be brimming. Raising an eyebrow, she stood from the water, droplets cascading from the dark veil. "Come here, I shall teach you." These words seemed to possess a magical allure, compelling Jinyao to move forward uncontrollably. The artifact, crafted in a classical style, yet the engravings upon it had mysteriously vanished. With a little effort, it could be opened. Once mastered, it would surely serve as a handy tool. Lin Qingye's long hair cascaded down as she approached, causing Jinyao's cheeks to heat, recalling their prior position in the pond. That bothersome golden dragon had returned. She had seen nothing clearly. Yet now, her gaze was unavoidably drawn to the bare body. Senior sister, why do you not dress properly?" Witnessing her sister's bashful demeanor, Lin Qingye found herself intrigued, the unusual sensation stirring ripples in her thoughts. Had she begun to restore her awareness of affection? Then, might you elaborate, senior sister? Clutching the shard of the Chaos Chi mirror, Jinyao stepped forward, standing before Lin Qingye. A mist swept by, and a white robe draped over her. Instantly dressing Lin Qingye, she gently pressed her finger against Jinyao's hand. Thus, the transformation of the cosmos, the mirror gate opens. After reciting this phrase, the diamond-shaped shard in Jinyao's hand radiated a brilliant light. Blindingly bright. Jinyao instinctively shut her eyes, followed by an eruption of countless red threads pouring from the shattered mirror. The red threads cascaded like a torrential downpour, enveloping both their shoulders. Lin Qingye's fingers came together, deftly capturing the falling threads, sensing the ethereal energy entwined within. Could it be that this artifact originated from the heavenly realm? Master. The red threads, they've all vanished. The attendant knelt on the ground, incredulously staring at the now empty baskets. Holding a marriage token, the old matchmaker expressed his annoyance without turning around, reprimanding his attendant. What is it that warrants such a commotion? Recently, there has been an uptick in those yearning for love among both humans and demons. It is only natural that the red threads are consumed rapidly. He clutched a plaque, tugging at his beard, visibly distressed. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, the marriage threads of the esteemed Luo Ling had intertwined with a woman? How peculiar indeed. Even if a handsome and well-to-do husband were found for her, he would still be the worst of the worst. Marrying him would be a case of diminishing returns. Yet, the old matchmaker was not dissuaded. Hands on hips, he struck himself in frustration, declaring, "Regardless, the Emperor of Heaven has said that venturing into the mortal realm is to suffer. The parents who raised you and the man you marry are both scoundrels. I cannot allow myself to be at a disadvantage. I must find someone of handsome appearance. Otherwise, how could I possibly sleep at night without being startled awake by a pig's face? Will you accompany me? I have just concocted a tenfold nourishing and weight-gaining pill for your tree branch. Surely that will suffice?" Clutching the wooden plaque, the old matchmaker turned to untangle the marriage threads of Luo Ling and that woman, only to discover the red threads piled on the ground had vanished into thin air. The attendant's earlier words had proven true. The old matchmaker hurriedly took 2 steps forward, kneeling to brace himself against the suddenly appearing opening. Peering down, he was eager to see which foolish mouse had dared to steal his red threads. Chapter 32. A Yao, do you wish to become the queen of the mermaids? Jinyao lowered her head, intending to silently chant a spell to close the passage. However, the next moment, she beheld a weathered old face, adorned with white hair and beard. Their eyes met, and the old man seemed startled, his head disappearing in an instant. This is bad. An immortal from the heavenly realm. This mirror can open a portal to the divine realm. Lin Qingye gazed at the scattered red threads, aware that only one deity in the upper realm could utilize these 3,000 red threads. It was likely the Moonlight Elder. Qingye, resembling a small hamster, shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the matter. If she were to reveal to her sister that she had traversed here from a novel, her sister would surely draw her sword and cry out, "Which demon dares to usurp the mermaid royal lineage? You vile creature, come forth." After all, in the realm of cultivation, the act of seizing another's body is indeed a heinous crime, committed only by the most malevolent of demons or wicked spirits. To speak of it plainly would be akin to revealing oneself as a wolf in a game of werewolf. It is far too perilous. Very well, you surely know nothing of this. Otherwise, how could the mermaid royal family bequeath such a marvelous artifact? Lin Qingye watched as the mirror's brilliance slowly dimmed, coming to a realization. It was likely that the Moonlight Elder had directly sealed the passage leading to this mirror. Terrifyingly so, with a thud, the old matchmaker sat upon the ground, neglecting the marriage token he had dropped. Upon catching sight of Luo Ling's face, he nearly mistook her for the reincarnation of Luo Ling. He furiously questioned himself. Why had he allowed himself to become a mere servant to the mirror? "Master, shall we not seek out the lost red threads?" The attendant, clutching the last few bundles of red threads, recounted their significance. "Of course, we must seek them out. So many threads represent the fates of countless individuals. However, given the importance of this matter regarding Luo Ling, I shall personally attend to it. You remain here to tend to the moon tree." He understood that while the lost red threads were a minor concern, the appearance of a rift leading to the mortal realm was of utmost importance. Before anything else, he needed to inquire with King Yin about which reincarnation of Luo Ling this was. Caught in the web of red threads, Qingye wished to move but found herself inexplicably bound to her sister. "I apologize, senior sister. I had intended to." Qingye bowed her head, aware that her good intentions had led to a troublesome outcome. She had never anticipated that this broken mirror would open a back door directly to the palace of the old matchmaker. Why not just open it in the peach garden? Perhaps she could have stumbled upon a few fallen peaches. Observing her lowered demeanor, Lin Qingye chuckled softly, shaking her head. "It was I who cast the spell." "Why apologize, however? I truly did not expect that the mermaid royal family would possess such a treasure capable of directly reaching the heavenly realm." As her words fell, in an instant, Lin Qingye had tidied up the entirety of the scattered red threads. The sole thread binding the two of them remained untouched, as she had refrained from dispelling it. Her master had once said that once the heartstrings were stirred, one's cultivation would regress or lead to incomprehensible actions. Lin Qingye did not believe this. She had risen to become the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a sword capable of cleaving mountains and rivers. Solitude had been her only companion for far too long. With seasons passing her by, though her body remained perceptive, her thoughts had become as desolate as a withered tree, devoid of awareness. Gazing into the eyes of the person before her, she made a decision. "Yao, do you wish to become the queen of the mermaids?" Upon hearing this, Qingye was left stunned. The weight of this revelation surpassed even the previous encounter with the old matchmaker, leaving her utterly astonished. "Senior sister, are you serious?" Observing her expression, Lin Qingye raised a hand, the red thread tightening around the two of them. "In the past, I knew not what joy was, nor sorrow, nor pleasure. Yet upon meeting you, everything has changed." She turned away, her back facing Qingye. The red string tugged tightly, causing Qingye to stagger, the silver ornaments on her body jingling lightly as she leaned against Lin Qingye's back. The elder sister's back was not as cold as she had imagined. Rather, it radiated warmth, imbued with a faint scent of wood that was reassuring. "The young master of the sect has wronged you, insulted you. The young lord of the dragon clan is no different as long as you desire it. Yao, the void sea can bow beneath your feet. The Tianyi immortal sect is the same. I will assist you in making them all realize their errors." Her words were neither servile nor arrogant, carrying immense weight, causing Qingye to press her palm against her heart, at a loss for words. When she had read the novel, she had ventured into the comments section, where everyone claimed that Ming Jianjun, such a promising character, would inevitably fall into the path of darkness. To her astonishment, the predictions of the netizens proved true. The way her elder sister spoke echoed a sense of nobility and defiance. "What say you? Do you consent?" As the red string dissipated, the contract was sealed. Lin Qingye felt no remorse for her unconventional actions. After all, she had long grown weary of her time in the Tianyi immortal sect. Only the Snowfall Peak remained her solitary refuge. I am willing. If the elder sister promises, then I agree. Jinyao recalled the moment in class when she had unsheathed the Yingyue sword. Witnessing the astonished and fearful gazes directed at her, and felt a surge of vindication. Her elder sister was right. She must forge ahead, reaching heights unknown to her, determining the fates of others. Only then could she avert the tragedies that loomed over her. Since destiny had bestowed upon her the Chaos Qian Kuan mirror, she would not hold back. This tragic second female lead would not remain passive. After all, her original form was a princess of the Merman royal family. What was wrong with inheriting the throne? Even if it meant severing ties with her brothers, Jinyao felt no qualms. They sought glory at the expense of a woman. Why should they bask in peace while she suffered? Rather than constantly fearing that the male protagonist would strip her of her scales to craft a mermaid gown, she would take the initiative, fighting for her own chance of survival. Very well. If you hold such intent, then our engagement may be postponed. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Qingye felt her hand grasped and turned to see Jinyao smiling at her, admiring the delicate bridge of her nose. Elder sister, it is far more crucial to expel the dragon aura from your body. You will stay tonight, won't you? Please remain. Chapter 33. The first day of learning to be a bully. Hey. You lot, stand still. Zhang Zhao growled at the busy juniors. When that wretched Jinyao arrives, we'll bag her and give her a good beating. Forget the details. Clutching his fate-bound sword, he glared fiercely at the others. One timid junior shrank back, only to receive a kick from Zhang Zhao, nearly toppling over. Senior brother, isn't it a bit inappropriate to provoke Jinyao right now? Besides, she has someone backing her now. She is no longer the scorned young mistress. The junior who had been kicked rubbed his behind, pointing up at the sky with a look of innocence, upon hearing the mention of the young master. Zhang Zhao's anger flared. Don't even mention that coward. At the mere thought of the sect master stripping him of his position, he abandoned the pregnant Qingqing junior sister. He has knelt at the sect master's door for 3 days and nights without so much as a glance at her. What's more, he claims he must fulfill the sect master's wishes and remarry that wretched Jinyao as his young mistress. If we don't avenge Qingqing junior sister, how will she ever stand her ground in the sect? As the curses continued, Zhang Zhao felt a tug at his robe. Senior brother, Jinyao is coming. He looked up to see Jinyao clad in a white disciple's robe, descending the white jade steps, humming a little tune as she approached. Before her foot could touch the next step, she felt something fall from above, and in an instant, daylight was swallowed by darkness. Seeing his artifact successfully ensnare Jinyao, Zhang Zhao placed his hands on his hips, brimming with pride. Keek. The bag was not soundproof and emitted a foul stench. Jinyao squatted inside, covering her ears, bemused. Are all villains this unoriginal now, resorting to such laughter? If not, I shall use this artifact to refine you in an instant. Sitting on the ground, Jinyao produced a shard of the diamond mirror, her fingers delicately touching its surface, recalling the incantation Lin Qingye had taught her. She poked the soft bag lightly, adopting a languid tone as she said, Zhang's senior brother, what if you let me go now? Your artifact might just be spared. If you refuse to let me go, I shall reduce your artifact to mere fragments. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Zhao's lackeys stifled their laughter, nearly bursting. One even retorted, You think you can shatter our senior brother's artifact? You're overestimating yourself. One pot can't hold all the fish soup. Ha 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 ha. Jinyao, you can boast even better than our senior brother. Hearing this, Zhang Zhao kicked again, shooting a glare at the junior. What nonsense are you spouting, senior brother? When have I ever lied before you? Every word is the truth. As the mocking laughter rang out, Jinyao remained unperturbed. Last night, she had spent the entire night poring over the tome titled in 3 hours, Become a Terrifying Bully. Her elder sister was indeed correct. She aimed to rise above others. Or rather, to become a fish among fish. The realm shifted, the mirror portal opened. Zhang Zhao still scoffed, hands on hips. Jinyao, don't struggle, it's futile. This Rui Qian Kuren bag is my master's prized creation, and with your meager skills, you stand no chance of breaking it. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief as he discovered that the artifact he had pilfered from his master had vanished from his grasp. Jinyao sat on the ground, dusting off her hands. What now? Still want to beat me? Dressed in a platinum robe and adorned with dragon horns, a girl walked through the heavenly court, cupping her hands around her mouth and calling out, "Elder brother, prince, elder brother, prince." Yet, no one responded. With hands on her hips, she flicked her braids, pouting in frustration. How strange, didn't the elder brother say he was going to the peach banquet to eat peaches? Why is there not a single shadow in sight? As she raised her foot to move forward, suddenly, a large hole opened in the heavenly court's floor, and a bag enveloped her entirely. What is this daring to ambush this princess? The rapid descent nearly took the breath from the dragon girl, and her tail thwacked against the ground, causing her to shed a few tears from the pain. Stretching out her hand, she attempted to break free from her bindings, only to find the artifact binding her tightly. With no gap to exploit, hey, which fool in the heavenly court, whether a mortal lord or lady, is tossing garbage? No, casting artifacts about. That's south against the heavenly court's traffic regulations. Her face turned a deep shade of purple, gradually darkening. Zhang Zhao was nearly driven to madness. He could care less about the consequences and drew his fate-bound sword, pointing it at Jin Yao with a fierce demand. Where have you hidden my masteress? My artifact? What? You unhappy with me? Come, stab me in the chest. Young lady, I crave it. According to our sect's laws, when disciples engage in brawls, the one who strikes first must compensate the injured party with an entire year's worth of monthly allowances, along with medical fees for treatment. Just right, as I'm recently short on resources and have my eye on a few elixirs I can't afford. Jin Yao's sharp tongue rendered Zhang Zhao's lackeys speechless. Unable to believe what they were witnessing, Jin Yao, this is not merely a transformation. This is evolution into the ultimate form. Terrifying. Observing Zhang Zhao wielding his sword, seething with rage, Jin Yao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. What? Afraid to make a move? Then don't block my path. Jin Yao strode forward, and the lackeys hastily cleared a wide path, not daring to impede her. Zhang Zhao's grip tightened around his sword, creaking ominously. Unable to contain himself any longer, he closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy, the blade humming ominously. With a thrust of his sword, he growled, Jin Yao, I'll make you wish you were never born. Chapter 34. Bearing the white flood dragon, wielding the Xianyi sword, Zhang Zhao, after all, was the pampered disciple of the Jinming Peak, cherished by Elder Jin, whose indulgence had fostered his unruly nature. The sword wind howled fiercely as he wielded it with force, never considering mercy. Even if he pierced Jin Yao through the arm, leaving a bloody hole, he would merely face a few months of confinement. Other matters his master would handle. Just then, several shards fell onto the bluish stone floor. With a sudden gasp, Zhang Zhao expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees, his trembling fingers fixated on the shattered fragments of his life-bound sword. The destruction of his personal weapon was, without a doubt, the most severe backlash he could endure. His vision blurred, he lay on the ground and caught sight of a pair of obsidian boots. His body quivered as he looked up, the sharp tip of a sword pointed directly at his brow. The woman's countenance was austere, her eyes shrouded in dark fabric. Next time, it won't merely be your sword that shatters, but your very life. Lin Qingye spoke with an icy tone, sending shivers through the other disciples, who felt as though they had been jolted by electricity. I have seen Ming Jian Jun. The other disciples hastily scrambled to their feet, bowing deeply towards Lin Qingye. They would rather endure a beating from Zhang Zhao than face the wrath of Ming Jian Jun, the revered daughter of their sect leader, whose words could cast them out of the sect forever, leaving them barred from returning to the path of immortality. With a flourish of her wrist, Lin Qingye twirled her sword, its blade resting against her spine as she regarded the group coldly. You will report to the Hall of Elders for punishment today. Should I find you once more neglecting your cultivation to torment your junior sister, do not expect my mercy. The other disciples turned crimson with shame, too intimidated to utter a word. Just as they were about to turn away, Lin Qingye felt a gentle tug at her sleeve, and a soft voice reached her ears. Sister, have you been following me all along? It dawned on Jin Yao why she felt a familiar gaze upon her. Her sister's concern for her well-being. I was worried you might struggle alone. Did you not vow last night to become the strongest in our sect? Jin Yao quickly shook her head, for she had not made such a bold claim. After all, for For someone of her golden core cultivation to declare such ambitions would be akin to a mere novice aspiring to enter the halls of Tsinghua or Peking University. It was rather absurd. No, sister, I distinctly said I wanted to be the top bully, not the strongest in the sect. There is little difference. Whether you aim to be the top bully or the strongest, all that you desire can be grasped in your hands. Upon hearing Lin Qingye's words, Jin Yao felt a thrill of excitement, her gaze unconsciously following her sister. Please, in her past life, she had been merely an average talent, yet in this life, she was being praised by the unparalleled genius Lin Qingye, equivalent to the top scholar in the nation. This brought her immense joy. Observing the two engage in cheerful conversation, Zhang Zhao felt as if his teeth were about to shatter as he continued to spit blood, clutching the remnants of his life-bound sword to his chest. Weakly, he cursed, "My master will not let you go even if you are the illustrious Ming Jianjun. My master will stand up for me." This character, in the original narrative, was the ultimate sycophant. Fully aware that the female protagonist had affections for both the male lead and the second male lead. Yes, two individuals. Even in the end, she had never deigned to spare Zhang Zhao a glance. Is that so? Today, I tell you, even if Elder Jin is before me, I shall not yield an inch. With her hands on her hips, Jin Yao's demeanor mirrored Lin Qingye's coldness, yet she sensed it lacked sufficient intensity. She needed to appear even more formidable to instill fear in others. "You were the first to bully me. Why should I relent?" Zhang Zhao's face turned pale as he supported his weakened body with one hand, wiping the blood from his lips with the other, exhaling a breath. "Ha ha ha, and yet your current actions are nothing more than a dog relying on its master's power. Now that you've lost Ming Jianjun's backing, what are you even worth?" Before he could finish his venomous words, the obsidian boot came crashing down upon his shoulder, a sharp crack echoing as the gathered disciples gasped in astonishment. They had only ever witnessed Ming Jianjun's cold indifference. Never had they seen her unleash her fury. In an instant, murmurs filled the square. Is it true? Ming Jianjun has struck someone. Surely, Zhang Zhao must have done something egregious to provoke her wrath. Striking? This is more akin to trampling. A throng of onlookers craned their necks, blocking the path as Bai Hua, who had come to purchase pastries for his beloved Bai He, was drawn in by the commotion. Initially, he had intended to buy the treats solely for Bai He, but upon catching a whiff of their enticing aroma, he couldn't resist indulging himself. Bai He, that he never intended to care for me. Junior sister, what has transpired? Why is it so lively? Bai Hua almost collided with the person in front of him, barely stopping in time. A brother, shall we take a look? I overheard them mention something significant parting the crowd. The scene that met their eyes was Lin Qingye's boot pressing firmly against Zhang Zhao's already swollen cheek, her intent to not withdraw evident. Sister truly possesses the qualities of a villain. How delightfully ruthless. What did you say earlier? I didn't quite catch it. Would you mind repeating it for me? A playful smile danced on Lin Qingye's lips as she awaited Zhang Zhao's response. He felt the blood surge within him, and at that moment, he felt utterly silent. Even if his master were to arrive, he would still have to concede. In nothing, sister, I realized my mistake. Chapter 35. A Yao is a princess? Everything belongs to a Yao. Witnessing the once arrogant Zhang Zhao bow his head in submission, Jin Yao was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that being a school bully indeed wielded considerable influence, especially one who was the top bully of the entire grade. How impressive! I am learning quite well from the top bully of our sect. Not just impressive. Even if you stood upon him, I believe no one in our sect would raise an objection. No, it wasn't merely the sect. Even the entire sword cultivation world would likely remain silent. Jian Yao gave her sister a thumbs up, expressing her admiration. So cool. Truly magnificent. I aspire to become a woman as formidable as you in the future. Lin Qingye chuckled softly, finding her junior sister's enthusiasm amusing. She leaned down and whispered in Jin Yao's ear, "With that mirror to aid you, you will soon break through to the late golden core stage. Show them what it means to be the true top bully, shall we? If a Yao is a princess, then the islands, mountains, and waters of the Forgotten Void Sea all belong to a Yao." Upon hearing her sister's words, Jin Yao envisioned the crown of the mermaid queen beckoning to her, and she nodded vigorously, fully endorsing her sister's plan. "Sister, I will strive to become powerful. I will not disappoint your expectations." By then, who would become the other escort would remain uncertain. The male lead might kneel and lament, singing his conquest, but it would bear no weight, By then, a Yao shall be able to marry me. As those words left her mouth, Jin Yao's face flushed bright red, akin to a kettle boiling over, steam rising from her head, her ears burning. This woman was simply too flirtatious, akin to a seductress. A Yao blushed. Lin Qingye observed this clearly but reminded herself to feign ignorance before Jin Yao. Thus, she secretly reveled in the delight of watching Jin Yao's face redden before her. Sister Jin Yao, what transpired just now? Why is it so intense here? From a distance, Qiao Lianming, clad in disciple robes, squeezed her way through the crowd, adjusting her loose strands of hair. The previous commotion had nearly turned her into a dumpling. It's nothing. We merely dealt with a dog. For cultivators, physical injuries heal within a few days, but the internal damage from a shattered lifebound sword would take weeks to mend out, of course, if one relied on their family status. That might be a different story, dog? Jin Yao's sister's words echoed in her mind. Glancing over, she spotted the panting Zhang Zhao on the ground, and before she could scrutinize further, he shot her a venomous glare. Spitting in her direction, startled, Qiao Lianming instinctively recoiled, quickly understanding the implication. Indeed, he is quite the sycophant. Have you encountered Ming Jianjun? Is she headed to the sutra repository? Bai Hua, arriving late, playfully thumped his junior sister on the head and bowed respectfully towards Lin Qingye. Realizing that their ranks no longer permitted casual address, 1TB going. I'm escorting a Yao to the grand lecture. I have matters to discuss with my master and cannot accompany you for long. Lin Qingye raised her hand, and the dirt and blood on her garments vanished in an instant. May we accompany you? It just so happens that today is the day for the talisman class. And we can also discuss a few things with junior sister Jin Yao. Soon as Qiao Lianming heard her senior brother speak, she immediately discerned his intentions, prompting her to hurriedly pull out the talisman from her sleeve. Ming Jianjun, this is the gathering spirit talisman I crafted yesterday. Might you take a look? She gestured towards the two of them and added, you too. I see you've come to borrow my expertise under the pretense of consulting me. Haven Tu. Upon hearing Jin Yao's astute observation, the two exchanged glances, their spirits deflating like frostbitten eggplants. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as they scratched their heads, they lifted their gaze to the plaque of the teaching hall. Over the course of their time together, Jin Yao had gained a profound understanding of Lin Qingye, and thus recognized the reason behind her sister's pause before the grand hall. However, she had no intention of prying. Respect is mutual and should be preserved. Let us leave it at this, sister. See you tonight. With her hands resting on Lin Qingye's shoulders, Jin Yao's disciple robe leaned against the silver bamboo branches of Lin Qingye's dark attire. Her eyes curving gently, sparkling like the stars. Feeling the warmth of her breath mingled with the moisture in the air, Lin Qingye turned her face away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She raised her fingers, hesitantly wrapping them around Jin Yao. All right, see you tonight. Dio, you want me to come pick you up after class? Lin Qingye leaned back, and the dark silk ribbon fell, creating a barrier between them, allowing Jin Yao to clearly see the pair of eyes hidden within Lin Qingye. They must be quite beautiful. After all, someone like her sister could hardly be unattractive. The embrace was fleeting. Jin Yao waved goodbye to Lin Qingye. Stepping into the teaching hall, that moment, the hall was bustling with people, so crowded that one might mistake it for a market. Well, never mind. Without these few fleas, I might find it more comfortable. Just as she sat down, Qiao Lianming followed suit, unfurling the gathering spirit talisman she had clutched in her palm. Sister, could you take a look at my work? How does my gathering spirit talisman look? She pointed, revealing a few crooked talismans that appeared before her eyes. Oh my, how diligent you are. You've already begun practicing. With hands clasped behind his back, the man's tone was quite cheerful. How about this? Little junior sister? Why not come up and demonstrate your prepared gathering spirit talisman for us? He squinted with a smile, and although he was quite handsome, his words caught Jin Yao off guard. Why did these elders always enjoy calling on her? Was it because her position stood out so much? This also presented a small opportunity for the female protagonist. Chapter 36. A child of great potential, Elder Ishio. This gathering spirit talisman is mine. Raising her hand, Qiao Lianming assumed that her excessive fidgeting during class had caused trouble for Jin Yao, so she quickly confessed. Otherwise, if Jin Yao were punished because of her, she would feel terribly guilty. The white-haired man raised an eyebrow, his smile charming, dressed in splendid robes that hardly reflected the simplicity expected of a cultivator. Li Meng. I certainly know this talisman that resembles a chicken claw is yours. But I'm merely curious about what a member of the Merfolk royal family could learn from us humans. Elder Ishio was known within the sect for his candid tongue, having offended many and frequently receiving scoldings from the old sect master. Yet, he bore no grudges, quickly forgetting any grievances. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Elder Ishio's remark, Xiao Liming lowered her head, gazing at her own work with a hint of melancholy. Did it truly resemble a chicken claw? Could it be that her frequent visits to the cafeteria for chicken claws had influenced her drawing? Upon hearing the white-haired man's comment, Jinyao felt a surge of concern. This was directed at her. However, she remained composed, though the elder's tone seemed a bit sarcastic, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. Elder Ishio, junior sister Jinyao is quite perceptive, I can vouch for that. Jinyao raised her hand, affirming her senior sister's intelligence. But mere words will not suffice. I must see how this low-tier gathering spirit talisman has been crafted. Approaching, Elder Ishio tapped on the table before Jinyao. She lowered her head, retrieving the talisman from her cosmos pouch. A few days prior, her sister had taught her how to draw, instilling a sense of confidence in her. With fingers deftly searching for the gathering spirit talisman, she drew it forth. Here, Elder. This is what I drew last night. The yellow talisman exuded a pleasant fragrance, but upon closer inspection of its intricate patterns, Elder Ishio's brow furrowed, his heart racing in shock. This is no gathering spirit talisman. This is unmistakably the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman. You truly crafted this. Hearing Elder Ishio's questioning tone, Jinyao felt a flicker of confusion and nodded slightly. Yes, Elder. Upon this declaration, the disciples seated behind her dropped their vermilion brushes, their expressions filled with disbelief. The Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman, that is among the highest tier of talismans, one that even advanced talisman masters might struggle to create. Moreover, the crafting of such a talisman necessitates external forces to store the thunder, achievable either through profound knowledge of thunder-based spells or by nurturing a thunder element spirit pet, collecting its energy over time to produce a Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman. The rarest method involves a cultivator possessing a thunder root. A child of great potential indeed. This is beyond what I can teach. After praising her, Elder Ishio leaned closer, whispering in Jinyao's ear, Disciple, good disciple. How did you manage to create such a remarkable Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman? Please teach me. Observing Elder Ishio's flattering demeanor, the other disciples bent down to retrieve their fallen brushes, their admiration growing immensely. Just then, a figure appeared outside the teaching hall, causing all doors and windows to creak open. Many disciples' yellow talismans scattered across the table, drifting toward the rear courtyard. Jinyao, it was you who harmed my disciple so severely? Come out this instant. A voice, aged and thunderous, reverberated, causing Xiao Liming to cover her ears and glance outside. There stood Elder Zhijin, his fury palpable, one hand clasped behind his back, exuding the intensity of a raging storm. Jinyao looked over, surprised that Zhang Zhao had reported her so quickly. However, she was not without her own protective artifacts. She could simply pull out her shattered mirror and create a rift. Wherever it led, she would not be responsible. She hurried outside, addressing the furious Elder Zhijin, clearing her throat as she rolled up her sleeves. Leaning against the door, Elder Zhijin, what has you in such a rage? Surely you do not intend to disrupt my class. Disrupt your class? I'll tell you, you wish to protect this little fish. Do you? Then I shall utterly destroy your class. My disciple lies bedridden, his life sword shattered to pieces. Upon hearing this, Elder Ishio could not suppress his laughter, patting Elder Zhijin on the shoulder while pointing at Jinyao, who stood motionless, holding her yellow talisman, nearly gasping for breath from laughter. Are you saying this child shattered your disciple's life sword? Elder Zhijin, surely you cannot believe that to be true. Ha ha ha, not to mention. The two of them are of comparable cultivation. If that child truly possessed such ability, you likely wouldn't stand a chance. After all, he had closely examined the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman in Jinyao's hands and knew that if 9 bolts of thunder were unleashed, Elder Zhijin's beard would likely be struck away. Elder, it was I who did it. However, your disciple initiated the conflict. Jinyao, gripping the yellow talisman, stepped forth with composure, recognizing that her sister had acted to protect her, hence retaliating against Zhang Zhao. Since Zhang Zhao dared not report her sister's name to his master, deliberately leading Elder Zhijin to confront her, she would not hold back. Look at this shameless girl. She even admits to it. Very well, today in front of all the disciples, I shall teach you, this ignorant merfolk, a lesson. I shall reveal your true, hideous form to everyone. Chapter 37. Not a monster, but of the Merfolk royal family. Elder Zijin's fury erupted, pushing aside the laid-back Elder Ishio beside him. With fingertips pressed together, he began to chant incantations in the blink of an eye. A tempest arose, and countless sword beams surged forth from behind Elder Zijin. Xiao Lianming was nearly blown backwards by the fierce wind, almost tumbling out of the window of the lecture hall. A warm hand rested on her shoulder as Jin Yao took a step forward, her skirt fluttering slightly as she shielded Xiao Lianming behind her. As an esteemed elder, is this truly how you instruct your disciples? My origins have no bearing on your pampered disciples' arrogance. With these words, the Yingyu sword that Jin Yao had placed on the table shot forth from its sheath with a whoosh, radiating a shimmering water-like glow, swiftly positioning itself before its master. My student has always been obedient. How could she engage in a quarrel with you without provocation? As he spoke, Elder Zijin appeared somewhat uneasy, his tone shifting with a dismissive scoff. Even if you argue with your fellow disciples, according to our human customs, you must show deference. How dare you speak back to an elder? Just a few words of reprimand, and you cannot endure it. In my view, you are utterly unworthy of remaining in our cultivation sect. A wretched creature is still a wretched creature, and even if you have perused the sacred texts of our kind and learned our sword techniques, you remain nothing more than an uncivilized barbarian. As his words fell, countless ethereal blades of light surged forth like a tempest towards Jin Yao's face. Be careful, Elder Ishio shouted, stepping forward to draw the high-level talisman from his robe to protect the mermaid before him. After years of association, Elder Ishio was acutely aware of Elder Zijin's temperament. His anger was often more reckless than even that of the sect leader. At least the leader would weigh the pros and cons. But Elder Zijin had no such reservations. Although merely a nominal disciple, should the disciple of Sister Xuefeng encounter harm, it was likely that he would suffer dire consequences himself. The thought of Sister Xuefeng approaching him with a whip, her face twisted in a sinister smile as she questioned him about why her disciple was injured during her junior's lecture, made Elder Ishio feel as if he were caught between a rock and a hard place. Everyone knew just how fierce Sister Xuefeng could be. Seeing the furious Elder Zijin, Jin Yao merely smiled, her unarmed hand flicking her fingers. She silently recited, "The universe transforms, the mirror gate opens," before she could even cast the yellow talisman she held to establish a defensive array. Elder Ishio was astonished to discover that the luminous swords that had been hovering in the air had vanished without a trace, as if drawn into an unseen vortex. This was not her doing. Not even a single hair on her head had been harmed. Witnessing the entire scene, Xiao Lianming could hardly believe her eyes, pressing her palm against her unclosing jaw and rubbing her eyes with the other hand. She wished to pinch herself to confirm whether this was real or merely a dream, or if she had already arrived at the gates of the underworld. How did you accomplish this? I knew it. I knew it. This child is truly extraordinary. Elder Ishio retracted his yellow talisman, his mind racing with thoughts of perhaps seeking Sister Xuefeng's favor, hoping to have this nominal disciple transferred under his tutelage as a personal disciple. Such talent, truly worthy of being called a heavenly root. Even as an outsider, she was impressively remarkable, likely surpassing the likes of Ming Jianjun, who had once astounded everyone and claimed the top spot. The situation had been defused in an instant. What kind of dark arts are you employing? Elder Zijin realized something was amiss. Fortunately, he had not used his own life sword, or his reputation might have been tarnished by this young girl. Listening to Elder Zijin's inquiries, Jin Yao crossed her arms, deliberately concealing the mirror in her palm. Instead, she responded in kind, "Elder, did you not say that I, an uncivilized barbarian, am inferior to your learned human race? How is it now that you cannot even unravel the simple magic of my Merfolk lineage? Surely, you cannot be worse than a wretched creature." Elder Zijin's face flushed crimson as he summoned a bronze longsword into his palm. A relic he had obtained in the secret realm that had accompanied him for centuries through thick and thin. I was merely being lenient. Since you are so aggressive, do not blame me for being impolite. As Elder Zijin placed his fingers on the blade, preparing to chant a spell, Jin Yao showed no sign of fear. She did not use honorifics. Since he showed no kindness, she would not be bound by righteousness. Old man, if you do not fear that your life sword will shatter just like your disciple, then come at me. Strike at my head. Jane Yao sheathed her Ingwes sword on her back. Keenly sensing Elder Jijian's momentary hesitation, she understood that he was concerned she had a hidden trick up her sleeve, and indeed, he was correct. The shattered mirror in her hand was a celestial artifact. Though it had been broken into pieces by the heavenly beings, it was more than sufficient to deal with an elder from the human realm. I, Jin Yao, am of the royal Merfolk lineage. Even if the Forgotten Void Sea is not as prosperous as it once was, I fear no elder. Her words rang with conviction, a stark contrast to her previously subservient demeanor. Even if the matter at hand required adjudication, it was not up to Elder Jijian to exert his authority in the lecture hall. This child is undermining her own authority, setting an example for others. Elder Jijian, being astute, quickly recognized Jin Yao's intentions. Yet he found himself in a predicament. If he could not subdue this unruly outsider in front of so many disciples, they would surely lose respect for him in the future. Wretched creature. However, the blade of his sword did not pierce flesh as he envisioned. Instead, an immense pulling force suddenly drew him into an abyss-like void, clutching tightly to his sword without any chance of escape. If he did not release his grip, he would surely lose his arm today. With a reluctant release, the bronze longsword vanished without a trace. Chapter 38. Sister Jin Yao, long time no see. As the wind of combat stilled, Jin Yao's gaze remained unwavering, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded the flustered Elder Jijian before her. What now, Elder? Have you lost your life sword? Will you still bully me, a soft and powerless mermaid? Without expending any effort, she had effortlessly negated Elder Jijian's sword array and teleported his bronze longsword to an unknown location. Such prowess was truly awe-inspiring. The phrase soft and powerless felt like a resounding slap to the face, leaving a stinging sensation. Very well, I cannot tame you, this unruly outsider. Once I report to the sect leader, let us see how long your carefree days will last. Do not think that Ming Jianjun's favor will allow you to run rampant in our human sect. With that, he turned and strode away, dissipating into a cloud of dust, leaving Elder Ishio supporting his forehead, contemplating how to mediate the situation. Yet, he felt as if he were stepping into a quagmire, where one misstep could lead to his undoing. With Elder Jijian and Sister Xuefeng involved, along with the sect leader, and the ever-frightening Ming Jianjun, perhaps it would be best for him to flee for the time being. Anxiety compounded upon anxiety. He shook his head with a sigh. Jane Yao perceived Elder Ishio's worries and spoke up, Elder, regarding today's incident, I will not implicate you or my fellow disciples. Should the sect leader summon me, I will certainly clarify the matter. Besides, what do I have to fear? It is clear that Zhang Zhao initiated the underhanded scheme, and now that he has failed, he wishes to shift the blame onto me. His cultivation is not high, nor has he achieved the unity of man and sword with his life sword. Though it may be broken, Sister Xuefeng did not destroy the hilt or blade. If he were wise, he would submit it to the artifact refining hall, and it should be repaired within a month. Yet this man is so vile to the core, attempting to frame me and drag Elder Jijian into the matter. Elder Jijian may dare to confront me, but he would not have the gall to do so before Sister Xuefeng. However, once the sect leader intervenes, Sister Xuefeng may find herself penalized. Upon hearing Jin Yao's words, Xiao Lianming immediately stood up from beneath the table, pounding her chest with a booming voice. Sister, rest assured. If the sect leader calls upon us to testify, I will certainly speak the truth for you. Elder Jijian has no right to bully us. Just earlier in the plaza, it was clearly Zhang Shixiang attempting to ambush Sister, only to be, realizing she had spoken out of turn, she quickly covered her mouth. Jin Yao had just stepped forward to claim responsibility for the incident, presumably to prevent Ming Jianjun from being implicated. Elder Ishio attentively listened, and his anxious heart finally eased. He clapped his hands, returning to his usual cheeky demeanor. Fear not, everyone. If Qingye is also drawn into this matter, then Elder Zhu will certainly lean in favor of Qingye. Regardless of blood ties, how long has it been since our Tianyi immortal sect produced such a prodigy? The old sect leader treasures such talent dearly. After the lecture, Jin Yao and Xiao Lianming rode on the great white crane of Baihua, soaring through the mists of the clouds. Jin Yao remained contemplative, reflecting on the comforting words of the elder Yi from earlier. She was acutely aware of the blood ties between her senior sister and the sect leader. However, the discord within her original family remained a thorn in her senior sister's heart. Bai Hua lay atop the great white crane, a bamboo leaf clutched in her beak as she idly picked at her teeth. Suddenly, the once steady flight of the crane was interrupted as it twisted its long neck. Pecking at its master and emitting a series of calls, the wings flapped vigorously, as if something had caught its attention. Rubbing her eyes, Bai Hua rose and glanced down, exclaiming in surprise at the sight of a gleaming large sack on the ground. Wait, that looked remarkably like the magical artifact discarded by Brother Zhang Zhao in the square moments ago. Jin Yao, alert to the commotion, leaned over Bai Hua's back to take a look. Indeed, she spotted Zhang Zhao's bulging cloth bag, which was writhing incessantly, as if it contained something within. This was peculiar. If the fragmented mirror in her possession could open a rift to the heavenly realm, then logically, Zhang Zhao's artifact should be nestled somewhere in heaven, or perhaps entangled within the strings of fate woven by the deity of love. Could there be something alive inside Brother Zhang Zhao's treasure? It seemed quite possible. Oh, I knew it. Brother Zhang Zhao, with his fearsome demeanor, must not treat his spirit companion well. Perhaps this was indeed his spirit beast. Bai Hua, driven by impulsive excitement, soared downwards like a hawk, landing gracefully on the ground below. The white crane followed closely. Alighting with its feet, it circled around the bag, as if attempting to pry it open. Without hesitation, Bai Hua rolled up her sleeves, ready to act on behalf of justice, and released the spirit companion. Wait a moment, Brother Bai, Jin Yao's calm voice interjected, halting Bai Hua's impassioned actions. The two were unaware of the situation's intricacies, but Jin Yao understood all too well. The contents of the bag were most likely from the heavenly realm. However, anything capable of being ensnared within that sack was either a spirit beast lacking intelligence or deliberately enticing them to open it. Yet, whatever was confined within this bag must possess relatively low cultivation. Otherwise, it would have easily burst forth and vanished without a trace. You make a valid point, junior sister. We must exercise caution. Should this creature be a clouded leopard, even little Bai would struggle to catch up. Upon hearing such disparaging remarks about itself, the white crane let out a disgruntled squawk. The two adeptly set up a formation, and to be on the safe side, Jin Yao grasped a nine heavens thunder summoning talisman in her left hand and the chaotic universe mirror in her right. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Bai Hua untied the bag's knot. In the next moment, a golden tail emerged before them, followed by the pale hand that grasped the bag. Making its appearance, "You mortals, how audacious!" Before the words could fully escape, Jin Yao recognized what was inside the bag. The familiar dragon horns adorned the bag, and the youthful face of a girl with golden eyes made the other two gasp in astonishment. Brother Zhang Zhao had concealed a dragon within this artifact, and it appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, which was utterly disgraceful. Sister Jin Yao, it really is you, the little dragon girl exclaimed excitedly, leaping onto Jin Yao and clinging to her like a piece of sticky candy, refusing to let go. Chapter 39. I am the Force, why should I rely on another's power? Fuming, they arrived at the courtyard of the sect leader's grand hall, where Elder Jin had yet to shout for the leader. A dark sword blade was suddenly pressed against his neck, cold and piercing. Lin Qingye also stood with one hand behind her back, her gaze fixed on the weary elder before her, exerting not a hint of lessened pressure. Looking for the sect leader? What, are you here to champion someone's cause? A gentle breeze stirred, causing the dark veil draped over Lin Qingye's shoulder to flutter. She was well aware of the events that had transpired in the teaching hall earlier. Although she hadn't followed Jin Yao, Lin Qingye was hardly blind. She could see the hypocrisy lurking beneath their skins. Are you here to defend that good disciple of yours? To accuse my Yao of bullying him? Of striking him? The cold blade of the Xuanya sword nearly stole Elder Jin's breath away. The disparity between them was daunting, preventing him from acting recklessly. It could even be said that had Lin Qingye not been affected by the backlash of her own dragon sword technique, she might have already reached the divine transformation realm. Lin Qingye, do not think that because of your lineage, you can act with impunity. The sect leader will surely uphold justice. A drop of crimson blood fell onto the blade. With a forceful flick of her wrist, Lin Qingye made a decisive cut, sending Elder Jin crashing against a pine tree in the courtyard, needles raining down, a vibrant green shroud covering his face. Bullying with power? Surely, that phrase is misapplied here. I am the Force. I need not rely on another's strength. The white dragon slowly extended its head, golden eyes shimmering as the humid air seemed to congeal its very blood. The chest felt ablaze from the humiliation suffered today. Even Elder Qingye, who had weathered many storms, could not withstand the sensation of being trampled underfoot. Lin Qingye, you are indeed born of a mother but not raised by one. As a sword cultivator, losing one's life-bound sword was akin to being halved in power. Moreover, Lin Qingye was now but a step away from the divine transformation realm, her strength far surpassing his. Yet, even if he could not win, he knew how to pour salt into the wounds. "Do you really think I would hesitate to kill you?" The blade pressed against his brow. With the slightest application of force, it could pierce through Elder Qingye's entire skull. One more word, and I shall disregard all decorum, all sect protocol, and I will pierce you through. As the final warning echoed, Lin Qingye cast a glance at the blood-staining Elder Qingye's white robe. Not lingering any longer in the snowy expanse, Qiao Lianming gazed curiously at the dragon girl's tale, piecing together the connection as the girl repeatedly called her sister Jianyi Aodit. Was no secret that the Dragon Palace and the Jiao clan of the Forgotten Void Sea were long-standing allies. Every practitioner of the heavenly arts was aware of this. Conversely, Jianyi felt somewhat uncomfortable being clung to, especially with that tail wagging like a playful golden retriever. She could hardly discern whether this creature was a dragon or some small dog. "Sister Jianyi, it has been so long since I last saw you. I truly miss you. I heard you came to the human realm sect. I wonder how you are faring. This place has been shrouded in snow. So desolate. There isn't even a pond to hold the azure waters of the Forgotten Void Sea." The little dragon girl rambled on, her words tumbling forth without pause. Jianyi, feeling somewhat helpless, longed to extract her arm. Nearly suffocated by the girl's clinginess, amidst the incessant stream of inquiries, Jianyi caught a crucial detail. Brother Taizi. Could it be that this child was referring to the golden dragon that had visited a few days prior? Oh no, she had previously given her brother a thorough beating. If the truth were to come to light, she wondered how this little one might react. The azure waters of the Forgotten Void Sea would eventually be released. A sudden phrase emerged from behind the little dragon girl, causing Jianyi to feel as if her scales were unfurling and constricting all at once. Her tail drooped listlessly, tightening defensively. The senior sister crossed her arms, cradling her sword, maintaining her icy beauty. As she glanced slightly aside, Lin Qingye's gaze fixated on the intimate actions of the two, and for some reason, a twinge of bitterness coursed through her chest. What emotion was this? It was uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. She disliked it, to the point of feeling contempt. "Have you found our master?" Jianyi, unable to break free from the little dragon's embrace, decided to go along with her. Given the dragon clan's age reckoning, this child likely hadn't even lost her baby teeth yet. "Yes, I found her. Our venerable master is lingering in Elder Feng Lian's alchemy chamber, refusing to leave." A vision flashed in her mind of their master, fiddling with several pill bottles, selecting and showing off a few pills in a frenzy. Lin Qingye felt that it would be best not to reveal their master's identity in front of Elder Feng Lian. Otherwise, she might end up being left behind to repay the debts incurred from their master's extravagant meals, serving as a mere firewood. Is that so? Then our master must have something of great importance at hand. Jianyi held a deep respect for their master, having only recently arrived at the Snowfall peak. I hope. Taking a step forward, Lin Qingye's slender fingers brushed against the little dragon girl's somewhat youthful hand, lifting it upwards, only to see the girl's face contort in displeasure. With a fierce glare, she fixed her eyes on the perceived fool before her. "Have you had enough of this embrace? If so, let go." Lin Qingye paid no mind to the tears pooling in the child's eyes. "How unreasonable! Do you even know who my father is?" Seething, the little dragon girl felt her scales bristle. Itching to take a bite out of Lin Qingye's hand to vent her frustration. "I know quite well. Is it that difficult to guess? The master of the Dragon Palace, the old immortal." The senior sister's words were undeniably bold, prompting Jianyi to quickly place a finger against Lin Qingye's red lips, signaling her to lower her voice. After all, in the original text, the Dragon King's power is not to be underestimated. At the very least, he possesses the formidable ability to stir the winds and swallow the heavens and earth. Observing Jianyi's actions, Lin Qingye also did not obediently keep silent. Instead, she explained to Jianyi, "Master often says this." "Well then, It seems that senior sister is merely justifying herself. What are you saying? Let go of Sister Jean Yao's hand. Don't you humans have the etiquette of maintaining distance? Little dragon girl glared at Lin Qingye, who had grasped Jean Yao's wrist, fuming yet unyielding, tugging at Jean Yao's skirt in an attempt to hold her hand. Oh no. It seems I have become the filling in a cookie. Chapter 40. What is jealousy? Why does it exist? With a parting of her crimson lips, Lin Qingye boldly bit down, her teeth not applying much force but leaving a faint mark. This rendered Jean Yao momentarily speechless, her heart racing. Senior sister's lips are soft, imbued with tenderness, particularly noticeable amidst the snow, almost possessing an enchanting allure. If only senior sister could gaze upon me. Those eyes must be extraordinarily beautiful, surpassing mountains and rivers. Perhaps we should send these outsiders away as well. It seems Ming Jianjun intends to dismiss guests. If they wish to avoid a beating, they ought to take the hint and slip away quietly. Thus, Bai Hua touched her chest, retrieving her little white crane, and, pulling along her junior sister, leapt onto the enlarged crane. Ming Jianjun, Sister Jean Yao, you need not see us off. We shall take our leave now. With the sound of a distant crane call, the white crane unfurled its wings, its form disappearing into the snowstorm. In mere moments, only 3 remained in the snowy expanse. Lin Qingye lifted the little dragon girl by the scruff of her neck. Holding her aloft, the golden eyes of the little dragon girl were wide with fright, unable to meet the striking nose of Lin Qingye. She could sense that the blind person before her was nearing the realm of transformation. Observing their age, it was evident they were under a century. Their cultivation advancement was surprisingly swifter than that of the dragon clan. The small longevity lock on her chest swung back and forth, and the little dragon girl's tail swished angrily, wishing to coil around Lin Qingye's slender leg, hoping to trip her to the ground. Sister Jean Yao, save me, save me. At that moment, she was terrified, her mind racing back to tales of humans extracting dragon scales, tendons, and bones to forge artifacts. This terrifying blind person, so cold and fierce, surely meant her life was in jeopardy. Her small hand clutched Jean Yao's skirt. Jean Yao stumbled slightly, realizing that this little one, despite her size, possessed quite a bit of strength. Only now did she realize the urgency for help. Little one, don't you think it's a bit late for that? Lin Qingye held on, rather intrigued by the tearful expression of the little dragon girl. Just a moment ago, this little one had clung to her without letting go, which had amused her. You humans, with Sister Jean Yao right beside you, dare to show me disrespect. If my father were to find out, he would surely not let you off lightly. Before she could finish her words, Lin Qingye loosened her grip slightly, and the hefty child fell with a thud into the snow, mercilessly buried by the wind and snow, leaving behind only a deep pit and a limp golden tail sticking out. Quite noisy, indeed. Otherwise, I won't care which dragon spawn you are. I shall not hold back with that. Lin Qingye extended her palm towards Jean Yao. Was senior sister implying that she wanted to hold her hand? Jean Yao felt a flicker of concern for the little dragon girl buried in the snow, yet she knew the dragon clan were favored by the heavens, possessing robust vitality, living alongside the cosmos. Merely being covered by the snow should not pose any significant danger. As Lin Qingye's palm clasped over hers, she felt considerably reassured. It seemed she needed to be cautious to avoid a moment's inattention, lest her Yao be taken away by these bothersome dragon brats. The Merfolk had always maintained a close relationship with the Dragon Palace, while they were said to be closely allied. It was merely a facade of subservience. The Merfolk are renowned for their beauty throughout the realms, thus both men and women were often offered to the Dragon Clan. Jian Yao's elder siblings had met similar fates, with only a few fortunate enough to escape early establishment, while the others were sent into the Dragon Palace as concubines, some relegated to mere courtesans. It was unclear whether it was out of pity from the king of the Merfolk or some other reason. But Jean Yao was the only mermaid princess sent to a human cultivation sect, perhaps as a legitimate wife. Senior sister moved swiftly, nearly leaving Jean Yao behind, the last moment before entering. Jean Yao glanced outside and saw the little dragon girl's bangs covered in snowflakes, her head and face dusted white. With squinted eyes, she exhaled several puffs of snow, her eyes slightly red and brimming with tears, as if she had never endured such grievances in her life. Yao, why do you still care for the Dragon Clan? They have always been heartless and ungrateful. With a creak, the doors and windows of the room were hastily shut, the dim candlelight gradually brightening. Jianyao leaned against the door, observing her senior sister's chin and the white mist escaping her rosy lips. Suddenly, Jianyao recalled the first time she had sought to please her senior sister. Kissing those very lips, they were not as cold as she had imagined. Rather, they were soft, reminiscent of the glutinous rice ice cream she had enjoyed in a past life, though not as sweet. I heard her call me sister, thinking. Feeling questioned, Jianyao experienced a moment of fluster, as if she were a cat caught in the act of stealing fish at a Yao. Are you going to spout that innocent children are blameless rhetoric? She was not a child anymore. If the dragons came of age at 800 years, then that fellow must be at least 100 in human years. That would be the prime of youth. Lin Qingye tilted her head down slightly, her fingers pressing with some force. Senior sister, are you jealous? Jianyao's eyes narrowed, her fingers encircling Lin Qingye's wrist, the exquisite fabric smooth to the touch, much like senior sister herself. Suddenly posed with such a question, Lin Qingye found herself momentarily stunned, her gaze cast downward, unable to fathom why Jianyao would say such a thing. Jealous? When have I ever felt jealousy? Isn't jealousy merely a condiment used by common folk in their cooking? I have long since fasted for many years, having no appetite. Hearing her senior sister say this, Jianyao could not contain herself any longer, bursting into laughter. She placed her hands on her hips. And Lin Qingye, cautious not to harm Jianyao's neck with her fingers, instead supported her chin with her palm, allowing Jianyao's jaw to rest against her hand. Senior sister is truly unaware. Or merely pretending not to know. What does jealousy mean? Nodding her head, the sheer black gauze draping Lin Qingye's back swayed slightly, allowing Jianyao to see that it was embroidered with bamboo. I do not know it, Yao. Would you be willing to enlighten me? I have always been eager to learn. Lin Qingye withdrew her hand, but Jianyao remained lazily leaning against her palm in a sudden motion. She found herself pressed against the wooden door, her forehead colliding with senior sister's chest. So soft. Oh no. Have I caused a mishap? Chapter 41. Who truly deserves the position of young master? The skin soaked in droplets of water. Jianyao comfortably leaned against the edge of the pool, suddenly feeling that being a mermaid was quite delightful, at the very least. The bathing time could extend to 24 hours without her skin wrinkling. What a sheer delight! Senior sister, isn't the final move of the mist flower sword technique, which dispels the fog to reveal the true form, somewhat perilous? The tome floating before Jianyao contained her notes from class. Each point articulated clearly, yet she found herself perplexed by the final move of the mist flower sword technique. Initially, she had intended to inquire of Elder Yushang, the creator of the technique. However, in recent days, Jianyao had been pestering Elder Yushang with conversations lasting about as long as an incense stick, and she herself felt a tinge of embarrassment for her frequency. Thus, today, she thought to refrain from troubling Elder Yushang and instead seek her senior sister's insights. Perhaps yielding a different answer, upon hearing Elder Yushang's name, Lin Qingye's fingers, poised in meditation, paused, letting out a soft chuckle. He does this to show respect, but in my opinion, it is unnecessary. Jianyao was taken aback, realizing such a purpose existed. If she could throw a hidden weapon while the fog of the mist flower sword technique was still thick, wouldn't it leave the enemy utterly unprepared? However, whether that final fog should dissipate depended on whether a Yao chose to be a gentleman. The sound of water drew closer, and Lin Qingye, unbeknownst to her, had arrived beside Jianyao, leisurely beginning to enjoy the comfort brought by the hot spring. The shimmering waves reflected the light, and Jianyao was captivated by senior sister's long legs submerged in the water. Yearning to gaze yet hesitant to do so, her heart fluttering like a kitten's claws. A gentleman, of course, assesses the situation, knowing when to act and when to refrain. Jianyao found herself nearly laughing at her own words. Yes, I feel the same way. Hearing her senior sister concur with her opinion, Jianyao flicked her tail and swam forward. Then, could senior sister demonstrate for me? Just for my sake. Her tone floated lightly. Yet Lin Qingye's back straightened abruptly, sensing Jianyao's fingers resting on her neck. All right, but I am not very proficient in the mist flower sword technique. She extended her damp hand, raising it to summon the distant Qianyi sword, which flew forth with a whoosh, its tip hovering above the water's surface. The Qianyi sword twirled in a joyful dance, seemingly pleased that its master remembered it at this moment. Grasping the sword's hilt with her slender fingers, a droplet of water trickled down the blade into the pool below. Lin Qingye rose from the water, her movements creating a cascading chain of droplets. The sword blade flipped, and the water splashed away under the force of the sword's aura. In an instant, it transformed into mist, permeating the grand hall. The fabric covering her eyes became thoroughly soaked, and with a twist of her wrist, Jin Yao could only hear the humming of the Qianyi sword. Yet she could not discern her senior sister's silhouette, as the sound resonated. Jin Yao raised her head and flicked her tail, eager to catch a glimpse of her sister's figure. However, in the next moment, the Qianyi sword sheath pressed against her chest, its silver patterns engraved with the image of a soaring silver dragon. Lin Qingye looked down from her elevated position, her voice tinged with amusement. Yao, can you see clearly now? Such swift movements had reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Her senior sister was indeed modest, claiming to be unfamiliar with it. This was nothing short of a clever ruse. Shaking her head, Jin Yao opened her mouth, just about to speak, when the door creaked open, revealing their master standing outside, her silver hair shimmering 1 foot raised. She had yet to step inside when she froze in place. A look of sudden realization on her face. My dear disciples, it seems this master has been rather thoughtless. Allow me to close the door for you. Feel free to continue what you were doing. If anything important is missing, I still have a fresh bottle of elixirs. With a flourish, the snow chiffon fairy retrieved a small, crimson porcelain vial from her sleeve, bent down, and placed it on the ground before attempting to retreat. Oh no, it seems like Master has misunderstood the nature of their activities. But truly, Jin Yao and her senior sister were innocent. They hadn't done anything at all. What brings you here, Master? Lin Qingye turned around. Whether intentionally or not, completely blocking Jin Yao from view. She wore a snow-white robe, casually holding her long sword, exuding an air of nonchalance. Even in the presence of her master, she did not exhibit the usual subservience of a disciple. Rather, it seemed more like a relationship of equals. Disciple, when I say you're as dense as a log, you truly are. How can you be so oblivious to the nuances? The snow chiffon fairy, undeterred by the interruption, stepped inside. With a keen eye, she discerned her disciple's intent to protect, and thus leaned in, peering behind. Jin Yao raised her hand and waved, greeting her master. Greetings, mastered, as a mermaid. Jin Yao felt no embarrassment. After all, in the original story, the second female lead was often found lounging in a bath. This was simply the lifestyle of a mermaid, nothing to raise eyebrows over. You're a good child. Take this medicine. After saying this, the snow chiffon fairy tossed the porcelain vial into Jin Yao's arms, who quickly caught it. Almost immediately, a voice echoed in her ear, words spoken privately by her master. Good child, remember to give that dense log a couple of these before your dual cultivation. Otherwise, it'll be of no use. That fellow might start reciting some heart-cleansing mantras halfway through undressing. Wanting to continue practicing her sword. What a scandalous suggestion. Jin Yao's face flushed a delicate shade of crimson, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She glanced down at the porcelain vial adorned with blooming pink peonies. Seeing Jin Yao's reaction, the snow chiffon fairy recognized that her words had struck a chord, and she placed her hands on her hips. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed, Since you are both present, I might as well directly share the matter at hand. Lin Qingye's figure shimmered, dissipating like ink in water before swiftly coalescing again in the blink of an eye. She landed beside the snow chiffon fairy. What news does Master wish to impart? Observing her dismissive tone. The snow chiffon fairy rolled her eyes, thinking how her disciple had forgotten her master upon gaining a partner. How ungrateful. Well, it's nothing overly serious. The sect leader requested your presence, stating that tomorrow he will convene a meeting in the sect square to announce your official succession to the position of the young sect master. Qingye, what do you think? Chapter 42. The position of young sect master is inherited by your elder sister. Flags fluttering, morning light cascading upon the earth. Elders from various peaks of the Tianxian zone, along with core disciples and those from both inner and outer sects, were summoned, instructed to gather at the sect square this morning. The sect leader had important matters to announce to the world. Consequently, throughout the night, disciples who were out on missions and those nearby hastily flew back using their swords or transmission talismans, arriving at the sect in a rush. They were drenched in sweat, but dared not complain. Fully aware of the sect leader's notorious temper, he was a man of his word. This morning, any disciple daring to skip the gathering, regardless of their peak or elder's affiliation, risked being expelled should the sect leader take offense. As Jin Yao was a direct disciple of the Snow Chiffon Fairy, she naturally stood at the forefront, listening to the cacophony of the square. She gazed at her senior sister's slender silhouette and fluttering skirt. Feeling a sense of unease, she wondered if the sect leader truly intended to appoint her sister as the young sect master, or if he merely sought to intimidate the male lead. This speculation was not without basis. In the original narrative, the male lead was the sect leader's precious child, born late in life. Regardless of his transgressions, the sect leader found it difficult to reprimand him, continually shielding him from consequences. The only thing he forbade was for the male lead to marry the female lead. After all, a cultivator in the Qi refining stage had a life expectancy of less than 100 years. And the sect leader was aware that the male lead possessed dual spirit roots, making advancement in cultivation exceedingly challenging unless he possessed treasures. His efforts to secure a good marriage for the male lead were simply an attempt to prevent him from becoming a waste. Hoping he could cultivate a secondary path with support at hand. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Qingye, with her hands clasped behind her back, appeared to have intentions of greeting Jin Yao. She beckoned with her long, elegant fingers, as if playfully teasing a pet, inviting Jin Yao to grasp her fingers. This behavior resembled flirtation in the public eye. Esteemed disciples, I sincerely apologize for taking up your time with this important announcement. However, this matter pertains to the honor and future of our Tianyi Xinzong, and I must address it. A grand figure loomed in the sky, the illusion of the old sect leader. He stood upon a high platform, surveying the vast legacy of the Tianyi Xinzong, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Below, the disciples bowed in unison, a sea of white like snowflakes blanketing the ground. Sect leader, please proceed. The echoing chorus nearly drowned out the heavens. All disciples, please rise. This is a matter of great importance for Tianyi Xinzong and a family matter for me and all of you. I shall not beat around the bush. The old sect leader's expression hardened as he cast a glance at Lin Qingye, who stood at the forefront, feeling a pang of disappointment. You're a failure. A disgrace. How regrettable it was for such a graceful young man. If only he possessed a heavenly spiritual root like his elder sister, who excelled in sword techniques, as his father. How could he have let it come to this? From this day forth, I decree the position of young sect master be stripped from my son. To this command, silence fell over the assembly, thousands of gazes fixating on Lin Qingye. Even he, clad in golden garb, could scarcely believe it. At that moment, his garb felt like a mark of shame, a descent into the depths of despair. Jin Yao, too, turned her gaze toward him. It seemed the old sect leader had truly been angered. Yet, Jin Yao felt it prudent to remain an observer, for the sect leader's affection for his cherished son was no less than that of Emperor Kangxi, who had once vacillated between two heirs. Father, what is the meaning of this? With a thud, Lin Qingye dropped to his knees, his bright yellow attire fluttering in the wind. The young man's eyes brimmed with confusion, and he looked up at his father on the high platform. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white. Unfilial son, how dare you ask? Every absurd act you've committed has jeopardized the millennia-long foundation of the Tianyi Xinzong. Today, I shall strip you of your position as the ungrateful young sect master and pass it on to your elder sister. Lin Qingye, momentarily pausing her playful interaction with Jin Yao, slowly lifted her head to gaze at the sect leader above. No one could discern what thoughts occupied Ming Jianjun's mind at that moment. Silence enveloped the disciples below, none daring to speak in defense of Lin Qingye. Firstly, they feared defying the sect leader's decree. Secondly, if they wished for the foundation of Tianyi Xinzong to remain intact, then indeed, it was most suitable for the current swordsmanship prodigy, Ming Jianjun, to inherit the position of young sect master. Please, father, reconsider. What has my son done wrong? He will change. Lin Qingye's pale forehead struck the ground heavily. He understood that his earlier declaration of never marrying anyone but the one he loved had provoked his father's wrath, leading to this predicament. Enough, you unrepentant wretch. How blind I must have been to allow you to become young sect master. If you cherish romance so dearly, then go and be with that woman. A pair of star-crossed lovers. Amidst the deafening clamor of the square, Jin Yao's sole concern was for the figure before her. Senior sister, do you wish to take on the mantle of young sect master? The reason for her inquiry stemmed from her awareness that Lin Qingye yearned for freedom but was bound by the rules of Tianyi Xinzong, thus retreating to the Snowfall Peak. tirelessly cultivating alongside the azure bamboo and falling snow, never daring to slacken her efforts. Her achievements today, standing tall above all sword cultivators, are not, after all, unearned sacrifices. The elder sister cannot forget her mother's dying words, urging her to protect the entire Tianyi Xinzong. She also cannot forget the ruthless and ungrateful countenance of the sect leader. Yet, her mother implored her to let go of hatred and to refrain from clinging to memories. She cannot refuse. Nor can she deny it, for it is the sole wish of her deceased mother. Although she professes to have long forgotten the past, Jin Yao knows that the elder sister is a gentle soul. And not a day has passed without her remembrance. Yao, do not worry, I shall make my own decisions. However, if you are unwilling, I shall step aside. The elder sister's voice radiates warmth. She intended to comfort her. Yet it is she who finds solace instead. Jin Yao momentarily stands in a daze, as if she were on the brink of being ensnared. Blood drips incessantly, her fingers digging into the azure stone powder. What must my father wish of me? If that is the case, I am willing to do anything. His voice, hoarse yet resolute. If he were to shed this innate glory, it would be better to relinquish his life. Chapter 43. A Yao is admirable. It is you who have betrayed your loyalty first. Tianxi. Tianxi. A diminutive figure pushes through the crowd. Qingye's tear-filled eyes collide with Lin Qingye as she throws herself into his embrace. Her eyes, aflame with rage, fixate upon the sect leader above, bewildered as to why he would forcibly sever her union with Tianxi. She cannot bear to witness the once glorious youth now reduced to such a pitiful state. The old sect leader, seeing merely a female disciple of the Qi refinement stage, is consumed with anger. With a flick of his sleeve, he pretends not to notice the weeping pair. His weathered voice reverberates through every disciple and elder of the Tianyi Xinzong. Qingye, do you wish to succeed the position of the young sect leader? To take your brother's place and uphold our Tianyi Xinzong's millennium legacy? All eyes instantly shift to Lin Qingye. The esteemed Ming Wanjun is known for her affinity for solitary cultivation, a fact not hidden within the sect. Moreover, should Lin Qingye truly agree to assume the role of young sect leader, it would mean a direct rift with her own brother. Each person speculates their thoughts, yet none dare voice them in the presence of the old sect leader. They can only exchange glances with familiar senior brothers and sisters. However, if Ming Wanjun were to become the young sect leader of Tianyi Xinzong, they would at least hold their heads high in the Jiuzhou Baohuang. Elder sister to elder sister, did you not always disdain the trivial affairs of the sect? You refuse our father. You refuse him. Lin Tianxi's eyes brim with tears. He cannot fathom why his usually unambitious elder sister would seek to usurp what rightfully belongs to him. He, the only son of the old sect leader and destined to be the young sect leader of the world's foremost sword sect. The veins on the back of his hand throb as he grips his sword sheath, staggering toward Lin Qingye. Qingye anxiously supports her beloved, knowing that the old sect leader's declaration before all elders and disciples signifies an unyielding resolve. For the present, she and Tianxi can only attempt to sway Lin Qingye. If she were to decline the position today, the old leader would lose face, and this matter might be shelved. Allowing Tianxi to kneel before the old leader for 3 days and nights, weeping and writing letters of repentance. Yet, should Lin Qingye agree today, the news would spread far and wide. And all sword cultivators would rejoice. She, Ming Wanjun, would become the new representative of Tianyi Xinzong. Observing the familiar visage that bears some resemblance to her own, Lin Qingye subtly steps back, evading Lin Tianxi's trembling hand. His fingers grasp at emptiness. A tumult of emotions churns within him, his fists clenching in anger. Jin Yao, did you meddle in this? What unspeakable words have you exchanged with the elder sister? His handsome features twist into a terrifying snarl, as if he longs to pierce Jin Yao through with his sword. I knew it. You are indeed a heartless vixen. I merely withdrew my engagement with you. And you seek to ruin me? He accuses, tearing apart the bond between him and his elder sister. Witnessing the male lead's aggression, Jin Yao can no longer endure, yet before she can voice a word. Lin Qingye's slender fingers grip her wrist, pulling her behind her, the dark fabric of her robes billowing, concealing Jin Yao from Lin Tianxi's sight. What familial bond do we share? This statement causes the sword cultivators in the square to exchange uneasy glances. Some even plug their ears, fearing the revelation of such familial disgrace might lead to expulsion from the sect. A Yao is admirable. She is not a demoness, nor does she possess a venomous heart. A Yao is of the Merfolk royalty, a princess. Furthermore, it is you who first betrayed your loyalty, consorting with outsiders, which resulted in your engagement being annulled. The fingers gripping her wrist offer gentle comfort. And Jin Yao suddenly feels a sting in her nose, nearly shedding a precious tear. Since arriving in this world, the most frequently uttered words have been the relentless whispers behind her back, pricking at her spine, branding her a demoness, an outsider, a mere concubine of the human race, a shameless harlot. Regardless of her actions or words, in their eyes, goodness is hypocrisy and badness is innate. Moreover, with nearly half the sect comprising the young sect leader's sycophants, she is unwelcome wherever she goes. Hearing the title of princess for the first time, Lin Qingye stumbles back in disbelief, blood trickling from his brow, painting his face in a ghastly manner. Elder sister, I am your true brother. Why must you be so heartless? For a mere merfolk? Lin Qingye releases Jin Yao's wrist and steps forward. I am willing. I shall assume the position of young sect leader. Her voice rings clear, devoid of hesitation, as the silver bamboo upon her dark robe seems to come alive, bowing not to the gentle breeze. A moment of silence ensues. No one dares to speak. The massive illusion of the sect leader dissipates into a wisp of smoke. Turning once more, Lin Qingye's expression bears a hint of crimson, shaped like a sword or perhaps a broken flower branch. This is the mark of the young sect leader. Lin Qingye bore it once, but now it has faded, leaving nothing behind. As the blazing sun tilts, the old leader's voice reverberates once more from the high tower. Dismissed. The disciples collectively exhale. Fortunately, the sect leader did not erupt in wrath today, or there would have been another wave of disciples expelled from the sect. Elder sister. Jian Yao gazes ahead with concern, scrutinizing her elder sister's countenance, only to discover the fiery marked AN oil paper umbrella unfurls slowly, her slender fingers gripping the handle, casting a shadow that dispels the blazing sun. Yao. I am fine. It is merely a transition. But you, merfolk thrive in water. Do not expose yourself to too much sun. Are you feeling unwell? Her soft, gentle tone resembles that of a caring elder sister coaxing a child returning from school with sweets. Lin Qingye's jealous eyes turn red. He has lost everything, utterly stripped of all. Inferior to his elder sister in talent, in cultivation, even in swordsmanship, he cannot compare to a mere fingertip of hers. Now, even the position of young sect leader is gone. Jin Yao, what must I do for you to cease your slander against my elder sister? Lin Qingye draws his sword, the tip aimed directly at Jin Yao's back. Chapter 44. A blind man sees nothing. Do not do this. Do not do this. Qing clings tightly to Lin Qingye's arm, aware that with his cultivation level, matching Jin Yao would be a challenge, let alone contending with the soon-to-be ascendant Lin Qingye. Should a confrontation arise, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Furthermore, it is clear to whom Lin Qingye now aligns herself. Even if Qingye calls her elder sister 1,000 times, it cannot alter the reality of Lin Qingye's favoritism. The texts indeed speak truth. The Merfolk clan has always been a people of beauty. Their allure innate. Regardless of whether they command storms like the Dragon clan or embody the cold, solitary sword of Lin Qingye, they ultimately kneel before her fin. This vixen shall meet a wretched end. Qing, oh not hinder me. Today, I must slay her. With a delicate pinch of her fingers, she firmly catches Lin Qingye's trembling sword. Raising her gaze, she meets his loathing eyes. What wrong have I committed that I must endure your vile words? Young sect leader. Oh, I should perhaps address you as Lin Shixiang now. Since the sect leader has granted you and Qing Shimi your wish to soar together, why then do you unleash your fury upon me? A mere merfolk? Is this not what you have desired all along? Witnessing Jin Yao, once a subservient figure, now transformed into someone so foreign, Lin Qingye grips the hilt of his sword, fury igniting within him. Malice brewing. This wretched creature dares to seize his sword, and thus he shall not hold back. The tip of the sword remained poised at Jin Yao's brow, entwined as if ensnared by countless silken threads. The blade vibrated with a resonant hum. Lin Qingye felt as if his entire arm had been struck by lightning. With a sharp crack, his life-bound sword clattered to the ground. Who dares to harm a Yao in my presence? Lin Qingye stepped forward, her umbrella held high, while her other hand remained resolutely behind her, unmoving. It was always like this, no matter the circumstances. As long as it was the elder sister, he could never prevail, suffering a complete defeat each time. Observing Lin Qingye's approach, Qing instinctively enveloped Lin Qingye in her embrace. She turned her head, confronting the seemingly icy statue that was Lin Qingye. Ming Jianjun, now that you have achieved your goal, do you truly intend to slay your own brother before the eyes of the entire sect? If so, I fear you may not hold the position of sect leader for long. A lofty accusation was cast. I assure you, I would never commit fratricide, nor would I desire to. However, should you continue to speak disrespectfully, I would not hesitate to sever your tongues. As for the transition of the sect leader's duties, if you harbor doubts, feel free to consult the sect master. With a flick of her finger, Lin Qingye grasped the collar of Jinyao's garment, lifting her as one might a pet raccoon. And in the blink of an eye, she vanished from the sect's plaza like ink dissolving into water. Lin Qingye crouched down to retrieve his life-bound sword, a trace of purple lightning still lingering on the blade. Fathered, must you truly be so heartless? My elder sister has never acknowledged my existence. Is it my poor cultivation that renders me invisible in her eyes? Overwhelmed by emotion, a wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he vomited blood, droplets splattering onto the sword, wisps of dark energy rising from it. Beside him, Qing's eyes widened in alarm, hastily covering her mouth. Could it be? Tianci is about to succumb to darkness? Senior sister. It's all right now. May I be released? Jinyao gasped, feeling as though she were on the verge of being choked by her senior sister. Hearing her plea, Lin Qingye relaxed her grip and turned away. I understand his nature. He has always been spoiled by the sect master, lacking discernment in his actions. Yao, if he dares to lay a hand on you next time, do not hesitate to use the talisman I gave you last time. Otherwise, you may truly lose your life. Despite the absence of sibling affection between her and Lin Tianci, they shared blood, and Lin Qingye knew all too well that if Lin Tianci truly became enraged, he could become uncontrollable, capable of monstrous acts. Do not speak of killing. He would do anything. Upon hearing her sister's concern, Jinyao rubbed her neck and took a step closer, smiling gently. Didn't you say before that as long as I call your name, you would come? Her fingertip touched Lin Qingye's shoulder, giving it a gentle poke with a hint of force. Yet Lin Qingye stood still, unwavering. Indeed, should you call me, I would drop everything and come at once. As she spoke, Lin Qingye brought her fingers together and raised them, as if swearing an oath to the heavens. Upon seeing this, Jinyao quickly tiptoed, grasping Lin Qingye's fingers and pulling them downwards, preventing her from making the vow. I know you will keep your word, so there's no need for such solemnity or dados. Lin Qingye paused, momentarily taken aback by Jinyao's words, unable to fully comprehend. Jinyao's other fingertip rested upon Lin Qingye's brow but did not press down, gazing at the crimson mark on her sister's forehead with a radiant smile. This sect leader's mark looks quite lovely on you. Dear sister. The distance between them grew perilously close, allowing Lin Qingye to catch the faint fragrance emanating from Jinyao, distinct from the perfumed ointments typical of humans. Jinyao's scent resembled an ethereal coolness akin to the winter sweet blossom. So, this is what the texts describe as the allure of mingling with the Merfolk. Is this the feeling? Perhaps a Yao could share more with me? How lamentable that I am blind to it all. Lin Qingye feigned ignorance, yet felt no guilt within. If this allowed a Yao to draw closer, it was indeed a delightful outcome. She found the fragrance far more appealing than the incense and perfumes gifted by her master. Hearing her sister's sentiments, Jinyao felt a pang of affection, her palm caressing Lin Qingye's face. Jinyao leaned her forehead against Lin Qingye's, their proximity so intimate they could feel each other's breath. As her fingertips pressed gently, she spoke slowly. Perhaps it is indeed like this. Quite beautiful. Chapter 45. Tianci is willing to marry the princess of the Merfolk. In the sect master's grand hall, the snow chiffon fairy, holding a teacup, suddenly sneezed, rubbing her nose and furrowing her brow in displeasure. Could it be that my long-deceased partner is yearning for me, urging me to burn her a jar of osmanthus wine? Ridiculous! In life, she craved it like a ghost, and now, even in death, she hungers like a starving specter. The warm spirit tea wafted steam, and the snow chiffon fairy gulped down a large mouthful in frustration. Beside her, Elder Ishio busied himself with the tea set, dutifully preparing a fine brew for his senior sister, trying to appease her. Hearing her rant about her long-departed partner, who had been dead for countless years, Elder Ishio couldn't help but chuckle. Sister, I warned you. This is the pitfall of marrying young. You didn't believe me, insisting that their beauty was unmatched, merely lacking in cultivation. Before he could finish, a solid fist struck the back of his head. The snow chiffon fairy shot him a displeased glare, reclining in her chair. Indeed, they are beautiful, though you think I have maintained my virtue for no reason. Of course, I cannot forget the pleasures of life. I do not miss that specter at all, Elder Ishio grimaced, clutching his head, thankful for its resilience, or else his sister's blow might have split it open. Feeling the back of his head, he realized that his recently acquired jade hairpin had been shattered by his sister's strike. Sister, why hit me so hard? Look at what you've done to my hairpin. As he cradled the broken piece, he was about to confront the snow chiffon fairy when Elder Yushang, sitting at the front, cleared his throat. Recognizing the cue, he promptly fell silent, smoothing his robes and swallowing his grievances. Esteemed elders, I apologize for the disruption. The old sect master entered, his expression a mixture of neutrality, neither entirely joyful nor sorrowful, but rather one that suggested an impending storm. The hall fell into silence, all the elders refraining from speaking. The sect master took his seat and surveyed the gathered elders, inquiring, do any of you have differing opinions regarding my decision to strip the position of sect leader from Lin Qingye? With the decision already made, Elder Ishio thought to himself, pondering the implications. Given his relatively low rank, he figured it was best to observe the opinions of the more senior elders before voicing his own. The sect master, having resolved to eliminate his own son from the position, likely didn't require their input. He merely sought to provide Lin Qingye with an opportunity to save face. They would likely speak of how the boy was simply too immature and would eventually come to understand the sect master's intentions over time. Master, your decisions have always been in the best interest of the Tian-E Sect's millennia-old legacy. We fully support your actions. Elder Yushang, known for his integrity, stood in strong agreement with the sect master's decision to dispose of the ineffectual Lin Qingye. The youth is merely infatuated with fleeting romance. It is not an unspeakable fault. Perhaps, in time, he will come to appreciate your concerns, Master. After Elder Yushang spoke, the hall resonated with nods of agreement from the other elders, none voicing dissent. After all, it was the sect master who had initially championed Lin Qingye's rise to the position of sect leader. Satisfied by the consensus, the sect master had convened this meeting to quell any lingering resentment among the elders regarding Tianxi's past indiscretions. Now, if he wished to marry that female cultivator of the qi refinement stage, so be it. Let him have his way, father. Your son understands his mistakes. Outside the grand hall, a figure knelt in the courtyard. Bearing 2 thorns on his back, his voice booming. His forehead struck the ground heavily as Lin Qingye's eyes brimmed with crimson. I beseech you, father, grant me an audience. Your son understands, since being stripped of his title. The sycophants who once obeyed him had turned polite in their demeanor, wary of the consequences of offending him, yet bound by the fact that he was the sect master's son, they could only repeatedly decline his requests. However, how could Lin Qingye, once a figure of immense promise and youthful vigor, possibly accept such a stark disparity? His fingers clenched the ground, fully aware that his innate talent paled in comparison to that of his elder sister. Yet, he could not allow her to mercilessly usurp the only position of the young sect master that he had to cling to. The sect master, seated in the main position, observed his disappointing son, who had only now come to realize his mistakes and couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. It was too late. He gestured dismissively, his voice carrying beyond the hall. It is good that you recognize your faults. But you are no longer the young sect master of Tianyi Shinzong. Regardless of your future actions, as your father, I shall not impose upon you any further. There is no need for this display of contrition. Lin Qingye had evidently come prepared, fully aware of his father's grievances. Hence, he had previously confided in Qing. Father, I am willing to marry the princess of the Merfolk royal family. His proclamation resonated throughout the grand hall. Leaving everyone in stunned silence, the once enraptured Shuefeng fairy, who had been savoring her tea, halted her actions and glanced outside. There, the slender figure remained prostrate upon the ground. What did you just say? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? The sect master rose, slamming his palm onto the wooden table, eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to accept that the youth kneeling in the courtyard was indeed his son. Father, I said I am willing to marry the princess of the Merfolk royal family. I acknowledge my mistakes. Upon raising his gaze, Shuefeng Fairy noted a flicker of joy gradually spreading across the sect master's face, prompting her to tap the white jade teacup with her fingertips. Sect master, this is utterly inappropriate. Isn't Tianci about to become a father? If he were to abandon a pregnant woman for the allure of a Merfolk beauty, wouldn't that lead to a tragic outcome of 2 lives lost? A sharp intake of breath followed. Should this leak out, it would reflect poorly on Tianyi Xinzong. Hearing Shuefeng Fairy's words, the joy on the sect master's face swiftly dissipated, in a moment of elation. He had forgotten to maintain composure, revealing a flaw in his demeanor. Shuefeng is correct. Tianci, what will you do about the woman carrying your child? I will take her as a concubine. Lin Qingye's words were resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Chapter 46. No one can harm you from my hands. A Yao soaking in the pool. Jin Yao lazily indulged in a nap, her tail flicking to splatter a few droplets of water. Yet, before her hazy eyes could fully open, she was startled by a rustling sound outside the window. Could it be the male and female leads have arrived? Jin Yao's eyes shot open, and she peered out the window to see a small dragon head poking through. Its horns still adorned with torn window paper. However, it moved far more slowly than Jin Yao. With a single wave of her hand, the golden little dragon flew straight into her grasp, its tail thrashing about in a fit of indignation, its whiskers bristling with frustration. Sister Jin Yao, I didn't mean to. I truly didn't intend to spy on you while you were bathing. Before it could finish its defense, Jin Yao pressed a water-beaded finger against the golden dragon's mouth. Shoo, lower your voice. Sister hasn't awakened yet. If she finds out you're here, you won't be able to leave. Jin Yao's tone bore no hint of intimidation. The little dragon immediately wilted, its spirit diminished, its large eyes nearly welling with tears. It trembled, fearing that the blind one might truly harm it. Witnessing the little dragon's obedience, Jin Yao smiled brightly, floating on the water's surface, releasing her hold on it. If you wish to leave, I can send you off shortly. However, you must refrain from uttering anything that might anger sister. She may seem cold, but she is genuinely kind-hearted. Hearing Jin Yao defend the human race, the little dragon flicked its tail in dissatisfaction, surfacing from the water to blow a few bubbles. Sister Jin Yao, why do you speak in favor of the humans? They are inherently greedy, always wanting more, and few can be trusted. Upon hearing the little dragon mention the dragon clan's young master, Jin Yao shook her head, her fingers idly stirring the water's surface. What I desire is not merely this. She felt a momentary joy, but then her thoughts turned to the few concubines in the dragon palace. As well as the melancholy faces of her brother's mistresses, her spirits dampened. Then, what is it that Sister Jin Yao truly desires? If you must ask, I shall tell you that I wish to claim the throne of Wang Su Hai. Jin Yao's smile was sly. She remembered that in the original narrative, the Merfolk king and queen, her so-called adoptive parents, were overthrown by the Merfolk prince who had been the crown prince for 70 years. Faced with overwhelming force, they relinquished their power, yet even then, the eldest prince of the Merfolk did not spare his father. If the previous king did not perish, how could he find peace? It was precisely because the Merfolk royal family had changed hands that Wang Su Hai fell into new leadership. And after the death of her father, the original owner found herself isolated and helpless within Tianyi Xinzong. Even in death, her remains would be devoured by wild dogs, with not a single member of the Merfolk royal family standing up to seek justice for her. The original owner had resigned herself to her fate, believing that marrying a chicken meant following a chicken, and marrying a dog meant following a dog, steadfastly loyal to the male lead. Yet, who could have anticipated that she would ultimately meet her demise far from home? With no remains to be found. Sister Jin Yao, though you despise Jin Yu go? The little golden dragon leaned closer, conjuring an image in its mind of a tall, striking male merfolk wielding a silver spear. Crowned and stern, only lowering his proud head in the presence of the dragon clan. Indeed, I loathe him, with a passion. Jin Yao recognized that the initial proposal to marry the original owner had originated from the eldest prince of the Merfolk royal family. He had advocated for alliances with humans, wary of the dragon clan's ambitions to annex Wang Su Hai. as the crown prince. He commanded great influence in Wangsu and the Merfolk king. Under pressure from the officials, had no choice but to agree to the prince's marriage proposal. Such arrangements were not uncommon. For the Merfolk of Wangsu, their lives had been dictated by the loss of spiritual energy, leading them to accept secondary marriages. Whether it was hardship or disgrace, it paled in comparison to the plight of being uprooted, losing their homes, and being reduced to slavery. Seated behind the screen, Lin Qingye opened her eyes, the chaos within them receding slightly, though beads of sweat began to form upon her temples. Jin Yao's voice, though soft, reached Lin Qingye's ears with perfect clarity. The faint trace of dragon energy could not escape her senses. What a troublesome dragon it was, clearly having disregarded her previous admonitions to cease disturbing a Yao. She thought, it seems it must learn a lesson. Does it believe that the courtyard of the falling snow peak is a place it can come and go as it pleases? A Yao speaks the truth. Indeed, we humans are not paragons of virtue, but can your dragon clan truly lay claim to the mantle of nobility? The robe that had been draped over a distant pearwood rack now rested upon Lin Qingye's shoulders, while the screen behind her displayed the intricate red plum blossoms against the backdrop of falling snow. As a graceful figure gradually emerged from behind it, the woman slightly raised her hand, and the dark sword resting on the rack flew into her palm with a swish. The golden little dragon trembled, curling itself around Jin Yao's wrist, burying its head into her skin, too afraid to face the fierce-eyed figure. Yet, this scene appeared to Jin Yao as beautiful as a painted canvas. Sister, this one is different from the previous golden dragon. It does not seem to be a BD dragon. Do not frighten it. Jin Yao's fingertip rested gently on the little dragon's head, ruffling its fur to comfort it. I know, but even if it harbors ill intent, with such limited prowess, it cannot hope to take you away. A Yao, no one can harm you from my hands, nor can anyone take you away. Lin Qingye approached the pool, her sword now lowered, her defenses relaxed. With her head bowed, the dark fabric draped elegantly down her back. Of course, should you wish to leave my side, I will not impede you. Lin Qingye seldom made promises, for promises were easily broken. She did not trust them. Chapter 47. Willing to be a concubine? Why force others? Looking up at her sister's serious demeanor, Jin Yao smiled gently, nodding in agreement. Sister, I understand I in this world. You are the most formidable. As long as you wield the Xinyi sword, you shall be invincible. Supporting herself on the edge of the pool, Jin Yao tugged at Lin Qingye's robe. Yao, you truly know how to flatter. Crouching down, Lin Qingye gazed at the faintly visible light blue fish tail submerged in the water. Her hand brushed against Jin Yao's slightly pointed ear, her red lips pursed as she spoke softly. With such sweet words, you make it difficult for me to resist. Her fingers traced the contours of Jin Yao's ear. Moving gently, today, I may not be able to see you again until late. Upon hearing her sister's words, Jin Yao leaned in closer, her long hair brushing against her skin as she looked up at Lin Qingye. Sister, is there something you must attend to? The sect master has summoned me for a discussion. I do not know how long it will take, so I wanted to let you know in advance. Placing the little dragon into her own bag of holding, Jin Yao donned her attire with precision and perused the class schedule prepared for the inner and outer disciples of the Tianxianzong. The lectures were conducted by the stewards of the Steward Hall. With Luoshua Mountain possessing its own teleportation array, Jin Yao had seldom utilized sword flight. However, there exists a fundamental distinction between never having used it and being incapable of doing so. Mastery was imperative. After all, one could not always rely on flailing their tail for survival. Yet, she could not be too brazen, for the stewards taught the newly assessed disciples with spiritual roots, and her ostentatious appearance would surely incite panic. It was wise to maintain a low profile to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Just as her foot had barely stepped out of the teleportation array, a somber voice called out to her. Jin Yao. Turning around, her disciple's skirt swayed, and she discerned the identity of the caller. It was none other than Lin Qingye, the male protagonist and a familiar face to all. He was still clad in his resplendent golden robe, adorned with a silver crown, yet the youthful exuberance he once exuded had diminished significantly. The crimson mark on his brow was also nowhere to be seen. A leather sheath at his waist held his life-bound sword, and he grasped the hilt, blocking Jin Yao's path forward. I have already consulted my father regarding the restoration of our betrothal. I believe it will not be long before you become my young wife once more. Your elder sister, bewitched by you, will eventually release you. Lin Qingye bore a resemblance to Lin Qingye. Yet this delicate demeanor rendered him somewhat juvenile. Were this visage placed upon Lin Qingye, Jinyao would not perceive it in the same light. Her elder sister's fierce nature contrasted with this hint of naivety, rendering her sister less unapproachable. Jinyao, if you possess any sense, relinquish your enticement of my elder sister. My father acted out of momentary anger to strip me of my position as the young sect master. I assure you, it will not be long before I reclaim my throne. He stepped closer, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. As for you, you remain my young sect master's wife. However, our union shall be merely nominal. As for my heart, Jinyao, do not even think about it. Such audacity. I had long since posted our divorce notice throughout the entire sect for all to see. What a ridiculous notion. Indeed, Lin Qingye. Are you about to declare your eternal love for your dear Qingye sister? She gestured toward the bronze sword of Elder Jin, still in her possession, unperturbed at the thought of acquiring another. Perhaps she would toss them both into the furnace for good measure. You are utterly lacking in manners. However, whether you wish it or not is irrelevant. Jinyao, you are but a pawn in my hand. Do not assume I would hesitate to strike you. His fingers tightened around the sword hilt, yet Lin Qingye ultimately relented, pointing an accusatory finger at Jinyao's nose, his anger causing veins to bulge visibly. Yet he did not, as in days past, thrust his sword toward her, where a crown is to bear its weight. This was the first lesson he learned from his fall from grace into the mire. To marry me is an elevation for you. If you were wise, you would cease your pursuit of my elder sister. She is pure and virtuous, striving for excellence in the sword arena. How could someone of your ilk, a mere fishman, hope to ascend to her heights? In the original narrative, Lin Qingye's feelings toward his elder sister were a tumultuous blend of love and hatred. He envied her innate talent, which bred jealousy and resentment. Yet deep within, he longed for her to acknowledge him, to regard him as a beloved younger brother deserving of affection and care. But he received none of this. For that wretched Jinyao had seized it first at Lin Qingye, I suspect you are more aware than I have done nothing at all in your eyes. I am merely a lowly fishman with insufficient cultivation. How could I possibly enchant someone of your sister's caliber? Stifled in his retort, Lin Qingye found himself speechless. Indeed, although Jinyao possessed a water-type spiritual root, the dwindling spiritual energy of the Wangshu Sea meant that upon her arrival at the Tianixin Zone, she was merely at the golden core stage. Her elder sister was on the cusp of the transformation stage. With a mere flick of her hand, she could easily extinguish Jinyao's life. And do you believe that merely realizing your faults now will suffice? A person lacking commensurate ability to occupy a lofty position can only face utter ruin. Lin Qingye's face flushed with embarrassment at the pointed remark. He had never before realized that this fishwoman possessed such insight into the human heart. Her words struck like poison, inciting a profound irritation within him. Lin Qingye, who you choose to love is of no concern to me. Likewise, who I choose to love should not be your affair. That understood. As a disciple, you do not need to attend classes, but I do. With that, Jinyao attempted to pass by Lin Qingye. But just as she lifted her foot, a familiar figure appeared around the corner. Qingye's complexion was ashen, her eyes swollen like walnuts. With a thud, she knelt before Jinyao, tears streaming down her face. Jinyao Shiji, I was wrong in the past, but now Qingye has realized his errors. Why must you make things difficult for him? I understand my presence has caused you distress, but now, Qingye is willing to be a concubine. Why must you be so relentless? Chapter 48. Fed up with the two foolish people, Qingye's forehead repeatedly met the ground, weeping like a frail willow in the wind. Compelling onlookers to rush to her aid, witnessing this display from his junior sister, Lin Qingye could hardly bear it. He quickly extended his hands to support Qingye's arms, were it not for his desire to reclaim his position as the young sect master. Why would he agree to cede his rightful place to the despicable fishwoman Jinyao? What a masterstroke of moral coercion! Should he refuse to marry the male protagonist today, would it imply he was denying her and the child she carried the right to live? Qingye, since you are with child, there is no need for you to kneel before me. Otherwise, word might spread that we are to address each other as sisters. Jinyao spoke coolly, casting a cold gaze at the throng of disciples drawn by Qingye's cries. Gradually surrounding the three of them. Jianyao Shiji, that is not my intention. I simply wish for you to coexist harmoniously with Tianci in the future. As for titles, I do not insist. I only wish for a safe haven for myself and my child. She lowered her head, gazing at her flat belly as though she were near delivery, tenderly caressing it. Tears dripped from Qingye's eyes, stirring Lin Tianci's heart with anguish. He swiftly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiping the tears from her face. Qingye, why must you kneel before someone of such a different race? It is our parents' decree and the matchmaker's words. Even if she does not wish to marry, she must, he exclaimed angrily. Our child must be recognized by her. Rest assured, once you give birth to our child, I shall certainly plead with my father for a superior gathering spirit pill to aid your recovery and ensure a proper postpartum period. I am unlike those scoundrels. I do not care for your cultivation or talents. Covering her ears, Jianyao struggled to endure the gazes of the crowd. Enough was enough. You two foolish people. Qingye, if you continue to kneel, your child may very well miscarry, and when that happens, do not blame me for urging you to kneel. Having read the original text, Jianyao was aware that Qingye's first child would ultimately not be born in the narrative. Furthermore, her second child would not be Lin Tianci's, but rather that of the second male lead. The vast prairie could withstand no one. It was at this moment that the irate male protagonist and the Dragon Clan's young master, the second male lead, became sworn enemies in a bid to secure the release of the imprisoned male protagonist. The female lead implored the original protagonist, firmly believing that the elder sect master would heed the words of the daughter-in-law he had chosen. Thus, the female lead knelt before the original protagonist's residence for 3 days and nights, unwavering in her resolve despite the elements. Meanwhile, the original protagonist, who also harbored feelings for the male protagonist and was destined to become his wife, could hardly harbor goodwill toward the female lead. This woman had stolen her husband's heart. Observing coldly until the 3 days had passed, the female lead eventually collapsed from exhaustion before the original protagonist's chambers. A pool of blood beneath her, she ultimately failed to save the child. After all, she was merely a low-level cultivator in the chi refinement stage, having just stepped into the realm of cultivation, and the child within her had drained her of a considerable amount of spiritual energy. At that moment, her constitution bore little difference from that of an ordinary person. When the imprisoned male protagonist learned of these events, he erupted from confinement, wielding his life-bound sword, his eyes ablaze with fury, vowing to avenge his unborn child. With a single stroke, he pierced the original protagonist, flaying her alive. Reflecting on this, Jianyao felt her scales tighten in anguish. The pain was unbearable. Even without having her scales stripped by the male protagonist, she felt her legs begin to ache. Hearing Jianyao speak ill of his unborn child incensed Lin Tianci, causing his teeth to grind audibly. Rising from his seat, unable to contain himself any longer, he drew his sword in a flash of silver light. Jianyao, how dare you curse my unborn child? You wicked woman! With a swift motion, Jianyao did not shy away, her slender fingers grasping her sword sheath, positioning it defensively in front of her. The blade shimmered, enveloping her in a mist. Her water-like gaze locked onto the enraged male protagonist. Lin Qingye, do you recall your unwavering resolve when you annulled our engagement? Thus, at this moment, the venomous woman you speak of, I, Jianyao, am no different. I have declared that I shall not marry you. I have already penned a letter of withdrawal from our engagement. From this point onward, there shall be no further discourse. Brother Lin, do you still fancy yourself the once lofty young lord? With a gentle smile. Jianyao's red lips parted, revealing a demeanor that had completely shed the shyness she exhibited upon our first encounter. And no longer gazing up at him, she now looked down upon him from a position of superiority. Lin Tianci, belatedly aware of the shift, took a step back. He had originally presumed Jianyao's dramatic withdrawal from the engagement to be mere words spoken in anger, a performance to showcase before him. He thought her jealousy was stirred by his affair with Qingye. As the fog cleared, Yu Lao observed with clarity. Shaking his head, he glanced at the life ledger borrowed from the King of Hell, his finger pointing to the name Jianyao inscribed therein. Indeed, she is the reincarnation of the divine Luo Ling. However, this is only her 9th life. The 10th has yet to arrive. Leaning heavily on his staff, Yu Lao finally felt a measure of relief. He then attentively listened to the cacophony of voices from the human cultivator's square, stroking his beard as he lamented, "In this mortal realm, everyone fervently pursues immortality, wealth, and love, making true affection quite rare. I shall simply watch this play unfold. The incense of the god of wealth surely surpasses my own, bringing tears to this old man's eyes." With a slap to his forehead, Yu Lao muttered to himself, lamenting the inevitable consequences when Luo Ling returns, likely to demand an explanation for allowing her to become entangled with a woman. It cannot be that the ninth life passes without tribulations. For if not, would not Luo Ling be deprived of her trial? He must not allow his oversight to jeopardize Luo Ling. Are you, perchance, a being from the celestial realm? The auspicious aura emanating from the east filled Yu Lao with admiration. This child is likely destined for greatness. Chapter 49. What fault is there in my affection for senior sister? Does it truly matter if it is right or wrong? Yu Lao, stroking his beard, showed no fear. As long as this affair remained under the radar of the heavenly emperor, the flames of consequence would not reach him. He could perceive that this woman before him was destined for greatness, but that was a matter for another time. The celestial energy enveloping the celestial lord left no room for doubt in his mind. A crimson bag of holding materialized before Yu Lao, and Lin Qingye also presented it with poise, devoid of the panic typical of mortals before deities. The celestial lord's visit was presumably to reclaim the red thread lost some days prior. As his hand paused, Yu Lao regarded Lin Qingye's striking features. Even without scrutinizing closely, he could ascertain that her eyes were far from blind. Yet within them lay an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Yu Lao harbored doubts, calculating with his fingers. Logically, such a fortuitous individual must either be a fallen celestial or a reincarnated star monarch. Yet, no matter how he calculated, this woman was undeniably a mortal transformed into a saint. Truly a rare gem. Accepting the bag of holding, Yu Lao expressed, "You are a good child. Perhaps in the future, we may reunite in the celestial realm. You possess the potential for ascension." Lin Qingye, unfazed by Yu Lao's praise, watched as the figure of the celestial elder slowly faded, releasing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this celestial lord bore no malice towards a Yao. Otherwise, even if she exerted every ounce of her strength, she might not withstand a few exchanges with this celestial being. She understood the strict regulations of the celestial realm. Allowing divine artifacts to descend to the mortal realm was a grave error on the part of the guardians. Thus, the celestial lord seeking the red thread would surely not make a grand spectacle of this matter to avoid incurring punishment. And why, Lord? Those from the upper realm can discern the fates of those in the lower realm. If such is the case, my lord shall undoubtedly attain immortality and seek the great Tao. A white-scaled dragon coiled around Lin Qingye's back, its golden eyes filled with admiration. The ascension of mortals to immortality rivals the prowess of the soaring dragon kin. Even if the dragon king of the dragon palace commands the winds and rains in the lower realm, upon encountering the ruler of the heavenly court, he must still exclaim, "I have seen the heavenly emperor." Is that not so? As long as I attain the Tao, the tribulations will be determined by the heavenly thunder. Lin Qingye accepted this fate with equanimity, indifferent to gains or losses, save for one individual capable of stirring her heartstrings. Gripping the hilt of her sword, the blade resting against her back, Lin Qingye refrained from intervening, wishing instead for Jin Yao to muster the courage to confront the sharp-tongued accusations and to wield her sword in defense of her dignity. Yet, her reluctance to step forward stemmed from the fear that someone might truly dare to harm her at Yao. She had promised to protect her at all costs, shielding her from humiliation. As the crowd swelled, Jin Yao's skirt billowed, yet she stood undaunted against the throng's jeers. All she desired was to sever ties with the two individuals before her. Moreover, Brother Lin has a beloved. Why should I not have one? Hearing her words, Lin Qingye trembled with rage, his rationality abandoned as he disregarded the complexities of the situation. With a twist of his sword, he struck forth. Jin Yao did not draw her blade but parried Lin Qingye's thrust merely with the scabbard of her sword. Sparks flew as Lin Qingye's eyes reddened, a single tear cascading down his cheek. You wretched mermaid. Leave my elder sister? Lin Qingye was for Lin Qingye the unreachable moon in the sky, the ultimate destination forever beyond his grasp. Naturally, he felt resentment. Why should a lowly mermaid earn the affection of his elder sister? Why? Why should I concede? Brother Lin. You cannot be so strict with others while being lenient with yourself, can you? Taking a step forward, Jingyao resolved to declare her intentions clearly today. Even if the sect leader arrived to decree their marriage, she would not acquiesce. Just as Brother Lin is fond of celebrating Sister Qing, I, too, am enamored with Sister Lin. Therefore, if Brother Lin were to be perceptive, he should refrain from disrupting my bond with Sister Lin. The onlookers found themselves overwhelmed by the unfolding drama, incredulous that the rumors circulating within the sect were indeed true. Jingyao had truly utilized her innate allure to ensnare the legendary Lord Ming Jian. One disciple, clutching a sword and a handful of sunflower seed shells, began to comment in these times. Those of us who toil diligently in our cultivation may as well rely on beauty to win favor. Indeed, have you seen the illustrated volumes? The tales are not mere fabrications. The Merfolk truly possess certain skills in the boudoir. As he spoke, his voice dropped, and his expression grew solemn. It was not only Lord Ming Jian who fell into her enchantment. Even the proud dragon Qin were not immune to her charms. Just as he finished speaking, he received a sharp rap to the forehead. Xiao Lianming, her fists clenched, looked upon him with a smile that sparkled in her eyes and remarked, "And so what? You lot, with your twisted appearances, fail to grasp that your lifespan's pale in comparison to a single finger of a mermaid." The chastised disciple, cradling his head, was about to erupt in fury when he saw Xiao Lianming standing beside him. Her dress fluttering slightly, he promptly sat down in shock, extinguishing his ire. With hands on her hips, Xiao Lianming regarded Jingyao, who stood resolute in the distance, feeling immensely proud. As disciples, we ought to emulate senior sister Jingyao, unyielding in the face of authority, never bowing our heads. Moreover, Brother Lin is no longer the young lord. What is there to fear? If anyone should be reprimanded, it ought to be Brother Lin for his betrayal. Now attempting to renege and reclaim his status as young lord through Jinyao's engagement. As she spoke, applause erupted behind Xiao Lianming, as Bai Hua arrived, cradling his white crane, adorned with wild berries atop his head, rendering him quite comical. Sister speaks wisely. I detest men who are greedy and indecisive, bringing shame upon us. His eyes crinkled with mirth as he plucked the berries from his head and fed them to the little white crane he held. Surveying the seated disciples, he inquired, "Brothers, do you not agree?" Many in the gathering, rubbing their backsides, nodded in agreement. Bai Gu is right. Although senior sister Jingyao is indeed of a different race, what Lin Gu has done is utterly excessive. I concur. Since he initially tore up the engagement, he should not now seek to wed her again, especially considering Lin Gu is soon to become a father. Why persist in entangling himself with senior sister Jingyao? Indeed, if news of Lin Qingye's actions were to spread, would not other sects accuse our Tianxian sect of bullying the weak? Chapter 50. She is my wife. Countless opinions surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Lin Tianxie and Qing. Yet, Jingyao, resolutely grasping her sword's hilt and unsheathing the blade, remained unyielding. Such vile gossip within the sect was something she heard day in and day out. Long accustomed to it, the silver blade reflected Jinyao's delicate visage as she swiftly retracted it, leaving Lin Tianxie, his mind in disarray, in a position of disadvantage, forced to sheath his sword in confusion. Sensing the tide turn, Qing immediately clutched her stomach, weakly calling out, "Tianxie. Tianxie. Why stomach hurts so much? Will the child be all right?" Qing. Lin Tianxie knelt, pressing his large hand against her abdomen, his face etched with concern. "Tianxie, will our child perish before he has even been born, before he has witnessed the son of this world?" Qing's hands trembled, and Lin Tianxie immediately grasped them in his own. His heart was filled with resentment, a tempest of emotions seeking an outlet, and upon glancing up, he saw Jingyao, her skirt flowing gracefully, appearing as if untouched by the turmoil around her, akin to a serene breeze under the bright moon. He spoke fiercely, "Jingyao, if anything befalls Qing or the child within her today, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime." Lin Tianxie rose, cradling Qing in his arms, intent on departing before Jingyao. Yet, just as he lifted his foot, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears, and a blade halted before her gaze. In that instant, everyone in the square knelt in reverence. Hail to the Ming Jianjun! Hail to the young sect master! A white dragon unfurled its majestic form, its golden eyes fixated on the man before Qingye, exhaling a chilling mist. Such audacity. Do you believe that by pleading to the sect master and expressing your willingness to wed Qingye, you can usurp my place? The dark veil behind him fluttered. Lin Qingye also let out a cold laugh, her other hand concealed behind her back, refusing to reveal it. Lin Qingye, who gave you the audacity to yell at a Yao in such a manner? The blade edged closer, pressing against Lin Qingye's neck, the dragon patterns on the blade appearing almost alive. Elder sister. Lin Qingye's lips parted, yet he found himself bereft of words, unable to comprehend that the elder sister he had long admired could engage in such absurdity as desiring a merfolk. Do not call me that. There is no blood relation between us. Scarlet blood trickled down the blade, yet Lin Qingye showed no intention of relenting. Ming Jianjun, I implore you, spare Qingye. This child cannot be without a biological father. Regardless, Ming Jianjun, you are also. The pressure of the blade against his neck eased, and Lin Qingye turned her wrist, the blade's tip now hovering before Qingye's eyes. And you, a low-tier cultivator, what authority do you possess to address me? You are quite bothersome. If you are ill, seek treatment. Do not disturb a Yao's tranquility. The once sobbing Qingye fell silent, utterly intimidated by Lin Qingye's menacing demeanor. Her trembling hands clutched Lin Qingye's neck, too frightened to gaze upon Lin Qingye. She could hardly fathom how someone blind could exude such formidable presence. How could she take her younger brother's position as the young sect master and flaunt it with such arrogance? Elder sister, Qingye merely acted thoughtlessly in her moment of impulsiveness. There is no need for you to be so aggressive. With his neck craned, Lin Qingye turned to lead Qingye away from the dark blade's tip. By the reckoning of human years, she was no longer a child. What grounds do you have to claim ignorance? Lin Qingye sheathed her sword, stepping back to Qingye's side. She gazed into Qingye's eyes. Extending her hand, slender fingers faintly entwined with red threads. Qingye, clutching her sleeve, felt an odd discomfort in displaying such intimacy in front of the crowd. However, since it was initiated by her senior sister, she could not refuse such familiarity. As Lin Qingye's fingers clasped hers, she felt a slight sense of reassurance. Previously, she had remained in the Snowfall Peak, oblivious to the mundane affairs of the sect, never realizing that Qingye was so relentlessly beset by these people. Elder sister, how can you touch her impure hands? Lin Qingye's face flushed with rage, nearly dropping Qingye from his embrace. Why can't I? A Yao will soon become my partner for life. Moreover, how many times must I remind you? Do not call me elder sister. As she moved, Qingye felt the grip on her hand pull her forward, her cheek brushing against Lin Qingye's garment. A subtle, elegant fragrance wafted into her nostrils, warm yet refreshing. Her senior sister remained as warm as ever as her fingers grazed her senior sister's attire. Qingye's gaze lingered on the belt binding Lin Qingye. Her thoughts wandering. A Yao's hands are not tainted. Apologize. Lin Qingye's manner, though seemingly straightforward, bore a hint of stubborn innocence. Looking up at her senior sister, Qingye realized at that moment what it meant to be a prodigy. What it meant to be someone born to wield a sword. Her senior sister would become incensed over a mere insult directed at her, would retaliate when faced with aggression. Her senior sister was the best in the world. I shall not, elder sister. Why must I apologize to her? She is my wife. I in the future, and forevermore. Lin Qingye's smile turned ghastly pale. He understood how to provoke his elder sister's ire. Thus he spoke deliberately. Elder sister, were you not the one who despised me as your brother? Did you not loathe the fact that I am but a younger sibling? Then you seize what belongs to your brother. Qingye was originally betrothed to me by father. Elder sister, you have intruded upon our engagement. Tell me, who is truly the despicable one? Upon hearing the male protagonist's words, Qingye was filled with fury. Did this man truly not comprehend the meaning of shameless? Clutching Qingye, Lin Qingye discarded his own life sword, stepping forward to grasp Qingye's arm. Yet his gaze was drawn to the crimson mark upon Lin Qingye's brow, a place that should have belonged to him. Just as his fingers were about to grasp Qingye's garment, a splash of fresh blood fell upon the stone floor. A severed pinky tumbled away, the red blood splattering across Lin Qingye's eyes and cheeks, soaking her dark veil. Pain surged through Lin Qingye, his mouth agape as he grimaced in agony, letting out a cry. Elder sister, with one hand. Lin Qingye removed the dark veil stained with blood, revealing her violet eyes to the crowd. A Yao is no mere object. Even less so is she yours. Chapter 51. Senior sister willingly accepts punishment in an unprecedented display. The typically rule-abiding Ming Jianjun, devoted to the pursuit of the Tao, faltered in front of the crowd. Her violet eyes, not clear as one might expect, were marred by streaks of crimson blood cascading from her nose. She held the sword, unrepentant for severing Lin Tianxi's pinky. I demanded an apology. Are you deaf? Jin Yao gazed into those eyes, her heart racing like a war drum. It became clear that her senior sister's eyes were not blind. They simply differed from those of ordinary folk. Boldness. This is hallowed ground. Is this a place for fellow disciples to turn against one another? A figure flashed, and all disciples hastily bowed their heads. In such a significant uproar, it was evident that the one standing among the four, radiating fury, was the sect master himself. With a countenance as unyielding as iron, the sect master clutched his precious robe, his heart racing at Lin Qingye's bloodied visage. What a shock! Such a good child as Qing also seems to exhibit signs of being possessed. Yet, being a seasoned individual, he concealed his thoughts entirely. A sweeping glance revealed Jin Yao, guarded by Lin Qingye, and his sharp gaze fixed upon her, filled with understanding. It seemed that Tianxi's change of heart had reached Qing. The two were disregarding everything, quarreling fiercely over a mere merfolk in front of all the disciples of the Tianxian sect. Should this become known, where would the sect's reputation stand? Siblings vying for favor over a merfolk. Truly, a misfortune for the family. It was his greed for the Merfolk royal family's water spirit root that had led to this engagement. Sect master, this matter has nothing to do with a Yao. The one who acted was me. Lin Qingye stepped forward, shielding herself with her back against the sect master's piercing gaze, her wrist entwined in the dark veil. There was no hint of regret in her words, only unwavering protection. Jin Yao grasped Lin Qingye's wrist, aware that without a clear explanation, her senior sister would face the sect master's punishment today. Qing, your devotion is commendable. Father, the sect master, has yet to speak. In the presence of all disciples of Tianxian sect, this matter must be resolved properly, lest it lead to endless troubles. Father. Lin Tianxi fell to his knees, his face as pale as death. Beneath him a pool of dripping blood. You unfilial child, do not address me as father. Today, your elder sister has severed your pinky. Consider it a lesson for you. Let us see if you dare to act so recklessly in the future. After receiving his father's reprimand, Lin Tianxi bowed his head, unable to utter a word, only able to glare resentfully at Lin Qingye's figure. How could his elder sister protect that merfolk so fiercely? Did 100 years of sibling affection pale in comparison to a few days of delight? As for you, Qing, you have truly disappointed your father. I did not appoint you as the young sect master to bully others, nor to disregard the law, showing no respect for your fellow disciples or familial ties. Sect master, my senior sister has neither bullied others nor disrespected the law. Jin Yao released her grip on Lin Qingye's wrist, taking a deep breath as she stepped forward. She gazed at the man whose cultivation far surpassed her own, feeling a hint of trepidation, yet she did not waver. The disciple must say, it was Lin Xixiang who first troubled me. Enduring constant harassment from her peers within the sect, Jin Yao firmly believed that avoiding conflict would spare her from unnecessary troubles. However, the time for evasion had now passed. The efforts her senior sister had made for her were already substantial. You are quite bold to confront me directly. Pray tell, what transgressions has Tianxi committed that have put you in such a predicament? Many disciples turned their gaze to the sect leader as he took 2 steps forward. Positioning himself before Jin Yao, he had underestimated this young lady of the Merfolk royalty, unaware that she possessed the acumen to discern the situation and exert pressure on him, the leader of the human sect. This girl had become far more astute since her arrival, shedding the naive demeanor she once held. Could it be that she had someone backing her, emboldening her? The sect leader perceived the implications. Jin Yao performed a respectful bow, her eyes resolute as she continued. I have previously made it abundantly clear that I hold no further ties with Lin Xixiang. However, he was the first to breach our agreement, and subsequently he reneged on his word, which is my first point. When I did not acquiesce to his change of heart, he resorted to vile insults against his fellow disciples, which constitutes my second point. Her eloquence garnered nods of agreement from the surrounding disciples. Though they were practitioners of the human race, they were not blind to right and wrong, nor did they conflate the truth. Furthermore, Lin Qingye had once prided himself on his unwavering affection, claiming he would forsake his position as a young sect master for Qingye. Yet now he had discarded both her and his title, which serves as my third point. Her arguments were clear and logically sound, even leaving the sect leader momentarily speechless, extinguishing any desire he had to defend his son. He hastily interrupted, "Very well. You articulate your points remarkably. However, Qingye has violated the sect's regulations on your behalf." Severing a finger from Tianci, "You cannot simply disregard this matter." The sect leader's words struck a chord of guilt within Qingye, causing her to pause, just as she was about to respond. Lin Qingye interjected coldly, "His initial disrespect warranted my action. My severing of a finger was an act of mercy. I will accept the consequences of violating sect rules, yet this does not equate to forgiving his disgraceful conduct." The defiant Lin Qingye's admission of fault surprised the sect leader, who felt both elated and anxious. He understood that today's handling of this sect scandal was relatively clean. Yet, he feared that Lin Qingye's actions might indicate that this Merfolk girl had become her Achilles' heel, posing potential future peril for her. Nonetheless, he resolved that he could not act against her at this moment, preferring to bide his time. Fixing his gaze on Lin Qingye, he declared, "Since you are willing to accept punishment, let us adhere to the sect's rules. Anyone who harms a fellow disciple shall kneel in the ice prison for a month. Both you and Tianci share equal blame." At the mention of the ice prison, Jianyao's heart clenched. In the original narrative, this was a place designated for disciplining errant disciples, specifically for higher-tier ones. The male protagonist had been punished there for breaching marital vows, enduring 7 days of kneeling, which left him significantly weakened for an entire month. Although her senior sister's cultivation surpassed that of the male protagonist, the so-called prison was undoubtedly excruciating. Jianyao felt a surge of indignation and was about to voice her disagreement when a gentle voice reached her ears. "It's nothing to worry about. That place isn't cold. Think of it as a retreat." It was her senior sister's voice. In this moment, Jianyao was torn between laughter and tears, touched by her sister's continued concern for her even amidst such trials. Chapter 52. The Embrace of Kindness. No adverse effects. Seated in the courtyard, Jianyao sighed despondently, her brush in hand, reflecting on the solitude of the days without her senior sister. During this time, she had diligently studied the fundamental spells of the Tianci sect and had now reached a level of proficiency that allowed her to approach mid-tier spells. She wondered if her senior sister would commend her upon discovering this progress. Of course, her rapid advancement could be attributed to her innate talent as a golden core practitioner and her affinity for water-type spiritual roots. It baffled her how the original owner of this body could have squandered such potential, choosing instead to support others in mediocrity. Her determination to excel had left by Hua and Qiao Lianming astounded, who were typically indifferent in their studies. However, they understood the situation and refrained from bringing it up. Recognizing that Ming Jianjun had faced punishment due to Jin Yao's senior sister, and resolved to protect Jin Yao's fragile spirit. On this clear day, the final day before her senior sister's confinement in the ice prison, Jin Yao worried if her sister had been turned into an ice statue. As the chiffon-clad fairy passed by, carrying a teapot, she was struck by the sight before her, exclaiming in astonishment, "Jin Yao?" Startled by her master's sudden appearance, quickly concealed the diary she had been writing about her sister's absence. She stood and bowed respectfully towards her master. "Greetings, master." Waving her hand dismissively, the chiffon fairy poured herself a cup of tea and offered it to Jin Yao. "No need for formalities. It seems you have been longing for that Qingye girl." Having gathered information from a month prior, the chiffon fairy was well aware of the circumstances. She was not neglecting to intervene. Rather, since the ice prison was a choice made by her disciple, not even a celestial being could extricate her. That child had always been as stubborn as a mule. Yet, if she was willing to endure this heartache, the fairy was pleased. At last, a good child has come to her senses. No longer a blockhead. It is love that captivates the heart. Acknowledging her own sentiments, Jin Yao felt a pang of longing for her senior sister. Though her courtyard seemed desolate, her sister had always been there, whether standing guard outside or resting within. The sounds of movement had always brought her comfort, but now, upon awakening from her reverie, she found the familiar figure absent. "Seeing you like this, I can rest easy that I am not mistaken, am I? That Qingye girl is indeed quite the beauty, with many admirers from far and wide. I have never witnessed her willingly accept punishment for another. Cradling the teacup her master had handed her, Jin Yao detected a strong medicinal aroma. Nevertheless, out of respect, she drank it in one gulp. The faint bitterness was reminiscent of chrysanthemum tea. Hearing her master's words, Jin Yao felt a wave of melancholy. How could she articulate such feelings? It was akin to a top student renouncing their academic accolades for the sake of another. So, dear fish, do not mourn. Consider that she is demonstrating her care for you. Extending a finger, the chiffon fairy lifted Jin Yao's chin, her perceptive gaze reminiscent of the first time she had encountered that naive girl standing before her. Bowing in apology, good fish, master, are you calling for me? Jin Yao stammered, I shall heed your teachings, master. The closeness made her somewhat flustered, and she instinctively took a step back. Indeed, teasing such an innocent young soul was quite amusing. The chiffon fairy took another sip of her tea. This is a new blend from Fenglian. Do not let it go to waste. It is beneficial for your complexion. As for Qingye. Is she not right here? After a month apart, her senior sister appeared slightly thinner. Yet Jin Yao was uncertain if this was merely her imagination. Yao, it has been too long. Lin Qingye stepped forward, the chill emanating from her still lingering. Thus, she did not reveal herself immediately. However, at the moment their master approached Jin Yao, Lin Qingye suddenly realized she had unwittingly been drawn into the scene. Revealing herself, caught by her master, Lin Qingye's gaze remained obscured, yet she approached Jin Yao. Sister, are you feeling unwell? I have prepared numerous fire-type talismans. As she spoke, Jin Yao reached for her belongings, acutely aware that her cultivation and spells were but a drop in the ocean compared to her senior sisters. Still, Lin Qingye had claimed her confinement was due to her, and Jin Yao wished to contribute in some way. It is nothing serious, as I said. I am not afraid of the cold. Lin Qingye's immediate concern for the little fish beside her made the chiffon fairy feel that the child was indeed growing up. Entering the age of infatuation and forgetting her master, of course, someone like Qingye, who was inherently cold, would hardly feel discomfort. Little fish, if you are worried, tonight. The embrace of kindness, no adverse effects. Trust your master. Little fish, you are a fine merfolk. Though this was meant as a whisper, Lin Qingye standing nearby caught every word. As the chiffon fairy often perused various texts, she had grown accustomed to it. But hearing her eldest disciple critique her was infuriating. I have poured my heart and soul into your welfare, and yet you remain so ungrateful. Truly, you are a blockhead, beyond hope. She hastily shoved Jin Yao, prompting Lin Qingye to instinctively wrap her arms around Jin Yao. The swift action caught Lin Qingye off guard, and she had yet to fully comprehend how frigid the air from the ice prison felt. Jin Yao, enveloped in the coldness, felt as if she had been tossed into a pile of ice shards at a market, the sensation overwhelmingly sharp and invigorating. Achoo! Leaning against her sister, Jin Yao sneezed, only to regret it immediately, covering her nose and lamenting, "Oh no! How utterly disgraceful! I am not human. Oh wait, I never was, but that pales in comparison to the real issue. What have I just done in my sister's embrace? How utterly improper, do you see? I told you I was right. This fellow is on the verge of becoming an ice sculpture. Little fish, you must find a way. Any method will do, as long as it can make Qing warm up. I must take my leave. I have to visit that wretched soul's grave." With that, the fairy in chiffon held her teacup, sipping her tea as she departed from the scene. Chapter 53. The senior sister must fulfill her promise. With her. Sister, are you all right? You feel so cold. Jin Yao reached out, touching Lin Qingye's robe. The sensation was akin to swimming in a block of ice. Perhaps someone has tried winter swimming before. The feeling is nearly the same. It's not cold at all. Lin Qingye took the talisman from Jin Yao's hand, waved it, and countless yellow talismans adhered to her body. With her fingers pressed together, she gently tapped, igniting all the talismans. She understood this was Jin Yao's heartfelt intention over these days. If she did not appreciate it, it would indeed be rather heartless. Though she spoke so, her body was as frigid as a refrigerator. Jin Yao furrowed her brow, becoming serious. She grasped her senior sister's wrist, pulling her inside. The door creaked open. Jin Yao stepped in, aware that part of her fire talismans had been taught by Qiao Li Ming. Thus, for her senior sister's level of cultivation, they were hardly effective. Perhaps the most efficacious method was what their master spoke of, dual cultivation. Moreover, wasn't it precisely for this reason that her senior sister initially came to her aid? Yao, what has happened to you? Do not worry. Did I not say I am fine? Lin Qingye was somewhat unaccustomed to having her sword-holding hand grasped. For a swordsman who seldom parted with her blade, such an action felt akin to exposing her most vulnerable defenses to a ferocious beast. Sister, you are in trouble. You are very cold. Standing firm, the door suddenly slammed shut. Her voice resonated throughout the dormitory, and Jin Yao's eyes glistened with urgency. How could she not know? Her senior sister's cultivation was so high. If the icy energy within her body was not expelled in time, it would surely penetrate to the bones. Her senior sister had to endure the piercing pain akin to icy needles at all times. Yao, what has happened to you? Why are you crying? With her fingers slightly bent, Lin Qingye crouched down, gently wiping away the tears from Jin Yao's eyes with her fingers. Looking down at the gradually forming small pearls, Lin Qingye pondered how to comfort Yao. This coldness was almost negligible compared to the backlash of the Minglong sword technique within her. Yet, witnessing Jin Yao's reddened eyes before her made Lin Qingye realized that her cultivation of the Minglong sword technique was nearing the point of causing her to lose her senses entirely. Even her vision was nearly gone. Previously, Lin Qingye thought being blind and not being blind was of little difference. However, now she felt that not being blind was preferable. If she were blind, she would not be able to see Yao crying before her, which would be truly regrettable. Feeling her senior sister's icy fingers brush against her cheek, Jin Yao encouraged herself internally. She tiptoed, grasping Lin Qingye's collar, pulling her in closer. Her ponytail swayed slightly. Lin Qingye had no defenses against Jin Yao, so she staggered a few steps, her hands bracing against the bed. Just as she was about to question Jin Yao, the latter cupped her senior sister's face with her hands and kissed her. Ignoring the biting cold, Jin Yao followed her body's instincts. Although it was often written that the Merfolk were quite bewitching, no less than the nine-tailed fox, she had never experienced it herself. Yao. Lin Qingye could only gasp out Jin Yao's name, her gaze fixated on Jin Yao's appearance. She extended her index finger, placing it upon Lin Qingye's lips, her eyes laced with allure, her long hair cascading behind her. She bore faintly visible blue fish scales, reminiscent of camellia blossoms. Sister, do you still remember what you said when you took me in? Embracing her, Jin Yao could distinctly feel the sensation of her arms brushing against her senior sister's silver bamboo attire. So this is what it means to be an academic prodigy, attending classes at the sect without the need to don disciple robes. No, wait. Her senior sister does not attend the sect's lectures. Now, it is time for her senior sister to fulfill her promise. Another kiss fell, and Lin Qingye gasped, feeling a warm moisture around her neck. Seated before the grave, Shui Feng set up her small tea table. Along with the hot tea she carried, she even placed a vibrant white chrysanthemum on the table. Carefully laying out the pastries, Shui Feng arranged them beautifully. Reaching for a pastry with one hand while leaning on the table with the other, Shui Feng took a bite and gazed at the gravestone, saying, "This is your favorite treat. If you don't rise from your grave soon, you shall miss out on such delicious pastries." The only response was the howling wind and snow. Shui Feng sighed heavily. In the past, when visiting this wretched soul's grave, she was not this sorrowful, for her dear disciple, like herself, was a pitiful being without anyone to care for her. But now, her dear disciple had picked up a beautiful little fish. She was left alone, drinking tea before the gravestone. And you used to tell me not to drink alcohol, claiming it was bad for the body, harmful to cultivation, detrimental to practice. But now, who lies beneath the ground? Ha 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 ha. It isn't me. It's you, you wretched soul. After laughing, Shui Feng felt somewhat mad, so she sadly rummaged behind her, pulling out a bottle of wine. She placed it on the table. This was the sword wine her senior brother gifted her for her birthday. She had never drunk it until now. She intended to save it for drinking with the soul lying in the grave. Uncorking the bottle, Shui Feng took a swig, becoming intoxicated and collapsing onto the table. Snowflakes fell gently, and suddenly, a woman in red appeared before the tea table, her fingers supporting a red oil paper umbrella. The bells on the umbrella jingled, yet they seemed to possess a calming power, lulling anyone who heard the sound into a peaceful slumber. Observing the table laden with pastries, the woman in red sat down. She was fair-skinned and delicate, with a hint of ethereality. Her long black hair was bound by a red ribbon, her pallid complexion startling. With slender fingers, she pinched a piece of pastry and slowly chewed it. The faint fragrance of osmanthus lingered on her lips, and she closed her eyes in enjoyment. Who is this little ghost, daring to pilfer the offerings I prepared for that wretched soul? You must be seeking death. With unsteady fingers, Shui Fong clumsily got to her feet, her drunken eyes glaring at the ghostly figure across the table. Suddenly, the red-robed figure flickered. Shui Fong had anticipated this. She knew the little ghost would flee upon being discovered. Drawing her sword, she aimed it at the ghost's back. You dare to steal? And yet you do not even leave your name. If I catch you, spit out what is in your mouth, she spoke fiercely. Her anger flaring. These little ghosts were stealing offerings right under her nose, and she couldn't help but wonder if that wretched soul was being bullied underground. Sister. Her red lips parted, calling out, Chapter 54. The disciple is a good pup. Making others envious, it turned out to be her. Shui Fong hesitated, raising her head to rub her eyes, unable to believe that the person she had buried long ago with her own hands had returned to life. Moreover, she had done so as a powerful ghost. Long time no see. The woman in red stood in the snow, having not intended to reveal herself so soon, but the enticing offerings laid before her grave had proven too tempting. Unable to resist, she had slipped up and was caught by her senior sister. Fraud. You are not truly dead. Why did you deceive me? You are dead. Shui Fong was enraged, thrusting her sword forward without mercy, as if she loathed the very being before her. Oh, no, this ghost. The meridians within her body, once eroded by ice, gradually began to restore. Even the backlash from the Minglong sword technique diminished by more than half. For the first time, Lin Qingye was no longer hazily observing the decorations of the Grand Hall. Her master's words about dual cultivation proved indeed effective. The woman in red held her umbrella. Stepping into the Grand Hall, she frowned, seemingly unfamiliar with the strange aura surrounding her. Merfolk? Could it be that during my absence, my senior sister found a new love? Hearing the woman softly utter the word Merfolk, Lin Qingye raised her hand, and the dark sword mounted on its stand flew toward her. The sword's blade whirled, and upon sensing danger, the woman quickly retreated, holding her oil paper umbrella to narrowly escape the deadly strike. Who are you? With a mere glance, Lin Qingye donned her clothing, her slender fingers brushing aside the bed curtains, standing protectively in front of the still-sleeping Jin Yaod. Late-stage nascent soul, only a step away from becoming a deity. Seeing Lin Qingye gripping the dark sword, the woman in red was momentarily stunned, her mind racing with speculation. Could it be that after her death, her senior sister found another? This talent far exceeded her own foolishness, perhaps even surpassing the entire Tianyi immortal sect. Good disciple, capture this intruder. We cannot let her escape. With her sword in hand, Shui Fong rushed into the dormitory, her voice urgent. Hearing her master's command, Lin Qingye brandished her sword and advanced, her other hand discreetly forming a spell. Thunderbinds, restrain. In an instant, purple lightning surged throughout the dormitory, transforming into chains that lunged toward the woman in red. The woman in red was, in fact, a ghostly cultivator. Encountering thunder was no less momentous than witnessing the dawned eye in an instant. Her arms, ensnared by purple chains, began to emit crimson smoke. As she lifted her gaze, a dark blade hovered before her eyes, poised to pierce her skull with the slightest advance. Observing this, Shui Fong felt a pang of sympathy and quickly beckoned to her disciple. Good disciple, just draw a formation. Do not kill her. Upon hearing her master's words, Lin Qingye shifted her gestures, causing the purple lightning chains binding the woman in red to gradually recede. A violet magical array enveloped her, securing her firmly within. Sister, when did you acquire such an obedient disciple? She truly is a good little dog, making me quite envious. The woman gazed at her wrist, which was already transforming into mud, and could not help but let out a bitter laugh. As long as she is obedient. That suffices. What are you coveting the pastries in my hand? So desperate that you would rise from the grave. Seeing her finally cease her struggles, Shui Fong approached with arms crossed. Meanwhile, Lin Qingye, who remained rooted in place, furrowed her brow and said with mild annoyance, I am not the master's dog. I am her disciple. Upon hearing her eldest disciple's retort, Shui Fong couldn't help but chuckle. All right, You are not go tend to the little fish. After tormenting her for so long, you ought to take good care of her. The moment she uttered these words, Lin Qingye's ears flushed crimson. She pressed her lips tightly together, refusing to engage with her master's banter. Lin Qingye had always possessed such a temperament, and Shuafeng thought little of it. Her primary concern was the ghostly figure that had risen from the grave. Now that she had captured her, this entity must compensate for the loneliness she endured at a young age. Hearing her master admonish the woman in red, Lin Qingye could surmise that this individual was likely the deceased partner her master often spoke of. Yet, she wondered why this specter, who had not been obliterated by the thunder tribulation, refused to meet her master. Alas, such matters bore little relevance to her. Are you awake? Observing the flushed visage of Jin Yao, Lin Qingye felt a twinge of guilt. She had indeed exerted excessive force when entangled in desire. She wondered if she had caused Jin Yao any pain. Yao. After calling her name a couple of times, Jin Yao's furrowed brows finally relaxed, and her fingers loosened their grip on the blankets. Upon raising her head, she beheld her sister, properly attired, standing beside the bed. The cool back of Lin Qingye's hand pressed against her forehead. Checking her temperature, "Sister, I still want." Jin Yao felt an overwhelming emptiness within her. Her fingers curled around Lin Qingye's palm, her eyes reddening, her voice faltering. This made Lin Qingye's breath quicken. Is it not permissible? Is it that sister is too weary? Jin Yao's mind felt muddled. Her ability to discern the most basic realities diminished, the words she spoke tumbling out in disarray. Following the instincts of her body, she asked, "Can we dot tonight? There are people outside." Upon hearing this, Jin Yao suddenly regained her composure, biting her lip to keep herself alert. "Sister, there are people outside. How can we speak of such shameful things? Are we not afraid of being laughed at? Is it the master?" Moments ago, she had indeed heard voices nearby, and if it were the master, it was not a grave matter. Lin Qingye shook her head, then nodded. "It is the master, but she is not alone." "Be cautious," as Jin Yao swayed precariously. Lin Qingye wrapped her arm around her. With her other hand, she retrieved Jin Yao's outer garment that had fallen to the ground, covering her securely. Being embraced by her sister, Jin Yao finally became aware of her own body, which felt lighter than before, and the flow of spiritual energy within her seemed to accelerate. Could this be the benefit of dual cultivation? It felt even more effective than meditating for the past half-month. Chapter 55. The Hidden Beauty. The Little Mermaid approaching the formation. Shuafeng grasped her sword sheath and tilted it upward, making contact with the chin of the woman in red. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Using deathly evasion? Is it enjoyable? The woman in red, pressed against her chin, remained calm and unperturbed, still holding her umbrella. "Sister, I've long been dead. Did you not know?" She revealed her previously injured arm, caked in damp dirt. Any cultivator could see at a glance, this was merely a mud dummy. Moreover, the ghostly aura surrounding her was utterly at odds with humanity. "Why do you not seek rebirth?" Shuafeng stepped forward, her voice tinged with a mixture of anger for her misfortune and pity for her lack of ambition. "Had you chosen to be reborn, you would doubtlessly be living among the world now, cultivating anew." Hearing her sister's concern, the woman in red smiled knowingly, recognizing that her sister's inquiries stemmed from care. Grasping the bed curtain, Jin Yao rubbed her waist, grimacing as she peeked outside. During her sister's month-long confinement, Jin Yao had witnessed countless times as her master sat by the grave, scolding for hours on end. Without pause, the grave held not just anyone, but her master's early departed partner. The path of ghostly cultivation is indeed strange and unpredictable. It is best not to trust that person. Lin Qingye whispered as she entwined her fingers around Jin Yao's waist. Hearing her sister's warning, Jin Yao was momentarily taken aback, pointing at the woman in red. "But sister, are we not concerned for our master? Is it not a bit heartless?" Observing Jin Yao's perplexed expression, Lin Qingye felt no guilt. She stated confidently, "The master will be fine. That ghostly cultivator's abilities are beneath our master. So it is you whom sister is worried about." Jin Yao conceded. "Well, your concerns are not without merit. After all, this ghostly cultivator would struggle against both you and the master, yet could easily overpower a mere mermaid. Hold on to my belt. I will take you out." Observing Jin Yao's curious demeanor, Lin Qingye found her utterly adorable and gently instructed. Yes, this is ultimately our master's personal matter. The quarrels of young lovers are best left unheard. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the quicker one dies. The two had only traversed halfway, a mere few steps from the door, when the ghostly cultivator grasped the sword sheath that Shuifeng had pressed against her chin. Sister, it appears you have indeed hidden a beauty within a golden chamber. This mermaid, I presume, must have been captured from the sea of forgotten void. Caught inexplicably in the eye of the storm, Jian Yao pointed to herself with her index finger. No, I have something amiss with this narrative. I truly have no romantic involvement with the master. If one were to assert that she had an affair with her sister, that might hold some truth, for indeed, it was the case. Ghostly sister. I arrived at Tianyi Xinzong through legitimate means, not as a commodity. Though even if I had been sold, it would matter little. Oh, is that so? Has the sea of forgotten void fallen so low as to seek alliances with the human race? This statement was indeed true, and Jian Yao had no retort. Tio become a ghost yet remains so jealous. She is my disciple, and she is also my disciple. Close your muddy mouth. For she had discovered the path of ghostly cultivation. Yet for the righteous sects, ghostly cultivators were not seen as good beings. Should any elders discover her presence, this specter would find it difficult to escape. As for you two, leave for now. I have matters to interrogate this one thoroughly. Likely, she will not be released for 3 days and nights. 3 days and nights. Test K. Master has indeed been starved for quite some time. Jian Yao nodded vigorously as she approached the door, shutting it behind her. With a creak, the scene within the chamber was sealed off. During this month, did anyone trouble you? After all the recent commotion, the cold energy that had invaded Lin Qingye's body had dissipated significantly, and the roaring in her ears had subsided. She felt refreshed and utterly unwearied. Lin Qingye posed the question that had weighed heavily on her heart throughout the month. Although the master remained in the Snowfall Peak, she could not be expected to watch over Jian Yao constantly. If she were not by Jian Yao's side, she could not feel at ease. Knowing who the someone was that her sister referred to, Jian Yao shook her head. Sister, this past month has been quite peaceful. No one has disturbed me during class. Truthfully, given the baser natures of the characters in the original narrative, it was inconceivable that they would not seek to flaunt themselves or instigate trouble daily. Lin Qingye released her tightly clenched fingers, her heart suddenly feeling less burdened by the affirmative answer. It seemed her decision to inherit the position of junior sect master was not erroneous. Lin Qingye turned, her fingers caressing her chin as she pondered seriously. Yes, sister. But next time remember to speak as I did before. It is best to say it before all the disciples, rendering the sect master speechless. This tactic proved particularly effective within the sect. Ayao, such strategic thinking. It is a matter of wits. I was indeed negligent. Lin Qingye leaned closer, and upon hearing her sister praise her, Jian Yao felt somewhat flustered. She intertwined her thumbs, feeling a bit bashful. Not at all. It is quite ordinary. As two individuals engaged in conversation, a sudden cacophony erupted from within the room, followed swiftly by the sight of a garment sliding down against the paper window. How delightfully playful the master is! Lin Qingye strode forward with purpose. Over the years, she had witnessed her master's yearning for a lost companion. Therefore, it was evident that today, the master had much to convey to that formidable ghostly figure. Their presence in the corridor felt rather superfluous. Upon hearing her senior sister suggest that they could proceed to her chamber, Jian Yao felt a spark of curiosity, lifted her skirt, and eagerly followed in Lin Qingye's wake. There was no shame in admitting it. After all, during her stay, she had never ventured into her senior sister's quarters to discern what they were truly like. Oh, by the way, Yao, there is something else I must tell you. What is it, senior sister? Rubbing her nose, Jian Yao felt a sharp sting in her nostrils, nearly shedding a tear. This was not mere sentimentality. It was a physiological discomfort. Senior sister's shoulders were as sturdy as walls. Chapter 56. The senior sister grants a bathing pool. It pertains to the opening of the secret realm of the celestial realm. Lin Qingye observed Jian Yao as she rubbed her nose, presenting a pitiful visage. Unbeknownst to her, a yellow talisman had materialized between her fingers. With a gentle press, it adhered to Jian Yao's forehead. The pain dissipated instantly, and Jian Yao glanced up at the fluttering yellow paper on her brow, reluctant to remove it. This charm was even more effective than painkillers. Since it was a gift from her senior sister, she intended to keep it on for further study. The celestial realm secret? As the male protagonist, possessing the title of young sect master, exerted his influence to have the female protagonist by his side, she seized the opportunity within the secret realm and successfully advanced from chi refinement to foundation establishment. Moreover, she even acquired a spirit beast EGG-AS for the original owner. Jian Yao was at a loss as to where to start her critique. For the sake of a contemptible man, she willingly forfeited her chance to enter the celestial realm. In retrospect, what difference was there between this and foregoing admission to prestigious universities like 985 and 211? Indeed, infatuation can cloud one's judgment, and this truth rang true. To my knowledge, the Merfolk royal family will also be attending. Lin Qingye opened the door, leaving the remainder of her thoughts unspoken. Whether Jian Yao chose to go was a decision she had to make for herself. Upon hearing about the Merfolk royal family, Jian Yao felt a surge of indignation, nearly causing her hair to stand on end. Those insufferable fish people. She vowed to confront each one she encountered, if only to avenge the original owner. After all, in the original narrative, the original owner had endured a pitiful existence in the Forgotten Void Sea, constantly ostracized and mocked by her siblings. Unlike humans, Merfolk are multiparous beings, as they lay a minimum of 5 or 6 eggs, with some producing as many as a dozen. However, due to the depletion of spiritual energy in the Forgotten Void Sea, the Merfolk can now only conceive eggs, with hatching becoming exceedingly arduous. Reflecting on this, Jian Yao patted her cosmos pouch, confirming that the shattered mirror remained within. Given the severe depletion of spiritual energy in the Forgotten Void Sea, it was likely that more fragments of the chaotic cosmos mirror lay scattered beneath the waves. No worries, senior sister, for you are here with me. Jian Yao was unafraid. Steadying herself, she gazed into her senior sister's room, finding it suffused with a delightful fragrance. Come in, there's no need to be so reserved. Lin Qingye surveyed the space, feeling for the first time that her quarters seemed somewhat modest. Odd, for she had previously found them quite pleasing to the eye. With a clear chime, Jian Yao witnessed the dust vanish completely, the floor gleaming as if it could reflect her visage. Truly, her senior sister was a genius, wielding the cleansing technique with such finesse. Tentatively extending her foot, Jian Yao tread carefully, fearful that a moment's inattention would send her sprawling to the floor. Let's sleep here tonight. Lin Qingye placed her Xianyi sword upon the rack, and at that moment, the candles in the room ignited, casting a warm glow. Wow, how romantic, senior sister. Jian Yao's heart raced, and she nodded in agreement. Of course, senior sister, but is there a pool here? It wasn't that she wished to share a bed with her stunning senior sister. Rather, the Merfolk truly required a pool to rest in. Yes. Lin Qingye recalled the last time a small dragon mentioned that the pools here were not comparable to the waters of the Forgotten Void Sea. Thus, during a month in the ice prison, she had painstakingly crafted a pool, which she had kept in her spatial ring, intending to surprise Jian Yao at an opportune moment. That's wonderful, senior sister. Jian Yao assumed her senior sister's quarters would be similar to her own, believing the bathing pool would be located within. However, before she could take a step, a magnificent bathing pool materialized before her, adorned with exquisite carvings. This was a complete spirit stone. Oh, no, at this level, it could be classified as a spiritual vein. Warm water flowed gently, the surface radiating a cerulean hue reminiscent of the Sea. Is this satisfactory? Lin Qingye did not mention that she had crafted it herself, but upon seeing Jian Yao's expression, she knew that at least her efforts over the past month had not been in vain. Is this truly a gift for me, senior sister? As Jian Yao's fingers brushed the surface, she could feel the flow of spiritual energy throughout the pool. Even the small dragon, which had been nestled in her cosmos pouch, pushed open the bag and emerged. Sister Jian Yao, what is that delightful scent? It smells so good. The dense spiritual energy present here could only be found in a dragon's palace. Upon opening its drowsy eyes, the small dragon beheld the fierce, blind figure confronting it. You haven't left yet, have you? With a flick of her fingertip, the golden little dragon was firmly suspended in midair. Unable to move, aren't you afraid I'll roast you and eat you? The little dragoness body froze, utterly immobilized. Yet, it still refused to submit. Why should I doubt? I've only just met Sister Jian Yao, and I refuse to leave so soon. You, blind one, are not gentle at all. The little dragon roared defiantly, baring its sharp teeth. Observing its behavior, Jian Yao pressed her fingertip against the little dragon's mouth, frowning slightly. Senior sister is right. This is not a place for you to linger. Furthermore, do not speak ill of senior sister. Had another cultivator discovered you, you would have likely been turned into various kinds of magical artifacts by now. I cannot protect you. Jian Yao's words were not meant to be harsh, but rather a stark reminder that should this little dragon be discovered on human territory, it would not only be unable to escape a fate of being flayed and skinned, but Jian Yao herself might also be in peril. One must take care of oneself before aiding others. If one cannot ensure their own safety, how can they protect another? With a splash, the little dragon fell into the pool. Lin Qingye's tone was indifferent, yet her words carried weight. You may stay for a few days, but should you overstep your bounds, do not blame me for being unkind. Taking a few steps closer, Lin Qingye stood beside Jian Yao. Exuding a possessive air, the little dragon bubbled in the water, still baring its teeth. Will not. Lin Qingye showed no leniency, merely smirking coldly. She crouched down, her gaze fixed on the little dragon. You have no say in the matter. Chapter 57. A Prodigal Son's Return. Seated in the grand hall, the sect leader examined the invitation in his hands, which clearly stated that the secret realm of the celestial realm was about to open, urging disciples of the Tianyi immortal sect to prepare forthwith. Father, what is it you wish to convey? Lin Qingye, having endured a month of frigid torment, wore a sullen expression devoid of mirth. Yet, in the presence of his father, the sect leader, he softened slightly, lacking his usual arrogance. Take a look for yourself. I intend to reserve a spot for you in the secret realm. Tossing the invitation, the sect leader placed it into Lin Qingye's hands. Thank you, father. Unlike his elder sister, who had now assumed the role of young sect master, he would have to compete with his father's favored disciples for the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Fortunately, his father had not forgotten him, granting him an additional spot. Gratitude could be expressed later. After uttering this, he scrutinized his son, who was handsome and poised. Qingye, today you must understand the weight of power. You were born the young sect master because your elder sister did not wish for it. Yet now she seeks to compete with you. If you do not mature, how can you secure your place in the ravenous Tianyi immortal sect? Rising, he placed his hands behind his back and descended the steps. I know your thoughts, but having forsaken that child's feelings, you now lead your entourage, claiming you wish to marry her. Tell me, what woman would condone such behavior? As one who has traversed this path, I tell you, this is what is called gold that cannot be exchanged. This secret realm presents an opportunity. If you can heroically save the fair maiden, your desires will undoubtedly come to fruition. His father's words were a promise. I can see your elder sister's intentions. She does not truly desire the title of young sect master. She merely acquiesced to my pressure to protect that Merfolk girl. Should you manage to wrest the title of young sect master from your sister, then the entirety of the Tianyi immortal sect shall belong to you. This is your final trial from me. Success or failure rests in your hands. Lying languidly in the pool abundant with spiritual energy, Jian Yao flicked her tail, feeling utterly delighted by the pool's allure. It was simply exhilarating. Beside her, the little dragon shared the same sentiment, extending a finger and giving it a playful shake. Upon entering the secret realm of the immortal world, one could no longer indulge in any mischief. Hearing Jian Yao's words, the little dragon was quite indignant. Glancing at the water's surface, continuing to bubble with glee. Sister Jian Yao, you have changed so much since before. Turning her head, Jian Yao regarded her, stroking her chin, and directly inquired, has it been for the better or for the worse? In truth, the original owner was a pitiable mermaid. Had she not been sacrificed for a political marriage, she would not have fallen to such depths. Alas, speaking further would yield no benefit that's hard to articulate. It resembles the past yet feels distinctly different. Previously, Sister Jian Yao, you would never utter a no to Prince Brother or to me. Moreover, you were quite averse to matters beyond the Wang Su Sea yet now. You are surprisingly indifferent towards a human. This little brat is indifferent, even a commendable term. Its tail was as elusive as a loach, vanishing as soon as it entered the water. Jian Yao rubbed her forehead. Feeling helpless. Oh no, have I encountered a rebellious child? Leaning against the spiritual stone, Jian Yao barely had time to close her eyes before a voice echoed in her ears. Hey, 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 can you hear me? Junior Sister Jian Yao. This is the latest spell-free transmission technique I've learned. What do you think? Quite effective, isn't it? Bai Hua leaned against a pillar, holding the invitation from their master for himself and his junior sister. His face beaming with joy. They thought to themselves that since Jin Yao was indeed the princess of the Wang Su Sea, the Merfolk would certainly send representatives to the secret realm of the immortal world. Thus Jin Yao would undoubtedly have a spot in the immortal realm's secret competition. Not bad. But how did you find me? Bai Hua scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied. Junior sister Jin Yao, don't you remember? Last time I handed you a sound transmission talisman? With this, I could locate you. All right, I suppose it's a useful clue. Perhaps I should learn a bit of this myself in the future? Brother, enough chit-chat. Let us get to the point. Xiao Lianming's voice interjected, and at that moment, Jin Yao felt as if she were wearing a dual-channel Bluetooth headset. Could it be that you were seeking me regarding the matters of the immortal realm's secret competition? The two standing in the corridor were momentarily stunned, not expecting Jin Yao to be quicker on the uptake than them. Indeed, senior sister Jin Yao. You are already aware of this matter? My brother and I intended to inform you as soon as possible. Moreover, the rules have changed. There are now 4 competition zones, A, B, C, and D. With our cultivation levels, my brother and I will naturally be in Zone D. Senior sister. Which zone are you in? If you are in Zone D, we could certainly be together. Upon hearing the division into 4 zones, Jin Yao furrowed her brows. To be honest, she hadn't closely examined the fighting aspect. After all, the male lead's appearance was all about romance and flirtation. However, even without guessing, it was evident that zones A, B, C, and D were categorized by danger levels, with A being the most perilous. It seemed that only the Armée de la Armée of each sect could enter. Those like her, with insufficient cultivation, would undoubtedly be relegated to Zone D. Biting her fingertip, Jin Yao began to ponder. Earlier, her sister only inquired whether she wanted to attend, without asking which zone she would be in. It should be Zone D. If her sister were to participate, she would surely be in Zone D. Chapter 58. Junior sister Jin Yao, with Ming Jianjun absent, I shall protect you. However, her sister was likely still in meditation, and she had just attended a major lecture at the sect, so it would be best not to disturb her sister's training. Their master had adopted a completely hands-off approach towards the two of them, allowing free access to the library at Luo Shuelwan. However, their master was not often present. Moreover, just yesterday, their master had learned that their long-deceased partner had risen from the grave as a ghost cultivator. It seemed he intended to indulge for 3 days and nights. Jin Yao decided it was time to attend class. With a swift motion, she sprang from the pool, supporting her waist with her hands. She snapped her fingers, and the disciple robe of Tian Yixian Zong gracefully draped over her. All right, Yingyu, let us head to class. With a wave of her hand, the Yingyu sword, resting beneath the sword rack, soared into her grasp obediently. Changing her gestures, Jin Yao flew on her sword in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. She arrived at the disciple square of Tian Yixian Zong. Unlike the usual tranquility, the square was now bustling with people. As she looked around, the crowd was dense, with everyone whispering amongst themselves. Could it be that today was Elder Jianzhou's class? Elder Jianzhou was also known in the original text as the most handsome man of Tian Yixian Zong. Fond of wine and drink, he was easygoing, never scolding his disciples, and would even trade spiritual pills for a jar of wine when he was in the mood. Thus, his popularity remained exceedingly high within Tian Yixian Zong. Not only the female disciples but even the male ones vied for his classes. Unfortunately, it was not to be. A clear, melodious voice rang out from behind, as a woman with captivating features, clad in blue robes, held a sword sheath. This must be Elder Feng Lian's disciple, Han Shisha. Greetings, senior sister Han. Jin Yao greeted her with utmost politeness. In the original narrative, Han Shisha was the 3rd female lead harboring a secret crush on the male lead. She was not a villainess, but rather another tragic figure akin to the original owner. Moreover, according to the timeline, Han Shisha had yet to enter the immortal realm's secret competition and had not yet fallen for the male lead. No need to bow to me, I merely seek to clarify your doubts. Han Shisha was somewhat taken aback by the courtesy exhibited by the renowned princess of the Merfolk. The present Jin Yao had already kicked the previous young sect master aside, entangling herself with the prodigy Ming Jianjun of Tian Yixian Zong. With Ming Jianjun's protection, even the sect master would have to show some deference. Then thank you, sister. What brings you here today? Noticing her confusion, Han Shisha swiftly secured her sword sheath at her waist and gestured, of course. I am here to check the list of contestants for the Immortal Realm's secret competition. After she spoke, she looked at Jin Yao with an expression akin to that of a bewildered fawn. You wouldn't happen to be unaware of this matter, would you? Ming Jianjun didn't he inform you? Jin Yao shook her head. Sister is still asleep. Upon hearing this, Han Shisha gasped in astonishment, snorting lightly. Their master was indeed correct. The Merfolk were inherently charming. Even the upright Ming Jianjun could be captivated. Thankfully, she had not made such a naive mistake. Cough, cough. She was not enchanted by the person before her. Little did she know, it was because she had not been invited. Zhang Zhao had recuperated for a month and was nearly back to health. But Jin Yao couldn't shake the feeling that his face appeared somewhat uneven, lacking harmony. Emerging from the crowd, Zhang Zhao cradled a newly purchased sword in his arms. Although it could not compare to his previous weapon, it would suffice. The vendetta of a sword cultivator against a broken sword was not something he would ever forget. You found out again? This remark ignited Zhang Zhao's fury, yet after the previous beating, he dared only to wield his tongue. He lifted his hand, gripping the sword sheath tightly, but he did not draw the sword. Whether I'm healed or not is of no concern to you. Jin Yao, if you know what's good for you, return my master's bronze sword. Otherwise, when Ming Jianjun enters seclusion and cannot protect you, you'll be in for it. His words were fierce. For Zhang Zhao was certain that Ming Jianjun would soon enter seclusion. Others might be unaware, but their master had informed him that Ming Jianjun, though appearing spirited, was actually struggling through each cultivation breakthrough. Akin to a withered tree blossoming in spring, the Ming long sword technique was the foundational swordsmanship of Tian Xianzong, and those who could learn it were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Yet Ming Jianjun had not only mastered the 8th level but was also on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level. However, the elder Zijin, who also practiced the Ming long sword technique, understood well why so few could cultivate it. Its backlash was immense. It could even be described as a risky maneuver. Had it not been for the technique's overwhelming power that awed the world, it would have long been relegated to the ranks of dark arts. Your master's sword? Tell your master to come and retrieve it himself. What business is it of yours to bark here? Indeed, Jin Yao possessed Elder Zijin's bronze sword, yet she had no sense of civic duty to return lost property. Since they had wagered, the sword rightfully belonged to her. You are simply lawless. This is our human territory. Behind Zhang Zhao were a few sycophants, nodding in agreement, exuding an air of intimidation. Enough, Zhang Shixiang, you were supposed to be a senior. How can you lead the charge in bullying juniors? Han Shisha had initially intended to spectate. Having been by her master's side, assisting in alchemy and potion making, and had not paid much attention to sect affairs, her understanding of Jin Yao came solely from hearsay, but now she grasped the source of the negative comments about Jin Yao. Moreover, what cultivation level did Elder Zijin possess that would allow Jin Yao to wield his sword? There must be a limit to your rumors. Can you just speak without basis? Upon hearing the suspicions of Han Shisha, Zhang Zhao's underlings could no longer maintain their composure. With their necks craned defiantly, one of them exclaimed, "This is the truth. All of us witnessed it with our own eyes. Senior Sister Han, you remain in the alchemy chamber every day? So of course you would be unaware." Listening to the flustered defense of the junior disciple, Han Shisha mimicked Jin Yao's stance, placing her hands on her hips, and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Do you take me for a fool? I haven't been rendered dim-witted by the fumes of the alchemy room. I still possess basic discernment. She turned to Jin Yao and winked. Fear not, junior sister Jin Yao. For Ming Wanjun is not present here. I shall protect you. Zhang Zhao, infuriated and at a loss for words, was about to retort when a voice echoed from afar. The results are out. Come and see. A knowing smile graced Han Shisha's lips as she tugged Jin Yao forward. Let us go. All right. Senior sister. As they sprinted ahead, Jin Yao realized it had been ages since she had felt such exhilaration. What kind of feeling, you ask? It was akin to the sensation of sprinting 100 meters during school, one that made her heart race, although she had never felt this excited merely by checking grades. Upon steadying themselves, the duo observed the attire of Han Shisha, while the other disciples discreetly stepped aside, granting them space. Found it. As Master mentioned, I am indeed in Area A. Han Shisha bent down to scrutinize the names on the list. Yet after a thorough search, she still failed to locate Jin Yao's name. How peculiar. Could it truly be that junior sister Jin Yao was not selected? as Zhang Zhao suggested. Humph, I knew it. How could that girl possibly have been chosen? Zhang Zhao approached with an air of triumph. As he entered, the disciples who had been searching for their names scattered like frightened birds. Who would dare to provoke Zhang Zhao? One's backside would be in serious jeopardy. Why do you speak so harshly? You sound like a squawking duck, Han Shisha retorted, her temper flaring as she felt the urge to deliver a few punches. Han Shisha, I advise you to be wise and refrain from meddling in our affairs. Pointing at his name on the list, Zhang Zhao smirked at Jin Yao. His action seemed to convey a fear that Jin Yao might overlook this displayed MY name has been selected. And you? Have nothing. Surprisingly, Jin Yao remained unfazed, her hand resting on Han Shisha's shoulder, soothing her rising frustration. Her cerulean eyes glimmered with a smile as she remarked, What's so joyous about being selected for Area D? Zhang Zhao, are you not quite capable? If so, why remain in Area D? Do you not wish to go to Area A? Zhang Zhao's once proud expression instantly soured. Given his cultivation level, he should have qualified for Area A. However, just a month prior, his natal sword had been ruthlessly shattered by Ming Wanjun, resulting in a significant decline in his abilities. Being assigned to Area D was merely the result of his master interceding on his behalf. Zhang Zhao had often pondered why his master did not seek vengeance against Ming Wanjun even if she was the biological daughter of the sect leader. Such arrogance was unwarranted. Yet, his master had sternly reprimanded him to keep the peace and not to provoke either Jin Yao or Ming Wanjun. Though he could comprehend his master's words, the bitterness was hard to swallow. Enough. What do you, an unselected merman, know to speak so arrogantly? You cannot possibly think. Before Zhang Zhao could finish his sentence, Han Shisha sensed something amiss. Her hair began to stand on end. Simultaneously, Zhang Zhao's hair also stood upright, defying the confines of his jade crown. A tingling sensation enveloped everyone present. Who said Jin Yao was not selected? Han Shisha's voice rang in their ears as Jin Yao beheld a figure materializing before her, gradually taking shape. It was her sister, appearing somewhat drowsy. Zhang Zhao trembled, collapsing to the ground, unable to even hold onto his sword. Presenting the young sect master, with a chorus of calls, all disciples gathered to witness the announcement bowed deeply, not daring to show any signs of disrespect. Lin Qingye paid little heed to the sycophancy surrounding her. Her violet eyes fixated on the closeness between Han Shisha and Jin Yao, her expression darkening. Suddenly, the space that had existed between Han Shisha and Jin Yao was forcefully widened, creating a palpable divide. This marked Han Shisha's first close-up view of Ming Wanjun, who, contrary to the fearsome reputation attributed to her, was quite beautiful, albeit with a rather fierce temperament. Was it necessary to strike Zhang Zhao with lightning? Greetings, Ming Wanjun. Despite her usual haughtiness, Han Shisha harbored a measure of admiration for Lin Qingye, for her master had once recounted that Ming Wanjun's eyes had been blinded due to her cultivation of the Ming longsword technique. The reason her master ceased further practice was the technique's potential to backlash, even leading to the descent into madness, leaving one with no hope of redemption. Upon hearing Han Shisha's greeting, Jin Yao gently poked her sister's back. Whispering, Sister, Han Shisha is quite nice. She need not be so aloof. Just earlier, she was the one who defended me. Before she could finish, Lin Qingye stepped forward, standing before Zhang Zhao. You are incorrigible. Do you wish to be expelled from the sect? I have already granted you one opportunity. There shall be no second. But should you make a third mistake, do not blame me for the consequences. With arms crossed, Lin Qingye raised a finger to her lips, leaving her next words unspoken. You seek to know Jin Yao's whereabouts? I shall graciously inform you. She is by my side. Area A, Upper Tier. As Jin Yao witnessed her sister's fury, a pang of guilt washed over her. Could it be that she had misspoken earlier? Casting a glance, she saw Han Shisha's incredulous expression and began to comprehend. Could it be that her sister was feeling a tinge of jealousy? Lin Qingye, what right do you have to expel me from the sect? I am a direct disciple of Tian Yixianzong. You have no authority to act so freely. Zhang Zhao, nearly paralyzed by the electric shock, clutched his sword sheath to prop himself up, determined not to lose face in front of the crowd. "'T is as I please," he replied nonchalantly. "Why did you not call me this morning? You ventured here alone? Since you wish to enter the secret realm of the immortal world, I have much to discuss with you regarding its intricacies. Was that tone of intimate familiarity a mistake? Han Shisha rubbed her ears, utterly astonished. Then, she placed a hand over her heart, comforting herself that the booklet Elder Shuifeng gave to her master had suggested such behavior was indicative of romantic feelings. Alas, she had been single for centuries and had yet to find a kindred spirit. Such melancholy. Sister, can I truly go to Area A? Jin Yao had read the original text. The male protagonist had come well prepared, laden with various advantages, yet nearly perished within. Had it not been for his protagonist's halo, he would have met his end countless times, of course. Whatever you desire, sister shall assist you in obtaining. As Jin Yao beheld Lin Qingye's spirited demeanor, she could not help but feel that this was the true embodiment of the martial prowess depicted in the texts. Chapter 60. The water of riches should not flow to outsiders. Following closely behind, Han Shisha felt a twinge of guilt. She had previously relied on hearsay, mistakenly believing Jin Yao to be a villain from another tribe. To her surprise, the reality was that Jin Yao was quite the opposite, innocent. Perhaps even naive. Moreover, she did not shy away from confronting shameless individuals like Zhang Zhao with poise. Reaching into her storage ring, Han Shisha selected a medium-grade spirit-enhancing pill. Junior sister Jin Yao, please accept this as a token of our first meeting. She extended the vial, her lips curving into a gentle smile, her eyes radiating warmth. Taken aback by Han Shisha's unexpected kindness, Jin Yao halted, her steps momentarily stilled. As a fellow tragic supporting character, Jin Yao had felt a pang of sorrow at Han Shisha's demise. Many readers lamenting her fate. Notably, when Tianyi Xianzong was submerged by the Dragon Palace's young master, countless disciples perished. Yet Han Shisha had guided the male and female leads to a path of survival. She had sacrificed herself, becoming a formation to save them, repaying the life debt incurred when the male lead had saved her in the immortal realm's secret domain. A life for a life. A debt repaid. Yet, the tragedy of Tianyi Xianzong was also born from the romance of the male and female leads. Many felt Han Shisha's death was unjust. Despite being a tragic supporting character, she had garnered considerable popularity, surpassing even the original protagonist. Thus, it could be said that the consequences of romantic folly were not always so straightforward. Why this sudden display of goodwill? What are your intentions? Lin Qingye halted, her demeanor radiating wariness as she scrutinized Han Shisha through the dark fabric. Jin Yao sighed internally, aware that her sister remained unrelenting. However, armed with the knowledge gleaned from the original text, Jin Yao was resolute in her belief that Han Shisha was indeed a good person. The offering of her crafted pills suggested an earnest desire for friendship, devoid of malice. After all, when Han Shisha had first encountered the original protagonist, she had been subjected to the Sect's judgment, facing public scorn for allegedly causing the female lead's miscarriage, leaving no room for her to defend herself. At that time, Han Shisha also believed that the original owner was a woman with a heart as cold as a snake's. Thus she scoffed at the original owner's fate. Ming Jianjun. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely think that junior sister Jin Yao is not as detestable as the rumors suggest, so I wish to befriend her. Surely, Ming Jianjun, you wouldn't disallow this? Han Shisha blinked, displaying none of the embarrassment seen in others when faced with a senior sister. It matters not. If you truly wish to give, whether or not it is accepted is up to Io. Two gazes fell simultaneously upon Jin Yao's face, causing her, who had been eavesdropping on the senior sister's banter, to wilt instantly. Well then, the flames of this situation have finally caught up with me. Senior sister Han. There's no need to be so courteous. Haven T brought you a greeting gift, and now you've given me one. T makes me feel quite embarrassed. Under the piercing gaze of the senior sister, Jin Yao mentally raised the white flag of surrender, yet she still embellished her refusal. Otherwise, it would be too heartless. No worries, this is merely a small vial from the mini Peiyuan Dan I concocted while following my master. It's just a little something for you to test its efficacy. If it works well, do remember to provide me with feedback. After saying this, Han Shisha attempted to press the vial of pills into Jin Yao's arms. Faced with such enthusiasm from senior sister Han, Jin Yao felt that further refusal would be akin to slapping her in the face. She was all too aware of Han Shisha's decisive nature and thus resigned herself to fate. However, a greeting gift should not be one-sided. Jin Yao accepted the vial of pills Han Shisha handed over and rummaged through her Qinkuan bag. The items she possessed were likely already in the hands of Han Shisha, who was the direct disciple of Elder Fenglian, so to offer those would seem rather perfunctory. Given that this pill was personally refined by Senior Sister Han, I have a pearl from the Merfolk. I hope you T find it unworthy. Jingyao presented her small pearl, and let it not be misconstrued that this was a sentimental token from her, for it was not a tearful memento. Instead, it was the result of that day when Jingyao awoke in the pond and saw the original owner weeping. Surrounded by an entire vat of pearls, it felt wasteful to simply leave them behind. Hence, she had packed all the pearls from the pond into her Qingye bag. After all, why let good fortune flow to outsiders? Thank you, junior sister. This is a splendid item that can be used for pill refinement. To think that a vial of Peiyuan Dan could be exchanged for Merfolk pearls. Had she known, she would have given at least 2 vials. Perhaps she could have obtained even more. As long as it pleases Senior Sister Han. That is all that matters. Before Jingyao could finish her sentence, she felt her collar being tugged from behind. Immediately, the husky voice of Lin Qingye echoed in her ear. "Io, aren't we supposed to head to the teaching hall next? I shall accompany you." Reminded by her senior sister, Jingyao recalled that she had been so engrossed in conversation that she had forgotten about her class. "All right, senior sister, are you on the way too?" Jingyao promptly wrapped her arms around Lin Qingye's arm, practically hanging onto her. The sense of security was akin to that of a crab confidently scuttling through the sect. Such a delightful feeling. With nothing pressing today, listening to the elders' lectures would not be amiss. After all, it was also part of her duty as the junior sect master. Han Shisha, who had been eavesdropping nearby, could hardly suppress her laughter. If one were to consider who in the entire sect lacked a sense of responsibility, Elder Shuchong would not even rank. However, the undisputed champion in that regard was undeniably the renowned Jun. Then, junior sister Jingyao, we shall meet again after the secret realm of the celestial world. Farewell. Han Shisha leaned forward, giving Jingyao shoulder a light pat, her smile radiant and enchanting, though she appeared aloof. Her fiery personality was truly captivating, creating a delightful contrast that seemed even more vivid than characters from a book. Very well, Senior Sister Han. Until we meet again. With that, they parted ways. Lin Qingye's voice was somewhat muted as she led the way, causing Jingyao to feel as though she were being choked, and she could only retreat in Lin Qingye's direction. Is my senior sister feeling jealous? She truly possesses a strong sense of possessiveness. With formidable martial prowess. Chapter 61, Departure. The secret realm of the celestial world. Before long, the day of departure arrived. The immense celestial vessel was anchored above the azure skies of Tianixinzong. Countless disciples who had secured their spots gathered in the plaza, organizing their belongings. Their faces radiated joy as they whispered amongst themselves about their respective placements. Jingyao stood still, casting a glance around, and indeed noted the absence of a position beside Elder Zijin. That was Zhang Zhao's spot. Could it be that Zhang Zhao had truly been expelled from the sect? Before Jingyao could scrutinize further, a watery figure appeared by her side as Han Shisha placed a hand on her shoulder. Junior sister, what are you looking at? Is there anything noteworthy about Elder Zijin? The only ones bold enough to call him old man were likely her and Senior Sister Han. Shill, Senior Sister Han, must you speak so loudly? Aren't you afraid Elder Zijin will hear you? Due to the need to board the celestial vessel, Baihua hadn't taken out her celestial crane and had instead approached Jingyao to greet her. However, Han Shisha's startling comment made him quickly place a finger to his lips. The two were already acquainted and thus exchanged no pleasantries, while Han Shisha chuckled lightly and pointed directly at the empty spot beside Elder Zijin. I heard that senior brother Zhang Zhao has been expelled from the sect. It was after Elder Zijin pleaded on his behalf that the sect master agreed, so Zhang Zhao had indeed been expelled. How satisfying, junior sister Jingyao. I heard that Jun was furious that day, and that Zhang Zhao was stripped of his position as a direct disciple. Qiao Yindong joined the conversation in no time. The three surrounded Jingyao, leaving her with no escape. Observing this scene from behind the sect master, Lin Qingye realized he had been rather careless, thinking Jingyao was merely a pliable Merfolk princess. Little did he know that his earlier negligence would come back to bite him. His hand clenched tightly around the hilt of his sword as he silently ground his teeth. His subtle actions did not escape Lin Qingye's notice. She turned to glance at Lin Qingye, who was indeed fixated on the highly favored Jingyao. This way of navigating through relationships, so carefree and unrestrained, made Lin Qingye wonder, what did her elder sister see in her? Lin Qingye's eyes were not blind. and Lin Qingye was well aware of this. Moreover, he had practiced the Ming long sword technique and understood the associated hardships. However, due to inadequate talent, poor physique, and low cultivation level, Lin Qingye had abandoned further training in the Ming long sword technique. It could be said that very few in the entire Tianyi Xinzong had managed to master the later stages of the ancestors' foundational technique, the Ming long sword technique. Most cultivators who attempted to learn this technique either fell into madness or met untimely deaths. Some even ended up blind. Even someone as astute and gifted as his elder sister had not escaped a half-blind fate. Yet, those who truly mastered the Ming long sword technique to the 8th layer would willingly sacrifice a hand or even undergo castration. Lin Qingye's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, dripped with sarcasm, and his words reached the ears of the gathered disciples. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many disciples. Their reverence towards Jinyao stemmed from her association with Ming Jianjun. Aside from Ming Jianjun's benevolence toward Jinyao, many within the sect held peculiar views of her. I simply like her. What concern is it of yours? Lin Qingye retorted without hesitation. Unrestrained. It seems that title belongs to another. What was it I told you before? In just a few days, you're already seeking to provoke your elder sister again. Should your elder sister choose to reprimand you, even I cannot intervene. Lin Qingye, feeling thwarted, had no choice but to retreat, his fingers gripping the sword sheath tightly, filled with resentment. Had it not been for the junior sect master position being stripped away, he would surely have taken Qingqing along to the secret realm of the celestial world to seek treasures. How could it be that a lowly woman like Jinyao dared to flaunt herself before him? Jinyao had long grown accustomed to the male lead's disdain for her. After all, such individuals never examined their own faults when things went awry. It was always either someone else's treachery or fate's cruelty. However, the words of her senior sister earlier had stirred something within her. Peering past Baihua, who stood beside her, Jinyao secretly observed her senior sister approaching her directly. No longer lingering behind the sect master, I have met Ming Jianjun. Baihua tugged at Jinyao, who was engrossed in listening, quickly bowing to Lin Qingye. Han Shisha, however, was not as formal. She thought that since Lin Qingye had now become the junior sect master and would be busy with various matters once aboard the celestial vessel, she could seize the opportunity to converse with Jinyao a bit longer. After all, judging by Jinyao's previous tone, her Qingquan bag likely still held many small pearls from the Merfolk. It was perfectly suitable for her to use in pill refinement. Such fine items would require a trip to the vicinity of Wangshu Sea to procure, so it was far better to establish a good rapport with this little Merfolk sister before her, ensuring a continuous supply of invaluable pearls for grinding. Indeed, she was a master planner, in no need for such formality. Since you are friends of Io, let us board the celestial vessel together. Fortunately, she had the foresight. Otherwise, she would have once again faced Lin Qingye's wrath. Thank you for your kindness, Ming Jianjun, but I fear my junior sister and I may not be able to go. Baihua's expression instantly deflated, his hand waving the invitation in a dejected manner. The large characters Ding District were prominently displayed above. Senior brother, try to look on the bright side. Poor grades are not something to be ashamed of. Perhaps Ding District has its own charms? Qiao Lianming was not yet disheartened about going to Ding District, especially since she had heard that Area A was teeming with formidable beasts. With her and her senior brother's slight builds, they would barely suffice to be a snack for the larger predators. Ding District, with its lower danger level and larger influx of visitors, boasted an abundance of harmless, adorable creatures, making it more suitable for someone like her who yearned for a gentle spirit companion. Thankfully, she had you to comfort me. Shall we exchange a high five? Baihua rallied her spirits and swiftly clapped her palm against Qiao Yanming's, serving as mutual encouragement. Chapter 62. Today, can you please me? After boarding the celestial vessel, the disciples followed their respective tokens to locate their rooms. Jian Yao was no exception. Upon glancing at her token, she noted that her designated room was number 10 in the heavenly section. The celestial vessel was divided into 3 tiers. The topmost was the deck, where disciples could unwind, enjoy the scenery, and take in the fresh air. The middle tier, the heavenly section, boasted significantly larger rooms compared to the earthly section, with the earlier heavenly numbers even featuring individual windowsills for admiring the clouds and the beautiful vistas of the 9 continents. The earthly section, on the other hand, did not enjoy such privileges. It was merely a place to sleep. Indeed, privileges seemed to exist in every corner. Sister, what number is your room? Jinyao entered the corridor of the ship, stowing her token as she inquired of Lin Qingye. Number 10. What? Sister is also in number 10. Could it be that the luxurious suite in the heavenly section is to be shared? This is my token. Therefore, we shall reside together in room 10. Lin Qingye took a few steps ahead, arriving at room 10. Feeling somewhat awkward, Jinyao accepted the token, biting her lip in frustration. Oh no, she had completely forgotten that she had come as sister's personal maid. How could she have mistakenly assumed the role of the master? She resolved to be more cautious in the future. After all, who would ever defecate on their master's head while being a canary? Her face flushed as she hurriedly followed suit, her skin beginning to dry out, the scales tightening as if to constrict. If she did not soak soon, she would surely become a dried fish. Sister, may I place a bathtub here? Although the last 3 words were difficult to articulate, Jinyao still mustered the courage to utter them for the sake of avoiding her desiccation. Of course, I cannot see it anyway. Lin Qingye's reply nearly made her burst into laughter. While there were times when her vision truly failed her, for the most part, she could see quite clearly at that moment. Jinyao was bending down, rummaging through her storage pouch for the bathtub she had packed. Jinyao was quite fond of it. Upon hearing her sister's words, she felt a pang of guilt and lightly slapped her own face. Why did she have to bring up the sore topic? The spirit pool was situated prominently in the center of the living room, appearing somewhat out of place. But Jinyao could not concern herself with that now. She felt akin to a traveler wandering in a desert. On the brink of becoming a roasted egg, with a flick of her fish tail, she comfortably settled into the pool, emitting a few satisfied sounds. Although she was uncertain of the nature of the water her sister had prepared, it felt remarkably more pleasant than the imagined waters of the Wushu Sea. The abundant spiritual energy flowed into her body continuously. A bathtub carved from a top-grade spirit stone was truly delightful. Placing her hands on her knees, Lin Qingye began to circulate her energy. Absently, her gaze fell upon Jinyao, who was submerged in the water. She could see the transparent droplets gliding over Jinyao's skin, even catching glimpses of the scales that shimmered on her body. Distracted, Lin Qingye's concentration faltered during her cultivation. Her slender fingers rested against her chest. Jinyao, intending to greet her sister, looked up only to find Lin Qingye covering her chest with one hand. Sister, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Observing the slightly pale jawline of Lin Qingye, Jinyao felt a surge of concern. Pushing herself up from the pool's edge, her fishtail splashed in the water, droplets cascading from her form. In her haste, a significant amount of water splattered onto the wooden floor, reflecting Jinyao's alabaster arms. Nothing. Do not worry, in the past, Lin Qingye had experienced similar occurrences while meditating and had never thought much of it. However, a faint surge of blood began to spread across her chest, causing her to furrow her brows. Sister, do not push yourself. Come here, I can assist you. Does this appear to be nothing? Lin Qingye chuckled lightly, looking up at Jinyao with a gentle inquiry. You can help me? Yes. Faced with her sister's somewhat unfamiliar yet assertive question, Jinyao nodded slightly. She was aware of the conditions under which her sister had saved her and had not forgotten them. Moreover, the previous dual cultivation had not been entirely disadvantageous for her. Since then, Jinyao's cultivation had made considerable advancements. Upon hearing Jinyao's proactive offer, Lin Qingye attempted to rise but felt her legs give way, nearly tumbling. Her fingers trembled as they grasped the tea table for support, preventing her from appearing too disheveled. Why had the backlash from the Minglong sword art intensified in recent days? Could it be related to her month spent in the ice prison? Lin Qingye closed her eyes, sealing several acupoints within her body to halt the flow of spiritual energy, which provided her with some relief. Sister. Jinyao's wet feet touched the wooden floor, disregarding everything else as she approached, supporting Lin Qingye's arm. You should put on some clothes. Lin Qingye looked up only to find Jinyao beside her, completely unclothed. She bit her lip, quickly utilizing an array to seal the entire room. At this moment, it was absolutely forbidden for anyone to enter. No one else could witness Jinyao in such a state. I cannot be concerned about that now, sister. Can we proceed as we did before? Jinyao felt somewhat inexperienced in this matter, as her sister, despite appearing like a seasoned pro, was not entirely oblivious, at least. She certainly understood far more about dual cultivation than Jinyao did. Perhaps it was due to her sister's constant presence with their master that she had absorbed so much knowledge. Hearing her say this, Lin Qingye couldn't help but smile, momentarily forgetting the tumultuous blood energy within her. Leaning against the tea table, Lin Qingye spoke softly. "All right, let us see if today you can indeed please me." A thin sheen of sweat formed on her forehead before she could utter another word. Jin Yao lowered her head, placing her hands on Lin Qingye's shoulders. Jin Yao's nose brushed against the dark veil covering Lin Qingye's eyes, and the droplets trailing down her body began to dampen Lin Qingye's garments, gradually altering their hues. Jin Yao was acutely aware that her sister's ears were particularly sensitive. A mere breath could send her into shudders. Chapter 63. Future Master of Wushu Si, Crown Prince of the Jiren clan. Due to the considerable distance between the Tianyi Celestial Sect and the secret realm of the Immortal Realm, the celestial vessel would take nearly 7 days to reach the designated docking point of the Wenianch. Currently, the spiritual energy of the lower realms was depleted. The human race, demon race, and divine beasts coexisted harmoniously, striving to improve their cultivation. At least on the surface, peace had been attained. However, due to disputes over interests, the major families of the human race and the demon race often clashed. Should the conflict escalate and affect others' territories, the clan leaders would convene to negotiate a ceasefire agreement. All in all, according to the original narrative, this could be considered a semblance of peace amidst chaos. Jin Yao leaned against the railing of the deck, relishing the rare opportunity to enjoy the breeze. Suddenly, several shadows of black dragons emerged faintly on the horizon. Concealed within the clouds, the overwhelming dragon aura almost brought the human disciples on the deck to their knees. Jin Yao had foresight, thus she had fashioned a pendant from a dragon scale gifted by her sister, which allowed her to withstand the dragon pressure. Oh my, these dragons are rather unreasonable. Must they exude such an overpowering aura? I can barely stand straight. The other sword cultivator disciples who had fallen to their knees felt embarrassed and began to shout. The dragon race, known for their pride, paid no heed to the lamentations of mere mortals. Bai Hua, gripping the railing tightly, was drenched in cold sweat from the dragon's might, but fortunately, the dragons seemed intent on their journey. Not lingering too long amidst the mist, in a short while, Bai Hua's legs ceased to tremble. Sweaty and exhausted, Bai Hua leaned against the railing, enviously eyeing Jin Yao. "Sister Jin, when did your cultivation grow so formidable that you are unperturbed by the legendary dragon pressure?" Han Shisha stood tall like a pine tree, chuckling lightly. "Is that really impressive? I surmise you must have been inattentive in class, which is why your current cultivation is insufficient to withstand the dragon aura." Jin Yao fell silent for a moment. Indeed, Han Shisha's words were sharp, effectively targeting all disciples on the deck without exception. Thus, Jin Yao gestured for Han Shisha to be quiet. She blinked, sending a sound transmission. "Sister Han, you should be cautious. Your words may lead to trouble." Acknowledging Jin Yao's warning, Han Shisha waved her hand in understanding. "Well, for your sake, I shall refrain from laughing at them. However, I must reserve my judgment for myself. Is it any wonder that a top scholar speaks with such arrogance?" In response to the overwhelming onslaught from Han Shisha, Bai Hua remained unfazed, instead beginning to reflect upon himself. This one possesses self-awareness. "Senior brother, could it be that you have exhausted your monthly allowance, hence lacking the funds to purchase feed?" Xiao Lieming crossed her arms, swiftly deducing the true motive behind her senior brother's research on spirit pet feed. "Junior sister, even if you are aware of the truth, is it really necessary to air my dirty laundry in public? I still have my dignity to uphold." Bai Hua untied his money pouch from his waist, gazing at its deflated state, feeling as though his life's prospects had reached a dismal end. Yet, he quickly revived his spirits, looking ahead at the distant pavilions and towers, with one hand on his hip. Clutching the money pouch, he let the gentle breeze tousle his hair. "This way, my little white crane shall feast upon the finest feed from the Yuye sect." Following Bai Hua's gaze, Jin Yao naturally beheld the coveted Wentian Pavilion, a place yearned for by all. Wentian Pavilion serves as a docking point for elites of various races, accessible only to those who possess an invitation, or to demons. The Immortal Realm's secret realm harbors boundless treasures and diverse spiritual flora, rendering it a battleground sought after by all factions, and it is rumored to be a remnant of the collapsed celestial realm. However, prolonged conflict has severely drained the vitality of various races. It was not until a millennium ago that a treaty was signed, permitting the entrance to the secret realm every 300 years for a duration of 3 months. The Tianyi Immortal Sect, being the pinnacle of sword cultivation, possesses a plethora of slots, allowing its disciples to lavishly utilize celestial vessels for transportation. Smaller sects lack such fortune, relying instead on flying swords or the teleportation arrays of various cultivation towns to make their way. Nevertheless, due to the protective treaty signed by the races, even less prominent sects have the opportunity to enter the immortal realm's secret realm, preventing monopolization by the influential cultivation families and sections. However, the slots are somewhat limited. Yet, better to have some than none at all. At this moment, disciples seated within the cabin began to emerge, gazing up at Wintian Pavilion with overwhelming excitement. For many, it was their first visit, and they understood that it might very well be their last. After all, with the depletion of spiritual energy, the path to further cultivation would hinge solely upon one's innate talent, relying on the treasures and pills in hand to prolong life and prevent the fading of one's lifespan. Jane Yao found herself lost in thought, unaware that her senior sister was gradually approaching until Lin Qingye spoke her first words. I sense the aura of the Merfolk royal family. Is it a Yao's elder brother? And there appears to be quite a number of them. They must have brought along a grand entourage. Lin Qingye's recovery was commendable, thanks to Jane Yao's attentive care over the past few days. Thus, her tone unwittingly softened a notch. A diaphanous veil billowed behind her. Jane Yao knew that according to the original plot, the royal family of the Wangshu Sea indeed had members visiting the immortal realm's secret realm. And her elder brother, the crown prince of the Merfolk, Jinyu, was among them. Previously, the original host had harbored jealousy and did not accompany the male lead as the lesser sect master's wife, leading to the male lead receiving a thorough reprimand from Jinyu. From that moment on, the male lead secretly resented the Merfolk royal family of the Wangshu Sea, vowing to make Jinyu experience the consequences of time's fickleness. What merit does a Wangshu Sea that relies upon an alliance with the Tianyi immortal sect have to flaunt before him? Once he seizes control of the Tianyi immortal sect, all engagements and millennia-long bonds will be torn asunder by his own hands. Merfolk are merely merfolk and humans are just humans. They are worlds apart. Surely, father and the others have grown quite old and would not come personally. Would he feel any remorse? No, how could he feel remorse? Was it not he who strongly advocated for the union between the Wangshu Sea and the human race, treating his own sister as if she were worthless? Chapter 64. Sister, I hope you are well. Wintian Pavilion. The celestial vessel gradually approached and docked. Numerous disciples from the Tianyi immortal sect disembarked in order, reporting their arrival. Do they not wear the uniform of the Tianyi immortal sect? Holding a stack of yellow talismans, a disciple clad in green tiptoed among the crowd, gazing eagerly at the colossal celestial vessel with eyes filled with longing and envy. Of course, with such a grand display, one could easily deduce that they were the affluent sword cultivators of the Tianyi immortal sect. Another individual, clutching their satchel tightly, shielded their eyes from the blinding sun, eager to memorize the appearance of every disciple from the Tianyi immortal sect. Could it be that today we might witness the rumored Ming Jianjun, who has mastered the 8th layer of the Ming Long sword technique? Standing beside the two talisman cultivators, the sword cultivators were even more exhilarated. They had long desired to witness the elegance of the Ming Long sword technique and the young Ming Jianjun, who was on the verge of stepping into the realm of transformation. Lin Qingye, clad in flowing blue gauze, Jinyu observed the scene with a playful smile. Your Highness, the celestial vessel of the Tianyi immortal sect has docked. Shall we go greet the princess? The Merfolk bowed respectfully to their prince, who had re-emerged alongside the illustrious Ming Jianjun. I am curious to see what she intends to do. These two, mentioned in the same breath. He felt insulted to compare with Lin Qingye. One a waste with dual spiritual roots, the other a prodigy who had achieved the 8th layer of the Ming Long sword technique by the age of 100. Were it not for sharing the same father, no one would care to know who the younger brother of Ming Jianjun was. The Merfolk harbored doubts but said little, as it was, after all, the prince's command. Yes, your highness. Grasping the railing, the air on shore felt refreshing, yet it could not compare to the warm embrace of the sea. Were it not for the treasures of the immortal realm, he would have no desire to visit this realm of humans. What is this Wintian Pavilion? If the day comes when he ascends to power, he would certainly have the Wangshu Sea construct a Wontai Pavilion, a place where the world's talents could gather and pay homage to the Merfolk royal family. As the gentle breeze caressed them, Jin Yao stepped forth, observing several cultivators within Wintian Pavilion maintaining order. On the shore where the celestial vessel had docked, countless disciples from other sects turned their gazes towards her. That one is the Merfolk. Could it be the one sent by the Wangshu Sea to marry into the Tianyi immortal sect? It must be. Who else could it be? The Tianyi immortal sect, such a grand sect, proud and aloof, does not accept demon races. The scattered chatter reached Jin Yao's ears, yet she had not come today to listen to their idle gossip. Yao, let us depart. Just moments ago, she had been discussing various matters with the sect master, and in the blink of an eye, she stood beside her. How delightful! This blind one is. Ming Jianjun? Impossible. How could one with blindness cultivate so swiftly? The sword cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief, rubbing them in astonishment, some even pinching their foreheads to dispel their disbelief. Unfamiliar with the lore, they were unaware that Ming Jianjun's blindness resulted from practicing the Minglong sword technique. Otherwise, why would the technique be so renowned, with so few disciples from the Tianyi immortal sect able to master it? Upon hearing his words, many nodded in agreement, endorsing this viewpoint. I dare say the Merfolk princess may have taken a liking to Ming Jianjun's prowess. That is why she chose to climb into his bed. Before he could finish his sentence, his voice turned hoarse, as if abruptly choked off, extinguished before it could escape his lips in that instant. The entirety of Wintian Pavilion fell into a profound silence. Countless disciples clutched their throats, feeling as if their voices had been stripped away, and no matter how they struggled, they could not utter a single sound. Among them were those who panicked, and those who were well versed in the ways of the world, such as the cultivator who had just spoken, whose gaze was fixated on Lin Qingye as she walked by. His heart racing uncontrollably. It was likely that their previous idle chatter had been heard by Ming Jianjun, and now they found themselves at the mercy of his spell. Not a word could be spoken. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Qingye had produced an oil paper umbrella, its surface slanted to shield Jin Yao beneath it. She understood that the Merfolk typically despised the sun's heat, fearing it would dry their moisture. Thus, employing this water attribute sunshade was indeed a most comfortable choice. The sudden shadow and the moisture returned to her scales lifted Jin Yao's gaze to her senior sister's chin, and she felt a surge of joy. Truly, senior sister is the best. How strange, were these people not just chattering away? Why have they suddenly fallen silent? Bai Hua stepped out, observing the multitude of disciples from other sects awaiting the celestial vessel of the Tianyi immortal sect. Finding it quite curious, they are indeed the renowned sword cultivators, drawing such a crowd. It's not that they are silent, senior brother. Do you not notice? They are all clutching their throats. Perhaps they have fallen victim to some spell? Xiao Lianming emerged from the celestial vessel, hands on her hips, surveying her surroundings. Yet she saw no new regulations at Wintian Pavilion. However, she had observed the terror etched upon the faces of those disciples. They were silenced by Ming Jianjun yet. Who could fault them for being so talkative? Others may not comprehend, but she had clearly witnessed the faint aura of thunder that had spread through the air, mirroring that which had enveloped her skin in the square not long ago. The emergence of this thunder signifies that the usually stern and indifferent Ming Jianjun is indeed enraged. Oh, senior sister Han. So it is. It appears I must exercise caution when speaking in the presence of Ming Jianjun next time. Bai Hua, feeling a tinge of trepidation, gently caressed his throat and smoothed the feathers of the white crane nestled in his arms. Upon arrival, he must find some walnut kernels for his precious companion. It is said that they are beneficial for the brain. Whether this is true or not remains to be seen, but for now, he shall feed it first. Just as they approached the entrance of the Wintiange, a figure clad in azure gracefully approached him, her beguiling eyes shimmering like silk, with long hair cascading down her back, adorned with opulent pearls, and her black locks flowing like seaweed. Sister, how have you been? Jin Yu spoke courteously, yet he did not extend his hand. I have heard that you have been faring well at the Tianyi sect. And as your elder brother, I am genuinely pleased for you. Among them were also a few mermen he had brought along. He then addressed Lin Qingye, who held the umbrella for Jin Yao, saying, Ming Jianjun, these individuals merely indulged in some idle gossip. Why must you be so incensed? Chapter 65. I do not mind you witnessing the Minglong sword technique. Lin Qingye made no move. But in the blink of an eye, the disciples in the square were astonished to discover that their voices had returned. Learning from adversity is wise. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Brother. Initially, it was Jin Yu who facilitated Jin Yao's arrival at the Tianyi sect, Without his assistance, such fortune may have eluded her. Jian Yao smiled gently, having heard footsteps behind her. It seemed that the sect master of Tianxian sect and the male protagonist had already arrived at the battlefield. Jian Yu furrowed his brow momentarily before reverting to his usual demeanor, filled with suspicion. Jian Yao had transformed completely since her departure. Was it truly the case that her gentle and compliant nature had been hardened by suffering in the human realm? Yet, forgetting the depths of kindness bestowed upon her by the forgotten Void Sea, she should have dedicated herself entirely to the Merman tribe when they needed her, forging an alliance with the human race. It is the duty of the Merman royalty to maintain stability, not to shrink away like a turtle's sister. I understand that it is a cruel decision to part you from the forgotten Void Sea. But you must also comprehend the larger picture. Both father and mother have consented. Jian Yu attempted to invoke their parents' authority, hoping to impress upon Jian Yao the gravity of his words. An unsuspecting person unfamiliar with the original plot might be swayed by this charming yet duplicitous Merman prince. However, as a well-versed reader of the original work, Jian Yao was acutely aware that he was merely putting on a fad. Was he who had strongly recommended her for marriage before the Merman king and queen. Is that so? If it is so easy for you to speak of this, then why not take the initiative and marry into our family? That would also be a contribution to the forgotten Void Sea. Jian Yao crossed her arms defiantly, holding the shattered mirror artifact in her hands, fully prepared should a confrontation arise. The heavens had not forsaken her. Although the start was tumultuous, she had been granted an extraordinary boon. The mere mention of marrying into sparked rampant speculation among the disciples present, including Bai Hua, Xiao Luiyue, and Han Shisha, who were all momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Jian Yao's relationship with her homeland in the Forgotten Void Sea was so strained. Yet, it seemed quite plausible. After all, if familial ties were truly harmonious, she would not have been sent to the Tianxian sect for marriage. Jian Yao, why do you harbor such anger towards your brother? A familiar male voice reached Jian Yao's ears. Everyone looked up to see a man clad in golden robes, crowned with a crystal tiara, leaning casually against the railing with a woman in his embrace. A smirk playing on his lips, his two dragon horns signified his noble lineage, the young master of the Dragon Palace. Qingye, Lin Qingye, who had remained silent behind the sect master, intended to observe the unfolding drama regarding Jian Yao's family issues. However, he was taken aback to see that the woman in the young master's arms was none other than his long-lost sister, Qingye. As a man, how could he endure seeing the woman he cherished nestled in another's embrace? Especially one of higher status. Tianxi. He leaned closer to the woman, whispering, Qingye, you promised me that if I could bring you to the secret realm of the immortal world, you would forget this man for the time being. Now, are you having second thoughts? This dramatic scene did not escape Jian Yao's notice. It seemed that after the male second lead was injured by her senior sister, he had indeed encountered the female lead. The timelines remained unchanged. Upon hearing the words of the young master of the Dragon Palace, Lin Qingye was filled with indignation. How could Qingye, who had never ventured out of the mountains, possibly have befriended the young master of the Dragon Clan? If anyone from the Tianxian sect had connections with the Dragon Clan, he could think of only one person, Jian Yao. The blade unsheathed, Lin Qingye, seething with rage, bellowed, Jian Yao, was it you? You venomous-hearted merman? Out of jealousy, did you reveal Qingye's whereabouts to the Dragon Clan? Once again, he resorted to this tactic. It was beyond comprehension whether the male protagonist possessed any intelligence, or if the author had deliberately foisted misunderstandings upon him. Gazing at the silver blade reflecting her own eyes, Jian Yao sighed, signaling her senior sister beside her not to act. Your dear Qingye willingly consented. What does that have to do with me? I have remained at my senior sister's side these past few days, never straying. When have I ever visited the outer disciples' quarters? Brother Lin, do not speak baseless accusations. Jian Yao was prepared to acknowledge her actions. But why should she take responsibility for something she had not done? Her words were resolute, entirely devoid of her former meekness. Even Jian Yu, who had watched her grow up, was momentarily stunned. Initially, he had refrained from sending someone to welcome Jian Yao due to reports from his informants indicating that she had severed ties with Lin Qingye. Now, relying on Ming Jianjun, she was navigating the precarious existence within the Tianxian sect. Ming Jianjun was known for his sense of justice. He had witnessed the battle against demons firsthand. Thus, Jane Yu had a suspicion that Ming Jianjun's protection of Jin Yao stemmed not from her beauty as a merman, but from a desire to preserve the potential alliance between the Tianxian sect and the Forgotten Void Sea. However, this fragile protection would eventually dissolve due to the old sect master's influence. The blade relaxed, and Lin Qingye hung his head in despair. He realized that it takes two to tango. If Qingye had not agreed to leave with the young master of the Dragon Palace, she would not have been brought to the secret realm of the immortal world. Qingye, is this the human suitor you spoke of? How utterly useless he is. He had not even finished his derisive words when a chorus of thunder erupted overhead. Lin Qingye raised her gaze, her finger curling, and a bolt of lightning struck down. Fortunately, the young master of the Dragon Palace was not to be trifled with. He waved his hand, deflecting the strike with his draconic scales. "Wash your mouth out. Who gave you permission to call my name?" As she conjured lightning at her fingertips, Lin Qingye nonchalantly held the umbrella, shielding Jin Yao from the scorching sun. The dark veil over her eyes fluttered, accentuating the curve of her lips. By the way, from now on, you all shall treat a Yao with respect. I seldom unsheathe my sword, but should your tongues spew foul words, I would not hesitate to demonstrate the Minglong sword technique. Chapter 66. The fragmented life of the original host. This unpleasant encounter concluded under the imposing presence of her senior sister. Jin Yao knew that this merman prince, her so-called elder brother, would not utter kind words towards her. The truth proved her suspicions correct. Indeed, the protagonists of this novel were all venomous in their own right. For instance, the male lead Lin Qingye, the male second lead of the Dragon Palace, and this dubious elder brother of hers. "Jin Yao, which room will you be staying in?" Han Shisha approached, producing a square token inscribed with the room number of Weniyange. "If we are close, we can look out for each other." All in Area A, it was quite convenient. After the incident at the Disciple Square, Han Shisha had completely changed her perception of Jin Yao and was determined to befriend her. After all, she had taken so many small pearls from her. Her conscience was pricked. "Oh, by the way, where will you be staying, Jin Yao? However, I have the token for the male dormitory, which complicates matters. What a pity, brother. If you desire to become a woman, why not consult Elder Feng Lian? I hear she has researched that path." Upon hearing his younger sister's remark, Bai Hua turned pale, hurriedly waving his hands in refusal. His face flushed with embarrassment as he scurried ahead. "I'd rather not. Sister, see you later. I am off to find the male dormitory." Seeing her brother flee so swiftly, Xiao Luiyue stifled a laugh, regretting that she hadn't finished her half-formed sentence. Naturally, one might wonder what that sentence was, brother. If you were to become a woman, surely a host of dashing young men would be enamored with you. Observing Bai Hua's rapid retreat, Jin Yao silently nodded, acknowledging that Xiao's sharp tongue never failed to astonish. "As for me, I have no idea. Sister, do you know? If her conjecture holds true, her room number should lie in the hands of her senior sister, with whom she shares a bed." This remark nearly suffocated Han Shisha, who was walking beside them, causing her to cough violently. Upon regaining her composure, she lifted her gaze, only to find everyone staring at her, which instantly made her feel somewhat embarrassed. "Well, I must admit, I haven't seen much of the world. Please forgive me." When she mentioned her lack of worldly experience, she certainly did not refer to two women sharing a bed, but rather to the fact that Ming Jianjun would actually consent to sleep alongside someone. However, she had never shared a bed with a mermaid before and was unsure what it would feel like to touch a mermaid's large tail. "It must be quite slippery," she mused, the scales cold to the touch. Perhaps similar to snake scales. Having skinned snakes often while helping her master concoct medicines, she could imagine that sensation. Yet, if it were a mermaid, the tail would undoubtedly be broader and more substantial than that of a snake. "Sister Han, I had thought you were a person of serious demeanor. I never anticipated that your thoughts would mirror mine." Xiao Lianmeng followed suit, feeling somewhat awkward walking alone. Walking alongside Sister Han made her feel less isolated. "Of course, I am a serious person," she insisted, glancing at Jin Yao, who could almost see the words "help me" written across Han Shisha's face. Indeed, Sister Han is a serious person. Upon hearing her sister's words about sharing a bed, Jin Yao felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart, realizing that her sister indeed remembered their promise to protect one another. "You are thinking of something unsavory." Lin Qingye unceremoniously exposed Han Shisha's inner thoughts. Seeing right through her, she stepped forward, her slender fingers grasping the collar of Jin Yao's robe, pulling her away. I didn't say anything. Ming Jianjun truly, I had no thoughts at all. As Han Shisha uttered this, she nearly stumbled over her own tongue, feeling strangely guilty, a sensation she had never experienced before. With her hands on her hips, she closed her eyes in frustration, realizing that next time she conversed with the little mermaid, she ought to attach a privacy talisman to herself. Otherwise, her thoughts would once again be overheard by Ming Jianjun. It's truly exasperating. Does being powerful grant one the liberty to act with impunity? She reached into her clothing and retrieved a yellow talisman, and as she expected, the incantation inscribed upon it had vanished. This lightning-warding talisman was one she had requested from her master, proving once again that being prepared is wise and fortuitous. As her feet shuffled against the ground, Jane Yao pleaded, "Sister, kind sister, please let me down. All right? Besides, so many people are watching." Although Jin Yao was unaware of Han Shisha's inner musings, she was certain that something had irked her sister. Perhaps it pertained to her interactions with the male protagonist, the second male lead, the female lead, and her half-brother. If that were the case, she would need to prepare herself accordingly. Though she had never witnessed her sister in a rage, she could easily imagine it would be quite terrifying. Our affairs are none of their concern. Lin Qingye continued to shield Jin Yao from the sun with her umbrella, her black robe half illuminated by the glaring light. "Ah Yao, I noticed your hands trembled when you met your brother earlier. Were you afraid of him?" Jin Yao's subtle movements did not escape Lin Qingye's keen observation. Her vision was now clear. Thanks in part to Jin Yao's assistance, as expected, upon being discovered by her sister, Jin Yao first shook her head in denial, only to then nod somewhat guiltily. In truth, the original text did not elaborate much on the character of the eldest prince of the Wang Susi. He was merely mentioned in passing. However, he had sent his own sister away for an interethnic marriage, persuading the entire Merfolk tribe of Wang Susi to consent to it. This revealed his cunning nature. When they disembarked from the celestial boat, the entourage from Wang Susi had not followed the customary protocol to greet her. This differed from the original storyline, where the male lead had immediately quarreled with the Merfolk's eldest prince upon disembarking. From this alone, Jin Yao could conclude that Jin Yu had no genuine concern for his sister. His display of affection was merely a faade to establish the authority of Wang Susi in front of the human sections. To put it simply, he was merely attempting to exert his influence over the male lead. Additionally, he subtly hinted to the male lead that he was an ungrateful scoundrel, hoping to instill a sense of guilt in him. However, he had overestimated the male lead's shamelessness. After all, how could a protagonist destined for a life of love and partnership feel remorse? Moreover, up until her death, the original character only uttered a few words of apology. "I'm sorry. Wang Susi. I'm sorry, father and mother. I'm sorry, elder brother." Her feelings towards the original character were a mix of pity for her misfortune and anger for her inability to fight back. Chapter 67. The Prince of the Merfolk requests your presence. "I'm not afraid. Yet I am afraid," Jane Yao whispered, standing on her tiptoes to speak softly into Lin Qingye's ear. "Sister, if the decision I make leads to a life-or-death situation, if I claim to be unafraid, that would be a falsehood. However, I will not have regrets, just as I promised to stay by your side and become your companion." After transmigrating into this story, her first priority was, of course, self-preservation. Yet, beyond altering the fate of her character, she harbored other intentions. She wished to ensure that those who had wronged and humiliated her would face their due retribution. Setting aside the question of their morality, she would not allow herself to descend to the depths of the original character's fate, which was to die without a burial place. Whether it be Wang Susi or Tian Yisian's sect, as long as they could serve as stepping stones for her to escape from this quagmire and elevate herself to a new height, she would accept her demise within the confines of this narrative. At least it would not be in vain, nor would she be a mere punching bag. Listening quietly to Jin Yao's murmurs, Lin Qingye rarely smiled in such a gentle manner. She wrapped her other arm around Jin Yao's waist, seemingly to prevent her from stumbling and falling into her arms. "Ah Yao, you are different from them. I see a determination in your eyes that defies convention." It was an indescribable feeling, yet Lin Qingye did not resent being treated as a shield by Jin Yao, for she possessed absolute confidence in her own strength. In this world, as far as the eye could see, no one could harm her. "It's all right. Feel free to strike at anyone you wished. I stand before you, and I am eager to see who dares to test my swordsmanship." The relentless training had left her feeling isolated for far too long. Previously, Lin Qingye had represented Tian Sect in the competition among the myriad sections. Yet now, none of her peers could withstand even 3 moves against her. The price of reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship was the backlash from the Ming long sword technique, transforming her once placid nature into one tinged with a hint of madness and volatility. The new chamber was bright and spacious, complete with a small courtyard. It was evident from the opulence that this was a privilege reserved for the young master of Tian Sect. Jinyao chose a prime location and had her bath prepared. Thanks to the shelter provided by her sister's umbrella earlier, the moisture on her body had not evaporated as quickly as she had anticipated. Thus, there was no rush to soak in the water. However, Jinyao had a pressing matter to attend to. She grasped her Qingye bag and tossed it downward. A small golden dragon emerged, quite stubbornly biting onto the bag and refusing to let go. "Sister Jinyao, please don't throw me out. I was quite comfortable sleeping inside. I promise I won't cause any trouble," the little dragon protested in a garbled voice. Pausing her movements, Jinyao pinched the soft tail of the little dragon and playfully poked it. "Did you not just see your prince brother? Why not go and greet him?" The identity of this little dragon was not hard to deduce. The prince brother it continuously mentioned must be the second male lead of this narrative. The young master of the Dragon Palace. The prince brother deceived me. He clearly said he only liked Sister Jinyao. Yet now there is another human beside him. I cannot accept this. Lin Qingye, who had been sitting cross-legged with her legs intertwined, opened her eyes upon hearing the little dragon's words about only liking Jinyao. Her focus shifted, and her thoughts of meditation dissipated. After all, during their journey on the celestial boat, the backlash within her body had gradually subsided, allowing her some leisure. "Little one, are you truly so naive?" Jinyao supported her chin with her hand, bursting into laughter. Such vows were merely tools for setting up flags, especially when it came to the protagonists of novels. Their declarations often served to slap them in the face later. For instance, the typical example of claiming to only like one person while simultaneously not liking another. What does purity even mean? However, since it was Sister Jinyao who said it, I shall take it as a compliment. The little dragon began to climb up Jinyao's fingers, perching itself there with its large golden eyes. Feigning innocence, "Sister Jinyao, please don't chase me away. I find it quite cozy inside this bag." It rambled on, rolling about and refusing to leave Jinyao's side. Hearing footsteps approach from behind, Lin Qingye walked over, her fingers coming together as she softly remarked, "You are quite noisy." Immediately, the little dragon felt as though its throat had been sealed, unable to make a sound. This was the second time Lin Qingye had employed this tactic today. It seemed her sister was indeed a bit irritable today. With no choice, Jinyao gently stroked the little dragon's fur, letting it down. Alas, this golden-hued little dragon, imbued with a rebellious spirit, stubbornly refused to detach itself from Jinyao's finger. It was only when Lin Qingye interjected that it felt a pang of cowardice and finally relinquished its grip, flopping lifelessly onto the ground, resembling a serpent more than a dragon. One might scoff at the notion of it being a dragon at all. Since you have no desire to step outside and acknowledge your kin among the dragon clan, are you aware that remaining here may lead to your skin being flayed and your tendons drawn? Were these words uttered by another, the little dragon might not have heeded them or felt such intimidation. Yet they came from Lin Qingye. Thus, even if they bore an element of falsehood, they rang with a profound truth. "Senior sister, please do not tease her anymore. She may truly become frightened," Jinyao remarked as she rose to organize her bag of holding. Lin Qingye remained silent, merely casting a glance at the squirming little dragon on the floor. At that moment, a crisp knocking echoed from outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. Following this, a deep voice inquired, "Might I ask if Ming Jianjun is resting here?" A faint aura of the deep sea wafted through the crack of the door, unmistakably indicating that those standing outside were not of the human race. "What business do you have with me?" Lin Qingye stepped forward, shielding Jinyao behind her. With a gentle motion of her hand, the door creaked open on its own. Before them stood an extraordinarily alluring man, whose attire, were it not for the conventions of the human realm, would have been much more revealing. He gestured with a flourish. "Ming Jianjun, our lord wishes to extend apologies for the earlier incident. We also kindly request the princess to accompany us to meet the lord." Such words were indeed unpalatable. What did it mean to accompany casually? The behavior of that insufferable elder brother was truly exasperating, as he emphasized that he was merely a subordinate of his senior sister, aiming to convey the singular message that he was a mere commodity of the Wangshu Sea Mint for trade. Now that allegiances had shifted, it was time to renegotiate the matters at hand. Chapter 68. Who's the one to establish authority? Scare them away. Holding a warm teacup at his fingertips, the man with hair as dense as seaweed furrowed his brow at the rippling tea within. The human delicacies, replete with nuances, were far less generous than the unrestrained nature of the Wangshu Sea. Your Highness, the merman in the hall trembled and fell to his knees with a thud. Your Highness, Ming Jianjun said. Whether from fear or cowardice, he stuttered. Speak slowly, I cannot possibly devour you. Can I? Your Highness, the merman continued. Ming Jianjun stated she would not come to meet you. If your Highness truly has matters to discuss, then please proceed to the pavilion in the west courtyard of the Wintian Pavilion. If your Highness does not wish to come, she shall pretend she has not heard of this matter. Indeed, the infamous Ming Jianjun was as haughty as rumored. Presenting an air of superiority, clearly, there was someone indulging this behavior. With his fingers gripping the teacup, the coldness spreading from his palm froze the hot tea into shards of ice. Very well, since Ming Jianjun has extended such an invitation to me. To decline would be a true affront. Ha 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 ha, Jinyu scoffed, rising to his feet. Sitting obediently in the pavilion, Jinyao observed her senior sister arranging the teacups on the chessboard. A gentle whiff of delicate tea fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Drink, this cup is for you. It is exquisite spiritual tea. Lin Qingye deftly pushed her teacup toward her, leaving a trace of moisture in its wake. Jinyao quickly caught it. Thank you, senior sister. And what about your cup? Is it prepared for elder brother? The color of this teacup bore no distinction from the set in her own hands. Of course, this was tea brewed from the fiery flower, capable of dispelling internal dampness and warming the spleen and stomach, promoting the circulation of spiritual energy and blood flow. To partake of such fine tea was indeed a privilege. However, something felt slightly amiss. Both her elder brother and she, being mermen of the Wangshu Sea, were most reliant on the moisture within their bodies. Her senior sister was certainly not as innocent as she appeared. If one were to peel away the icy facade of her senior sister, one would find a torrent of ink flowing beneath. Jinyao held her teacup delicately, scrutinizing it closely. Apart from the faint tea aroma and abundant spiritual energy, she could discern nothing else. Thankfully, her senior sister had not poisoned her. Senior sister, this tea is indeed delightful. As soon as her words fell, a figure clad in watercolored robes appeared from the distant corridor. With each step he took, the koi in the pond splashed playfully. Welcoming him, droplets of water fell upon the verdant lotus leaves, creating glistening pearls. Halfway through his approach, Jinyu dismissed his merman guards. You shall wait here for me. If anything seems amiss, come to my aid. The two merman guards placed a hand over their chests and bowed. Yes, we shall heed your command, your Highness. Watching Jinyu converse with his accompanying guards, Jinyao was not taken aback, for her senior sister was renowned throughout the cultivation world. If her elder brother did not wish to be cleaved in two by her sword and turned into salted fish, he was indeed wise to prepare for contingencies. Esteemed ones, I apologize for the wait. Jinyu maintained an impassive expression, gracefully taking his seat while smiling at the two individuals across from him. Before he could extend his hand, he caught a whiff of a potent fiery aroma. As the eldest prince of the merman clan, he was well versed in such matters and recognized that the tea was steeped with the rare fiery flower. This flower, rumored to bloom in the molten rock, endures the searing flames of the earth yet remains uncorrupted for a century, continuing to flourish, a true spiritual treasure. For fire-attributed human cultivators and demon beasts, it was undoubtedly a boon that could enhance their cultivation. However, for their water-attributed merman clan, it was akin to poison. What? Not to your liking? Lin Qingye's Xianyi sword lay atop the table, its ink-black scabbard blending seamlessly with the darkness, and even though it concealed the sword's brilliance, anyone with discerning eyes would recognize it as a fine weapon. If it displeases you, you may take your leave. I do not associate with the impolite, Lin Qingye replied with a smile, intending to impose her authority. This individual did not seem to grasp his own limitations, truly believing her to be a sickly cat. He had underestimated the depth of the swordplay prowess the humans spoke of. Very well. Since Ming Jianjun graciously offers tea, How could I refuse? Sister, let us share a cup together, as though we are siblings reuniting after a long separation. Jinyu, ever perceptive, quickly noticed the empty teacup in Jinyao's hands. A plan formed in his mind. He was eager to see what value his dear sister held in Ming Jianjun's eyes. Unfazed by being called out, Jinyao pushed her teacup forward, addressing her senior sister. Elder brother's hospitality is hard to refuse. If that is the case, may I trouble senior sister for another cup? Jinyao was not one to waste, and she would drink every last drop. Observing the smile curving on Jinyu's lips, Jinyao felt compelled to remark, "Dear elder brother, the urban landscape is quite intricate, unlike the ocean, which lacks such complexities." Jinyu waved his sleeve, employing magic to stabilize his pulse. Lest the fiery essence scorch his lungs, he did not believe Lin Qingye would dare to deceive him with tea brewed from the same teapot. Lin Qingye did not respond. Instead, she turned, continuing to pour another cup for Jinyao. Yet this time, the liquid that flowed from the teapot bore a refreshing and elegant fragrance, entirely different from what he held. What is this? How can the same vessel yield such a variation? Though Jinyu was astute, his pride blinded him to the nuances of human artifacts, leaving him only partially informed. Before he could ponder further, a pristine hand reached before him. The teacup chimed melodiously as it met his. "Elder brother, I shall drink first." The teacup rested against her red lips, and Jinyao drank it down in one go, unfazed. Even as she toyed with the cup, she flipped it over for Jinyu to inspect. Checking for any remnants, Jinyu was incensed, his breath quickening, yet he strove to suppress his emotions before Ming Jianjun, lest their business dealings falter. If he were to ensnare her, he too must demonstrate some sincerity. Very well. As he finished speaking, he downed the contents of his cup. Chapter 69. Is leaving home also a form of enjoyment? The scorching essence of the fiery flower coursed down his throat, nearly igniting his very organs. Jinyu maintained an appearance of nonchalance, but beneath the surface, he was drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth to endure this trial, forcing a semblance of a smile as he placed the teacup back on the table. "So, Ming Jianjun, are you satisfied?" As Jinyu spoke, a plume of steam rose, evidencing the potency of Lin Qingye's fiery flower. "Indeed, this is a millennium-old fiery flower. Consider it your good fortune," Lin Qingye remarked, her tone laced with subtle irony, capable of inciting ire. "I am grateful for Ming Jianjun's praise. I have come today to discuss a matter with you." Lowering his posture, Jinyu cast a glance at his long-lost sister, observing how adeptly she maneuvered the intricacies of human etiquette. Her demeanor, imbued with confidence and ease, starkly contrasted with the time she had obediently followed his every command in the Wangshu Sea, never daring to overstep her bounds. What matter? With her slender fingertips delicately cradling the teacup, Lin Qing appeared to make no unnecessary movements, as if her sole purpose for visiting today was to enjoy the scenery in the pavilion. Yet, what could a blind person truly appreciate? It was evident that she was deliberately ignoring him. Now that Ming Jianjun had ascended to the position of the young master of Tian Isian Sect, the promise of an alliance with our Wang Suhai should naturally be upheld by Ming Jianjun himself. This was hardly different from what he had surmised in his mind. It was clear that this eldest prince of the Jiren clan had come with the intention of enlisting her as an ally for Wang Suhai. However, he had never made any demands of Lin Tianci, who also held the title of young master of Tian Isian Sect. Did he believe that she would not support him when the time came? Was this inquiry a preemptive request for a promise? Surely, these words from the prince were somewhat biased. Since it was a Yao who wished to marry me and become my partner, matters concerning a Yao's Wang Suhai should not involve me. In other words, should Wang Suhai face a crisis, if Jin Yao did not wish for my assistance, then I would not extend my hand. Even if the entire Jiren clan came to plead with me, it would be the same. Jianyu shifted his gaze from the serene Lin Qing to his younger sister. "Jianyao, do you still remember how you promised our elder brother back then? Wang Suhai is the land that nurtured you. Even in death, you would not forget it." The man with soft, azure eyes fixated on her, seemingly desperate for an answer, one that would not be declined. "Why must you utter such ominous words, brother? Is Wang Suhai not calm and untroubled now?" The teacup in her hand was placed on the table, as Jin Yao found herself entirely unimpressed by this familial display of affection. If she were to sacrifice herself for Wang Suhai like the second female lead in the original tale, then she would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. With her flesh and blood, her very soul, she would exchange for her brother's throne and power, only to expand the territory in the name of Wang Su Hai. First, waging war against weaker demon clans, and then gradually annexing the lands of the weaker human sections, until the great sects united to bring Wang Su Hai to judgment, rendering it utterly non-existent. All surviving Jiaran would become prisoners, some destined to die, others to vanish, living without kin, dying without a homeland. The present is the present, the future is the future. The ways of heaven shift with every moment. Who can predict what will transpire next? Or have you, now that you have learned to indulge in comforts among the human sects, forgotten your roots? Jane Yu's earnest admonition irked Lin Qingye. With a swift flick of her fingertip, the black sword sheath pressed against Jane Yu's neck. What do you mean by indulgence? Is leaving one's homeland and abandoning one's roots what you refer to as enjoyment? Your Highness, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. If a Yao is unwilling, regardless of what happens to Wang Su Hai, I will not lend my aid. The cold sword sheath was more chilling than the depths of the ocean. Purple lightning danced around the blade, causing Jin Yu to swallow the words he had intended to utter. The rumors were indeed true. Ming Jinjun was not someone easily deceived. It seemed that his dear sister had changed significantly. Truly, the old adage of the human race rang true. A scholar's growth in 3 days deserves renewed respect. Today I have indeed overstepped my bounds. Sister, Ming Jinjun, I shall take my leave. There is no need to see me off. Rising to his feet, Jin Yu suppressed the searing pain within, taking a deep breath as he made his way outside. His pace quickened, as if each slow step were a torment in hell. Watching her brother's retreating figure, Jin Yao quietly nudged her teacup forward. With her fingertip tapping the table, she playfully said, "Sister, may I trouble you for another cup?" Setting the sword sheath down on the table. Lin Qingye merely cast her gaze downwards, and the teapot seemed to take flight, gently floating to Jin Yao's side, as warm tea poured forth, filling her cup to the brim. Are you not afraid of drinking from your brother's cup? Even when jesting, sister maintained her icy demeanor. Nevertheless, Jin Yao found it quite endearing. After all, who among us lacks a little quirk? She was indeed fond of both voice and touch. Not at all. Lin Qingye tilted her head, inquiring, why? Because sister is here. Did you not say you would protect me? Thus, Jin Yao trusts her sister. With both hands cradling the teacup, Jin Yao beamed radiantly, gently stroking the white crane perched on her shoulder. Bai Hua walked ahead, following the disciple cafeteria guide in her hand. The human race had regulations regarding fasting and meditation, but the demon race did not. Consequently, the disciple cafeteria in Tiangu was mostly frequented by demons seeking food. With a few hungry human disciples, good treasure, I'll find you a delicious bowl of insects soon. How is it? Your father treats you well, doesn't he? Xiao Yiming followed closely behind Bai Hua, glancing up at the menu of the disciple cafeteria, only to see it listed with cold tossed green vegetables, raw walnut kernels, and fresh white maggots. She nearly blacked out, almost collapsing to the ground. Indeed, this was not food for humans. Are you two from Wang Su Hai's Jiaran clan? A voice emerged from within the building, followed by 2 disciples dressed in human attire stepping out. Upon hearing this, Bai Hua's hand, which had been reaching for spirit stones, froze mid-motion, pointing at himself in disbelief. Do I truly appear so charming? He exclaimed. Yet the 2 men merely shot him a disdainful glance, coldly brushing past him. Who asked you? We are inquiring about the one behind you. Before them stood 2 handsome young men. Their faces adorned with scales, their long hair slightly curled and cascading down their backs. They questioned with vigilance, "What do you want with us?" Chapter 70. For a Jiaran, stirring affection, Xiao Lianming watched as the 2 Jiaran followed the humans away. Feeling somewhat suspicious, concealing her hand within her sleeve, she pulled out a yellow talisman, intending to throw it to eavesdrop. However, before she could raise her hand, Bai Hua stopped her. Junior sister, do not act rashly. This is not Tianxian sect. We are in Tiangu. There are too many eyes here. It is best we do not pry too deeply. Hearing her elder brother's advice, Xiao Lianming reluctantly lowered the talisman in her hand. Kicking the stone floor in frustration, "Elder brother, your seriousness is a bit hard for me to adjust to." She had intended to throw a talisman to listen, concerned that the Jiaran clan might have some ulterior motives that could involve senior sister Jin Yao. After all, when one is under someone else's roof, one must lower their head, right, junior sister? I understand what you're thinking, but there is no need for us to be overly anxious. With Ming Jianjun by senior sister Jin Yao's side, few can approach her in this world. Turning around, Bai Hua revealed several spirit stones in his hand, ID, like a bowl of cold-tossed green vegetables and a skewer of large crickets. The following morning, the One Tiangu Plaza was filled with various races, with humans being the most numerous. Jian Yao stood at the center of the crowd, gazing at her sister seated in the grand hall ahead, feeling somewhat emotional. They were all disciples of the same cohort, yet it was clear that her sister had achieved the most, not needing to stand here under the sun, able to sit among a group of elders. Ming Jianjun, I hear you have recently developed feelings for someone. Have you taken a liking to a Jiaoren? The long-haired man propped his chin on his hand, casually flipping through a yellow talisman in his grasp. His tone was not particularly friendly, mostly laced with mockery. I thought sword cultivators like you were all single-minded, devoid of romantic feelings and understanding of. Lin Qingye crossed her arms, clutching her sword, and with her eyes closed, unceremoniously interrupted the man's words. Noisy, if you are feeling frisky, then silently recite the Qing Xinju in your heart. Those seated in the grand hall stifled their laughter upon hearing her words. Ming Jianjun was still as eloquent as ever. All right, Du Feng, do not start with your sarcastic remarks. Today, we must take the lead and head to Area A. Do take care. A weathered middle-aged man seated at the head stood up and walked to the center of the hall. He cast a wary glance at the man who had initiated the conversation, imbuing his gaze with a cautionary tone. Fine, fine. I won't say anything more. Are you all prepared? I intend to bring someone inside. Do you have any objections? Lin Qingye had already communicated with the various sects a few days prior, and thus, she indeed possessed an additional upper-tier quota for Area A. The areas were divided into A, B, C, and D, with only Area A having upper, middle, and lower tiers. The middle and lower tiers were accessible to disciples with talent from various sects and races, but the upper tier was reserved for the true power holders of several prominent families. The upper tier of Area A held countless opportunities and treasures, but it also signified immense danger. Aside from those with genuine strength, no one dared to tread there. Upon hearing this, everyone began to deliberate, realizing that Ming Jianjun's intended companion was likely her newly acquired romantic interest. The person Ming Jianjun wishes to bring perhaps the small Jiren I mentioned earlier? That sort of waste, lacking even a nascent soul cultivation level, should really stay out of our affairs. Otherwise, if they were to be devoured by the nightmare beast, it would be too late for Ming Jianjun to regret it. Rubbing his temples in distress, Du Feng cast a disdainful glance towards the distant Jiren prince. The scorn was evident on his face. Despite the gathering of various races at Tiangu, the underlying conflicts among each race were not something that could be summed up in a few words, just as he held an inherent disdain for any demon race. Even beings as ethereal as the Merfolk, endowed with a spiritual essence, feel a sense of inferiority. Jin Yu, exercising restraint, chose silence, merely offering a serene smile as if he had not noticed. That so? Should you utter another word, I assure you, the creature devoured by the nightmare beast will not be a Yao, but rather you. Lin Qingye lingered beside Du Feng for but a moment, yet the force of lightning resistance left him drenched in sweat. Gasping for breath. It had been merely a century since their last encounter, and he had not anticipated Lin Qingye's rapid advancement in cultivation. With her current prowess, it would be no challenge for her to cleave several millennium-old nightmare beasts with a single hand upon entering the upper levels. As Lin Qingye emerged, the glaring sunlight caused her slight discomfort. The refreshing morning had swiftly transitioned into a day at its zenith. Below, disciples stood in a dense throng, eagerly awaiting the command from the leaders of the Asking Heaven Pavilion to unlock the gate to the Celestial Realm's secret domain, allowing them to embark on a quest for treasures. Jin Yao's gaze, like that of the others, fixated upon her senior sister. Clad in a sleek black robe that accentuated her figure, the senior sister was indeed a sight to behold. Even with her unadorned hair crown lacking embellishments, the Jun Mingjian, her cultivation is indeed unfathomable. She turns out to be such a delicate beauty, truly a promising candidate for sword cultivation. If this were to spread, it would be said that all sword cultivators resemble her. The murmurs around her were numerous, yet Jin Yao's attention remained on her senior sister as she approached. The crowd looked on with envy, some clutching their sword sheaths, wishing fervently to be in Jin Yao's place. Let us proceed. I had just invited a Yao to join me inside, yet she hesitated. Now, under this sun, my lips have grown parched. Very well. Senior sister, shall we depart now? Yes, let us leave at once. Do not fall behind. Lin Qingye brought her fingers together and gently inscribed a spell upon Jin Yao's chest. Although she found Du Feng's harsh words bothersome, one thing weighed heavily on her heart. Since she was to escort a Yao to the perilous upper levels of District A, it was imperative to ensure her safety, and no harm must befall a Yao at the hands of the malevolent nightmare beasts lurking within. This will protect your heart pulse and allow me to sense any danger you may encounter. All right, I trust you, senior sister. Jin Yao smiled brightly, following Lin Qingye towards the gateway. The assembled disciples, who had been waiting in line, turned their heads in unison, each immersed in their own thoughts. Only Du Feng, who had earlier displayed disdain, now stood utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the Merfolk, who had stirred Jun Mingjian's heart, would be such a delicate beauty. Chapter 71. Successfully avoiding the protagonist's plan, initial triumph Jin Yao trailed closely behind her senior sister, and upon raising her gaze, she beheld a vast celestial gate. Flanked by disciples clad in various Taoist robes, among whom were many from the demonic tribes. Her somewhat inept elder brother stood discreetly in a corner of the crowd, keeping a low profile. Now, who was still absent? A middle-aged man, sword in hand, cast a dismissive glance at Jin Yao. He deemed the Golden Core Merfolk unworthy of concern, for she was merely a companion of Jun Mingjian, who would bear the brunt of any ensuing trouble. What remains is that great dragon who has yet to arrive. In my opinion, he may not show up today. Let us depart without delay. What is there to wait for? He smirked, thinking that all the creatures in the world were beautiful, but now realizing the rumors were not mere hearsay. This enticing visage could rival that of a fox spirit. Among the entire demonic tribe, she was truly a standout. Jin Yao could sense the multitude of gazes upon her, yet she remained unfazed. Regardless of what intentions this crowd harbored or the dangers of the secret realm, she had already fortified her resolve. Firstly, her senior sister was by her side. Secondly, she possessed 2 protective talismans. She mused. She wondered if this mirror could indeed draw nightmare beasts into the celestial realm. Nonetheless, she decided it prudent to refrain from using the chaos mirror unless absolutely necessary, when her life was at stake. Who said we do not wait for the crown prince? Such audacity. I find your kind to be far from the courteous beings as rumored. The young master of the Dragon Palace, cradling Qingye, raised an eyebrow at Jin Yao with a smirk. He did not believe that Jin Yao would remain unaffected upon seeing him with another woman. Lamenting her initial refusal to become his concubine, upon encountering the young master of the Dragon Palace once more, Lin Qingye was even more on guard than before, her ink-black boots striking the bluestone pavement as she turned. Since you have arrived, let us not waste words. We shall enter now. The tension between the man and dragon created an almost palpable tension that set the onlookers' minds racing. It was evident that something unpleasant had transpired between Jun Mingjian and the young master of the Dragon Palace. Yet none dared to speak, as the intricacies of the situation remained shrouded in mystery. Indeed, Your Highness, why waste your breath? This delicate little merfolk brought by Jun Mingjian is surely a golden core with a heavenly spirit root. The companion you bring along seems no different from an ordinary mortal, does she? With such scant ability, how dare she venture into the upper levels of District A? Your Highness, heed my advice. If you truly care for this mortal maiden, do not permit her entry. The risk is simply not worth the potential loss. Jin Yao regarded the man wielding a stack of yellow talismans with a sense of admiration for his audacity. This fellow seemed utterly unafraid of being slapped down by the second male lead. Gripping a golden halberd, the young master of the Dragon Palace was nearly driven to the brink of striking the talisman user right then and there. What do you mean? Do you think I cannot protect her? If Jun Mingjian can, then so can I. The competitive spirit was unmistakably etched upon his face, a well-known sentiment throughout the realms. Could it be that the little merfolk had once dallied with the crown prince of the Dragon Palace upon her exit from the forgetting Void Sea? However, with her now as Jun Mingjian's companion, she no longer paid heed to the crown prince, and one could hardly blame him for being infuriated. Yet, if given a choice, he would prefer to remain by Jun Mingjian's side as her partner rather than serve the tempestuous dragon clan. Your Highness, do not take offense, I merely speak candidly. If you possess such capability, prove it within the secret realm. Let us maintain amicable relations. They will yield fortune. Du Feng, having faced a setback, could not restrain his mouth and turned away. The middle-aged man in charge realized the situation could not escalate further, thus he raised his sword and recited an incantation. In an instant, the entrance before the crowd was unveiled. Jianyao continued to closely follow her senior sister. For amidst the chaos of the world, only her senior sister was trustworthy. A chilling wind brushed against her face as she looked up, realizing this place was far from the idyllic celestial paradise, but rather a tumultuous realm, filled with howling winds and wailing echoes. Was this truly a dungeon of hellish difficulty? Fear not, the spell I inscribed upon you will mask your aura. The nightmare beasts shall not harm you. However, Ayao, do not dwell on it too much. Nightmare beasts feed on human emotions, thriving on dreams. The more thoughts you harbor, the more they will sense your presence, even invading your mind. Her senior sister's gentle yet cool voice resonated in her mind. Jianyao nodded slightly, resting her cheek against her senior sister's back. Having read the original text, she was well aware that the nightmare beasts in the celestial realm's secret domain were exceedingly vicious and elusive. In the original narrative, when the male lead and his companions entered, they were situated in District A, which encompassed the mid to lower tiers. This area had been meticulously screened and scrutinized by various sects, ensuring no nightmare beasts resided there. However, due to a quarrel among the protagonists, their heightened emotions attracted a young nightmare beast in the end. Although they managed to eliminate the small nightmare beast through teamwork, they inadvertently summoned a more formidable one. The protagonist group fought valiantly against the Millennium Nightmare Beast, yet it proved futile until a disciple from the Tianyi Immortal Sect called upon her senior sister, ultimately resolving the crisis. In the original work, as the senior sister of the male lead sister, she had limited screen time, yet garnered considerable affection from readers due to her high status, formidable combat prowess, and striking beauty, making her hard not to adore. Having altered the original plot of the second female lead, the storylines of the male lead, female lead, and second male lead followed suit. Perhaps it was due to her absence that the identity of the young master of the Dragon Palace took precedence, thus forming a stable triangle. This effectively advanced the latter part of the plot, skipping over the timeline of her demise. Given this, it seemed a wise choice to ally with her senior sister. However, opening champagne along the way had been a misstep. Patience was required until the situation stabilized before she could feel secure. One must never let down their guard against the male and female leads. In the original work, as the tragic Merfolk's second female lead, her proximity to the leads only brought misfortune. Chapter 72. The Nightmare Beasts, feasting on emotions, weaving dreams. There lies a century-old water lantern grass nearby. It is a precious resource, beneficial for those cultivating water spirit roots. The group that had once accompanied them into the secret realm had already dispersed in search of treasures. Remaining in one spot yielded little in the way of valuable finds. Upon hearing her senior sister's words, Jianyao looked down, and indeed, she spotted a patch of ethereal blue water lantern grass swaying in the breeze at the edge of a swamp. Moments later, they reached the shore. This swamp, if one cannot control their weight, a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Fortunately, such minor enchantments are merely commonplace for those who walk the path of cultivation. Jianyao gazed towards the direction where the spiritual energy was densest, spotting a cluster of overlapping blue water lantern grasses surrounding the largest specimen. Such a sizable plant appeared extraordinarily lush. As she rummaged through her pouch for the necessary tools, Jianyao realized that to excavate this spiritual herb, she must first bind it with a specialized rope. Otherwise, should it awaken its intelligence, it might escape with alarming swiftness, rendering all efforts futile. The innate talents of humanity and the demon race vary vastly, and naturally, so do the medicinal herbs. A century is insufficient for the lower-tier herbs to cultivate sentience. Yet, for others, that is not necessarily the case. Especially in such a rich spiritual locale, far surpassing the waning energies of the human realm, the growth conditions for these herbs are indeed exceptionally favorable. Be cautious. Lin Qingye was the first to react, turning around with her sword drawn. Her hazy eyes discerned a massive shadow gradually approaching them, a colossal figure, bearing 6 arms and a head adorned with countless shifting eyes. Resembled a monstrous mist that surged towards them with alarming speed. It is difficult to fathom how such a gigantic creature could possess such swiftness. This is a nightmare beast. legends speak of its varied forms, all equally terrifying. Jin Yao felt a throbbing headache at just a fleeting glance. She silently recited a calming mantra, managing to dispel some of her discomfort. Ha 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 ha. The dreams and desires of humanity are the most exquisite delicacies. Today, having encountered me, do you not even think of escaping? The creature's voice echoed, low and guttural, resembling human speech rather than that of a wild beast. The cacophony of voices overwhelmed Jin Yao, as if many were conversing before her. Is it so? Since you can speak the tongue of man, communication shall be much easier. Lin Qingye pressed her fingers against the sword's edge, feeling the immense thunderous energy surging within her, causing droplets from the marsh to rise. Ah, a thunderous root at you, an exceptionally gifted disciple of humanity, are indeed a prime delicacy. Ha 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 ha. The eerie laughter echoed once more, countless eyes fixated on Lin Qingye's slender form. What are you afraid of, Ming Jianjun? Are you not omnipotent? Are you not invincible? The raucous taunts penetrated her eardrums, breeding turmoil within her mind. Lin Qingye recognized the necessity of resisting the nightmare beast's temptations. Otherwise, escaping this place today would be improbable. The nightmare beast, boasting millennia of cultivation, must be taken seriously. Only with her full strength could she hope to avoid being devoured. Enough of this clamor. If you do not depart, do not blame me for being ungracious. Observing her senior's silhouette, Jin Yao understood that her sister, with her prowess, could easily confront this millennia-old nightmare beast. Yet, the reason it was dubbed a nightmare beast lay in its terrifying nature. Once a heart's knot forms, even the mightiest of beings might find themselves ensnared. Wait, is that so? You harbor worries in your heart. Do you not fear for that child, whom you failed to protect? Ha 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 ha, you are afraid. You are hesitating? The purple mist enveloped Lin Qingye, and in an instant, the scenery of the gorge shifted. Immediately, Jin Yao's figure appeared before Lin Qingye, her delicate fingers clutching a white blanket, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Her beautiful, azure fishtail had become withered, countless scales falling away, crimson blood staining the sheets of the Yao. Despite knowing clearly that this is a dream woven by the nightmare beast, Lin Qingye hesitated for a moment as she gripped her sword. In the past, she would never linger for any matter, yet now, she realized she had changed. She could not ignore the plight faced by Jin Yao. This was because Lin Qingye understood the nature of the nightmare beast's dreams. Once woven, they could very well reflect into reality. Dreams have traces to follow, much like the nightmare beast's existence, rooted in the possibilities dictated by the heavenly laws. Sister, they bully me. They have stripped away all my scales. It hurts. Truly, it hurts. Sister, please, please do not leave. Her heart twisted painfully as Lin Qingye gazed at Jin Yao, whose scales were drenched in blood, gasping for breath. She had touched Jin Yao's scales with her own hands. She could scarcely imagine the agony of having these tightly bound, resilient scales forcibly removed. A resounding crash echoed, as countless stones sank into the marsh, sending up towering waves. Nightmare beast, you shall not sway me. I shall never allow you to harm. Lin Qingye's sword wind was fierce. Her form resembled a soaring dragon, and Jin Yao discerned clearly that this strike was likely the first move of the Ming long sword technique, emerging waters shocking the heavens. With another swing, her sword did not miss, but rather aimed directly at the three arms of the nightmare beast. The sound of water resounding powerfully, a sea of crimson spread throughout the gorge. Countless stones drenched in bright red blood. The anguished wails of the nightmare beast pierced the air, causing Jin Yao to cover her ears, for if she continued to listen, her very organs might burst forth with blood. All this trouble, merely for the sake of harvesting a century-old water lantern grass, and yet this colossal creature was drawn to them. What ill fate befalls them? Indeed impressive. Were it anyone else from the human or demon races, those with a heart's knot would scarcely endure. Beneath my grasp, scarcely a few. But you have endured this strike. Can you withstand the trials of the heart? The severed limbs of the nightmare beast began to regenerate, its massive form visibly shrinking. Clearly, it was sacrificing its own cultivation to reconstruct its body. Lin Qingye's movements faltered again as the scenery before her altered, immersing her in an experience so vivid that even the warmth of the pool water felt real. Sister, do you desire me? Chapter 73. Sister, do you desire me? The soft fish tail pressed closely against her eye. In this state, Lin Qingye could no longer discern whether they were in the small pool of the falling snow peak or within the cradle of the nightmare beast's dream. Sister, a Yao asks you, do you desire me? Her hand was slowly grasped, Jin Yao's fingers glistening with droplets of water, gradually intertwining. Her complexion flushed, and the corners of her eyes reddened. Her soft lips were nearly crimson enough to bleed, captivating anyone who beheld her. Yao, does your fish tail still hurt? Unable to resist, Lin Qingye felt her heartstrings tugged, her emotions stirred, blossoming into something profound and inexplicable. So much blood. Does it hurt? Standing upon the marsh, Jin Yao heard her sister's gentle inquiry and realized the gravity of the situation. It was precisely because the main characters had succumbed to the nightmare beast's dream that they found themselves in such dire peril. The once invulnerable sister, now seemingly weakened by her own circumstances. See, humanity is indeed filled with sentimentality, the most delectable of delicacies. Ha 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 ha. The voice of the nightmare beast rasped, its throat sounding as though it were tearing paper. Utterly grating. Jin Yao gripped the shattered mirror in her hand, rushing to her sister's side, spreading her arms to block the nightmare beast's advance. Halt, if you do not stop, I shall unleash my full power. Her voice trembled, not solely from the oppressive weight of the creature's massive form, but also from the overwhelming cultivation that far surpassed her own. Strands of hair were swept by the wind. The countless eyes of the nightmare beast blinked, gazing at the merfolk before it, pausing its movements. Its acute sense of smell detected the faintest hint of celestial energy, causing its 6 arms to freeze. It opened its gaping maw and continued to smile, asking, human and demon are destined to part ways. Merfolk, why do you find yourself drawn to slaying those of the demon race? With its right hand lowered and its left raised, the broken mirror in the center began to rotate, yet Jin Yao refrained from uttering the incantation to activate the shattered shards. She sought to test whether she could breach the defenses of the nightmare beast. In the original narrative, the nightmare beast's essence was to devour dreams. It perceived, it comprehended, and it wove dreams with discernible patterns. In other words, it foretold potential occurrences. Such immersive dreams, akin to nightmares, served as inner demons, capable of ensnaring a being like her sister, who had long approached the path of the heartless. You see it, do you not? A single statement rendered the nightmare beast, which had previously regarded Jin Yao as mere vermin, momentarily stunned. You see the celestial gate that leads to the heavens for my sister, do you not? With her palms slightly lowered, Jin Yao readied herself to activate the mirror tunnel at any moment. And even if you see, what of it? In this world, are not humans the most likely to ascend to immortality? As for beings like us, even if we toil for a lifetime, we can only become great demons, ruling over desolate lands. The fish had taken the bait. It had ensnared itself in its own trap. It appeared the nightmare beast had indeed been trapped in the celestial realm's secret for far too long. Losing its wariness towards humanity, she was not merely a demon. In her past life, she had also been human, albeit one who had perished from late-night novel readings. It sounded rather embarrassing to admit. Then ought you not to understand, if my sister possesses the potential for ascension, how could she possibly perish at your hands? The true implication of this statement was not lost on Jin Yao. She doubted that the nightmare beast, adept at ensnaring hearts, would fail to perceive it as expected. With those words spoken, the fingers of the nightmare beast swiftly approached Jin Yao, its many eyes widening in astonishment. It let out a whimper, a sound that resonated closer to the beast itself. Qingye. With a soft exclamation, the silver long sword at Jin Yao's waist was drawn from its sheath, the shimmering waves rippling as the moonlight guardian stood before her. The blade was razor-sharp, slicing through the approaching fingers of the night beast with a single stroke. How could one destined for immortality perish here due to a mere millennium-old creature? If you still possess any sense, you ought not to provoke me. Vivid crimson blood stained the silver sword, splattering across Jin Yao's nose, her eyes radiating the aura of a victor. Should you fail to retreat, today, it shall be you who meets your demise in this place. The mirror spun incessantly in her palm. Jin Yao understood that if the night beast was not deterred by her words, she would save her senior sister, even if it stirred upheaval in the celestial realm. No matter the consequences, her sister was someone she must rescue. As her voice fell, the the purple mist dissipated. The colossal creature vanished, leaving only the pungent scent of blood in the air. The night beast withdrew, perhaps still not fully awakened from its dream. Countless warm waters enveloped Lin Qingye, who gasped for breath, her gaze fixed on the shimmering orbs before her. Her thumb brushed against her cheek, her forehead resting against it. From this day forth, shall I no longer stand guard alone at the Snowfall Peak? An urgent desire for an answer surged within her. Lin Qingye pressed her fingers against Jinyao's shoulder blade, pinning the merman beneath her at the pool's edge. The dark silk veil behind her floated in the water, rising and falling with its movements, and no longer alone. Sister, did I not say that from now on, be it at Snowfall Peak or elsewhere, you shall never be solitary again? Forever. Forever. Aya will remain by your side. A warm kiss ensnared her, and for the first time, Lin Qingye allowed herself to indulge and lose herself in the moment. The figure suspended in the air collapsed with a thunderous crash, plunging into the marshy ground. Meanwhile, the anxious Qingye, tightly grasped by its master, whirled chaotically in the air, desperate to catch its owner. But without orders, it could not enlarge itself. Sister, as Jinyao stepped into the pool, the ethereal blue water lantern grass glimmered, disturbed by her presence, creating ripples across its surface. Lin Qingye was submerged, her complexion pale, as if gravely ill. This is truly unfortunate, a misfortune compounded by adversity. Her sister's condition was likely a result of the backlash from the Minglong sword technique. Kneeling, her skirt wrinkled, Jinyao opened her bag of holding, retrieving a pill capable of stabilizing the mind and soothing the spirit. Her fingers trembled as she cradled her sister's face, intending to feed her the pill directly, yet no matter her efforts, it would not pass through her sister's crimson lips, and no more time for hesitation. Gazing at the pill in her palm, Jinyao swallowed it herself, closing her eyes. She cradled Lin Qingye's face with both hands, pressing her lips to hers to deliver the medicine. Chapter 74. The Celestial Prodigy, no room for error. She felt the fabric on her nose loosen as she lifted her heavy eyelids. Lin Qingye beheld Jinyao's figure, the faint bitter taste of medicine lingering between their lips. Aya, do you still hurt? Her gaze dropped. Lin Qingye's purple eyes filled with concern as they rested on Jinyao's legs, no longer drenched in blood. Upon seeing her sister awaken, Jinyao breathed a sigh of relief. Evidently, the pill she carried had proven effective. It does not hurt. Thanks to my sister, we were able to drive away the night beast. The celestial prodigy, who has always valued her own strength and cultivation, must surely struggle to accept such a lowly mistake as falling prey to the night beast's nightmare. Jinyao refrained from speaking this outright. Knowing her sister's character from the original tale, she would never allow herself to falter, and any misstep would lead to self-reproach. No, this time you saved me. Rising from the water, Lin Qingye looked at Jinyao, who knelt across from her, and smiled weakly. I fell for the night beast's trick. The price of excellence is confronting the mistakes one has made, a feat few can achieve. Yet, this is not a misfortune. At least I now understand where my weaknesses lie. I shall not err again. Lin Qingye stood, the moisture evaporating from her body instantaneously as she stepped upon the shimmering waves, moving towards the water lantern grass. Seeing her sister unharmed brought Jinyao genuine joy, and she continued to follow closely behind. The century-old water lantern grass was successfully uprooted, and Jinyao stowed it away in her bag. Lin Qingye observed the severed 3 arms of the night beast in the distance, waving her hand to collect them. The creature's body could be medicinal. Forging weapons is also of premium quality. However, one must seek a skilled craftsman to ensure proper refinement. Understood? It's quite easy to grasp. Similar to the effects of enchanting equipment. Sister, do you not want them? After all, those 3 arms were taken by you. They have little to do with me. Not needed. Lin Qingye retied the cloth at the back of her head and resumed her journey. Once the two had walked far, 2 figures resembling human cultivators emerged from the thicket of water lantern grass. Can a millennium-old night beast truly be defeated in such disarray? That merman surely possesses fragments of the Chaos Qingye mirror, does he not? Upon hearing this, the other individual slapped his forehead in exasperation, placing a finger to his lips, hushing him softly. What words can just spill out like that? Have you forgotten the orders from above? The 5 characters of Chaos Qingye mirror should not be mentioned lightly in the lower realm. If it reaches the ears of someone with ulterior motives, We would surely suffer the consequences. The other rubbed his head, not daring to retort, knowing the truth in his companion's words. Brother, we are but mere pawns of the celestial realm. Could that merman be of significant lineage? To know the true identity and usage of the Chaos Chinkoan mirror, just these 2 points are enough to send chills down one's spine. If it indeed turns out to be someone not to be trifled with, would we not be mere tools in their scheme? For now, let us remain still. With that, one of them pulled out a talisman from his chest. This was a fine talisman I specifically sought from Zasuxian June. It can reveal the merman's origins. With a flick of his fingertip, the talisman ignited spontaneously, revealing a line of small characters before them. Tenfold reincarnation, enduring 9 layers, facing the tribulations of the great path, relinquishing desires. This is not good. The fate of a banished immortal reincarnated. Moreover, it has already undergone 9 reincarnations. A love tribulation? It is said that the Forgetting Void Seas Merman clan is renowned for bewitching hearts. If this merman bears romantic debts, there must be countless to relinquish such debts. Indeed. Rings trued, a tickle in her nose caused Qingye to sneeze. Rubbing her arms, she pondered whether the marsh's water quality was at fault. Yet, the water lantern grass thrives in pristine pools. If the environment were slightly lacking, it would not flourish. What is wrong? Am I flying too swiftly? Qingye's blood-soaked appearance lingered in Lin Qingye's mind, making her vigilant ever since they emerged from the canyon marsh. Fearing for her safety. No, not at all. Perhaps I am simply not accustomed to such lofty heights. Were we to travel by water, I could carry my sister. Though Qingye had never envisioned what it would be like for a merman to glide through the sea. She felt it must be rather pleasant. Grasping her sister's waist, she peered down. A dragon's roar thundered across the sky. The sound uprooted trees from the earth, causing the sword beneath her feet to tremble. Hold on to me. With a single arm wrapped around her, Lin Qingye commanded coldly. Very well, sister. Qingye quickly encircled Lin Qingye's waist with both arms, feeling the taut strength of her sister's form. She was slender yet provided a sense of reassurance. Qingye's soft cheek pressed against Lin Qingye's side as she whispered, "Is that the great dragon? In this desolate realm of the celestial secret, there ought not be a second dragon with such might. Moreover, other dragons should reside in the lower tier. They have no right to ascend to the upper tier. It must be it. That fury sounds as though someone has plucked a dragon's hair." Lin Qingye landed on a nearby slope, her fingers aligned. She gently waved, retracting her sword. Before Qingye could lift her gaze to the source of the sound, Lin Qingye's hand enveloped hers tightly. "You, a mere mortal, dare compete with me for a woman? Do you truly wish to end your days?" The man with dragon horns bound Qingqing's hands, preventing her from rushing toward Lin Tianxi. "Tianyi, you must trust me. I promised him this merely to see you in the celestial secret. Tianxi, why will you not believe me? What must I do for your forgiveness?" Her heart-wrenching cries flowed down her cheeks as Qingqing gazed at the man who once cared for her. Feeling her heart turn to ash, her legs wavered, threatening to collapse. Fortunately, the young lord of the Dragon Palace swiftly supported her waist. "Woman, he is but an ungrateful human, a worthless being. What is there to lament? You would be better off following me." Listening to the wailing, Qingye furrowed her brows lightly. Without her involvement, how could the plot develop so swiftly? A runaway wild horse indeed. Chapter 75. Attention Unleashed. The great battle with the nightmare beast? Lin Qing felt the commotion below was quite disturbing. Turning her head, she saw Qingye resting her chin on her hand, watching with rapt attention. A sense of confusion blossomed within her. She could not comprehend what was so captivating about the quarrel among these few individuals. "Yao, let us go. There is nothing worth seeing here." With that, Lin Qing intended to depart, having no interest in meddling in the trivial disputes of these individuals. Qingye was tugged by her senior sister, her skirt swaying, her steps unsteady. "Wait. Senior sister, let us stay and watch for a while. If they argue and attract the nightmare beast, wouldn't that be perilous?" This was, of course, a pretext spun by Qingye. She had no genuine concern for the protagonist group facing peril, but she wished to observe the unfolding narrative. Upon hearing Qingye's words, senior sister realized Qingye meant to use them as bait. This was indeed a clever idea. It could be adopted. Senior sister's innate ability to grasp such concepts remained impressive. Qingye had initially wanted to clarify that she was not truly a devilish person. However, the notion of using them as bait seemed quite fitting. After all, the protagonist possessed the formidable powers akin to a Reaper's apprentice. Where they appeared, chaos would inevitably ensue. Yes, senior sister is right. That is precisely my intention. Giving a thumbs up, Qingye perked her ears, continuing to listen intently to the bickering among the protagonists. Not to mention, the plot of this novel was indeed explosive. It would feel rather dry without a spicy snack to accompany it. Lin Qingye turned around helplessly, her mind puzzled. She recalled that she had not disclosed one of the rules of the Immortal Realm's secret domain to Qingye. Could it be that Qingye was aware of this during her time in the Void Sea? The rule she had not shared was established by several major clans in creating the Wenyang Pavilion. Whoever collects the most inner cores from the nightmare beasts can choose a treasure from the Wenyang Pavilion's treasury. It was not that she wished to withhold this information, but Qingye had been forcibly brought into the upper district by her, and according to their agreement, Lin Qingye could not divulge such details. Never mind, knowing might be a good thing. Being suspicious here was merely a dispiriting act. After being struck by the nightmare beast's illusions earlier, such a scene would certainly not play out again for her. Lin Qingye tightened her grip on her sword sheath, and she would act as promised. Watching Qingye being embraced by another man, Lin Qingye felt like a mere joke at that moment. His body was bruised, bearing the marks of the perilous creatures within the Immortal Realm's secret domain. He had risked his life to find Qingye, infiltrating the upper district. Yet, he was met with a sight that extinguished his heart. Qingye, why have you treated me this way? Do you have any idea how much I have sacrificed for you? I gave up my position as a young master. I even relinquished my familial bond with my elder sister. Is this all I receive in return? He clutched his chest, wishing he could lay bare his heart before the woman before him, to show her the depths of his sincerity. Wasn't he the male lead's lament a tad forced? Being stripped of his title as young master was largely due to his infatuation, yet he should reflect on whether he was indeed a worthy young master. The wind stirred, and the nightmare beast was approaching. Lin Qingye could also detect a faint scent of blood. Evidently, the nightmare beast drawing near had recently feasted. Qingye, draw your sword. The once azure sky was suddenly enveloped by violet mist. Countless eyes emerged from the horizon, slightly different from the nightmare beast witnessed before. Its gaping maw was filled with numerous red, fluttering tongues, smeared with remnants of shattered corpses, stark white bones. This commotion naturally startled the three still arguing, their heads snapping up to behold the terrifying scene. Lin Qingye's robes billowed in the wind as she formed a seal with her hand, the black blade of her sword standing resolute in the air. That was her elder sister's sword. With reddened eyes, Lin Qingye felt a surge of joy. Could it be that his elder sister sensed his peril and came to his aid? Indeed, regardless of their arguments, his elder sister still harbored concern for her brother. What is this woman doing, stealing my thunder? It's just a mere nightmare beast. I hardly regard it. A man with dragon horns soared into the sky, transforming into a golden dragon, baring its fangs and glaring at Lin Qingye. This nightmare beast is mine. If you wish to steal it, you must first pass through me. The golden dragon's gaze was fixed, showing no intention of backing down. Can you contend with it? Qingye felt a surge of frustration at the second male lead's reckless bravado. Was dealing with a nightmare beast merely child's play? Moreover, in the original text, the protagonist had also been thoroughly defeated by the great nightmare beast, left scrambling for their teeth. She was acutely aware of the second male lead's capabilities. Although she hadn't meticulously ranked each character's strength while reading, she remembered each one's abilities and treasures. The second male lead's dragon scales likely outweighed his destructive potential. After all, despite his impressive entrance, he would later face a significant downgrade by the author. Without such a reduction, the male lead would never rise to prominence. What is there that I cannot conquer? Qingye, goading him, declared, I shall bring you its head. With a mere phrase, the golden dragon fell for Qingye's bait, whipping its tail and charging ahead, conveniently serving as a shield for senior sister. After all, with its dragon scales, it was akin to a mobile fortress, capable of stalling for quite a while. Lin Qingye felt no threat from the golden dragon. As her gestures shifted, the massive blade descended from the sky towards the colossal nightmare beast. Countless cries of anguish echoed, causing pain to the ears. Qingye clutched her stomach, collapsing to the ground. While Lin Qingye, heartbroken, rushed forward to embrace her, eyes filled with concern. Qingye, oh not fear, my elder sister has come to save me. With hands tightly clasped, Lin Qingye gazed at Lin Qingye, who stood unwavering, filled with admiration. Senior sister, can you hold on? Jinyao stood on her toes, peering ahead. If her assumptions were correct, the second male lead likely wouldn't be able to keep the nightmare beast occupied for long before succumbing to its illusions and collapsing. Utterly devoid of combat capability, if one does not enter the nightmare, there will be no issue that a Yao, momentarily seal my senses. Lin Qingye spoke in a low voice. Understood, senior sister. Jinyao stood behind her, lightly tapping the acupoints along Lin Qingye's body. Sealing one's senses meant plunging into complete darkness. Yet, she could feel the one she must protect behind her. Break. Chapter 76. Coexisting in a cave. Battling an injured senior sister. The earth trembled, and countless bolts of lightning struck down. Lin Qingye had just lifted the person in his arms when he saw the ground beneath crack. His heart sinking. The nightmare beast likely had its lower half buried beneath the earth. If Lin Qingye's sword fell, it would cleave the ground in two, feeling the blade tear through flesh. Lin Qingye knew she could not afford to be distracted. She must not allow the nightmare beast any opportunity. The Yao had already saved her once. How could she allow her to do so a second time? Do you think you can escape my nightmare by being unseen and unheard? What are you afraid of? Ha 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 ha. That voice surged once more into her mind. Yet, Lin Qingye remained oblivious, continuing to wield her gestures. The sound of the sword slicing through bone ringing in her ears. The soil beneath began to crumble like decayed wood, and Jinyao could only ride the wind, stepping upon it. Thankfully, her prior attentiveness in class finally proved useful. Jinyao dared only to clutch tightly to the belt around her senior sister's waist, fearful that any unnecessary movement might disrupt her spellcasting. The nightmare beast's body was nearly cleaved in two. Blood burst forth like a floodgate, devastating the trees in the valley. I want all of you to accompany me to the grave. Today, none of you shall escape. Countless voices overlapped, the nightmare beast's hateful gaze fixed on Jinyao. As stones crumbled, a crimson wave surged. Lin Qingye suppressed the blood boiling in her chest, refusing to retreat. Senior sister, let go. That's a 10,000-year-old nightmare beast. We cannot defeat it. The male lead, bearing Qingye on his back, called out, urgency etched on his face. This fellow, not only was he unhelpful, but he was also uttering defeatist words. At this moment, the last thing senior sister could afford was distraction. Should she falter, none present would stand a chance against the nightmare beast. They would all perish here today. Of course, there was one particularly unscrupulous method. Jinyao glanced at the mirror in her palm. However, she had no desire to risk being discovered by the heavenly beings to save the male lead, the female lead, and the second male lead. Senior sister, withdraw your hand. I can take you away from here. I can lead you out, senior sister. Lin Qingye, one arm embracing Qingye, the other brandishing his sword, attempted to interfere. Silence. Do not disturb senior sister. With her fingers resting on the sword hilt, Jinyao drew Qingye, blocking the male lead's advance. Lin Qingye clearly did not anticipate that the usually silent Jinyao would intervene to stop him. He ground his teeth, letting out a cold snort, and said, Jinyao, I believe your mind is quite muddled. Do you not realize that the eternal nightmare beast is not something that can be dealt with by an elder sister? Leaving now is our only escape. Is that so? Do you truly doubt your elder sister? At Jinyao's words, Lin Qingye lowered his head in resentment, but before he could retort, the girl in his arms, Qingye, began to whimper. Qingye, why stomach hurts so much? Is our child going to perish? He hasn't even seen what his mother and father look like, and he cannot just. Qingye, it hurts so much. Hearing Qingye's cries of distress, Jinyao understood that the female protagonist could not escape this calamity. However, she harbored no grand notions of mercy towards her. To save the female protagonist was not within her considerations. A Yao, hide first. I cannot continue to waste time with it. Lin Qingye also had previously been affected by the nightmare beast's illusions and had not yet fully eradicated its influence. Now, facing this colossal nightmare beast with her own abilities, she realized that, given the beast's regenerative capabilities, she could very well be drained to the point of exhaustion. Elder sister, what do you intend to do? Turning around, Jin Yao saw Lin Qingye flying towards the nightmare beast. Crackling with thunderous energy, I have said, I shall protect you completely. I will not go back on my word. The purple nightmare descended like a torrential downpour, instantly enveloping the entire wilderness. When she opened her eyes again, the sound of dripping water filled her ears. It seemed she was in a cave. Jin Yao propped herself up, exclaiming her relief at having landed in a moist area. Otherwise, the extreme dehydration could very well reveal her true form. As she touched her legs, she felt the scales that had begun to grow, causing her to gasp for breath. The water here, without a doubt, was filthy. Yet, there was no alternative. She would have to make do. Jin Yao's fingers trailed up to her collarbone, recalling that prior to her departure, her elder sister had cast a protective spell upon her. It now appeared that this protective charm had failed. As her fingers continued to explore, Jin Yao stumbled upon several robust fangs scattered beside her, still smeared with bright crimson blood, emitting a horrendous stench. It was no wonder her petite form attracted these ferocious beasts. No doubt they had broken their teeth on her. Using one of the fangs as a makeshift cane, Jin Yao leaned against the damp cave wall and slowly rose to her feet. "Qingye, are you there? If so, make a sound." Jin Yao closed her eyes, sensing her beloved sword lying not far away. However, the labyrinthine nature of this place made it difficult to locate her magic sword at once. She could only test if Qingye would heed her call. A crisp sound, accompanied by a gust of wind, heralded the appearance of a silver longsword before Jin Yao. "Good child. You are indeed here. Lead me to find my elder sister. You must be aware of your previous master's aura, correct?" Qingye hesitated but eventually twirled a few times, guided by instinct, and flew forward. It seemed Qingye was also uncertain of her elder sister's whereabouts. Nonetheless, it was a gamble worth taking. She must find her elder sister. In the darkness, Jin Yao was unaware of how far she had traveled when she finally arrived at a steaming, scalding pool. The area remained shrouded in darkness, yet the scorching heat assaulted her face. A beam of ethereal blue light blossomed from her fingertips, and as she gazed ahead, she beheld her elder sister immersed in the water. Her body stained with vivid blood, resembling a frail beauty. Countless purple vines entwined Lin Qingye, tightly binding her exquisite form. Yao. Through the bluish light, Lin Qingye's eyes opened, a mixture of purple and golden hues hinting at the onset of madness. Are you all right?" Her searing emotions caused the entire pool to boil, and as Lin Qingye emerged from a thicket of thorns, her flushed face bore a sudden smile, containing a multitude of unspoken words. Chapter 77. No disdain for the pool where my elder sister soaked. I am fine, elder sister, but you? The remainder of her words remained unvoiced. The blistering hot air isolated Jin Yao, preventing her from taking a step closer. At that moment, Qingye floated before Jin Yao, its hilt pointing upwards, beckoning her to grasp it. Qingye, being a water element sword, could dispel heat and condense water into ice. I am in grave danger now. On the verge of losing my reason. Lin Qingye's hands were tightly bound by the vines, her veins bulging, yet she could not free herself from this bondage. Her eyes, rarely seen, brimmed with desire, madness, and bloodlust. The nightmare beast, the power of nightmares is born from the heart. The more I feared, the stronger it becomes. Leave, and I may not find peace. A Yao? Leave. Listening to her elder sister's command, Jin Yao gasped for breath. The stifling environment was nearly lethal to her. Her hair was already damp with sweat, and it was evident that Lin Qingye was being scorched by the flames of her inner demons. Gripping Qingye's hilt tightly, Jin Yao channeled her spiritual energy, watching as frost began to form along the silver blade. She added a second hand, gripping the blade tightly and thrusting downward with force. "I will not leave, elder sister. Since you can save me, I can save you too." The frost blossomed in layers, and a chilling aura filled the cave. The seething water's surface gradually calmed, thin shards of ice beginning to form. The refreshing cold dispelled the frenzied heat within her body. Lin Qingye gazed at the Jin Yao standing before her. The cacophony of voices in her ears began to fade. Gritting her teeth, Jin Yao endured. "Yao, release your grip. I will not die. I am acutely aware of my own body." Her body began to undergo a transformation. The spiritual energy within her was nearly consumed by Qingye. And Jin Yao offered a weak smile. She understood that she might not be able to maintain her human form much longer. However, in front of her elder sister, there was no fear to be had. For ordinary people, she would never show herself. The long sword fell from her grasp, and Jinyao wavered, about to plunge into the water. Her legs were gradually reverting to the form of a large fish tail. Splashing water that drenched the nearby stones, Lin Qingye, disregarding everything else, swiftly embraced Jinyao. The wounds on her hand were slowly healing. However, these thorny vines were toxic plants, and she would need to expel the poison from her body later. Yao, why must you be so foolish? Standing in the pool, Lin Qingye's garments were somewhat tattered, revealing her snow-white skin. She pressed her fingers against Jinyao's back, her gaze heavy as she felt Jinyao's rapidly depleting energy. Now, she could only slowly channel some of her own spiritual energy into Jinyao. The body that had just undergone immense exhaustion could not withstand the violent surges of her energy. What are you saying, elder sister? I am not foolish at all. If something were to happen to you, I would never be able to escape this place alone. Re-embracing Lin Qingye's waist, Jinyao, the weakened, still smiled brightly. At the very least, she had protected her elder sister. The warmth of her elder sister's embrace allowed her to rest peacefully, free from anxiety. This underground palace was man-made, not a natural formation. Lin Qingye threw out a large luminous pearl, illuminating the area above them, revealing the situation within the cave clearly. Jinyao noticed that the pool's water was not murky, but rather possessed a faint blue glow. Indicating an abundance of spiritual energy, Lin Qingye's long legs submerged in the water, while her scales pressed closely against Lin Qingye's skin, sending a slight tickling sensation through Jinyao's body, a man-made structure. Does that mean this underground palace once had an owner? Which ancient powerhouse? Never mind, their lives or deaths were of no concern to her. As long as they did not fall into the pool shared by her and her elder sister, it would be fine. Otherwise, that would truly be disappointing. Unclear, but should this handiwork belong to its master, they had likely ascended long ago. Lin Qingye could discern the dense runes inscribed upon the ceiling of the palace. And these runes were not for gathering spiritual energy, but rather for binding. In other words, the very purpose of constructing this underground palace was to control something. Could it be the nightmare beast? Elder sister, since we arrived here because of the nightmare beast, it may not be a bad thing after all. Since this place is a remnant of an ancient powerhouse, surely there must be other treasures as well? Jinyao had traversed this path in a state of anxious disarray and had indeed overlooked the structures on either side of the cave. However, she remembered that the path she took was quite orderly, leading her to the thought that this place was not a natural formation. The matter of treasure hunting could be set aside for now. You have exhausted yourself too much. You need to rest properly for a while. Lin Qingye lowered her gaze, observing the delicate figure in her embrace, unsure of what to say. Very well, elder sister, but is this pool clean? With a flick of her tail, Jinyao snuggled closer to Lin Qingye. Her smile playful as she asked, her hands dangling like a child. Having already soaked, why ask such a question now? What, do you disdain the pool my elder sister has bathed in? She had never heard that the Merfolk had such fastidiousness regarding water quality. Not at all. What belongs to elder sister, I cherish even more. Only two individuals were present, and Jinyao could certainly utter some shameless remarks. Observing the lively fish tail, Lin Qingye also recalled that particular moment. Her fingertips pointed downward as she began to replicate Jinyao's blue scales. The scales were perfectly shaped, closely fitting together without any outward curling or signs of shedding. Feeling the gentle touch of her senior sister, Jinyao's breath hitched, yet she did not halt her sister's actions. If the person before her was indeed her senior sister, then it would undoubtedly be a tender encounter. You should prioritize your own well-being next time you are injured. There is no need to force yourself to seek me out while unwell, do you understand? Lin Qingye could sense that the protective spell she had cast on Jinyao had shattered. In that fleeting moment, her distraction caused by confronting the nightmare beast led to her physical form being once again affected by the beast's nightmares. Though she fought her way through, she had also succumbed to madness. Fortunately, the protective spell safeguarded Yao. Chapter 78. The sword is heartless, and so is humanity. Upon hearing her senior sister's words, Jinyao felt a twinge of discontent and tightened her embrace around her. I refused, and no matter what happens, I will not abandon my senior sister. Did you not say that you would never go back on your word? This proximity was unfamiliar, even when her master jokingly teased her in the past. Lin Qingye maintained a distance of several inches, She had always resisted closeness with others. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Lin Qingye did not resist her interactions with Jinyao. Could it be that she, like those mundane folk, was captivated by her beauty? Feeling pity was not in her nature. The initial act of saving Jinyao stemmed solely from Lin Qingye's desire to protect the sect from disgrace. Fulfilling a promise made to her mother on that day, she knelt by her mother's sickbed, holding her bony fingers as she listened intently. The first and foremost vow, one she could never betray in this lifetime, was to abandon the sect. All right, can you loosen your grip a bit? I can hardly breathe. Through her blurred vision, Lin Qingye glimpsed the intertwined reflections of the two. Did I hurt my senior sister? Not in pain, but I am still somewhat unaccustomed to such intimacy. Lin Qingye's straightforwardness left Jinyao momentarily speechless. Had she not read the original text, she would have thought her senior sister disliked her. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Qingye submerged half her body in the pool, beginning to expel the toxins within her. Jinyao watched intently, mimicking her senior sister's gestures and memorizing the entire sequence. Water droplets slid down Lin Qingye's cheek, each drop creating ripples on the surface. Jinyao eventually dozed off in the pool. Upon awakening again, Jinyao found herself lying in the bath that her senior sister had once gifted her. The tip of her tail hung over the edge, adorned with a small bell, likely left by her senior sister. Rising to her feet, she noticed that the previously grimy cavern had been impeccably cleaned by her sister's obsessive nature. Not a speck of dust remained. Even the stone wall seemed to have been polished to perfection. Lin Qingye, can you hear me? Hello? It was Bai Hua's voice. I can hear you. What is it? Bai Hua sat on the ground, grinning broadly as she looked at her bag filled with mid-tier spiritual herbs. I just saw a massive purple mist in the distance. The elder leading us said it was a nightmare beast. Very dangerous. We should take a detour. Jinyao, how are things on your end? Xiao Yiming placed her hands on her hips, anxiously listening for any sounds from Jinyao amidst the dissipating mist on the horizon. Indeed, senior sister Jinyao, I heard that area is the A district. Are you in any danger? Jinyao clutched the small bell in her hand, inhaling the scent left by her senior sister, and continued forward. It's nothing serious. Having spent considerable time together, Bai Hua quickly inferred that they had likely encountered a nightmare beast in the A district. Jinyao, tell me the truth. Did you come across a nightmare beast? Not just encountered. We injured one and killed another. Merely some wear and tear. Jinyao smiled lightly as she spoke, thinking to herself that it was quite worth it. At least she had saved her senior sister twice now. Thus no longer indebted to her. Impressive. For all these years, I've only heard those who ventured into the immortal realm speak of nightmare beasts. What do they look like? Are they truly hideous? The sound of the bell chimed softly as Jinyao located her senior sister. Lin Qingye floated in midair, gazing at the densely packed runes on the wall with a stern expression. Jinyao was no fool. She instantly recognized that this formation was a teleportation array. Furthermore, it was functioning perfectly. Normally, even formations left by ancient powers would have depleted their spiritual energy and crumbled over time. To find a remnant formation was already remarkable, but here, it appeared as if it had just been set up, continuously supported by an abundant source of spiritual energy, never fading. Based on her prior experiences reading novels, Jinyao was acutely aware that there must be a trick involved. The source sustaining the formation could not merely be spiritual energy. The mountains, rivers, and seas here, even pinpointing the exact locations of the Dragon Palace and the Forgotten Void Sea. Except for a few sects of up-and-coming talents that were not documented, Lin Qingye descended from the air, holding a jade slip in her palm. The calculations for this formation were so vast that she had already exhausted 3 jade slips and could barely capture a fragment of it. No wonder that ancient power chose to hide within this immense underground palace. Upon hearing her senior sister's words, Jinyao's gaze shifted to the expansive ocean before them. Ha ha ha, Ming Wan, I knew you would be intrigued by this formation upon seeing it. A middle-aged man wielding a spell sword emerged from the dark entrance, his face grim, wearing a sinister grin. This man was Meng Shuo, responsible for opening the doors to the immortal realm's secret realm. In the original text, he had not shown any obvious signs, yet the author described him as both righteous and wicked, leading Jinyao to speculate whether he might be a foreshadowing character. To her surprise, that conjecture was now validated. But alas, Ming Wan, today, it seems you shall not leave this place. He raised his hand, his eyes filled with malice. His fingertips lightly tapped the sword's surface, and he cast a glance at Jin Yao. Sneering with a hint of perversion, I have always heard that the Shark clan possesses the ability to bewitch. Such a little beauty like you would indeed be a pity to perish here. Let us see if you are truly of any use. Otherwise, how could the most renowned genius of the 9 provinces possibly fall under your skirt? Meng Shuo wore a hint of wickedness on his face. The sword in his hand was not his weapon, merely a tool for drawing formations. The sword is heartless, and so is humanity. I ask that so? You are aware that the world regards me as a prodigy. Do you wish to experience my sword's edge? Raising her hand, Lin Qingye drew the Qingye sword from her waist, its crimson stains blending seamlessly with the dark blade. Chapter 79. To deal with you? Does my senior sister need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I just killed a nightmare beast. Now, I could just as easily take your life. Hearing his tone, Lin Qingye sensed a plan forming in her mind. This man had likely been aware of the earth-shattering secrets hidden beneath the immortal realm's secret realm for some time. Meng Shuo showed no fear in response to Lin Qingye's threat, maintaining his sullen expression. Indeed, you possess more capability than I had imagined. I underestimated the prowess of you sword cultivators. I never anticipated that a nightmare beast, nearly 10,000 years old, would perish at your hands. The nightmare beast had gone too long without sustenance, rendering it a mere shadow of its former self. However, it matters not. With this formation, I can unleash the nightmare beasts, and a hell on earth will surely arise, bringing forth untold suffering. Only when the nightmare beasts are well fed can they serve my purposes. He waved his hand, and the golden threads of the formation coiled around him, his dark face slowly transforming into one of triumph. I know, Ming Wan, the Ming long sword technique is revered by the world, and I cannot possibly compare. But this confining formation, surely, you cannot surpass me, can you? Lin Qingye brandished her sword, fully aware that she was within the underground palace. If she forcibly awakened the 9 heavens' thunder, it was likely that the strike would be devoured by the palace itself. This underground palace was no ordinary place. The ancient powers that created it embedded their deep intentions within the myriad runes to prevent damage. Bai Hua waved her fingers, scratching her head in exasperation. Junior sister, has Jin Yao encountered some major trouble again? I've been trying to send a message, but it just won't go through. Can you manage on your end? Xiao Lianming asked, puzzled, as she frowned and opened her palm to write the incantation for communication. However, no matter what, she could not reach senior sister Jin Yao. Shaking her head, Xiao Lianming sighed. This won't do. Senior brother, could something significant have happened in the A district? No sooner had Xiao Lianming spoken than the ground beneath them began to tremble, and countless stones cascaded down from the hillside. Fortunately, Bai Hua reacted swiftly, grabbing her junior sister and summoning his little white crane to ride upon. What is happening? The shock was not limited to just the 2 of them. At that moment, the disciples who had been foraging for herbs and capturing spirit beasts in the forest were terrified, fleeing in a panic. They mounted their flying swords, taking refuge in the air. The earth quaking was not an auspicious sign. What on earth is going on? Is this not Ding District? How could there be such great danger? The crowd stepped onto the flying swords, feeling somewhat reassured, yet Xiao Liandong was the first to sense something amiss. She poked her senior brother in the waist and gazed into the distance. Senior brother, it seems the situation is coming from area A. Jin Yao's senior sister wouldn't. As she spoke halfway, Xiao Liandong covered her mouth. Seemingly realizing her mistake, don't be such a harbinger of doom. Jin Yao junior sister has her share of blessings. Though such words were spoken, Bai Hua himself felt uncertain. After all, Area A of the Immortal Realm's secret domain was notorious, claiming the lives of 1 or 2 elite disciples each year. All disciples, gather under my formation. It shall safeguard your safety. The expressions of several protective elders turned grim, aware that something significant must have occurred in Area A. Yet they could not rush to provide assistance. After all, whether the flames of war would spread to Ding District remained uncertain. Their current duty was to protect the disciples under their care, so they could report back to the Wentiang Pavilion later. Dust continued to fall from above. Jin Yao clutched a shard of mirror, having already confiscated Meng Shua's magic sword. After using this mirror twice, Jin Yao devised a method to avoid trouble. Constantly sending things to the heavenly realm was undoubtedly a foolish act. With a clever twist of her mind, she conceived a brilliant plan. as long as she closed the door in time. Wouldn't that ensure the confiscation of weapons? The results of this first experiment appeared quite promising. What kind of magical artifact do you hold in your hand? Meng Shuo, having seen and experienced much, recognized that the item in the hands of the merman was no ordinary object. He'll be able to forcibly seize his magic sword indicated it was of superior or even celestial grade. When did the Wangshu Sea become so affluent? It seemed that he had now become a burden to Jin Yao. Jin Yao cleared her throat and straightened her chest, attempting to project an imposing presence so that the elders would not refer to her as the beautiful merman at every turn. She intended to demonstrate to these individuals what it meant to effortlessly grasp their beloved magical artifacts in her hands and then personally shatter them. This was far too delightful. Indeed, I have one too. With that, Jin Yao placed a hand on her senior sister's shoulder, playfully raising her foxtail. As for my senior sister, dealing with you is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. You are simply unworthy. Upon hearing Jin Yao's praise, her senior sister gracefully nodded in agreement. This surprised Jin Yao. She did not expect her seemingly serious senior sister to engage in such childish games with her. The blindfolded senior sister appeared more like Dathum, a rogue one of those who commit both good and bad deeds without leaving a trace. But this is merely a trivial skill. What is there to be so proud of? My inability to deal with you is a matter of my own incompetence. I fell victim to your underhanded tactics, however. How could two of you possibly contend with such a vast formation? Meng Shuo's heart held a hint of anticipation. He had not intended to test the formation with the two of them. After all, if he could refine the thunder spirit root for his own use, his cultivation would surely ascend another tier. Isn't it merely about teleportation? Do you believe I can open a hole beneath your feet and send you to the heavenly realm? Pointing at the sky. Jin Yao laughed heartily, her demeanor carefree and unrestrained. She was not boasting. She could indeed send this oblivious old man to the heavenly realm. However, doing so seemed a bit too generous, so perhaps she would refrain from that. Upon hearing this, Meng Shuo, who had originally worn a sullen expression, was now laughing in exasperation. He scoffed dismissively. You can activate the teleportation array to the heavenly realm. You must be dreaming. I have diligently cultivated for over 600 years. The power of the teleportation array can at most reach 1,000 miles away, and that is already remarkable. Do you still wish to use the heavenly gate to suppress me? How utterly ridiculous. With a flick of her wrist, Jin Yao's long sleeves billowed, revealing her fair wrist. If you do not believe it, then come and try. Chapter 80. Little Beauty. We meet again concealed behind a pillar. Jin Yu attempted to minimize his presence, hoping not to be discovered by those confronting each other ahead. He activated a high-priced concealment talisman acquired in the human realm, which effectively masked his scent, as long as he remained silent. He should not be detected by the three individuals. The rumors of this formation did not originate from the human race, but rather from the Dragon Palace. Coincidentally, the current situation validated a saying among humans. When the crane and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. He simply needed to remain still, and he would obtain what he desired. Why not take advantage of it? Since the Crown Prince of Wangshu Sea has arrived, there is no need to hide. Lin Qingye had just sensed a figure lurking behind the pillar. Although he could not see clearly or discern the individual's cultivation, he could detect a certain heaviness in the air, reminiscent of mud. A sudden realization struck Jin Yu, causing his expression to tighten, but the feeling of anxiety faded quickly. Gradually, he stepped out from behind the pillar, presenting himself as a refined and gentle gentleman, brushing off the dust from his attire. He then explained, Ming Jianjun, please excuse my intrusion. I noticed someone leading the night beast here and was worried about my sister, so I followed. Such a skilled actor. Did he truly believe that waving a banner of sibling affection would convince others? He had no reason to fear. Ming Jianjun, I return your words to you verbatim. Jian Yu's seductive eyes sparkled. Despite being a male, he was of the merman royal lineage, and such captivating charm flowed in his veins. However, Lin Qingye was unimpressed. In the eyes of your human race, are we mermen not born to be lowly, lacking in some areas yet excelling in others? Was he criticizing himself to the point of dragging others down with him? Such a sacrifice seemed excessive. Brother, that's not how it should be said. If you look down on yourself, there is no need to involve me. Jin Yao placed her hands on her hips, observing the two before her, standing on tiptoe, and shouted into the dark tunnel behind them. If there are any lurking gentlemen, Reveal yourselves quickly, and no need to hide. This place seemed to be a hotspot for encounters, with so many individuals gathered. The name Dufong, somewhat helpless, rubbed his nose as he stepped forward, still gripping a stack of talismans, though it was evident that many had been used. Little beauty, we meet again. I truly did not expect this place to host so many rare guests. Upon hearing his words, Jingyao felt as though she could extract several pounds of oil from them, enough to stir-fry a dish. The term little beauty grated on Lin Qingye's ears, prompting an immediate frown. Your intentions are not pure. Are they? Upon raising his sword, Du Feng felt a twinge of fear. Although Lin Qingye usually refrained from taking offense at his jests, once Lin Qingye drew his sword, it would invariably lead to bloodshed. This was no trivial matter. I merely teased that delicate merman. Must you be so protective? If we get along well, perhaps next time I might visit Wangshu to procure one for myself, and see what it's like to charm the renowned sword Dao master. Whether it is pure or not, what business is it of Ming Jianjun? The immortal realm's secret domain is vast. I can go wherever I please. However, today witnessing your quarrel is quite amusing. Du Feng continued forward, fully aware that the enormous formation before him was no ordinary matter. Otherwise, how could Meng Shuo, this madman, possibly have gone insane over it? Yet he had clearly seen that the magical artifact Jingyao wielded was of extraordinary quality, far beyond what the human race could currently forge. Could it be a treasure of Wangshu? But if it truly were, why wouldn't the Merman Royal's crown prince claim it for himself? You rabble, your intentions are none of my concern. However, this formation can teleport the night beasts to the human realm. Should you harbor any ill intentions, I shall not permit it. Lin Qingye understood that if these individuals gained control of the formation, it would not be used to benefit humanity, but rather to plot their own schemes. As Lin Qingye spoke, Meng Shuo's mind began to race, contemplating what kind of formation could ensnare these individuals. Alone, he could never hope to achieve it. Even with all his efforts, he would be unable to withstand even one of Lin Qingye's formidable strikes. Fortunately, he had discovered this underground palace 300 years ago during his first venture into the immortal realm's secret domain. After months of tireless study, he had nearly exhausted himself in his quest to comprehend its intricacies. Among those present, no one likely understood this underground palace better than he did. Very well, Ming Jianjun. You certainly possess a talent for grandiloquence. However, I shall demonstrate to you the true power of this formation. With a mysterious smile, he retrieved a piece of black stone from his chest, which emanated a purple glow, a familiar aura. It was the demon core of a night beast. Today, none of you four shall escape. I shall transform you into a pool of blood. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he exuded an aura of dominance, summoning countless inner cores of the nightmarish beasts that filled the air, which then coalesced into a violet mist array. Once again, it was the dreamscape of the nightmarish creatures. Lin Qingye stood resolutely, nearly immune to the effects of the nightmarish beast's dreams. Ayao. Hearing her senior sister softly call her name, Jingyao understood the implication, yet she remained cautious. If rescue were to be attempted, it would solely be for her senior sister. She had no intention of concerning herself with the two pesky followers. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. If one could not bear the cost of following, it was better not to follow at all. Jingyao once more spread her palm to reveal the mirror, observing Meng Shuo, who was engrossed in his incantation, and flashed a playful smile. Meng Shuo's eyelids twitched violently. After a moment's hesitation, he realized Jinyao's intent and what would follow impossible. How could this golden core merman possess such formidable spiritual power? She had just employed a superior magical artifact moments ago. Chapter 81. The arrival of the Wentiange. Unveiling the secrets of the underground palace, the universe shifted, and the mirror gate opened. Jingyao silently chanted in her heart, raising her hand with a decisive flourish, causing half of the magical array set by Meng Shuo to vanish. She extended her palm, clutching 8 orbs. What do you think? Did I not say you could not confine me? She had observed Meng Shuo's movements in laying out the array with utmost clarity and understood that to alter the formation and seize the initiative, these 8 orbs would be employed to return his own tactics against him, entrapping Meng Shuo, senior sister. The synchronized movements of the two flowed like a gentle stream, leaving Meng Shuo unable to find a flaw to exploit. The 8 orbs gradually adhered to the magical array, inadvertently ensnaring the other 3 within it. You all, hey, Have you made a mistake? I am not the villain here. Why confine me? Du Feng stared in disbelief at the barrier that had formed before him, attempting to rush out but thwarted by the magical array. How could anyone ascertain whether you are good or bad? Your intentions are clearly dubious. Jin Yao had never been fond of smooth talkers. This person had stealthily followed them, uttering not a single truthful word. If she had not seen through his deceptive barrier earlier, she might still be unaware of his ulterior motives. Do you think you can trap me? Meng Shuo scoffed, unfazed. His demeanor, however, relieved Du Feng of his earlier tension. If Meng Shuo still appeared so self-satisfied, he likely had more tricks up his sleeve. If it came to it, he could also attempt to escape. After all, for the moment, they were trapped. Jin Yao was acutely aware that such commotion in the underground palace would undoubtedly attract the attention of disciples from other sections. There was no need for her and her senior sister to engage in a life-or-death struggle with these desperate individuals. Their goal was simply to confine them in place. Jin Yao walked forward, gazing at the mountains, rivers, and seas depicted beneath her feet. She marveled at the ancient power that must have traversed the entirety of the 9 provinces, leaving behind array anchor points at every location to create such a grand formation. Continuing onward, Jin Yao spotted a stone tile that was slightly inclined downward among the array. The stone tile was not perfectly aligned. Senior sister, this place is somewhat different. Jin Yao crouched down, her skirt trailing on the ground, her fingertips exploring the gaps between the stone tiles. In a short while, the dust was cleared away, revealing the original patterns etched upon the stone, which were densely inscribed with runes. Lin Qingye heard Jin Yao's call, waved her hand, and with the power of the Xianyi sword combined with her inner thunderous might, stabilized the magical array. She knew this formation had been crafted by Meng Shuo, and he naturally possessed the means to unravel it. Yet, with her Xianyi sword securing it, he would not be able to break free anytime soon. With a flicker, her shadow reappeared like mist, and Lin Qingye swiftly joined Jin Yao's side. The sealing spell. Beneath this lies the demon core of a nightmarish beast. Lin Qingye's fingers came together, and with a gentle wave, the stone creaked, immediately lifting away. As the stones shifted, Jin Yao could finally see the operation of the array clearly. If the inner core were removed, the entire transformation of the underground palace would abruptly cease, and the teleportation array would come to a halt. Wow, such a large demon core of a nightmarish beast. Ming Jianjun, it must be confiscated. Du Feng's jaw dropped, drool spilling forth, wiping it away with his sleeve. He couldn't help but covet the enormous demon core, wishing it were his, however, before he could utter another word. The underground palace echoed with the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps. Meng Shuo's forehead glistened with sweat as he exerted all his cultivation to unravel the array. But Lin Qingye's magical sword was far too formidable for him to budge. Senior sister. Jin Yao's ears perked up with heightened vigilance as she stood. She was uncertain whether this group had brought ambushers, as the advantage of knowing her and her senior sister's positions could lead to a pincer attack. Lin Qingye raised her gaze, fixating on the figures emerging from the dark tunnel. The crowd that surged forth wore white robes and wielded long swords. They were members of the Wentiange. The scent of nightmarish beasts, obey my command. The leading figure bellowed, and the disciples following him immediately formed a defensive formation, intensely scrutinizing the individuals standing in the center of the array. Lin Qingye stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Jin Yao. She cast a glance at the leading man, and with a mere exchange of looks, he felt as if he had been struck by thunder on a rainy night. It was then that he recognized who stood before the demon core of the nightmarish beast. Ming Jianjun, how could you be here? The astonished words caused him to forget about the 3 individuals trapped within the magical array. Having slain a nightmarish beast, I inadvertently stumbled into this place. Since the Wentiange has arrived, the cumbersome formalities can be avoided. Lin Qingye's official tone eased the tension among the Wentiange members, as they believed Ming Jianjun would not claim the demon core for himself. Jin Yao noticed her senior sister standing before her, clutching Lin Qingye's attire. At that moment, she had entirely abandoned the fierce demeanor she had just displayed towards the 3. Instead, she appeared delicate, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Rubbing her palm that had been scorched by the magical array, Du Feng stared in disbelief, rolling up his sleeves to rub his eyes. His vision was nearly obliterated, yet he still saw Jin Yao maintaining her fragile appearance. Instantly raising his guard, this woman could act even better than he could. She was destined for greatness. The key was how Ming Jianjun could endure. It seemed the gossip he had purchased was mostly false. Who claimed Ming Jianjun was noble and upright, with the grace of a blue bamboo orchid. What he observed was merely an obsession with beauty. This beauty loves beauty, yet how can they survive? Fear not, for the Wentiange will handle this place. Upon hearing her senior sister's reassuring words, Jinyao felt a sudden sweetness in her heart. She was not particularly afraid of the Wentiange members. Rather, she intended to play the fool and let them lower their guard against her. I will not allow you to succeed. Remaining silent, Meng Shuo expended every ounce of his strength, a droplet of blood seeping from his fingertips. And then his wrist began to wither like a decayed branch. Brother Meng, what is the necessity of this? You must not. Du Feng watched as the underground palace began to tremble, realizing with a jolt that Meng Shuo was genuinely burning his own flesh and cultivation to forcibly break free from the array secured by Lin Qingye's Xianyi sword. Chapter 82. Senior Sister, let go. The inky blade of the sword emitted a humming sound as Lin Qingye waved her hand, the hilt landing in her palm. The Wentiange members had arrived, and there was no need for her to continue the standoff. This was a matter for the Wentiange. She could no longer interfere, especially since the nightmarish beasts were not to be trifled with. Everyone formed the array. Understanding dawned upon her. This fellow had most likely practiced forbidden arts. Otherwise, how could he possibly withstand Ming Jianjun's life sword? Meng Shuo, if you now repent and clarify with our sect leader that your greed for the demon core of the nightmarish beast led you astray, I believe the Wentiange will treat you leniently. The disciples moved swiftly, and in an instant, they had set up the array, golden light gradually rising, illuminating the entire underground palace. You all dream on. This teleportation array was discovered by me first. Why should it be confiscated? Why must it be offered to you, the Wentiange? Do not think I am unaware. The Wentiange stands strong precisely because of the nightmarish beast's inner cores, drawing upon the dreams of living beings to achieve a continuous supply of spiritual power. Meng Shuo's mind had become deranged, yet his words were coherent and rational, for he understood the injustice. Why should the Wentiange be able to use the nightmarish beast's inner cores without a care while they were forced to scrape for the scant spiritual energy in the world? If they could transform the nightmarish beast's inner cores into power, why would they worry about the scarcity of spiritual energy? Why could they not ascend? Listening to Meng Shuo's words, Jinyao thought that the villain had a point. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. If the nightmarish beast's inner cores could truly be used without issue, why had the Wentiange not made this public? Was it greed? Or was it because the inner cores could lead to significant negative consequences? The background of the novel vaguely hinted that the leaders of the Wentiange were all direct descendants of prominent families, implying that information among them must have been well communicated. This meant that any family involved in the upper echelons of the Wentiange would surely be aware of the potential of the nightmarish beast's inner cores to transform dreams into power. If that were truly the case, with such a valuable resource, the major families would have long since taken advantage of it. Why then was it merely used to support the operation of the foundational arrays? The sole explanation for this predicament lies in the fact that after utilizing the inner core of the nightmarish beast, one is bound to experience considerable adverse effects. The most vivid illustration of this is the current deranged state of Meng Shuo. Once the mind is affected, not only is ascending to the heavenly gate out of the question, but even turning to the path of demonic cultivation would likely lead to catastrophic failure. Your arrogance is truly astounding. In such obstinate ignorance, you shall not blame us for our lack of courtesy at the Asking Heaven Pavilion. As the argument among the individuals escalated, Du Feng hastily clapped his hands and shouted, Elder Jing Tai, if you wish to kill or torture Meng Shuo, I have no objections, but please do not include me in your wrath. I am innocent. How unfortunate to have come merely to witness the commotion, only to have all this filth thrown upon me. Silence. Your incessant bickering is unbearable. If I am unable to escape today, I shall ensure that you accompany me to the grave, with a furious roar. Meng Shuo's forehead began to darken, gradually transforming into an ominous shade of purple, and then a gaping wound erupted forth. Inside lay a nightmarish beast's inner core, drenched in blood, tainted with the essence of countless lives. The ground trembled violently, and the subterranean palace began to crumble. Massive slabs of coarse stone fell, sending dust swirling. This is bad. We must leave this place. Jin Yao's gaze fixated on the untouched inner core of the nightmarish beast. If this teleportation array could whisk them away, she and her senior sister only needed to be transported outside of this underground palace. As for these lunatics, they could fend for themselves. The paramount concern now was survival. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. The increasingly monstrous Meng Shuo let out a sinister laugh, piercing and shrill. He was no longer commanding the inner core of the nightmarish beast. Rather, he was gradually transforming into the very essence of the beast itself. Must one truly become such a grotesque creature, losing all semblance of humanity and reason, just to gain power? Ming Jianjun, please lend us your strength. In the future, the Asking Heaven Pavilion shall reward you handsomely. Jing Tai, wielding his magic sword, felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Previously, the practitioners of the Asking Heaven Pavilion had only faced the nightmarish beasts that resided within the secrets of the immortal realms. They had never encountered a half-human, half-beast monstrosity before. If it came to it, only the higher-ups of the Asking Heaven Pavilion could devise a strategy to counter such a creature. However, the current situation severed all lines of communication. Even if they wished to send a message, they could not reach anyone in the immortal realm in times past. Lin Qingye would have acted without hesitation. Yet now, if she were to calm herself and focus solely on combating the already transforming Meng Shuo, it would leave Jin Yao vulnerable. Senior sister, do not worry, I will take care of myself. Before Jin Yao could finish her reassurance, the fully transformed Meng Shuo had already sent the group of Asking Heaven Pavilion disciples sprawling. Countless disciples fell, some even spewing blood and losing their lives on the spot. In an instant, numerous eyes opened along Meng Shuo's elongated, grotesque form, fixating on Jin Yao and Lin Qingye. Eerie whispers echoed. The array began to stir, and the stone ground beneath them gradually faded into nothingness. Jin Yao felt herself plummeting, and Lin Qingye quickly grasped her arm, yet in the next moment, her waist was ensnared by a slender, vine-like appendage. The tendril was adorned with countless eyes, sending chills down her spine. Bound by the tendrils, Lin Qingye did not relinquish her grip. She swung her sword to sever the vine, but it was as if she struck against an impenetrable wall. How about it? My new form can withstand your attack, can't it? The creature taunted. What good is being human? As long as I can grow stronger, I would willingly become any kind of monster. Countless tendrils crawled forward, the creature's voice resonating in every ear. Instilling terror, Du Feng clutched a yellow talisman, ever vigilant for Meng Shuo's next move. His talismans were limited, and in this dire situation, drawing more would be futile. Ming Jianjun, quickly let go. If you don't, your hand may be rendered useless, Du Feng shouted, witnessing the grotesque tendrils gradually binding Lin Qingye's entire arm. Senior sister, if you let go, I will be fine. Jin Yao gazed down into the abyss below, realizing the array had already activated. Even if she fell, it would merely be an escape from the immortal realm's secrets. There would be no danger to her life. However, if her senior sister did not release her grip, the tendrils could very well drain her spiritual energy entirely. With resolve, Jin Yao relinquished her hold on Lin Qingye's hand, carefully prying apart her fingers. Preparing to leap Yao, I won't allow it. Lin Qingye's voice was low, as vibrant purple lightning erupted from her form, her brows knitting tightly, gritting her teeth. I won't allow you to leave. The dark blade of her sword was ensnared by the tendrils, and Jin Yao pried away the final finger. She could have prevented Jin Yao's actions, but if she exerted force, the lightning coursing through her would harm her sister. Lightning was a lethal threat to Demonkin. Not something that could be easily healed. I will be fine, senior sister. Soon, I will come to atone for my actions. As she sank deeper, Jin Yao vanished into the dark whirlpool, lost from sight. Lin Qingye's pupils dilated as she witnessed this, reaching forward, but found nothing to grasp. Thunder rumbled as a colossal bolt of lightning struck down, cleaving the underground palace asunder. Sparks flying. Du Feng, terrified, dared not utter a sound, applying multiple talismans to himself, feeling a semblance of security. Meanwhile, Jin Yu remained passive, puzzled by Jin Yao's earlier tone and actions. How could she be so certain that the place to which he was transported was not the demon realm? Or had she understood the teleportation array before he entered the palace? The scent of charred remains permeated the collapsed ruins as Lin Qingye removed the veil from her eyes. Gripping her sword tightly, she was splattered with the blood of the tendrils, her violet eyes ablaze with fury. With a swift motion, Lin Qingye unleashed her might, the air resonating with the roar of a dragon. Countless onlookers covered their ears, their eyes wide in realization that Lin Qingye's strike was likely the Asking Heaven Pavilion's ultimate technique. The roar of the dragon sword art, blood sprayed as Lin Qingye's every motion outpaced the writhing tendrils, leaving behind a gruesome scene of severed flesh. Now, it was time to claim your life. Without a shred of mercy, Lin Qingye faced the vaguely discernible visage, her heart filled with hatred, as she cleaved from Meng Shua's head downwards, the sound of cracking bones sending chills through the onlookers. Amidst the bloodshed, Jing Tai let out a sigh of relief, trembling as he picked up the discarded sword once more. Quickly assist. Ming Jianjun, we must not allow this monster to escape. The disciples responded in unison. Yes, Elder. After a shroud of darkness, Jin Yao found herself enveloped by the cool and comforting embrace of seawater. She opened her eyes, gasping for air as countless tiny bubbles floated upwards around her. Here was the ocean floor. Realizing this, she noticed silvery fish darting past, their tails flicking affectionately against her cheek. As she gazed down, she noticed her own tail seemed larger than before. Had she perhaps gained weight? Fortunately, she had adjusted the teleportation array to the Forgotten Void Sea, ensuring she would face no threats. After all, parachuting to safety requires careful attention to the landing site. Looking up, she could only see the shimmering surface of the water. Drifting gently, she wondered how her senior sister was faring. Yet, with her senior sister's abilities, slaying a creature that was nearly fully transformed into a beast should pose no great challenge. Jane Yao thought to herself that her immediate concern was to ascertain her current location. Thus, she unfastened the Qingye pouch at her waist and gently prodded the golden little dragon sleeping within. A bubble emerged as the little dragon crawled out. Jin Yao, did you call for me? With wide open eyes and a playful flick of its small tail, the little dragon gazed in wonder at the surroundings, enveloped by the unfathomable depths of the azure sea. Clearly exhilarated, it exclaimed, "This is the seabed of the Forgotten Void Sea." Spotting the golden little dragon, Jin Yao felt a sense of relief, knowing that it could indeed find its way. However, before Jin Yao could finish her sentence, a creaking, sinister laugh echoed from a distance. Drawing the attention of both Jin Yao and the little dragon, they looked up to see a burly man brandishing a large blade, his enormous black fish tail swaying behind him, and his face marred by several grotesque scars. Trailing behind him were a few slender, diminutive mermen, armed with forks, standing obediently behind the formidable figure. Well, what a lovely maiden we have here. This place is under our jurisdiction. The bounty of the sea here belongs to us. If you wish to swim in these waters, you must pay the toll in spirit stones. The boorish man's unreasonable tone instantly ignited the little dragon's fury, causing it to expel a jet of water in an arc. Unfortunately, due to its lack of cultivation, the water column sputtered out mid-flight, resulting in a rather comical sight. Ha ha ha! What a laugh! Where did this mudfish come from, daring to pose as a golden dragon? The little dragon, infuriated at being dubbed a mudfish by the ruffians, whipped its tail and charged at them, ready to tear them to shreds. Jin Yao, however, tugged on its tail, signaling for it to halt. Do not worry. I have a plan to deal with them. With a swift motion, Jin Yao produced several spirit stones from her palm, causing the burly man to drop his jaw in astonishment. You wanted a toll, didn't you? Come and take it if you dare. Chapter 84. Unable to save others, only to harm oneself beneath the coral thicket, a chorus of wails erupted as several hefty black fish tails intertwined. The long forks in their hands were pinned beneath Jin Yao's weight, bound tightly by a rope that ensnared the 4 merman ruffians. Spare us, we are of the same kin. Why must you pursue total annihilation? Trembling, a stream of bubbles surfaced from the coral thicket, and the gills at the man's neck flared open. As his fingers grazed the rocks, Jin Yao casually toyed with the spirit stones she had just pulled out. Hadn't he been boasting just moments ago? The little dragon perched on Jin Yao's shoulder, venting its frustration at these ruffians who dared to question its dragon lineage. Oh dear, Your Excellency the true dragon. We were blind and foolish. The burly man was now considerably more cautious, unaware that the delicate merman before him possessed a human artifact. Had he known of the human artifact in her possession, he would have never dared approach her. Now that he realized his mistake, it was too late. The little dragon flicked its tail dismissively. Sister Jinyao, wherever you wish to go, I can guide you. Surveying the surroundings, the little dragon felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Nevertheless, this was a territory of the forgotten void sea, and as long as it could locate a settlement of aquatic beings, finding the merman palace would be no trouble. As fish darted past, Jinyao listened to the sounds of water around her, gripping the spirit stones tightly. No need to rush. Originally, the burly man was contemplating what sweet words to use to trick the merman into unbinding him, planning to slip away into the familiar coral thicket and evade the pursuit of the merman. However, upon hearing the little dragon mention Jinyao, he felt as if struck by lightning. As a member of the merman clan, he was aware of the royal lineage, even if he engaged in unsavory deeds. The royal family of the merman was well known, unlike their own lowly kind. The surname Jin was synonymous with the royal merman lineage. The mudfish spirit and the merman were not merely putting on a show, were they? What do you mean by that? Are you deaf? In this desolate rocky terrain, Jinyao recognized that acting recklessly could expose her to threats from other aquatic creatures. Although this male merman was not formidable and could be easily subdued, the same could not be said for other aquatic beings. She needed to report back to her senior sister, "Miss, our humble abode has nothing of value. Just a few stinking fish from yesterday. You'd best not venture there, lest you find yourself in a predicament." This male merman had always relied on bullying passing aquatic spirits to scrape by, amassing a collection of sea urchins and some trivial spirit stones in his den. That was all his wealth. Otherwise, he had nothing. Of course, he also housed a few stubborn aquatic spirits unwilling to pay their toll. But those wretched lives were hardly worth much. He would scoff at the idea of cleaning his den for them. Try saying another word. I demand you guide me, not indulge in your flowery rhetoric. Gripping the scabbard of the moonlit sword, Jinyao emulated her senior sister, pressing the sword's sheath firmly against the male merman's chest. Hearing his feeble justifications, Jinyao's resolve solidified. This fellow likely harbored some unsavory secrets within his den, or else he wouldn't be so evasive and tongue-tied. The sight of the silvery scabbard rendered the male merman speechless, for it was indeed the legendary sword. The overwhelming aura of menace emanating from it was palpable. Having washed away the blood from her being, Lin Qingye re-emerged in a pristine state, striding directly towards the center of the formation, intent on activating it. Sensing something amiss, Jingtai hurriedly brandished his sword and stepped forward. Ming Jianjun, this matter is a mistake on the part of the Asking Heaven Pavilion, affecting the innocent. Naturally, we at Asking Heaven Pavilion shall take responsibility for locating Ming Jianjun's junior sister. He clasped his hands in sincerity, fully aware that today, Asking Heaven Pavilion owed a tremendous favor to Ming Jianjun. Otherwise, with just a handful of disciples at his disposal, they would be utterly incapable of confronting the nearly fully demonized Meng Shuo. Jingtai lowered his head, daring not to glance too long. He had already witnessed the power of the Ming long sword technique. In less than 3 moves, someone like Meng Shuo, an array cultivator, would be cleaved of their inner core. I am going to activate the formation now and teleport directly. Do you have any objections? Despite posing the question, Lin Qingye's hands were already manipulating the immense inner core of the nightmare beast. The previously dim formation began to glow with life once more, golden light flooding the dilapidated underground palace, exuding an inexplicable aura. A yellow talisman materialized between Lin Qingye's fingers, meant to pinpoint Jinyao's current location. Raising her hand again, Lin Qingye glanced at the red thread entwined around her wrist and sighed in relief. Fortunately, she still possessed this fateful red thread to locate Jinyao's whereabouts. Jingtai sought to dissuade Lin Qingye from her impulsive actions. But as he pondered his words, he could not find a suitable way to voice his concerns. Instead, Du Feng, noticing his hesitation, decided to give him face by stepping forward and applying a talisman to himself. This golden bell talisman would protect him from thunder strikes. Without this talisman, even with 100 times more courage, Du Feng would not dare advance, inviting lightning upon himself. He clapped his palms together, producing a crisp sound. Ming Jianjun, your rash advance may not only fail to save anyone but could also bring harm upon yourself. Moreover, if that little merman is transported to the demon realm's prison, it would undoubtedly be a matter of 9 deaths to 1 life. Even if Ming Jianjun dares to go now, it may already be too late. His words would have been better left unsaid. How infuriatingly suffocating! Jingtai sheathed his sword and retreated a few steps, and barely had he taken 2 steps back when a thunderous boom resounded. Immediately afterward, he saw Du Feng stagger back several paces, his body reeling. The yellow talismans adorning him were nearly all ignited. "Ah, my talismans, he howled, his hair standing on end, charred and crispy from the lightning strike. As the sword's blade descended, the inky blade shimmered with golden dragon patterns. The formation resumed its operation. Teleport. Her figure began to shimmer like a shadow, gradually vanishing within the heart of the formation. Du Feng patted the singed marks on his body, letting out a sigh. He slumped down onto the ground, shaking his head in resignation as he chuckled. Since when did Ming Jianjun become such a lovesick fool? Chapter 85. It is Her Highness the Princess. With the blade pressed against his scales, the burly man felt that any misstep on his part would result in him being skewered. This is it, I assure you. There is truly nothing here. Whether or not there is, I must see for myself. How unfortunate. Sister Jinyao, do not trust him. I can already smell the presence of many little spirits inside. The golden little dragon yawned widely, squinting its golden eyes, able to hear the faint sounds of commotion within the cave. Oh, this mudfish spirit has a bit of skill. It can see through its own enchantments at a glance. Indeed, in this day and age, who would dare to flaunt the Dragon Clan's name without true prowess? Surely they fear a claw from the Dragon Palace would crush them to dust. Those worthless creatures have been confined for several months. I cannot even afford to provide them with fresh seafood. They are of no significant use to me. I can only have them assist with cleaning. For aquatic beings to attain spiritual intelligence is already a rare feat. Compared to the deeply rooted demon clan, they are naturally only half-versed in the arts. Were it not for divine favor, they would be unable to even brush against the threshold of cultivation. Observing the male merman's loquacious demeanor, Jinyao chose not to respond further. Indeed, the disparity between the demon clan and the human clan lies in the latter's unity, which the former lacks. This is only natural, for the demon clan often adheres to the principle of mutual annihilation. The greatest adversaries of the human race are birth, aging, illness, and death. They possess no true enemies in life. Thus, many fairies, upon transforming, first cast aside their original forms and adopt human shapes. As Jinyao entered the cave, she was immediately enveloped by a chorus of mournful wails. Countless cages stretched before her, bound with black iron chains that sealed their exits. Inside were the small water spirits of the underwater realm, their eyes wide as they gazed outward. Please, please let us out. We do not wish to be confined here any longer. Their piercing cries left Jinyao momentarily stunned as she beheld this desolate scene. Your Highness, is it truly the princess? Among the captives, a pallid and emaciated little merman stood out. Their gazes met, and the little merman, overwhelmed with joy, shed a small pearl that rolled down her cheek. With an ethereal grace and a stunning blue tail, who could this be if not her beloved princess? The thought made the little merman reluctant to pinch herself, fearing this might merely be a phantom of the princess appearing before her as she neared death. In days gone by, the princess had been sent away from the forgotten void sea in a heart-wrenching sacrifice to forge a union with the human race. She had not even been granted a final farewell before being exiled from the Merman Palace. Who is this? Jinyao pondered, her thoughts in disarray. However, since this merman could instantly proclaim herself as the princess of the forgotten void sea, she must have spent time within the Merman Palace. Your Highness! The male merman froze, recognizing the imprisoned little merman, as he had stripped her of numerous jewels in the past. Rare treasures unique to the Merman Palace, seldom seen elsewhere. Xiao Yao, how did you end up here? The young dragon swiftly swam over. Upon witnessing Xiao Yao's pitiful state, she flicked her tail, shattering the cage into countless pieces. Xiao Yao wiped away her tears and, having tidied herself, cautiously approached the direction of Jinyao. The current princess bore little resemblance to the one she had once known. There was an unexplainable air of authority about her. The cries that had filled the cave ceased, and all the myriad eyes turned to Jinyao, filled with hope. How wonderful! A noble from the Merman Palace has come to rescue us. Clapping her hands, Jinyao observed the water spirits hesitating within the cave, their demeanor filled with trepidation. A sense of confusion washed over her. Could there be a powerful demon lurking nearby? Your Highness, we shall forever be grateful for your immense kindness. Yet, beyond this cave lies a ferocious two-headed serpent. Had it not been for our need to evade that beast, we would not have taken this route. Little did they know. Another equally formidable merman resided within the cave, brandishing a long spear, rendering these lowly spirits, who had only just awakened their intelligence, no match for him. A two-headed serpent? Jin Yao mused as her fingers traced her jaw. Deep in thought, it seemed that such a character had not appeared in the original tale. Yet, she could not afford to be careless. If it had the power to wreak havoc, it must possess some formidable abilities. At that moment, Jin Yao felt a tightening around her wrist, the faint outline of a red thread becoming visible. A familiar figure materialized before her. Yao. Translucent bubbles swirled around Lin Qingye, rising steadily. The deep-sea waters enveloped her form, and as Jin Yao gazed upon her sister's visage, she was momentarily taken aback. "Sister, why have you come too?" With a flick of her blue tail, Jin Yao swam forward, while the little dragon beside her instinctively retreated a couple of steps, fearful of being discovered by the humans. "I worried for you, hence I followed. Thankfully, you relocated the teleportation array. Otherwise, we would likely find ourselves in the demon realm's purgatory." Lin Qingye closed her eyes, attuning herself to the deep-sea terrain, absorbing everything within her consciousness. "Since the teleportation array has brought us here." Before she could finish, a rush of water surged from behind, a dark silhouette blocking the cave's entrance. "How fortunate I am to find you, this delectable scent. I have not encountered it in ages. This is the aroma of the merman royal family, so delicious, truly exquisite." A pitch-black two-headed serpent, its four eyes gleaming with a sinister green light, slowly slithered into the cave. It flicked its long tongues and opened its gaping maw, poised to swallow every water spirit within. Chapter 86. "Sister, do you have any thunder charms?" "Sister, be careful." Lin Qingye's gaze remained steady as the brilliance of lightning flared in her palm, only to extinguish again. She understood that using her thunderous power would endanger all the water spirits present. Some would suffer greatly, while others could perish. With a swift motion, she drew her black sword, the blade spinning gracefully through the water, sending ripples cascading. With a single strike, the serpent was caught off guard, and one of its heads fell to the ground, eyes wide open, its tongue still flicking in disbelief. The waters transformed into a crimson hue, drowning in chaos, as Lin Qingye swiftly appeared before the other serpent head. The situation was precarious. Should she slay the serpent now, she would forfeit valuable information. Moreover, Lin Qingye could not detect the hidden location of the teleportation array, making the serpent a necessary guide. "Hist. What manner of being are you?" The serpent, utilizing its own magic, staunched the flow of its blood, retreating deep into the rocky crevices, seeking a moment to withdraw. How curious! When it had approached, there had been only one merman of considerable skill in the cave, yet in an instant, a human of formidable prowess appeared. "You need not know. Where in the forgotten void sea do you hail from?" Watching her sister's silhouette, Jin Yao stealthily edged forward. That massive serpent head could serve as valuable material. It must not go to waste. Meanwhile, the male merman, who had been lurking in the shadows, swam forth, his heart racing at the thought of being ensnared by the serpent. Such an encounter would spell doom. Jin Yao picked up the serpent's head without hesitation, stowing it in her spatial pouch. The astonished little dragon and Xiao Yao looked on, speechless. Indeed, having ventured into the human realm, you've learned to turn waste into treasure. I can tell you, it's not impossible. You have no choice. It must be said, whether you wish to or not. Otherwise, swords are blind. Understanding that her sister refrained from using thunder for the sake of the water spirits present, Jin Yao thought. Sister is truly kind. Yao, were you abducted here? Lin Qingye, having just arrived, had been ambushed by the serpent, and thus remained wary of the water spirits. Jin Yao nodded, glancing at the trembling little water spirits. They too have been taken against their will. Xiao Yao observed the camaraderie between the princess and the human, a wave of unutterable disappointment washing over her. She could not discern whether the princess's smile was genuine or merely a facade to placate the humans. As the spiritual energy of the forgotten void sea gradually waned, the once mighty merman royal family could only resort to such means to survive in these precarious margins. Opportunities to ascend arose but once every 300 years. Hearing the tall human speak thus, the water spirits collectively sighed in relief. Your Highness, please allow me to accompany you. Seeing the departing water spirits, Xiao Yao resolutely surged forward, positioning herself beside Jin Yao, determined not to leave her side. Lin Qingye regarded this unexpected guest with a discerning gaze, stepping forward inadvertently. "You are Jin Yao's." Not detecting any malice from the merman, Lin Qingye refrained from drawing her blade. Yet she maintained her reservations regarding the merman's intentions. Humans often bore a measure of suspicion towards their own kin. How much more so towards these water spirits who had long dwelled in the depths of the sea. "I am the princess's servant." Upon saying this, she seemed to remember something, adding, "When the princess departed the forgotten void sea to marry into the human realm, I lost my master." Upon hearing this, the little dragon was further astonished, her tail drooping as her eyes widened. Jin Yao, upon hearing, felt a sense of resolution. She looked at Xiao Yao's disheveled appearance and softly said, "As long as you remain in the forgotten void sea, you may follow me." Xiao Yao's heart soared at first, but upon hearing Jin Yao's latter words, her expression fell. "Yes, I understand your highness's intent." For a merman, the human realm was fraught with dangers far exceeding those of the forgotten void sea. Perhaps remaining here was indeed preferable. Not be so downcast. Be wise staying in the forgotten void sea. You can continue to assist me. Jin Yao's hand rested gently on her shoulder, offering comfort as she gazed into Xiao Yao's astonished eyes. Jin Yao continued to smile, yet she was irrevocably changed from the Jin Yao of yore now. Ambition gleamed in her eyes, and she was no longer silent and passive. Since the forgotten void sea had splintered, why should she not claim her share? Surveying the cave, Jin Yao considered it a splendid base of operations for herself, but the most pressing matter remained, to accompany her sister and uncover the mysteries of the surrounding area. The great serpent slithered ahead, and an overwhelming sensation washed over it, as if the gaze of humanity scrutinized every inch of its being. He felt that the moment it entertained the thought of escape, that ominous black sword would sever its head in an instant. "Sister, this fellow seems rather slippery. Could it be that he intends to deceive us?" With her sister by her side, Jin Yao felt considerably reassured. Linking her arm with Lin Qingye's as they swam through the ocean, "No matter. I am curious to see what kind of storm it can stir up. Even if another horde arrives, I shall not be overly concerned. To possess only a heart of compassion is to invite one's own doom." Upon hearing these words, Jin Yao felt her scales tighten slightly. Was her sister implying the unleashing of lightning? Images of countless bolts of thunder connecting with the sea flooded her mind, envisioning fish and venomous serpents alike being struck and rolling in agony. Jin Yao instantly spread her delicate palm towards her sister and implored, "Sister, do you happen to have any lightning talismans? I truly fear pain." With a gaze full of pitiful longing, she leaned closer, nearly pressing her cheek against Lin Qingye's. Chapter 87. "Sister, unleash the lightning." Hearing the inquiries of those around her, the thunder boomed resoundingly. A formidable means of self-defense. Noticing her sister hand her two talismans, Jin Yao understood and accepted the yellow paper. She tossed one behind her. "Xiao Yao, this is for you." Xiao Long peeked out from Jin Yao's spatial pouch, flicking its tail and biting it in a fit of grievance, saying, "Sister Jin Yao, I want one too." Upon hearing Xiao Long's plea, Jin Yao pressed her finger firmly against its head, thoroughly ruffling its scales. "You possess dragon scales. What need have you for this?" At that moment, Jin Yao recalled that her sister had gifted her 5 dragon scales, yet such precious items were not meant for mere self-defense. She intended to refine her magical sword, transforming her moonshadow into an indestructible weapon. Having dragon scales does not exempt one from the wrath of lightning. "Sister Jin Yao, I am still but a juvenile. Dragon scales are not." Xiao Long squinted playfully. "Having dragon scales is sufficient. I cannot be struck down by you." It curled its tail around Jin Yao's finger, but before it could express further affection, Lin Qingye reached out and grasped the nape of its neck. With the spatial pouch secured, Lin Qingye turned to follow the great serpent ahead. Clutching the yellow talisman, Xiao Yao observed the intimacy between the princess and the human with a momentary loss for words. Under the sea, the aquatic creatures held a deep-seated belief that humans were anything but benevolent. Most harbored an innate hatred for the monstrous beings, despite the current depletion of spiritual energy compelling both the demon and human races to unite against its loss. Yet, the chasm of distrust and prejudice remained insurmountable. However, this particular human before her seemed far from the malicious depiction she had been led to believe. Had she harbored a bias against humanity all along? Fingertips brushed the yellow talisman, its material unknown yet impervious to water. A mere talisman from the lowly human race could fetch a high price among the aquatic beings. The reason was simple. Humans excelled at utilizing minimal spiritual energy to achieve maximal magical potency, a coveted skill among countless water dwellers. Yet, alas, their comprehension fell short, and they could scarcely inscribe spells, let alone the intricate and arcane talismans. Among the aquatic races, only the divine beast clan, endowed with boundless divine power, thrived. The Merfolk, with their superior intellect compared to other aquatic beings, had seen their ancestors unite the forgotten void sea, becoming its sovereign. Yet now, the spiritual energy of the forgotten void sea had dwindled, leading the Merfolk towards their inevitable decline. This is my lair. The great serpent coiled down, settling atop the black rocks, a severed head giving the appearance of a grotesque growth upon its neck. Lin Qingye descended, her fingers poised elegantly, a gentle wave causing the rocks below to scatter as if they possessed sentience. Floating amidst the water, a formation emerged, its patterns dim, evidently missing something vital. As Lin Qingye stepped onto the water's surface and into the formation's center, she realized the missing circular object was the inner core of a nightmarish beast. Finally, a trap has been laid. The serpent transformed into human form, alighting upon the formation. Jingyao, observing the silhouette, suddenly grasped that the two heads of the serpent represented dual consciousnesses. The severed head at her sister's hands signified the demise of the other consciousness and personality. Thus, the serpent now wielded complete control over its body. In the face of the serpent's looming threat, Lin Qingye remained unfazed, her expression tranquil as she smiled. Did you think I was unaware? I spare your life only because you still hold value. Otherwise, once the thunder strikes, what chance would you have to survive? In her possession lay one core, extracted from a millennia-old nightmarish beast she had slain in the underground palace. However, to activate this teleportation formation, Lin Qingye would need to eradicate all remnants in this sea so they could not traverse the formation and invade the secret realm of the celestial world as nourishment for the nightmarish beasts. The serpent's inky eyes glimmered with skepticism. Having ruled this underwater domain for far too long, he had not encountered such audacious humans in an age. The greedy creature that had perished by the human sword had met its just fate. Yet, the serpent's golden days had only just begun. It could finally command this body alone, no longer sharing it with that fool, Thunder. Ha 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 ha. How amusing. By your solitary strength, what confidence do you possess to obliterate the entire forgotten void sea? Moreover, I believe the time has come for a new master to rise in this realm. What fallen Merfolk are worthy of the throne? Jingyao, upon hearing these words, could already envision the taste of charred serpent meat in her mind. The serpent turned, pointing a finger and casting a taunting gaze upon Jingyao. You see, the Merfolk are fit only to serve as fodder for procreation. To perpetuate their kind. His words were undeniably harsh, causing Jingyao to raise an eyebrow as she stepped into the formation's center. Speak further, and I shall twist off your other head. Come now. Without that troublesome fellow, even if you had 8 limbs, you shall not escape. The serpent's words lodged in its throat as it suddenly felt its limbs ensnared by an invisible grip of water. Jingyao tested her ability to manipulate the water around the great serpent. It seemed the forgotten void sea lived up to its reputation as the ancestral home of the Merfolk, enhancing her water-based spells far beyond her capabilities on land. Witnessing the efficacy of her magic, Jingyao flicked her tail, sending ripples through the water as she retreated to her sister's side. Sister, unleash the lightning. Ordinarily, this low-tier water spell would require only a slight struggle to break free. Yet now, regardless of its efforts, the watery bonds tightened further, showing no signs of loosening. Upon hearing Jinyao's command, Lin Qingye complied. With a subtle upward motion of her index finger, a soft purple glow radiated forth. The waters crackled with electrical energy, and in an instant, countless black sea urchins and serpents sprawled across the formation, rendered unconscious by the thunder. They all succumbed to the strike, losing their senses. Observing this scene, Xiao Yao touched the yellow talisman affixed to her, relieved that she had escaped unscathed. Chapter 88. Humans as the blade, I as the meat. Gazing at the multitude of sea urchins and serpents strewn across the ground, Jingyao sighed in relief, grateful for the lightning talisman she bore. Otherwise, should her sister unleash a bolt, her scales would surely shatter, and that would be quite painful. Gripping her sword, Lin Qingye aimed for the serpent's vital point, poised to strike. However, before she could act, Jin Yao swiftly grasped her hand and pulled her back. Lin Qingye, caught off guard, questioned her sister's intentions. The serpent's gallbladder and inner core were invaluable, even if not used for alchemy or weapon refinement. Selling them would fetch a handsome sum.it would be ample to procure a splendid bathing chamber for a Yao. What is it? Are you concerned it may have a trump card? She was acutely aware of the power of the thunder within her. This great serpent, incapacitated, would not awaken for a day and a night. Moreover, she had not unleashed her full might. Otherwise, all aquatic life in this sea would likely perish. Upon hearing her sister's question, Jin Yao shook her head in denial. Swimming closer, her blue scales brushed against Lin Qingye's hand as she whispered softly, "Sister, if we slay him, the ensuing turmoil in this area could very well attract the attention of the Forgotten Void Sea." Jin Yao understood that her half-brother, upon discovering the formation that connected to the celestial realm, would not treat her kindly. The Merfolk would be reduced to the servitude of various races, losing their very right to exist. Their ties with the Dragon Palace would be severed, and the betrayal of the Merfolk royal family would incite the Dragon Palace's wrath, leading to the expulsion of the Merfolk who had once sought refuge there. With nowhere to turn, many readers later commented that Jin Yao, as a tragic character, would count her blessings if she perished early on. Should the narrative progress to the latter stages, with Jin Yu spearheading a rebellion in the Forgotten Void Sea, she would likely face humiliation at the hands of the male lead and the Tian immortal sect. Yet now, all was different. Jin Yao desired a path of retreat. Humanity was not her final refuge. Her sister's ascension to greatness was inevitable. Before she could lean on her sister's strength, she must grow strong herself. As the final move of the elder Yuxing's Misty Flower Sword technique disperses the mist. It signifies a fair contest, a true gentleman's conduct. However, should the fog remain, the odds of victory are considerably enhanced, albeit in a manner lacking in honor. Yet, in the art of war, deception is not to be scorned. The ability to secure victory is paramount. In the realm of 5v5 competitive play, successfully sneaking a tower is also indicative of skill. Listening to Jin Yao, Lin Qingye lowered her gaze, contemplating briefly before she sheathed her ink-black blade. She dismissed the notion of cleaving the great serpent in 2.io. I understand your thoughts, yet, to control such a serpent demon entails risks that are multiplied 100-fold. Are you truly willing to take this gamble? Although her senior sister was straightforward, her mind was remarkably perceptive. With just a hint, she could fathom many matters. Naturally, my cultivation is insufficient, so I must adopt an unconventional approach, sister. Taking a risk is the most prudent method. In the past, I would not have dared such a gamble, but sister, now that you are by my side, I feel emboldened. Jin Yao's expression was grave as she spoke. Lin Qingye stood frozen, realizing that even her parents had never placed such faith in her. She was her strength. Though this statement sounded somewhat presumptuous, it filled Lin Qingye's heart with an inexplicable warmth. Very well, I have promised you. As long as you desire it, I shall assist you. When the great serpent awoke once more, it found itself ensnared within a cage. Coiling its body, its black vertical pupils fixated intently upon Jin Yao, who sat upon her throne. Its enormous fish tail draped over the chair, exuding an air of elegance. Listen closely. Discovering the secret of the formation is not to be disclosed to any of the aquatic folk. Otherwise, you know what fate awaits you. The serpent flicked its tongue, bitterness evident in its throat. Clearly having been forcibly fed a pill, the taste was all too familiar. It was its own true word, confinement pill. What have you done to me? This, before the venomous words could be fully uttered. Blood flowed from the serpent's mouth, staining the seed. A delicate hand grasped a sea conch, corked tightly. A slight shake produced a heavy clinking sound, indicating it contained numerous pills. Of course, these are your own pills. You must be well aware of their effects, yes? She had come to understand why this great serpent had wreaked havoc in this region for so long. Such high-quality pills could not have been concocted by this group of aquatic beings. They must have originated from a master alchemist. However, it seemed that only this serpent knew the means to obtain them. Black market dealings, those in the know understand. What, exactly, is your purpose? Is not the Forgotten Void Sea under your control? A mere gesture from you would summon the trident-wielding patrols of the aquatic folk to this place. Wherever they tread, the waters will yield nothing. Hearing the serpent's inquiry, Jinyao supported her chin with her hand. Intrigued that I've been awaiting your question for quite some time. Do you wish to know? The serpent hesitated, refraining from pursuing the matter further. Naturally, I am not aligned with them. With Jinyu absent from the palace of the aquatic folk, I intend to transform this place into a teleportation point unbeknownst to him. Tio gather followers. Tio have my own personal guards, and you will need to maintain the original appearance of this place. Jinyao surveyed the array of vials and jars scattered on the ground, most containing exceedingly sinister and treacherous pills. Without a doubt, they were either procured from the demonic clan or purchased from the malevolent practitioners of the human realm. Upon hearing the words of the aquatic being, the serpent scoffed. Jinyu, that arrogant prince? You think you can topple him? Inherit the palace of the aquatic folk? He is far more ruthless than we, the wicked water demons. He would not hesitate to sell his own kin. Jinyao nodded in agreement as she listened, seemingly in complete accord with the serpent's assessment. Once the serpent finished speaking, she smiled radiantly and softly replied, "Thus, I must take the initiative. The fish on this chopping block is still uncertain of its fate. If I do not scheme early, what will happen when his blade is at my throat? Should I then begin to strive for greatness?" Chapter 89. The female protagonist's child has passed crouched on the ground. Jinyao employed a jade slip to meticulously record the formation's intricate patterns. This teleportation formation was unidirectional, meaning it could only transport one from the forgotten void sea to the secret realm of the immortals. Should she wish to make adjustments, she would require the expertise of a master of formations. Observing the vacant inner core of the nightmare beast, Jinyao suddenly grasped something. The one who set up this formation must have been aware that spiritual energy would gradually deplete. Hence, they chose to use the inner core of a nightmare beast as the formation's power source. Io, are you worried about the inner core of the nightmare beast? Lin Qingye gazed at Jinyao's silhouette, her ears ringing. Sister, do you have it? Before tumbling into the underground palace, Jinyao could not ascertain whether her sister had slain the nightmare beast. However, if her sister possessed it, then this inner core would undoubtedly represent millennia of cultivation. The nightmare beast, as depicted in the original work, was an ancient race existing since primordial times, not feeding on spiritual energy but rather on the emotions generated by all things. Likewise, the millennia-old nightmare beast could not be measured by its absorption of spiritual energy. It merely had a long lifespan, and without sufficient emotional sustenance, even a long-lived nightmare beast could not accumulate much power. Having been trapped in the secret realm of the immortals for countless years, most nightmare beasts had no choice but to consume their own inner cores to survive. One is enough, but to activate this formation will suffice. Lin Qingye watched as silver fish darted above her head, her palms slowly unfurling. Her long fingers revealed the purple inner core of the nightmare beast, gleaming before Jinyao's eyes. Having one makes things easier. Jinyao understood that she and her sister could not linger in the forgotten void sea for too long. Otherwise, Jinyu and the people of the Winting Pavilion would notice. However, this place required someone she could trust to guard it. Her gaze drifted past her sister and landed on Xiaoyao. A yellow Qingye bag was tightly clutched in Xiaoyao's hands, who nodded slightly at Jinyao, indicating her understanding of what needed to be done. Within the dry cave, Bai Hua roasted a skewer of green grasshoppers, carefully controlling the heat, yet his face bore no hint of mirth. Junior sister, it has been so many days. Why has our communication talisman yielded no responses? In recent days, Bai Hua and Xiao Liandream had achieved remarkable success, gathering numerous mid-tier and high-tier spiritual herbs. Though they were merely common alchemical materials, their quality was indeed exceptional, fetching a good price when sold. However, one thing weighed heavily on Bai Hua's mind. While he could contact other disciples, Jinyao remained unreachable. Oh, brother, do not be so despondent. You know the dangers of Area A. Some minor issues are to be expected. Moreover, have not the disciples of Winting Pavilion conveyed that there is no cause for alarm and urged us to focus on treasure hunting? Just as he spoke, the entire cave began to tremble, causing Bai Hua to lose his grip, and all the grasshoppers fell into the flames, instantly consumed by fire. Not good, junior sister. This might be, originally having drawn her life sword. Xiao Liandream also set her blade aside. Oh, it is merely fellow practitioners. Fellow Taoist, please do not startle us next time. Xiao Liandrim sighed, patting her bulging Qingye bag, which she then tucked away in her clothing. This was not due to any malicious suspicion. There were simply too many disciples from other sects in Area D, and skirmishes and disputes were commonplace, as long as no fatalities or severed limbs occurred. Winting Pavilion would generally not concern itself. Feeling the heat beneath her feet, Jinyao looked down to find her feet ensnared in a bed of fire stones, standing atop a cluster of green grasshoppers. Jinyao, even if avoiding fasting, there is no need to gnaw on grasshoppers. Be cautious of the fire stones, Io. With her collar being tugged, Jinyao found her feet lifted gently off the ground, knowing at once that it was her sister who grasped the back of her garment. What to do? Jinyao felt as though her sister did not regard her as a companion but rather as a pet, being dragged around like this every day. Did she not care for her dignity? Ming Jianjun Jinyao Jr. sistered, "It truly is you?" Bai Hua's eyes widened, convinced he was hallucinating. Had the mushrooms he tested for poison yesterday truly been toxic? He felt his throat, almost wishing to induce himself to vomit. "It is I, brother Bai.is this Area D?" Upon seeing Bai Hua and Xiao Liandrim resting in the cave, she deduced that the teleportation formation could not accurately transport them back to their previous location, likely due to years of neglect. But it could also be that over thousands or tens of thousands of years, changes in the terrain had rendered the ancient formation less precise than before. Indeed, but this place is sparsely populated. They are all at the mountain peak ahead. I have heard there are black-striped six-eyed spiders. They can be used to concoct tranquility pills. The venom of the black-striped six-eyed spider possesses immense paralyzing properties. When mixed with other mild herbs, it can create tranquility pills to numb the pain of cultivators. For those at or above the golden core stage, tranquility pills are of little use. However, for those below the golden core stage, they are a rare and valuable commodity. After all, talented individuals are scarce in these times. While many are merely practicing their skills, I simply cannot endure any longer. Perhaps I could take a tranquilizer as a makeshift pain relief. With fewer adverse effects, is that so? Then, in these past few days, has anything occurred? Jinyao clung to her senior sister's back, unwilling to let go. Her implicit words left Bai Hua momentarily stunned. He found himself at a loss as to the implications of Jinyao's inquiry. Indeed, Jinyao, I have heard that a qi refinement stage cultivator was carried out. She was even with child at this point. Xiao Lieming fell silent. When she first heard the rumor, she had dismissed it, thinking it mere gossip in a bustling crowd. She assumed it was simply her fellows jesting. If she had believed it, she would have been a fool. However, now that Jinyao had asked, a shadow gradually materialized before them. The remaining half of her sentence was almost hesitantly completed. Her child has perished. Could it be that this is not a fabrication? Chapter 90. Assured victory, slay the male lead. A gust of wind swept through, eliciting a moan from the cave. The three exchanged glances, while only Lin Qingye gazed into the distance. Through the dark veil, where verdant mountains and waters reflected in her violet eyes, her fingers stirred slightly, drawing the Xuanya sword from her waist. The blade hovered in the air. Lin Qingye swiftly grasped the hilt, unleashing a wave of sword energy that shattered the stones around her. A bird plummeted from the cave's ceiling, lifeless. Were we being eavesdropped upon? Upon seeing the bird's corpse, Bai Hua immediately grasped the situation, his fingers resting upon his own sword sheath, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. This bird has been trailing you. I initially thought it merely rested here, yet its presence did not frighten it away. It seems it must have housed a sound transmission stone within. Lin Qingye spoke. A surge of purple lightning coiled around the bird's remains, extracting the pitch-black stone from its interior. With a mere exertion, the stone crumbled into powder, dispersing into nothingness upon touching the ground. This is an artifact of the Tianyi Xianzong. Have you recently provoked fellow disciples? Lin Qingye pressed the blade against her arm. Unfazed by the inquiry, after nearly a century in Tianyi Xianzong, she had witnessed her share of intrigues among peers. Upon hearing Ming Jianjun's question, Bai Hua let out a sigh of relief, hands on his hips. There's no conflict. It was merely that we had contended with Xiao Ding and his group over a 50-year spirit herb recently. Surely, it's unnecessary to resort to such extravagant measures against us? At Bai Hua's words, Xiao Lieming rolled her eyes, delivering a light smack to her senior brother's head. Brother, how could Xiao Ding and his crew possibly afford to buy a spirit sparrow? I suspect there is another culprit. However, The two of us have only harvested some spirit herbs recently and have done nothing else. How could we have attracted attention? With these items, selling them would merely suffice to purchase a mid-grade magical artifact. Her fingers brushed against her Qingye bag, brows furrowed in thought, full of confusion. I know who it is. Jianyao sat upon a stone, observing the crackling fire, her tone unexpectedly calm and composed. Who? Flanked by two. Much like guard beasts. Under the scrutiny of four eyes, Jianyao rested her hands against her cheeks, continuing nonchalantly. Lin Qingye. Her gaze fell, revealing that the male lead in the underground palace had not encountered misfortune. Rather, it was the female lead's child that had perished. The narrative continued along the original timeline, still rife with melodrama. Unsurprisingly, this fellow would undoubtedly blame the female lead's miscarriage on himself. However, being in the underground palace, he searched high and low without success. He could only take an alternate route, releasing his spirit sparrow to surveil whether Qiao Lianming and Bai Hua maintained communication with him. Once he appeared, the spirit sparrow would convey the message to Lin Qingye, prompting him to seek revenge. Lin Xixiao? Why is he monitoring us? I am utterly perplexed. It is aimed at me. Jianyao lifted her hand. A yellow talisman wedged in between. Given the current situation, she could no longer remain passive. If a confrontation with the male lead were to occur, the secret realm of the immortal world would serve as the ideal location. Unconstrained by sect rules, she could act with impunity. Countless dangers abound here. Any mishap would be entirely normal. Should the old sect master wish to investigate, they would first need to consult with the Tian Pavilion for permission. Moreover, Lin Qingye was in Area A, making it even more reasonable. Jianyao had previously contemplated how to gain the upper hand in a one-on-one battle with the male lead. What she sought was a swift and decisive strike, ensuring that the male lead could no longer prance about in her presence. This task, however, must not fall upon her senior sister. Her sister, poised to ascend to the heavenly gate, would bear the burden of blood debts if she were to slay a blood relative. The only solution would be to transition to a path devoid of emotion, severing ties, disregarding life and death, untouched by the 6 passions and 7 desires, with only the attainment of the great Tao in mind. Moreover, she possessed a weapon capable of delivering a fatal blow, a dagger forged from dragon scales. Delicate and exquisite, easily concealed, it could pierce any armor, particularly effective against the male lead's protective spells. A sound transmission talisman? Jianyao shimmy. Do you intend to report this matter to the Tian Pavilion? Bai Hua furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, conflicts among disciples within the secret realm of the immortal world could warrant reporting to the Tian Pavilion for resolution. However, most would not take such measures. After the Tian Pavilion's lengthy review process, the matter would likely have cooled. Jianyao shook her head in denial, laughing lightly as she replied, No, I merely wish to inquire if Shiji has seen Lin Qingye in Area A. The usually gentle Jianyao's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, leaving Bai Hua utterly stunned, a chill running down his spine. The sound transmission talisman ignited, and in a mere moment, a woman's voice echoed within the cavern. Little Jean Shimmy, you're looking for me? Just so happens, I've unearthed a 300-year-old ginseng. If you come over now, I'll share half with you. What do you say? This business is a win-win. Han Shisha perched on a tree branch, counting her materials, which included various insects, spirit herbs, and several spirit beasts she had hunted. Her sword sheath rested on the branch beside her, and upon hearing Jinyao's call, she smiled, her eyes crinkling. She hoped to acquire more small pearls to please this little mermaid. Shiji, have you seen Lin Xixiao? Jinyao's tone was nonchalant, betraying no hint of urgency. Even the astute Han Shisha failed to detect anything amiss. Her fingers toying with the ginseng leaves, pausing in silence, I have seen him, but he has not been in good spirits these days. It would be wise for you to avoid provoking him. He has become quite deranged, ready to thrust a sword at anyone he encounters. Even those who once journeyed alongside him now steer clear of him. Very well, I shall come to see the 300-year-old ginseng now. Rising to her feet, her skirt fluttering slightly, Jianyao addressed the 3 within the cave. I trust you all have heard. Shiji has invited me to inspect the ginseng. Therefore, I shall, before she could finish. Lin Qingye stepped forward. Yao, I shall accompany you. With her keen insight, Lin Qingye could easily discern Jinyao's intentions. She understood that Jianyao was unwilling to swallow her pride and intended to confront Lin Qingye to settle the grievances she had endured. As the junior sect leader, her thoughts revolved around how to utilize her position to ensure Jin Yao's actions remained undetected. Lin Qingye lowered her gaze, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, she had never been the paragon of virtue. She had merely agreed to her mother's dying wish, feigning goodness to the extent that even she believed it. Chapter 91. The sister's restraint. The truth revealed. Her sister's words caused Jin Yao to hesitate slightly. Yet ultimately she said nothing. Sister, do you wish for a piece of the 300-year-old ginseng as well? Jin Yao was aware that, according to the original narrative, Lin Qingye's thoughts were not fixated on the Tianyi Xinzong. Yet she had pledged to uphold her deceased mother's wishes. She would remain at Tianyi Xinzong, safeguarding a realm of tranquility. This had been her unwavering resolve throughout her cultivation. With that in mind, Jin Yao pondered whether Lin Qingye would violate her principles by witnessing her personally conclude Lin Tianzi's life. If a wound were to fester with maggots, it would be best to excise it. Burn it away with lightning. I suffer from a lingering ailment and understand this principle. The Yao, I am aware of your concerns, even if my mother's curse were to recoil upon her. Lin Qingye would willingly intervene to relieve Jin Yao of this burden. Upon hearing this, Jin Yao's forward stride faltered, her grip on the sword sheath tightening. The implication of her sister's words suggested that she had always understood Lin Tianzi was not a virtuous man within the Tianyi Xinzong. Yet why did her sister continue to endure? Was there a hidden truth in the original narrative that Jin Yao remained unaware of? This foreshadowing had never been introduced, leading many to disregard it entirely. Previously, she had failed to notice because Jin Yao had not revealed her innermost thoughts to her sister. However, today, with no further secrets to conceal, her sister finally spoke the truth, offering to help her end Lin Tianzi's life. Jin Yao was suddenly enlightened, as if awakening from a dream. She had never held this responsibility nor obligation. It was precisely because Jin Yao did not reject Lin Qingye's assistance that the subsequent sect leader had not imprisoned her. But what of her sister's concerns? Casting a glance at the two individuals in the cave, Jin Yao felt a surge of frustration as she seized Lin Qingye's wrist, leading her outside the cave. The sky was just right, the midday sun casting a golden glow upon the ground. What, then, were her sister's concerns? The pair of shimmering, tear-filled eyes directly confronted Lin Qingye, no longer addressing her as senior sister as in the past. I had no reservations. It was merely a matter of clarity that had dawned upon me today. Raising my hand, I untied the knot at my collar, allowing the delicate veil to slip away, revealing my snow-white collarbones, which reflected in Jin Yao's gaze. Lin Qingye lowered her eyes, her fingers gently tracing the faint patterns on her chest, which began to emerge from her fair skin. This was the curse laid upon me by my mother. She treated me with great kindness, yet before her demise, she feared I might single-handedly overturn the Tianyi Xinzong. My mother spoke of repaying debts, specifically those owed to my father. Hence my 7 emotions and 6 desires were entirely sealed. Ah Yao, am I not pitiful? Jin Yao found it hard to believe that a mother and father could inflict such cruelty upon their daughter. The remaining half of her words remained unspoken. The sealing of my emotions had been foretold by my mother, who had warned me that only by severing all attachments and embracing the path with a single-minded devotion could I become a favored daughter of heaven. She had mentioned my destined trial with worldly entanglements, advising caution. Yet now, that very trial had transformed into something I yearned for. Lin Qingye, despite hearing her mother's warning about the worldly tribulations, felt an inexplicable flicker of joy. Her parents did not love her. Would she ever truly encounter someone she cared for? Would she ever meet someone who cared for her? No, senior sister. Fate can be altered. As long as we discover the method to unravel the curse upon you, you shall not be bound by inhuman constraints. Jin Yao's fingers hurriedly fastened Lin Qingye's collar, lamenting her own sluggishness for not recognizing her senior sister's anomalies sooner. It was no wonder the master had insisted they remain together. Was it to help her break the familial curse? I knew how to resolve it. Lin Qingye's wrist flicked gently, and a dark blade soared through the air, growing larger. A flying sword materialized before them. Did the senior sister know how to undo it? With a graceful leap, Lin Qingye pulled Jin Yao up beside her, her cold voice tinged with a faint smile. Kill him, wouldn't that break the curse? Jin Yao, what kind of logic is this, senior sister? Isn't that akin to merely kicking down the door to unlock it? Lin Qingye continued, as long as the outcome is correct, the process is merely a matter of formality. What truly matters is achieving the goal. The blade soared through the air, and in the distance, several blurred figures approached. They were likely disciples from the Ding district gathering herbs. But senior sister, won't this backfire on you? It could be life-threatening. Lin Qingye felt a sudden sting at her waist, evidently pinched by the small mermaid behind her. Not even the 9 heavens lightning can claim my life. I refuse to believe this spell can harm me. Observing Jingyao's flowing hair, Lin Qingye seemed to ponder something. However, the release of my 7 emotions and 6 desires might drastically alter my temperament, rendering me no longer the unfulfilled person I am today. Yet, that was of little consequence. Watching her whistle shatter into dust, Lin Qingye's eyes reddened as he clenched his fingers. Finally, I have awaited you, the true instigator. You are truly adept at hiding. Today, let us see who ultimately triumphs. With that, Lin Qingye removed the red stopper from the porcelain vial in his hand, pouring several round pills into his mouth. He bit down fiercely, the pills enhancing his powers for a brief period, amplifying his abilities several-fold, though he would inevitably bear the consequences. Yet, he cared not, as long as he could avenge Qingye. A cold smile graced his lips. Jingyao, we were meant to be partners, but you have shown a lack of wit. Desiring too much, even seizing my elder sister from me today, I shall, before he could finish, a thunderous explosion echoed, and countless bolts of lightning ensnared him, rendering him utterly immobile. Chapter 92. Breaking free from past shackles. Only then do I know who I am. The pale neck revealed the markings of the spell. Yet Lin Qingye had no intention of releasing her grip. Ayao, do what you wish. The voice of her senior sister resonated in her mind, and Jingyao, with cold eyes, stepped forward to face the male protagonist. In her palm lay a green-scaled dagger, resting there ominously. What do you intend to do? You? Lin Qingye raised his blood-red gaze, incredulous that his elder sister would permit Jingyao to engage in such audacious acts. Fear not, I shall not kill you. I want you to experience the feeling of being scorned by all. To fall from the heights of a favored son to that of a worthless wretch. You relish in bullying the weak, but what will remain if you lose your power? Punishing a man like him with death would be too merciful. Jingyao lifted the dragon-scale dagger to her lips, admiring the rippling water-like patterns upon it, feeling quite pleased. This dagger had the ability to cripple the male protagonist's entire cultivation, rendering him a complete invalid. Wasn't he the one who sought to strip her of her scales? Now, who would become the cripple remained uncertain. Jingyao, on what grounds do you flaunt your triumph? I warn you, should you dare lay a hand on me here. The moment you step outside, I will have my father expel you from the sect. I will ensure you never smile again. Lin Qingye's face flushed crimson, his words venomous. Yet his body was already on the verge of being scorched by the lightning. Had he not consumed the pills earlier, he would have likely perished by now. Is that so? I am unconcerned with your threats. Do you truly believe that if you lose all your cultivation, the sect leader would broadcast this to the world? The blade glided smoothly across her skin. Jingyao's movements remained elegant, swift, and unencumbered. Yet her words cut deeper than her actions. If he lost all his power, even if he rushed to his father to report this, the only response would be that he had failed to pass the final assessment and was unworthy of greatness. Even if his elder sister objected, she was still the sole heir to the Tianixin zone. Blood stained Jingyao's cheeks, yet she remained silent, knowing that even after dealing with the male protagonist, her troubles would not cease. She must remain vigilant against the female lead and the second male lead. Elder sister, you bear a spell. If you do not release me, you too shall perish alongside me. Lin Qingye exerted force, shattering the chains of lightning before his energy waned. His brows knitted tightly. The spell markings on Lin Qingye's face were now spreading, creating a ghastly sight. She pressed her fingers together, swiftly sealing the surging blood within her, preventing it from spilling forth. The slender silver needle meant to suppress her desires pierced her garment, revealing itself. The remaining portion still resided within her flesh. Jingyao, today, either you die or I shall perish. Bring forth the sword. Even if I am beset by inner demons and my cultivation is destroyed, I shall take you down with me. The wind whipped against the azure waves as Jingyao boldly charged forward, her clothes stained with blood, the Mingyue sword unsheathed. The blades clashed, sparks flying as neither would yield. Very well, let us see who is truly deserving of death. Witnessing this, Lin Qingye supported her dark blade with her hands, rising to her feet. Her long, powerful fingers fell upon her back, where the treasured artifact of Tianyi Xianzong, buried for centuries, was finally drawn forth. The silver needle, glistening with crimson blood, dripped steadily to the ground. Pain surged like a tide, nearly causing Lin Qingye to falter. From a young age, she had known her 7 emotions and 6 desires were sealed. Yet she had never fathomed that her parents could be so merciless. Were they truly so fearful of her competing with her brother for the Tianyi Xianzong? Were they willing to reduce her to a mere vessel of power? A puppet, to protect her brother? The spell was but a ruse, a cover for the existence of the sealing needle. Lin Qingye steadied herself, shaking the blade forcefully, using the momentum to rise. Her trembling fingers continued to weave the seals. Her gaze turned colder. Restored to her desires, Lin Qingye craved even more sensations. Purple lightning coiled above, catching the attention of all disciples within the secret realm of the celestial realm, who looked up. Realizing this must be yet another exceptionally gifted disciple dealing with the nightmare beast, they hastily affixed thunder avoidance talismans to themselves, returning to their task of foraging for spirit herbs. The inner core of the nightmare beast was priceless. Yet with their cultivation levels, encountering one would only prompt a hasty retreat, lest they risk becoming the beast's meal. A bolt of lightning struck Lin Qingye, and another silver needle erupted from his back. Lin Qingye could no longer suppress the torrent of blood surging within her. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet smiled triumphantly. With a swift motion, she yanked out the silver needle named Fury. Its form longer and thinner, as if deeply embedded within her very bones for years. She was enraged. How could the world be so unjust? Gazing at the 2 silver needles in her palm. Still shimmering faintly, Lin Qingye felt an overwhelming urge to reduce them to dust. Mother, whom do you truly feel guilty towards? Father or Lin Tianxi's mother? Yet why must I bear this debt? She recalled the pain in her back during childhood. A torment that left her in a daze, unable to discern joy from sorrow, nor vent her frustrations. She could only sleep deeply, like a foolish child, lying in bed for years on end, until she embarked on her path of cultivation. She had not realized that with sufficient mastery, she could obliterate the excruciating pain that threatened to shatter her into pieces. Thus, she devoted herself fervently to the grueling practice of the Ming sword technique, a trial that few could endure, striving to rediscover the faint glimmer of hope and to become the earliest disciple of her sect to reach the nascent soul stage. Yet now, all of this seemed to be a deliberate ploy orchestrated by her father and mother. How could she not harbor resentment? The pent-up fury within her felt as if it would rend her apart. Struck by the thunder, Lin Qingye stood in shock for a brief moment, and it was in that fleeting instant that Jin Yao seized the opportunity and thrust her sword forward with all her might. The sound of a bone snapping echoed as Lin Qingye's arm was severed, crashing into the mud below. Both of them were drenched in blood, rendering it nearly impossible to discern whose it was. Jin Yao wiped the blood from the gash on her cheek, a piece of blue scale falling away. Come, let us see if today I shall reduce you to a mere stump. Her laughter was bright. Yet her words plunged the listener into an icy abyss. Chapter 93. Let the male protagonist die. It is a favor to him. The thunder rumbled, illuminating the heavens. The purple lightning surged like a racing dragon, while torrential rain cascaded down, soaking the earth. Lin Qingye gasped for breath, steadying his chest to stem the flow of blood. Stray hairs clung to his skin, and Jin Yao bore several injuries, yet she resolutely gripped her Yue long sword. Vowing never to yield an inch, cough. Let the grievances of the past be settled today. For my unborn child, I shall avenge him. Jin Yao listened to his ramblings and smiled downcast. Lin Qingye, do you mean to place this burden upon me? The child of Qingqing was not slain by anyone but you. Hearing her words, Lin Qingye hesitated in his attack. When my senior sister and I fell into the underground palace, our fates uncertain. Had it not been for my senior sister's intervention, you two would have long since become the lost souls at the jaws of the nightmare beasts. Thus, you could not even protect your beloved. If that is not your own inadequacy, then who can you blame? Blame me and my senior sister? Listening to the mournful thunder, Jin Yao found this man utterly beyond redemption. You were born into a world where your parents lavished you with love. Yet what did my senior sister possess? She toiled for years on the falling snow peak, risking everything to achieve her current prowess. Meanwhile, you remain stagnant, blaming others for your own shortcomings. Do you still believe that the sect leader's decision to remove you from the position of deputy sect leader was due to your lack of excellence? Let me enlighten you. That is precisely the case. With all her strength, Jin Yao lunged forward, feeling exhilarated. Lin Qingye, caught off guard, was pierced in the chest, and his life-protecting sword plummeted off the cliff, disappearing into the mist below. He let out a choked laugh, then pulled from his palm a handful of purple powder. What I desire today is to bring you down with me. Tio kill you, and my elder sister will likewise descend into madness. Utterly consumed, he waved his hand, releasing the purple mist, and continued to shout, Jin Yao, you are merely taking advantage of another's misfortune. You are aware that my elder sister has always been alone, and you feign humility to ingratiate yourself to her. All you seek is your own safety. With a swift kick, Jin Yao sent Lin Qingye crashing against the rocks, shards scattering. She brushed aside the mist, her gaze icy as she approached. Her sword tip was aimed directly at Lin Qingye's brow. Her resolve fierce. You know, deep down, you understand. Thus, you revel in this chaos. My senior sister has been bound by a spell, stripped of her emotions. You treat her as a marionette. Do you expect her to sacrifice herself to protect the entire Tianyi immortal sect? Her fingers tightened around the silver sword, and a triumphant grin spread across Lin Qingye's face. Yes, and so what? The blade drew closer by an inch, and Jin Yao trembled, her grip on the hilt nearly faltering. Blood droplets danced in the rain. To let you die would be a kindness. I shall reduce you to a mere mortal destined for a lifespan of only 100 years, with all your cultivation dissipated. Your golden core shattered. There was no hope for reconstitution. Upon seeing the dagger forged from dragon scales, Lin Qingye quivered, desperate to flee. No, kill me. I refuse to become a cripple. I refuse to be worthless. With hands hidden beneath his long sleeves, Jing Tai paced back and forth, perplexed by the ceaseless thunderstorm that showed no signs of abating. Other disciples of the Wentiang Pavilion exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further for fear of incurring Jing Tai's wrath. No, I must investigate. What if something has stirred in the A district? Though he voiced this thought, he acted on it, raising his hand to sweep his robe, and the sword on his back unsheathed. Gradually enlarging into a flying sword poised in the air, he leapt onto it, fully aware that there were indeed a few thunder-spirited roots in the A district, but such a tremendous uproar could likely only be caused by that individual. Lin Qingye had also used the teleportation array, and Jing Tai chose not to report this to the higher-ups of the Wentiang Pavilion, believing it better to avoid unnecessary trouble. By sparing Ming Jianjun, he could repay the favor from a few days prior. The disciples following Jing Tai also flew up on their white figures, soaring over the heads of countless other disciples, prompting many to gaze upward. The mournful sounds of thunder stirred doubts within them, yet they dared not ask further, fearing that they might attract misfortune upon themselves. It was better to bow their heads and gather more spirit herbs or capture more spirit beasts. Thus, their visit to the immortal realm's secret realm would not be in vain. In this time of dwindling spiritual energy, even the spirit fields planted outside yielded nothing of worth. The spirit herbs within the immortal realm's secret realm were indeed treasures. And it was no wonder it was deemed an immortal realm, as the spiritual energy here was bounteous. Listening to the thundering echoes, Lin Qingye felt blood seep from her eyes, having pulled too many silver needles in one go. Even her body began to falter under the strain. This had been embedded within her since birth, and now, its eradication naturally drew upon her spiritual energy. Clenching her grip on Xianyi, Lin Qingye wiped the blood from her cheek, gritting her teeth as she stood once more. No, I cannot succumb. Ayao is still here. The disciples of the Wentiang Pavilion have arrived. Ayao must not fall into their hands. With her eyes tightly shut, Lin Qingye's figure flickered back into existence above the sky, the Xianyi sword soaring forth. Following her finger's command, the black blade enlarged gradually as Lin Qingye's violet eyes fixed upon the approaching Wentiang Pavilion disciples. Jing Tai, witnessing her blood-soaked appearance, was taken aback and quickly halted the advance of the disciples behind him. Standing upon his flying sword, he bowed from a distance to Lin Qingye. What has transpired here? Do we require the assistance of our disciples from the Wentiang Pavilion? Though he posed this question, Jing Tai's dispersed consciousness had already begun to probe for anything amiss nearby. Wherever he went, the thunder had charred the earth, leaving it barren. Besides this, he sensed a few spirit beasts that had lost consciousness. Nothing more. Could it be that he was overthinking? Yet there was no trace of the nightmare beasts. "Get out, oh not make me repeat myself," in a hoarse voice. Lin Qingye made a slight gesture, the dark blade sweeping through the raindrops, completely obstructing the Qingye pavilion's party. Raindrops slid from her nose to her chin, and in mere moments, the air was thick with the scent of impending violence. The thunderous roars sent chills down Jing Tai's spine, forcing a hollow laugh from him, and of course, Ming Jianjun, we shall withdraw immediately. Chapter 94. I have known joy. I have known my heart's desire, but Jin Yao remained unmoved, allowing the rain mixed with crimson blood to wash clean the dragon scale dagger. She knew that the disciples of the Qingye Pavilion, having sensed the anomaly, would not so readily abandon their investigation. Since that group could not defeat her senior sister in a fair fight, they would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics while her senior sister was in a weakened state. Although the Qingye Pavilion was a prestigious sect in the original narrative, renowned throughout the realms, standing atop the cultivation world and privy to the secrets of existence, they would not wish to see a single entity dominate. Hence, it was the Qingye Pavilion that had supported the old sect leader of Tianyi Immortal Sect in his decision to have his son inherit the position of deputy sect leader, as they deemed Lin Qingye unworthy of being molded into a formidable figure. Thus, they employed the strategy of praise to death. The Tianyi Immortal Sect differed from others in that it was a bloodline inheritance, primarily because the founder of the sect was the creator of the Ming sword technique. Tio practiced the world's foremost sword technique. One must willingly endure such trials. The male protagonist's growth in the later stages stemmed from the female protagonist being taken by the second male lead, prompting him to resolve to master the Ming sword technique, even at the perilous cost of his life. The Ming sword technique embodies the essence of the dragon race, and when drawn, it roars like a dragon echoing across the skies. The first move, emerging water shocking heaven, requires one to sever water with a single sword strike, cleave mountains, and stir the winds and clouds, making the heavens themselves pour down. Just mastering this initial move, the male protagonist endured considerable suffering. She resumed her innocent demeanor, akin to a newborn, naive creature. "Jing Tai, you disciples of the Qingye Pavilion make it easy for us to find you. Tell me, where has our senior brother Ming Shua gone?" Draped in golden disciples' robes, the array of cultivators sat astride a colossal bird, their demeanor fierce and menacing, unmistakably unwelcome guests. How did this group manage to arrive here? Once a decision on how to handle the situation is made, he shall be promptly informed. It is evident that this matter involves considerable implications, not solely due to the value of Meng Shua's life, but because he has unearthed a monumental secret within the underground palace, along with the truth regarding the inner core of the nightmarish beasts. Jing Tai, having served in the Asking Heaven Pavilion for many years, naturally comprehends the concerns of the higher-ups. The pavilion had discovered the secret of the nightmarish beast's inner cores a millennium ago, yet even after thousands of years, there remains no clarity. The allure of the celestial realm's secret territories is too tempting for other prominent sects to relinquish without contest. Thus, they resort to disseminating tales of the ferocity of the nightmarish beasts to instill fear among the masses. This tactic proves effective against lower-tier cultivators, yet for those of higher cultivation, it is merely a case of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. How could I possibly know, esteemed colleagues? Meng Shua's cultivation level should render him beyond the need for protection from the disciples of the Asking Heaven Pavilion? No. The dispute between the two factions only served to exacerbate the simmering frustration within Lin Qingye. With violet eyes closed and then reopened, the white dragon coiled above, its form gradually materializing against the sky. The dragon gaped its cavernous maw, revealing its ivory fangs, and unleashed a roar filled with fury. Both groups were toppled by the ensuing gale, hastily employing their spells to maneuver their flying swords, striving to avoid being swept away by the tempest. The dragoness golden eyes cast a scornful glance, its white mane billowing in the wind as it lowered its head, inviting Lin Qingye to step upon its crown. The dragon's tail descended from the clouds, landing softly before Jin Yao, its plush and fluffy appendage swaying invitingly, beckoning her to mount. Though Jin Yao hesitated, her heart heavy with reluctance, She understood that the dragon's gesture was a signal from her senior sister. With a single step, she felt the tail quiver slightly before ascending into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the dragon coiled into a circular formation. Hovering aloft, it was then that Jingyao fully beheld her senior sister's appearance. The fabric of her garment was torn in places, revealing a pale back adorned with countless puncture wounds, as if pricked by slender needles. Senior sister, what has happened to you? Moments ago, Jingyao had been wholly engaged in her altercation with Lin Qingye. Oblivious to her senior sister's distress, she was aware of the thunder's urgency and intensity. However, while others feared the storm, she found solace in its roar, knowing it signified her senior sister's presence beside her, rendering her worries unnecessary. How foolish of me that I believed this was merely the spell on my body, never realizing that the celestial sealing needle would afflict me. Not only does it seal one's emotions, but it can also completely refine a person, turning them into a puppet. Should the refinement succeed, I would become utterly oblivious, devoid of self. Lin Qingye reclined upon the dragon's head, a silver needle gripped tightly in her palm. The needles, each bearing a different hue, were drenched in blood. Her senior sister's complexion appeared exceedingly pale, yet her face bore a hint of a smile. Today, I have finally broken free from these shackles. I am now aware of their true nature. Her fingers clenched, the silver needle cracking under the pressure. A high-grade magical artifact. The celestial sealing needle was not easily damaged. However, the fury surging within Lin Qingye resembled a tumultuous tide. The needles shattered, leaving her hands drenched in blood. Senior sister, if there is hatred, why endure this? Jingyao grasped Lin Qingye's hand, her heart aching for her senior sister, never realizing the author's foreshadowing lay hidden here. Burdening her sister with such profound suffering, a deep gash marred her cheek, revealing delicate blue scales that evoked sympathy. Lin Qingye reached out, and in that instant, the rain ceased falling, and the thunder dissipated. Her icy fingers brushed against Jinyao's cheek, and with a mere touch, the scars upon Jinyao's face vanished without a trace. This debt I shall not let it go unpunished. Upon hearing her sister's vow, Jinyao smiled, a crystalline tear glimmering in her eye, yet it did not fall. Observing her expression, Lin Qingye supported herself with both hands, her voice soft and soothing. Ayao, do not grieve for me. You ought to smile for me, for now, I finally understand what joy is. It is this very sensation. Like dried fruit, sweet and delightful, akin to the gentle breeze of summer caressing blooming flowers. Bowing slightly, her nose brushed against Jinyao's. Lin Qingye closed her eyes, and a kiss was bestowed, sweet as honey. Chapter 95. I possess good treasures. Would you like them? The array cultivator who had fallen from the sky rubbed his backside. Grimacing, Ming Wanjun, what has incited such fury? You even struck those from the Asking Heaven Pavilion. Covered in mud, they scrambled to their feet, employing spells to cleanse themselves. The leader furrowed his brow, perplexed. Rumor had it that Ming Wanjun was refined and cultured, the most reasonable individual. Even when the old sect master of the Tian Xian sect insisted on a waste of dual spirit roots inheriting the position of junior sect master, Ming Wanjun had remained silent, continuing his cultivation in his Snowfall peak, oblivious to the outside world. It wasn't until the Sea of Forgotten Void sent the mermaid princess for a marriage alliance that the siblings turned against each other. The incident became widely known, transcending the confines of the Tian Xian sect's domestic affairs, and many sects were privy to this scandal. He squinted, raising a hand to halt the crowd. It seems this matter involves secrets we ought not to know. Let us seek out Brother Meng Shuo elsewhere. Ming Wanjun, known for his prudence, if truly transformed by emotions, would be a force to reckon with. The potential turmoil and downfall awaiting the Tian Xian sect was not hard to envision. The other array cultivators were momentarily stunned but said nothing, gathering their belongings and following the leader away. 2 months later, Bai Hua meticulously reviewed his possessions, satisfied, before patting his little white crane and settling upon it. Junior sister, come, allow your senior brother to carry you for a while. No need to exert yourself. Just as Chao Yiming was about to respond, a chilling voice emerged from behind. Oh, my dear friends, it seems you have been quite fortunate. Might I inquire if you would be willing to share a portion of your bounty? The robe he wore was adorned with a haphazard array of patterns, and an inexplicable stench emanated from him. Sensing the impending danger, Bai Hua leaped from the crane, firmly planting his feet on the ground. Gripping his sword sheath, he raised his elegant brows to regard the man before him. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, we sword cultivators never hold back." His tone was somewhat menacing, prompting Xiao Lianming to retreat a few steps to stand beside Bai Hua, hand poised on her sword hilt, prepared to stand by her brother. "What do you mean? Did you not hear my earlier words? You two possess that abundant spiritual energy. I presume you carry many fine treasures." He lifted a finger, and a large centipede emerged from his sleeve, coiling around his fingertip, emitting a hissing sound. The man's eyes narrowed. Securing a spot in the celestial realm's secret territory had cost him dearly. It was far too laborious to seek out spiritual herbs, plants, and alchemical materials himself. It would be more efficient to simply rob them. The disciples, having suffered in silence, dared not cry out, for his prized possession was indeed formidable. Gazing at the centipede, Bai Hua's legs trembled. According to his master's journal, this creature must be at least 400 years old. A single bite would be excruciating. If a confrontation arose, he would need to be cautious. Otherwise, a bite to the rear would confine him indoors for a month. "I possess fine treasures. Would you like them?" A melodious voice rang out from a distance, and Bai Hua and Xiao Lianming instantly recognized it. Their eyes sparkled with joy as they exclaimed, "Jin Yao," flicking a dragon scale with her fingers. Jin Yao smiled, leaning against a grand tree. "Come, is this good treasure sufficient? If you have the skill, come and claim it. If not, then be on your way." The dragon scale spun gracefully as Jin Yao deftly caught it in her palm. The breeze fluttered her skirt, and she spoke with a teasing tone. "It's merely a 400-year-old centipede. What is there to boast about? You're summoning a mere infant to do your bidding?" Her words inflamed the slender man, whose face flushed crimson as he stroked the centipede's head, his gaze fixated on the dragon scale in Jin Yao's hand. He had heard tales of the close ties between the Merfolk and the dragon clan, often possessing treasures like dragon scales. How true those tales proved to be now, with a dragon scale before him. What value did he place on those meager herbs? Even if he refined an entire furnace, it would yield little spiritual energy. The dragon scale was the true treasure. Even if he didn't use it for refinement, selling it to a high-ranking chi-refining master would yield a substantial fortune. With careful expenditure, it could sustain him for 20 to 30 years. "Little girl, I never would have guessed you, a mermaid, possessed the audacity to save others from peril. Jia 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 jia. Then today? Allow me to show you what it means to be the king of all poisons." He raised his hand, and the centipede in his palm suddenly enlarged several times, lying on the ground and preparing to charge towards Jin Yao. However, in the next moment, a white dragon descended from the heavens, its golden eyes glaring fiercely. Instantly, the centipede withered in its presence, its massive form reduced to mere dust before the dragon's might. Jin Yao's eyes sparkled with mirth as she reached out to pat the cheek of the white dragon, calling out to Lin Qingye, who stood atop the dragon's head, "Senior sister." From her lofty position, Lin Qingye descended gracefully, her black sword sheath swirling around her, following her movements as it floated downwards. Bai Hua and Xiao Lianming gazed in astonishment as Lin Qingye unexpectedly removed the inky veil that had long obscured her eyes. Her purple irises, not entirely pure, shimmered with a hint of gold, as if blended together. Yet, it was not jarring. With the veil lifted, Lin Qingye emanated an indescribable charm, no longer the cool and indifferent figure she once was. Now, she resembled a person of profound depth, cloaked in mystery. "Yao, has he wronged you?" Liquid splattered as the immobile centipede succumbed to its fate, yet its body still thrashed, its countless legs clawing at the debris and fallen leaves. A sight that sent shivers down one's spine. The white dragon, the dragon. The man trembled, shaken by the dragon's imposing presence, falling to the ground. His hands pressed behind him, his eyes filled with terror. "You are?" "Ming Jianjun." Jin Yao stepped forward, grasping her senior sister's somewhat chilled hand. Crouching slightly, she looked at the man and continued, "Hey, you must have quite a few valuable items on you, right?" Chapter 96, Dispose of the Old Sect Master. "Goodness, what a foul stench. I no longer want this robe," Bai Hua exclaimed, repulsed by the garment he had just discarded, and casually tossed it aside. It was promptly engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes that scattered across the forest floor. Junior sister Jin Yao, When did you become so formidable in these pills? They are concocted from rather sinister materials. You should keep them, he added, observing the dark porcelain bottle in his hand, recalling the various jars and vials that man had carried. They had also uncovered several spatial bags belonging to disciples from other sections taking back his own spatial bag. Bai Hua found it mostly filled with low to mid-tier spiritual herbs, with the occasional high-tier herb and some small spiritual beasts. Revealing their struggles, it was evident that shameless old man had taken to bullying these weaker disciples, emboldened by the 400-year-old centipede under his command. Doesn't the Asking Heaven Pavilion intervene? Bai Hua shook the pill in his hand, pondering its potential value. Just as he spoke, a disciple clad in the Asking Heaven Pavilion's robes, bearing a sword sheath, appeared from the crowd. Ming Jianjun, our pavilion master requests your presence. Jing Tai stepped forward from the throng, bowing respectfully with his hands folded. Upon raising his head, he hesitated, hardly believing that the ever-veiled Ming Jianjun had unveiled his true visage. The sight of Lin Qingye's purple eyes, brazenly scrutinizing him, devoid of any warmth, presented a stark contrast to his previous demeanor of refined politeness. What is it? In an instant, Lin Qingye resumed her casual demeanor, inquiring with a hint of inquiry, a reminder to herself not to linger too long in observation. It pertains to the matter of the nightmare beasts. We hope Ming Jianjun would be gracious. Jian Yao, observing Jing Tai's demeanor, surmised that he had summoned her senior sister to ensure her silence regarding the high-ranking members of the Asking Heaven Pavilion. Under different circumstances, the envoys from the pavilion would not have been so courteous, yet her senior sister's cultivation was enough to instill a degree of caution within the entire pavilion. Very well. Ah Yao, come with me. Lin Qingye understood the intentions of the Asking Heaven Pavilion, yet she agreed to go because she held leverage for a potential transaction. What she sought was what she had always deserved. Her parents had sealed away her emotions, wishing for her to remain detached from worldly desires, safeguarding the Tianyi immortal sect and Lin Qingye. However, she was determined to defy their wishes. Hearing Lin Qingye's words, Jing Tai hesitated momentarily. The pavilion master had not summoned this mermaid. If he were to bring her in without permission, he might face repercussions. As the four were about to depart, Jing Tai finally relented. Ming Jianjun, it was an oversight on the part of the Asking Heaven Pavilion. Crossing once more through the portal to the secret realm of the immortal world, Jian Yao immediately felt the depletion of spiritual energy upon her arrival. The dry breeze caressed her, and the scenery of the Asking Heaven Pavilion had transformed into a sea of red maples, as if wildfires had spread across the land. 2 or 3 months had been sufficient to turn the seasons upside down. Esteemed guests, we have guest rooms available for your rest. Presently, the Asking Heaven Pavilion is filled with alchemists, weaponsmiths, many gifted individuals eager to purchase the materials you possess. Should you wish to part with your items? Now is an opportune time to explore. Upon hearing the elder's invitation, Bai Hua's interest peaked as he contemplated exchanging his materials with the disciples of the Yue Sect. Thank you, Elder. We shall proceed at once. Elder, do you recall the location of the Yue Sect stall? Bai Hua eagerly rummaged through his spatial bag, counting his possessions with anticipation. They generally prefer the Eastern Plaza, but do exercise caution. Some of the disciples from Yue Sect have rather temperamental spirit pets. He had no curiosity about the secrets of the Asking Heaven Pavilion, for the pavilion master had specifically requested an audience with a figure of Ming Jianjun's caliber. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the sooner one meets their demise. It's best to slip away unnoticed. Observing her senior brother's hasty retreat, Xiao Lianming couldn't help but muse that he truly resembled a sprightly rabbit. What need is there for a white crane? She thought, following suit, eager to reunite with their master after several months apart, intending to bring back a tome of spiritual beasts. Perhaps she could even procure a fine spiritual sparrow from the disciples of the Yue Sect. As she watched the two vanish swiftly, Jian Yao couldn't help but smile wryly, her eyes narrowing with amusement. She followed her senior sister's lead into the grand hall of the Asking Heaven Pavilion. Ascending a flight of stairs, she found the second floor adorned with a more refined elegance than the solemnity of the first. Half-open paper windows framed the view of the wild mountains ablaze with red maples. While a teapot sat on the table, steam wafting upwards, and the room was filled with exquisite flowers. At last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence, a woman holding a teacup remarked, her gaze fixed on Lin Qingye. who was accompanied by 2 men, with an empty seat suggesting someone was yet to arrive. "Pavilion Master, what do you require of me?" Lin Qingye inquired, her tone questioning and lacking the customary politeness of a first meeting. Startling the 2 men, who recognized that something significant must have transpired within the secret realm of the immortal world to provoke such a change in Ming Jianjun's demeanor. "We have recently located your brother." Ming Jianjun, the woman began, her words leisurely flowing, but suddenly the teacup in her hand shattered, white porcelain crashing onto the table. "He is not my brother," Lin Qingye interjected without hesitation, her denial as startling as the spilled tea. The woman remained unfazed. "Indeed, he has become a mere shell of his former self, his cultivation entirely obliterated. You no longer pose any threat to him." Ming Jianjun. Lin Qingye took a couple of steps forward, disinterested in engaging in riddles, and stated directly, "I will not disclose the secrets of the underground palace. However, you must agree to one condition." The man raised his head, his tone serious as he queried, "What condition?" "Speak freely, Ming Jianjun. If it lies within our capabilities, the Asking Heaven Pavilion shall not renege." Lin Qingye lowered her gaze, examining him briefly before speaking. "I wish to incapacitate Lin Sun." Lin Sun? The current sect master of the Tianyi Immortal Sect. Chapter 97. Young friend, sell me this item. The air was filled with a cacophony of voices as countless disciples emerged from the secret realm of the immortal world, rummaging through their spatial bags. The stalls here were all managed by the Asking Heaven Pavilion, ensuring that no counterfeit goods were sold. Yet, one had to be wary of the prices, as the pavilion would not intervene. "Oh, come on. Can you lower the price a bit, good fellow?" Bai Hua pleaded, eyeing a pouch of specialized feed for spiritual cranes, but hesitated due to the steep cost. "Take it or leave it. That's enough, isn't it? Don't be so unreasonable. Even food for sale isn't as expensive as this." The vendor's pricing was somewhat inflated, but the Yuye sect was the only place left with such specialized feed. Hearing his junior sister's assertive remarks, Bai Hua's eyes shimmered with gratitude as he regarded her. Just as he grasped a few warm spirit stones, the disciple from the Yuye sect, intimidated by Qiao Lianming's fierce demeanor, relented. "Fine, you can have it." As he clutched the warm spirit stones, not yet having the chance to count them, he looked up to see a woman clad in green standing before him, delicately holding a massive centipede head. The antennae swayed menacingly, looking quite terrifying. "How much is this worth?" Jin Yao began, but before she could finish, another disciple from the Yaowang sect, riding a treasured gourd, swooped down beside her, shouting, "Friend, hey, friend," as the fierce wind swept by. The disciple of the Yuye sect hastily spread her arms to shield her precious vials and jars, casting a glare upwards at the individual responsible. "You there? Could you possibly exercise a bit more caution? If I were to drop this, could you afford the damages?" The reply came, "I apologize, dear young friend. I was a bit flustered just now." With that, she produced a pouch of spirit stones, intending to thrust it into Jin Yao's hands. "This esteemed elder sister, could you possibly part with that centipede head? Its exquisite quality suggests it has been nurtured with the 5 poisons. At the very least, it must be over 300 years old." She had thought there would be nothing of note today, yet here was such a remarkable find. This was indeed her first encounter with such a venomous centipede. Truly, it was fitting for the secret realms of the celestial world, where the centipedes feasted on toxic creatures daily. "This is 400 years old." Lin Qingye strolled over slowly, her black attire setting her apart from the surrounding disciples clad in long robes. Removing her eye mask, her violet eyes stood out like a crane among chickens in the crowd. Even those unfamiliar with her would be compelled to take a second glance. Hearing her sister's footsteps approaching slowly, Jin Yao felt elated and stepped back a pace while holding the centipede head. "Sister, did you not say earlier that you weren't coming over to play? What has changed your mind now?" Lin Qingye regarded the centipede head with a hint of disdain, as she was known for her cleanliness. With her fingers delicately poised, she waved lightly, causing the centipede head in Jin Yao's grip to fall into the embrace of a disciple from the Yaowang sect. Only then did she take another couple of steps towards Jin Yao, her slender shoulders filling the gap between them. "I fear you might be taken advantage of alone." Upon hearing the figure of 400 years, the disciple from the Yaowang sect's eyes widened in astonishment, and she promptly retrieved another pouch of spirit stones. "It's my lack of skill. Allow me to supplement this. How about it?" Lin Qingye said little in response, as she was not in need of spirit stones herself, but she did not wish to dampen Jinyao's spirits, considering the stones were earned through her efforts. Hearing the excitement in the other's voice, Jinyao extended her palm, her gaze earnest as she declared, "Sister, wait, I have something splendid, a treasure indeed. Would you be interested?" Recalling the enormous snake head nestled in the corner of her bag, Jinyao felt it time to tidy up her belongings and sell off the accumulated clutter. Why now? A crowd had gathered, initially astonished by how a merfolk could so effortlessly tear apart a 400-year-old centipede. It was only upon noticing Lin Qingye standing behind Jinyao that they grasped the reality. This merfolk had formidable backing. Embracing the centipede head, the disciple from the Yaowang sect showed no sign of reluctance, even examining the centipede's fangs and gently inhaling its scent. "This is the essence. The toxicity is quite potent. I'm sure my master would be delighted to receive this. What is it?" "Friend? Allow me to see. If my spirit stones are insufficient, I shall summon my master immediately." As she spoke, she witnessed Jinyao extracting an enormous snake head, which she intended to press into the disciple's arms. "This is the head of a 1,000-year-old sea serpent." The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment, especially those from the Yuye sect, who could hardly contain their frustration at such a precious item being so casually handed over. Such a remarkable specimen, perfect for a spirit beast. How could you simply slice it in half? What a waste! The disciple from the Yaowang sect swallowed hard, glancing longingly at her treasured gourd, well aware that even selling it would hardly suffice to acquire such a colossal 1,000-year-old sea serpent head. However, while she could not afford it, she could certainly call upon her master. "Little merfolk, would you consider selling me that sea serpent head? I possess 1,000 top-grade spirit stones and fine elixirs to offer." "You may choose." An elderly man with a head of white hair pushed through the crowd, draped in a luxurious purple robe. Those with some knowledge could tell at a glance that he was an elder from the Danding sect. Unlike others who marveled in silence, the old man's discerning gaze quickly assessed that this sea serpent head was no mere 1,000-year-old specimen. This was harvested from a sea serpent that had attained spiritual intelligence and could transform into human form. The clean cut at the neck suggested it had been severed in a single stroke. That one do. This treasure was first spotted by my disciple. Why are you so eager to snatch it away? Have you no shame?" A woman clad in emerald attire descended from the heavens, standing before the disciple from the Yaowang sect, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the 1,000-year-old sea serpent head. Swallowing hard. This was indeed a fine treasure, and it was her disciple who had fortuitously encountered it, seizing the opportunity. Otherwise, to wrest it from the clutches of that elder from the Danding sect would require considerable effort. The white-haired elder was not easily intimidated. He simply flicked his sleeve and stepped closer to Jinyao. Suddenly, 5 or 6 white porcelain vials appeared in his hand, and with a swift motion, he caused them to clink melodically. "Young friend, since this is your possession, you should decide whom to sell it to. What do you think?" Chapter 98. She desired to walk alongside her sister, sensing the tension between the two. Jinyao fell silent for a moment, then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, her hand dove back into her bag. The onlookers gasped, "No way. Does this person have more?" Both of you. I have something else. Please don't fight over it." With that, Jinyao produced a hefty arm of a nightmare beast. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. What a remarkable creature! Was this person a slayer of deities? Following that, they beheld 3 shimmering dragon scales appear in Jinyao's palm. Dragon scales. The woman in emerald attire fixated her gaze on the 3 scales, already envisioning their potential uses. Jinyao, feeling a touch embarrassed by her scrutiny, quickly concealed the scales with a fist. "I'm afraid I cannot sell this. But you may examine other items." Over the past 2 months, Jinyao had amassed a plethora of treasures, especially while accompanied by her sister. Whatever she desired, she had managed to procure without difficulty. She began to present items one by one, until countless herbs and fierce beast parts formed a small mountain. The two stood in utter disbelief. Once she had nearly emptied her bag, Jinyao clapped her hands, surveying the impressive stockpile of materials. Naturally, she reserved some particularly exquisite specimens for her master, sister, and herself, yet as a novice in alchemy, she had no need for such materials. It was best to sell them directly. After all, if she aimed to establish a marine army in the Wangshu Sea, spirit stones were essential. Bai Hua had witnessed Jinyao's swift actions in the secret realm, and at this moment, she was not surprised in the least. The bustling activity soon attracted numerous disciples who flocked to the scene, eager to select what they needed. With the Nightmare Beast's arm on display, the elder from the Danning sect no longer contended with the elder from the Yawang sect. Instead, he picked up the arm, examining it closely. Although the Nightmare Beast was often likened to a demonic entity by cultivators, its entire form was medicinal, and when combined with other herbs, it could yield a potion to dispel inner demons. Provided the ingredients were measured correctly, it bore no side effects. The elder's fingers brushed the arm without a hint of fear. Instead, he appeared quite pleased. Disciples of the Danning sect were typically engrossed in alchemy. During their travels, they relied heavily on their magical artifacts for protection. Lacking any means to ward off the invasions of nightmare beasts, they dared not approach them, as doing so was akin to courting death. Hence, they sought to trade for high-quality ores with sword and weapon cultivators. The Danning sect was well versed in the topography of mountains, the growth of spiritual plants, and the orientation of mineral veins. Thus, they possessed a fair number of valuable items, yet not acquiring materials that required life-threatening battles with fierce beasts remained a pressing challenge. I will take these. With that, the white-haired elder unfastened the pouch of spirit stones from his waist. He was true to his word, also presenting the elixirs he held. Here are several vials of top-grade nurturing elixirs. While they are not rare, their effects are commendable. A single dose suffices. He disappeared into the bustling crowd. I will take these as well. Little Merfolk, is this sufficient? The woman in emerald attire held several pouches in one hand, having gathered at least a dozen types of herbs she found useful. In no time, the ground, piled high with herbs, had been completely cleared. Jinyao returned home with an abundance of spirit stones, clasping the hands of Qiao Lianming and her sister as she turned to Bai Hua. Let us go, Bai Shixiang. I'll treat you all to a meal. Bai Hua, taken aback, pointed to himself, his appetite stirred. Over the past 2 months, they had been navigating the secret realm of the celestial world, enduring bites from snakes and insects, without tasting a decent meal. Master. Bai Hua recalled their master's admonition to maintain a steadfast mind during fasting. Shixiang, do you still remember our master's words? Forget it. If you're not coming, we'll be on our way. Noticing Bai Hua's hesitation, Jinyao pulled out 2 porcelain vials from her pocket and tossed them to him. Then take this. Jinyao's desire for so many low-grade elixirs stemmed from her intention to cultivate her own power within the Wangshu Sea. She understood that simply sweeping through the Wangshu Sea was impractical. What was essential was to establish her authority and influence within it. Naturally, both internal and external affairs had to be firmly in her grasp. Otherwise, she would find herself in a passive position. Aside from gathering the aquatic beings at the depths of the Forgotten Void Sea, Jinyao had another task at hand, to locate the remaining shards of the mirror. By piecing them together, she could bargain with the celestial realm. Was it possible that the merman had just caught sight of the 2 of them? The 2 whispered softly, while countless disciples outside the square continued to crowd forward, completely oblivious to their furtive demeanor. You always tend to overreact. If they had truly discovered us, they would have slapped us long ago, rather than indulging in this game of make-believe. The other person leaned against a crimson pillar, yet felt uncertain within. Nevertheless, he didn't believe a mere merman could possess such keen perception. That makes sense, but since we are on mortal ground, we must exercise caution and conceal our presence. We should avoid drawing attention to ourselves. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the windowsill, and a faint scent of wine lingered among the 3. Qiao Lianming lay drunkenly sprawled across the table, her grip still clutching a wine cup. Jinyao, having improved her tolerance, surveyed the assortment of supplies she had divided on the table. She contemplated the necessity of finding a trustworthy aquatic being to send these items to Xiaoyao, who remained in the Forgotten Void Sea, intending to provide aid to the impoverished aquatic folk there. This would win their hearts. However, one must be cautious of the wicked in the guise of the pitiful. Jinyao had also prepared magical tools and talismans for Xiaoyao, ensuring that she could intimidate the desperate aquatic beings when the need arose. Though Xiaoyao had promised to follow her, Jinyao was willing to offer her an opportunity to rise alongside her. Without striving, how could one ascertain the heights they might reach? Sister, in just a century to know, perhaps even sooner, you shall touch the gates of heaven. It is time for me to exert myself. Without sister, the Tianyi immortal sect is not my true home. What I desire is to walk side by side with sister. What thoughts have you lost in such reverie? Lin Qingye's slender fingers gently tapped against the wine cup on the table, producing a clear sound. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, her red lips glistening with droplets of wine, her tone soft and intoxicating. The restored sister only revealed this enchanting demeanor before her, captivating beyond measure. Chapter 99. I am not drunk. Jingyao did not conceal her thoughts from her sister, candidly sharing her concerns. She had indulged too much in wine, her face adorned with faint blue fish scales that lent her an adorable charm. Were you worried that Jinyu might act against Yao? Reflecting on the delicate features of that effeminate merman, Lin Qing had initially felt indifferent, but upon further contemplation, it was unsurprising that the merman prince harbored ill intentions. After regaining her emotions, Lin Qing's perceptions of the world sharpened, yet she still struggled to mask her thoughts, allowing her feelings to manifest openly. Jingyao set down her wine cup and gradually leaned closer to her sister, her cool fingers brushing against Lin Qing's cheek. Yes, it was concern. However, with her sister by her side, she harbored no doubts about anyone's ability to harm them. After uttering those words, Jingyao drew nearer, a faint mist of water enveloping her, leaving Lin Qing feeling a thirst she could not quench. Unconsciously, her fingers encircled Jinyao's waist as she gazed upward. Sister, let us set aside my affairs for now. Do you truly intend to depose the sect leader? Upon hearing her sister's decision, Jinyao was taken aback. She had assumed that once her sister learned the truth, she would at most sever ties with the Tianyi immortal sect and the sect leader. Yet, her sister's resolve was even more decisive. Lin Qing, noticing Jinyao's reaction, was unfazed. Her gaze shifted to the Xianyi sword resting on the sword rack. She let out a soft hum, her voice resonating with determination. I have endured his deceptions for far too long. Today, I seek only that which rightfully belongs to me. Since my mother entrusted me with the protection of the Tianyi immortal sect, I shall fulfill her wish. Let her witness that even without my father and brother, I can safeguard the sect. Lin Qing pressed her cheek against Jinyao's chest, her words laced with a lingering intoxication. Yet Jinyao knew her sister never spoke falsehoods. As time passed, Lin Qing's gentle breathing filled the air. Jinyao observed her sister's cascading hair and tucked a strand behind her ear. She yearned to embrace her sister and lead her to rest on the bed. Throughout their time in the celestial realm, Jinyao had never seen her sister truly rest, and thus felt a pang of sorrow. Her sister felt lighter than anticipated, and as she held her, Jinyao did not perceive her as burdensome. That moment, Xiao Lianmeng, who had already slumped beneath the table, continued to mumble in her drunken stupor. Alas, she still remembered Elder Yushang's admonitions. Master, spare me, I cannot refuse the invitation to drink with Ming Jianjun. Master, you two were summoned by the sect leader for a drink. Is it not the same? Indeed, master, you must not speak of me. Jianyao finally understood why by Hua, and she were often subjected to Elder Yushang's punishments. It was quite deserved. In contrast to Xiao Lianming's incessant drunken ramblings. Her sister remained notably tranquil, her eyelashes fluttering as if she were on the cusp of slumber. Jinyao was reminded of the myriad scars she had seen on her sister's back 2 months prior, and a wave of heartache washed over her. Yet, since her sister had not permitted her to look closely, Jinyao refrained from probing further. After all, this was a thorn buried deep within her sister's heart. Arriving at the bedside, Jinyao cast a spell to remove her sister's garments, leaving only a white undergarment. She carefully set aside the hairpin, ensuring her sister's belongings were neatly arranged nearby. After covering her with a blanket, Jinyao intended to leave, but just as she lifted her skirts and rose to her toes, slender fingers clasped around her wrist. Lin Qing's violet eyes fluttered open. Turning to Jinyao with a gentle smile, Yao, will you not stay with me? Her heartstrings tangled in disarray. Sister, when did you awaken? She stammered, utterly flustered. Did I ever claim to be drunk? I merely found comfort in your embrace and, in my indulgence, could not bring myself to rise. Lin Qing did not release her grip. Instead, she propped herself up, scrutinizing Jinyao's features. The room was illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight, and moonlight streamed in, casting a serene ambience. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Qing tugged Jinyao's arm closer, diminishing the distance between them, their breaths intertwining, mere inches apart. In her youth, I loathed sleep, for my back ached terribly. I believed myself to be a forsaken soul. burdened by illness. Half-blind since birth. Whenever I slumbered too long, I felt as though I truly could see nothing at all. Listening to her sister, Jane Yao's heart ached. Perhaps it was the inability of her young sister to endure the cruelty of childhood that drove her to take up the sword in self-defense. Sensing Jin Yao's silence, Lin Qingye surmised her sister felt sorrow for her plight and embraced her tightly, resting her chin on Jin Yao's shoulder, whispering softly, "Yao, you should not feel pity for me. You ought to rejoice for me. A century has passed, and if it were not for you, I might have remained forever blind. I am truly happy. I have finally come to understand what it means to care." As her fingertips grazed Jin Yao's back, a tear slipped down Lin Qingye's cheek, for she had come to comprehend joy, anger, sorrow, and elation. Hearing her sister's words, Jin Yao straightened, gazing into Lin Qingye's violet eyes. Biting her rosy lips, unlike before, she was no longer shy. Instead, she took the initiative, their fingers intertwining as the curtains fell. The night was still young. Until the first rays of dawn broke, Qiao Lianmeng, who had lain on the floor all night, finally awoke. She opened her eyes and found herself staring at the underside of the table. Instinctively, her body sprang up, colliding with the table with a loud thud, nearly toppling it over. Channeling her spiritual energy, she froze the wine cup mid-air before it could spill, and with a sigh of relief, Qiao Lianmeng climbed to her feet, shaking off the dust and dishevelment from her hair. Awake now? Jin Yao had already tidied up her belongings. Seeing Qiao Lianmeng finally rouse from her slumber, she handed her the sword sheath. The celestial vessel is about to embark soon. Qiao Lianmeng patted her cheeks, a hint of guilt evident in her voice. I am so sorry for crashing on your floor all night after drinking too much. Jin Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. Last night, her intention had been to ensure her sister was taken care of before checking on Qiao Lianmeng. But she hadn't anticipated her sister's insistence on keeping her company throughout the night, leaving no time to tend to Qiao Lianmeng lying on the floor. Yes, nothing, she mumbled softly, quickly thrusting the sword sheath into Qiao Lianmeng's hands. Here, take your wife. Chapter 100. What a coincidence. I also have something for you. At the disciples' square of the Asking Sky Pavilion, Jin Yao squinted and noticed that aside from a few prominent demon clans, nearly all human sects had gathered. Of course, there were more convenient methods, such as flying on swords or waiting in line for the array of the Asking Sky Pavilion to transport them to the town at the foot of the mountain. While this could be exhausting, it spared them from enduring the cold wind and the fatigue of driving, thus conserving their spiritual energy. As she contemplated this, her sister approached, holding a magical umbrella. Lin Qingye spoke in a calm tone. Are you not afraid of getting sunburned? Before Jin Yao could finish her words, she felt a familiar weight on her shoulder, followed by a well-known feminine voice ringing in her ear. Jin Yao, how are you? I heard that your business was quite prosperous yesterday. Thinking of stopping by to greet her and board the celestial vessel together, it would certainly provide companionship. It's all right, she replied. Upon seeing Han Shisha, Jin Yao recalled her inquiry about Lin Tianxi's whereabouts the other day. Feeling a tinge of guilt for involving her in this matter, therefore, she had specifically reserved a 500-year-old dragon's breath pearl for Han Shisha, a rare spiritual plant that grows atop the snowy peaks of the celestial realm's secret lands. That day, Jin Yao, along with her senior sister, had pursued a century-old eagle to find that snow-capped mountain. The snow realm had remained untouched for a millennium, and within it thrived an abundance of dragon's breath pearls. Glistening with a faint blue light, rich in spiritual energy, this was an excellent material for concocting elixirs, a supreme spiritual herb documented in various alchemical texts and medical tomes. Jin Yao was astonished to discover such treasures existed in the celestial secret realm. As these pearls were typically found only in the extreme northern region's snow-capped mountains, and now only in cultivated forms, flowering and bearing fruit over 5 centuries, she and her senior sister had indeed encountered good fortune. Perhaps the large quantity of dragon's breath pearls was the reason the eagle had come to forage. However, when Jin Yao harvested them, she did not employ any unethical means, leaving some behind. Han Shisha? By the way, I have something for you. Upon hearing Jin Yao's words, Han Shisha's eyes crinkled with delight as she produced a handful of spiritual herbs from her sleeve. Seems we share a mental connection. I also have something to present to you. This herb exuded a natural fragrance, perfect for bathing, providing a sense of relaxation and aiding in sleep. While this herb may not be particularly valuable, I've never seen such quality before, so I thought to save it for you. Han Shisha handed over the herbs with one hand. Her casual words belied the care with which she had preserved them. Tied delicately with a fine string, Jin Yao did not decline and accepted them without hesitation. This was the same herb her senior sister had prepared for her upon her arrival, a gift from their master. But Jin Yao had never needed it for her baths. Storing it away would be wasteful. It was better suited for her own use. Lin Qingye observed the scene, her composed fingers behind her tightening unconsciously. She recalled how Jin Yao had previously mentioned wanting to share some dragon's breath pearls with Han Shisha. Moreover, given that the dragon's breath pearls were ice-type spiritual plants, they were a perfect match for Han Shisha. An inexplicable feeling surged again, and Han Shisha looked up to find Ming Jianjun had been by Jin Yao's side all along. Unlike the time they had entered the celestial secret realm, Lin Qingye now removed the cloth that had obscured her vision, revealing her violet eyes mixed with gold, scrutinizing Han Shisha. A daring thought sprouted in her mind. Could it be that during their visit to the celestial secret realm, Ming Jianjun had inadvertently cured her vision? At his level of cultivation, having eyesight would be irrelevant. His consciousness could instantaneously probe the entire Tian Pavilion. How about this? As Jin Yao produced the dragon's breath pearls, a sudden chill enveloped her palm. Dragon's breath pearls. What a treasure! Han Shisha had previously seen a few in their master's cabinet, but none matched the quality of those Jin Yao had just revealed. I can't believe it, Jin Yao. These pearls can't possibly be exclusive to the A district. The cold yet fragrant aroma wafted through the air as Bai Hua approached, cradling a plump white crane that stubbornly clutched a porcelain vial in its beak. Refusing to let go, the standoff lasted for quite some time, with neither party relinquishing their hold. Of course not. Such quality treasures could never be found in the Ding district. Brother, why not hold out for 300 years? If you manage to cultivate to the late golden core stage, we can enter the A district together. While the words sounded appealing, none could predict whether the spiritual energy would be entirely depleted or merely stabilized in 300 years. Nevertheless, Bai Hua did not dampen his sister's spirits, understanding she was encouraging him not to lose hope. He extended his fist to bump against his sister's, declaring loudly, "Agreed. In 300 years, we'll enter together. And then Jin Yao, we can collect dragon's breath pearls side by side. Jin Yao, don't forget such an important place. Be sure to remember, oh dear, I have paper and pen here. Jin Yao, while it's still fresh in your mind, hurry and draw it out." Observing his animated demeanor, Xiao Yinming felt somewhat exasperated. She patted her brother's shoulder and pointed toward the slowly descending celestial vessel, saying, "Let's go, brother. The next visit will be in 300 years. However, the resources they had gathered this time would suffice for 4 to 5 decades. In the Tian Isian zone, within the Master S chamber, Lin Sun sat by the bedside, gazing at Lin Tianci, who had lost an arm in all his cultivation, gripping his hands tightly. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. Lin Tianci remained unconscious, his eyes tightly shut, calling out, "Elder sister, why have you treated me this way? Do you support an outsider? Jin Yao only shares your bed. And you wish to kill me." His consciousness was muddled, spewing incoherent words one after another. "Qing, it is I who am useless. I have wronged you. I let our child vanish from this world before even being born. I am sorry." Unable to endure any longer, Lin Sun stood up, his fingers clenched tightly, nearly shattering the spatial ring on his hand. It seemed he should never have agreed to let Qingye be involved with that mermaid. Now, it had resulted in a grave mistake, leaving his son crippled. Chapter 101. I attain immortality, and you turn to ashes 7 days later. The celestial vessel came to a gentle halt. It must be perilous inside. I do not ask for my sister to bring me anything precious, as long as she returns safely. Rumors abounded. Some claimed Lin Tianci had fallen victim to a conspiracy from another sect, while others suggested he had been attacked by a nightmare beast. This only heightened the fear of the celestial secret realm among the newly inducted disciples. Jin Yao shared this sentiment. As long as her brother was safe, that was enough. A few whispered amongst themselves, looking up to see the people from the celestial vessel gradually disembarking. The first few, brimming with excitement, reunited with their junior disciples. They pulled out prepared gifts and shared them with those who had stayed behind in the sect, also bringing back some novel items exchanged in Tian Pavilion. However, This moment of joy faded once Lin Qingye appeared. The square was swept by a fierce wind as the sect master descended from the sky, landing opposite the celestial vessel. Qingye, do you know your wrongs? With one hand behind his back and offering no greetings, the old sect master's first words were merciless reproaches. His long robes billowed as his murky gaze fixed on Lin Qingye. While surprised that she had not concealed her blind eye as usual, he chose not to inquire further. His current aim was to seek justice for his son, to instill in Lin Qingye the values of respecting elders and cherishing kinship. As he concentrated, an ancient long sword appeared in Lin Sun's hand. The weapon was archaic and heavy, its blade emanating a menacing aura. Thick with the scent of blood, it was evident that countless souls had perished beneath its edge. Indeed, Lin Qingye raised her palm, blood-stained silver needles materializing in her grasp. Lin Sun, the one who should feel remorse is you. Addressing him by name stunned Lin Sun. He recognized the sealing needles he had once shown her. His heart skipping a beat in hesitation. In a fleeting moment, the silver needles in Lin Qingye's hand disintegrated into powder, dissipating into the ether. She waved her hand, drawing the Xianyi sword from her waist. Her grip tightening around the hilt, a gentle breeze blew, and she smiled with clarity. What do you fear? In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. A resounding dragon roar reverberated throughout Tian Xianzong. A white flood dragon coiled above the celestial vessel, its head leaning close, golden eyes fixed right behind Lin Qingye. Clouds churned, and a swift purple lightning bolt erupted with a deafening crash. Thunder rolled. Lin Qingye raised her sword and struck. The clash of weapons rang out, sparks flying. With just one strike, Lin Sun was forced to retreat several steps, his feet carving deep gouges into the Tian Xianzong's floor. Debris swirling around him. The long sword embedded itself into the ground, leaving several meters of deep marks, barely managing to halt his momentum. Blood surged within his chest. Lin Sun frowned tightly, swallowing the blood he nearly coughed up. And with a flick of his wrist, he gripped his sword. Ha ha! Qingye, you finally understand. Do you intend to defy your mother's last wish? Do you remember how you knelt by her sickbed, promising to protect Tian Xianzong and your brother? Everything you do now is trampling your mother's dying words into the dirt. Upon hearing the accusations from the person before her, Lin Qingye executed a shadowy maneuver and thrust her sword forward. Lin soon raised his long sword in defense, producing a crisp sound, the ancient blade resonating ominously. Cracks began to spread incrementally along the blade. A century's time was enough to repay. The ink-black sword sparked as it clashed, sending shards of blade flying and utterly demolishing the coiling pillars of Tian Xianzong. The stone pillars collapsed with a thunderous crash. Han Shisha stepped forward, setting up a protective formation to shield against the flying debris. Jin Yao, quickly lend me your strength. I cannot withstand this alone, she shouted with great fervor, her voice resonating with an overwhelming power. If she were to stand her ground alone, it was likely she would not survive this encounter. Without further ado, Jin Yao drew her moonshadow sword and plunged it into the ground, forming a protective barrier for the humans behind her. Just as Jin Yao was about to chant a spell, a white dragon flicked its tail and positioned itself before them, coiling its body to shield all disciples of the Tianyi immortal sect within its embrace. Fear not, humans, my master has commanded me to ensure your safety. It was only then that the stunned disciples of the Tianyi immortal sect realized that a rift had formed between the young and elder sect leaders, leading to an all-out conflict. If they were not careful, they might indeed be caught in the crossfire today. As the smoke cleared, Lin Sun's life-bound sword lay in ruins, reduced to mere fragments of its blade and hilt. Even his face and body bore deep lacerations from the shattered sword, blood streaming profusely. Lin Qingye remained unscathed. With a mere lift of her hand, her ink-black blade pointed directly at Lin Sun's eyes. Thunderous chains descended from the heavens, binding Lin Sun tightly, rendering him utterly immobile. What on earth do you intend to do, Qingye? As his life-bound sword shattered, Lin Sun coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his beard, and glared fiercely. Well asked. From this day forth, I shall become the sect leader. The ink-black blade traced an elegant arc in the air, and with a crisp sound, the sharp edge slid into its sheath. I shall fulfill my mother's dying wish, but I will prove it in my own way. Without a weak and deceitful figure like you, I possess more than enough qualifications to inherit the Tianyi immortal sect. I shall be the first since our ancestors to master the Minglong sword technique to perfection. The sword sheath hovered beside her as she heard a voice filled with hatred from behind. Lin Qingye? Without the sealing heaven needle, it is utterly impossible for you to cultivate to this level. She lifted her boot and walked towards Jin Yao, a light laugh escaping her lips. Is that so? Then you should watch closely, for on the day I attain immortality, you will be but an old relic, your lifespan depleted, reduced to mere bones. Her garments billowed in the wind as she advanced. A string of incantations escaping her lips, with a flick of her fingers, Lin Qingye flashed a radiant smile at Jin Yao. See? I always deliver on my promises. Chapter 102. Restructuring the sect and sending guests away. The monumental changes within the Tianyi immortal sect swiftly spread throughout the realm of cultivation. Ming Jianjun did not indulge in an extravagant succession ceremony as they had anticipated. Instead, he simply took his place upon the seat of the sect leader. The elders of the sect were divided into 3 factions over this matter. One faction, led by Xuefeng and the elder Yixiu, supported Ming Jianjun's ascension, while another faction, led by Elder Zijin and several others, opposed it. Feng Lian and Elder Yusheng remained neutral, opting not to voice their opinions for the time being. Elder Zijin and the others had contemplated rescuing the imprisoned elder sect leader, but alas, they were halted by the white dragon coiling above the main hall. The dragon lazily flicked its tail, its golden eyes fixed intently upon them, whiskers swaying as it spoke in a gravelly voice. Humans, do not seek your own suffering before me, the white dragon spoke. Moisture coalesced upon their sword blades, crystallizing into white frost patterns in an instant. Should they linger any longer, they would find themselves encased in ice. Elder Zijin waved his robe and retreated with his companions. Fully aware that Lin Qingye's fury was provoked by the sealing heaven needle, leading her to confront the elder sect leader and even imprison him before all disciples of the Tianyi immortal sect. Naturally, the loyal confidants of the elder sect leader were well aware of this. When Lin Qingye first emerged, a purple aura heralded her arrival, illuminating the skies. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that she possessed a rare celestial root, a prodigy of a century. Simultaneously, a diviner foretold that Lin Qingye would be the calamity of the entire Tianyi immortal sect. This prophecy filled Lin Qingye's mother with guilt, prompting thoughts of taking her child away from the mountain to sever ties with the sect, vowing never to practice the sword path again. However, the elder sect leader intervened, unwilling to let such a rare talent slip away, fearing it would benefit rival sections. After much contemplation over 3 days and nights, he devised a more cunning plan, retrieving the sealing heaven needle, a renowned artifact seized from the demon clan by the ancestors of the Tianyi immortal sect. The sealing heaven needle could devour the emotions and desires of any being. Once inserted into the body, it could transform the individual into a puppet when they achieved their full cultivation. This item was profoundly sinister. After being confiscated, it had remained in the ancestral hall, cleansed of its malevolence with incense. Yet, as long as the vile object remained intact, there would always be those tempted by greed who would dare to open forbidden boxes with a dejected demeanor. Zijin walked ahead, appearing as though he had aged a decade overnight, lacking even a trace of his former vitality. How could I not know of your actions? You first injured my disciple, then expelled her from the sect. Though the child is somewhat spoiled, she is still one I have watched grow since childhood. She is a piece of my heart. To have her forcibly removed is a pain none can endure. Jin Yao listened to Elder Zijin's pompous words from her perch on the rafters, letting out a cold laugh. She held 2 walnuts in her hand, and in an instant, she hurled them at the back of Elder Zijin's head. Watch out! The sword on her back instantly unsheathed, intercepting the walnuts, the blade cracking open their shells. The walnut meat fell, and with a swift movement, Jin Yao opened her palm to catch it. Her fair hand closed gently around it. Jin Yao blinked at the group, a playful smile gracing her lips. If you do not wish to follow your senior sister, then perhaps it is time for you to pack your belongings and prepare to leave the mountain. Her audacious demeanor naturally incensed the elders. Had Lin Qingye been present today, they would not have offered her any courtesy either. Regardless of her talent, that did not grant her the right to dismiss respect for age and hierarchy. You audacious Merfolk, this is a private matter for our human sect. What right do you have to interfere? The elder, seeing his treasured sword used as a mere tool for cracking walnuts, felt his blood pressure rise. Such bullying is intolerable. Intolerable? Jin Yao retorted with a sardonic tone. Who in this sect has acted without restraint, I wonder? Surely the elders are more aware than I. Those unworthy of their position ought to abdicate. This is a matter of common sense. Jin Yao pinched the walnut meat and brought it to her lips, savoring the taste. The elder, infuriated, flicked the walnut fragments off his blade, preparing to strike, however, as he thrust his sword midway. It inexplicably halted in midair, as if bound by an unseen force. His fingers throbbed with pain, and he instinctively released the sword hilt, only to witness countless purple lightning bolts ensnaring his life-bound sword. Have you finished your ruckus? Lin Qingye descended from the heavens, now donned in a pristine white robe of the sect leader, exuding an aura of elegance and gentleness. Upon seeing her visage, Ji Jin and the others immediately adopted a more respectful demeanor. Hastily bowing, if you wish to remain within the Tianyi immortal sect, refrain from mentioning the elder sect leader. Lin Qingye's expression remained indifferent, showing no desire to retain them. Of course, you must also apologize to Yao. At this point, the elder's expressions shifted, their lips pressed tightly together, brows furrowed, clearly reluctant. Tio bow to a merfolk? It would be the subject of mockery for all. Had they possessed the courage, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. If you are unwilling, in one more moment, I shall expel you all from the sect. Lin Qingye's voice remained steady, yet those who had spent so many years in the Tianyi immortal sect understood her unwavering nature. Lin Qingye, do not overstep your bounds. Ultimately, the elder who had cracked the walnut's shell was so incensed that his face flushed crimson, gazing at his life-bound sword still ensnared by Lin Qingye's thunderous aura. Realizing there was no intention of returning it, unable to contain himself, he blurted out a protest, but the moment he spoke, his throat was sealed by Lin Qingye's piercing gaze. A hint of amusement appeared on Lin Qingye's face as she produced an umbrella from seemingly nowhere, leisurely opening it to shield herself from the sun's rays. Send them away. As her words fell, a golden formation enveloped them, sealing their fate. Chapter 103. Capturing a large sea turtle spirit pet for a Yao as the figures vanished from her sight. Jin Yao pinched the walnut meat again and offered it to Lin Qingye's red lips. Her eyes sparkled with delight, clearly in high spirits. Sister, would you care for a taste? It's quite sweet. Lin Qingye glanced down, catching a whiff of the nutty aroma, and without hesitation, she accepted, gently biting down on Jin Yao's finger to savor the walnut meat. It is indeed quite sweet. Chewing on the morsel, Lin Qingye felt invigorated in the absence of the earlier clamor. Isn't it? Jin Yao reached for 2 more walnuts, ready to crack them open, when suddenly a languid voice drifted from behind them. Good disciple, you have driven those diligent dogs down the mountain. Who will teach the grand lesson in the future? With light footsteps, Xuefeng approached, followed closely by a woman clad in red. A faint earthy scent wafted into the air, and with a glance, Jin Yao surmised that the revered master's companion had again employed a clay effigy as a substitute. Why not have the master teach instead? Lin Qingye had also been ensnared by the affairs of the sect's handover, unable to move an inch. To utter such words seemed rather heartless. Rolling her eyes, Xuefeng, with a furrowed brow, rubbed her temples and lamented. I am inherently delicate. Fools and simpletons cannot be taught by me. The implication was clear. She had no intention of involving such individuals. Lin Qingye remained silent, not pressing the matter further in light of the master's refusal. However, the woman in red behind Xuefeng was the first to speak. If the sect leader does not mind, I can step in, although I will need some time to familiarize myself with the revised teaching materials of Tianyi Xianzong over the years. I believe they should be largely similar. Her smile was radiant, brimming with confidence, and no sooner had she finished speaking than Xuefeng delivered a sharp slap to her head. You are always eager to step forward, aren't you? You intend to attend class in that clay body of yours? They could easily puncture it with just a few slaps, Xuefeng exclaimed angrily, her strike carrying considerable force. Jin Yao shut her eyes, fearing that a clay effigy head might appear at her feet in the next moment. Senior sister, this is my own choice. I am aware that presenting myself in this form will surely frighten them. Yet, I wish to prove myself. I long to stand under the sun again, to see you and them without shrinking back. In her previous life, as her lifespan neared its end, she had many friends in Tianyi Xianzong. She wondered if they had turned to dust or if they still pursued the path of enlightenment. Upon hearing her words, Xuefeng swallowed the rest of her thoughts and sighed. ultimately choosing not to hinder her. Very well, do as you wish, I will not stop you. Just remember, if you are mistreated. The main hall of the sect had been tidied. All sorts of clutter that Lin Qingye found displeasing had been removed. She had never liked cumbersome things, and the main hall now appeared significantly more elegant. A few bouquets of flowers adorned the table, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. Jingyao observed the small table piled high with sect documents. She realized just how many trivial matters the sect had to contend with. What are you looking at? Lin Qingye's slender fingers closed the ledger, turning to gaze at Jingyao. Her expression was gentle, no longer the icy demeanor it once bore. Even the contours of her face appeared softened. Are you feeling overly fatigued, senior sister? If these documents are not urgently needed, you could take a proper rest. Jingyao knew that in recent days, her sister had received numerous invitations, all specifying a desire to meet with her. Although the old sect leader was not a person of renown, he had garnered goodwill and maintained decent relations with other sections. Thus, with him imprisoned, many fellow practitioners would undoubtedly seek to defend him and demand justice. I am not tired at all, I have grown accustomed to it. But do you find it boring? Oh, that I am not bored, senior sister. As long as I can accompany you here, I feel quite happy. Jingyao poured a cup of fruit tea and offered it to Lin Qingye. The tea was made from dried spirit fruits, a recent creation of Elder Fenglian, given to her by Hanqi Sha as a token of gratitude from the master, who had additionally gifted a dragon pearl. Tea was not particularly precious, but it was delightful and nourishing. Lin Qingye took the cup, sipped the tea to moisten her throat, then waved her hand, summoning the Xianyi sword from its place on the distant sword rack. Where it floated above the stack of sect documents. Is someone coming? Senior sister? Jingyao looked up in surprise. Her cultivation not being on par with Lin Qingye's, she could not detect sounds from 1,000 miles away. Frowning, she strained her ears, only able to hear the laughter and playful banter of the disciples within the sect. They are not friendly. Lin Qingye's long fingers held the emerald green cup, tilting it slightly to signal Jingyao to pour her another cup. Her smile was warm, her long lashes casting shadows on her cheeks, and in her flowing white robe, she exuded an ethereal charm, no longer the ruthless figure she once was. I know that person. He has a giant sea turtle, the creature of 1,000 years. If captured, it would serve as a mount for you. Lin Qingye watched Jingyao scurrying about for her, finding her utterly endearing. As her cup was filled, Lin Qingye playfully pinched Jinyao's cheek. The wound had long since healed, yet the blue scale she had seen that day would forever remain etched in her memory. Captured, a sea turtle? Jingyao, taken aback by her sister's playful gesture, inquired with innocence. Lin Qingye's palm pressed against Jinyao's cheek, nodding. Let us see if they dare to disturb me again, so noisy. With a gentle smile, before Jingyao could set down the teapot, Lin Qingye pulled her up, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves enveloped in mist. Jingyao thought this is too fast. Holding the teapot, she soon saw a throng of individuals soaring through the air on swords atop the peak of the verdant mountain opposite. Leading them was a figure riding an enormous sea turtle, akin to a moving fortress. Chapter 104. Jingyao, go seize that great turtle, master. I sense something unusual in the clouds ahead. Surely, someone is hiding within. A man flew on his sword toward the great sea turtle, bowing to the white-haired elder seated upon it. Upon hearing his words, the elder looked up, stroking his beard with a chuckle, saying, It must be those little rascals from Tianyi Xinzong who have sensed our approach. They are of no concern. Hearing this, the man beamed, recognizing it as an opportunity to showcase himself before the other disciples and elders. Yes, disciples shall heed the master's command. I shall ensure the capture of the thieves from Tianyi Xinzong, restoring the old sect leader's honor. With that, he vanished into the mist, while the other elders remained silent, having come to assist Sanny out of a promise made long ago to Lin Sun. Senior sister, a brash young man is approaching. Jingyao observed the scene before her. The disciple clad in crimson robes was unmistakably from Duya's sect. The man wore a golden crown, wielding a golden sword, suggesting he hailed from a prestigious lineage, likely a direct disciple of an elder or the sect leader. Do they truly look down on me so? Lin Qingye chuckled softly, tossing her fingers upward, splattering droplets from the emerald teacup, then conjuring a line of incantation in mid-air. As her fingers ceased, thunder rumbled ominously above. Lin Qingye turned to Jingyao, instructing, Jingyao, go retrieve that turtle with me here. No one dares to obstruct you. Upon hearing her sister's command, Jinyao obediently placed her teacup upon the mist. With a wave, her Qingye sword was drawn, and the mist at her feet began to part, revealing her before the crimson-clad man. "What on earth is happening? Why has it suddenly turned stormy?" the red-clad man muttered, only to find a figure before him, draped in flowing watercolored garments, her presence undeniably formidable. Clutching a top-tier magic sword, she bore a dragon scale at her chest. While others might not perceive it, his cultivation allowed him to sense the subtle aura of dragon might. A mermaid. His hesitant words barely escaped when a bolt of lightning struck from above. The jade pendant shattered into powder, falling from the sky, no longer existent. The red-clad man's heart sank. He could not discern the source of the thunder, wondering if it truly emanated from the mermaid before him. "Young man, if you know what's good for you, step aside. Otherwise, today may be your last." Jinyao, witnessing her sister's precise control over the lightning, immediately caught on, raising her delicate brows in a playful manner. "A mere mermaid dares to be so arrogant? I see you are truly courting disaster." The red-clad man, provoked, leaped lightly into the air, drawing his fate sword into his grasp. "Today, I shall let you feel the pain of having your scales flayed." Jinyao, what is wrong with these people? Why does everyone want to skin her scales? Well then, let us see if you possess the capability. Are you the one to cut me, or shall I cut you? With her sharp tongue, Jinyao did not shy away, eager to test the extent of her swordsmanship. Hearing her taunt, the man scoffed, brimming with confidence, believing he could slay this mermaid before the next thunderstorm descended. Could a cultivator in the later stages of the Golden Core realm truly be unable to contend with a mere Golden Core stage merman? How absurd! At this moment, the elders of the Duya sect furrowed their brows. Gazing at the roiling clouds above, their hearts sinking with foreboding, it was utterly inconceivable that the tempestuous thunder could have been summoned by that yellow-haired girl. "Sect Master, we cannot allow Qingye to venture forth alone. The Master of the Thunder must surely be someone else." As the elders prepared to draw their swords, a shadow resembling a dragon emerged from the mist on the horizon. Its golden beastly eyes drew nearer from the heavens. Exuding an icy chill that pressed against everyone's bodies, the white dragon, the elder, who had previously been meditating atop a turtle, narrowed his eyes and promptly rose from his shell, the nonchalance he had displayed dissipating instantaneously. With a flick of his hand, an ancient long sword materialized, gripped firmly in his palm. A tremor coursed through his hand as the blade was unsheathed. At this moment, Su Qing could no longer afford to heed the appearance of the white dragon. He frowned, focusing on the figure of Jinyao clad in watercolored garments, flickering through the mist. His heart tightened involuntarily. He had originally believed that this merman would not possess any mastery of human swordplay. Yet it now seemed he had been gravely mistaken. Not only did she wield it, but she also executed the renowned Mist Flower Sword technique. It was said that the founder of the Mist Flower Sword technique from the Tianyi Immortal Sect, Yu Shang, was known for his gentlemanly swordsmanship. This reputation stemmed from his noble character. He treated his enemies with utmost courtesy. While this approach earned admiration among sword cultivators, to others, it was merely seen as a woman's compassion. However, aside from those who disdained the gentlemanly sword, many could not articulate their grievances. What harm was there in being reluctant to take lives? He had still created a world-renowned sword technique. Few cultivators could endure the entirety of the Mist Flower Sword technique under the hands of a gentlemanly swordsman. Nevertheless, there was no need for him to be overly alarmed. He did not believe that a merman, despite having learned the Mist Flower Sword technique, could have refined it to any significant degree. Furthermore, their Duya sect was not so insignificant as to be easily overlooked. The fog swirling about was truly vexing. "Behold as I shatter your swordplay." Su Qing bellowed. Flourishing his sword, he aimed with precision and thrust forward. Yet, as the sword pierced into the mist, he staggered. Jinyao had not anticipated that he would so quickly deliver himself to her. With a twist of her wrist, she struck the hilt of her sword against Su Qing's back. With 3 dragon scales shielding her, Jinyao felt no fear of Su Qing's formidable golden core physique. To her, it was akin to striking an arm against cotton. This strike was precisely within Jinyao's expectations. During class, Elder Yu Shang had emphasized the fighting style of the Duya sect. At that time, Jinyao had asked Elder Yu Shang why he was so familiar with the Duya sect's swordplay. to which he had sheepishly replied, after accepting the spiritual tea she offered, that he had gained fame in his youth after creating the Mistflower sword technique, leading the Duya sect to frequently seek him out for sparring. Over time, it was only natural that he would become somewhat acquainted with their methods. How could you be so unyielding? He clutched his chest, his body swaying precariously, already at the brink of collapse. Even with a dragon scale hanging from his chest, it was sufficient to withstand this blow.